20 years ago, the Abyss Rift suddenly tore through human civilization. From its chasm surged abyss beasts, bringing catastrophe to humanity while simultaneously granting us unprecedented power. The awakening of companion spirit artifacts and companion spirit beasts enabled even ordinary people to attain soaring strength. To nurture these powers, we have established many academies. What you must do now is to awaken your own companion artifact. A woman in black-rimmed glasses finished her speech on the podium, but her ears caught the sound of snoring. Her beautiful eyes shifted, landing on the young boy fast asleep in the back row. Huang Quan. A shout drew the attention of the entire class. Meanwhile, Huang Quan remained lost in his own world, studying his second companion artifact. Hearing the teacher's call, he reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at the female teacher on the platform. "Teacher Su, is there something?" Su Ling adjusted her glasses and said with a disdainful tone, "Huang Quan, if you don't pay attention in class, how can you possibly awaken your companion artifact? You've been enrolled for 3 years now. Do you intend to drive a heavy truck for the rest of your life?" If Su Ling had said this to Huang Quan a year ago, he might have agreed. But a year ago, he had already awakened his golden finger, a space called the Eternal Palace, from which he obtained his companion spirit artifact, a heavy truck. Originally, he planned to drive a truck to make a living, but after the Abyss Rift appeared, everyone dreamed of going into the rift to get rich overnight, though most never returned. Yet these jobs that others usually looked down on now paid more than 10 times the original wage. The female teacher, named Su Ling, was also very snobbish. She was always kind and considerate towards students with high awakening aptitude, but she showed no kindness to those with poor aptitude. For Huang Quan and other students with extremely poor awakening aptitude, she never had a good expression and often poured cold water on them. Hearing her words now, Huang Quan simply let them go in one ear and out the other. Seeing his indifferent expression, Su Ling snorted coldly and said to the class, "You should take Huang Quan as a warning. He's destined to be a truck driver his whole life. Study hard and try to get into the South China and North China Awakening Research Institutes, bringing glory to our Tianlan Academy." Anyone who awakened a companion spirit could enroll in Tianlan Academy and receive protection. Entering the South China or North China Research Institutes not only offered higher-level protection, but also granted abundant resources. As the bell rang for the end of class, Su Ling remembered an important matter and said, "Recently a new regulation has been issued. Anyone who hasn't awakened a companion spirit in the academy will be expelled." After speaking, she glanced toward Huang Quan, her meaning unmistakable. "Brother Huang, don't take her words to heart. You know how that old witch Su is. Even if you get expelled, he'll be with you." Huang Quan's best friend Fatty Yi came over to talk to him as soon as class ended. "That old witch Su ruined my sleep. How can I be in a good mood?" Huang Quan yawned indifferently, knowing that with the Eternal Palace, obtaining a second-level companion spirit was almost effortless. The fat-bodied Yi Fu plopped down onto a chair which creaked under the weight. "I'm not afraid of expulsion. I can just go home and inherit the family business. But it's a pity he'll never see the beauties of our school again." Huang Quan then looked toward a seat in the class. A girl sat quietly there, her skin glowing like snow, a pair of phoenix eyes both seductive and majestic. Her brows seemed to gather frost and snow, her ethereal beauty like a celestial being, utterly unearthly and breathtaking. Lei Aoshue was the ice queen of Tianlan High School, always exuding an aura of stay away. She was a loner, never socializing, yet she was the goddess in every man's heart. Yi Fu showed a lecherous expression. "If I could just kiss Goddess Lei once in my life, I'd be content. We're not from the same world. Don't entertain such unrealistic dreams." Huang Quan remained calm. Fatty Yi rolled his eyes. "Can a man even daydream?" Then he asked, "Brother Huang, are you delivering goods after school today?" "Yes. Do you need something delivered?" Huang Quan nodded. "I'm just a student. What orders could I have? If I need something, I'll call you. Make sure to give me a discount, bro." "I don't give discounts, but I have a gift for you." "What gift?" Fatty Yi couldn't hide his curiosity. His stingy brother actually offering a gift. Was the sun rising from the west? A limited time instant noodle 3 days before expiration. Huang Quan replied with a deadpan face. Fatty Yi's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have expected anything. Then he thought of something. Why limited time? What happens after the time? Huang Quan rolled his eyes. It expires. So that's what limited time meant. Fatty Yi coughed dryly, pulled out his phone, and said, "Brother Huang, let me show you something good." This was secretly filmed by a brother yesterday, risking his life. Huang Quan couldn't suppress his curiosity and glanced at the phone. It was a photo of Lei Aoshue. Though secretly taken, one had to admit that from any angle this woman displayed a unique beauty. Seeing Huang Quan attracted by the photo, Fatty Yi grinned. "I have plenty more. Secretly taken at our school. Brother Huang, facing such a beauty, don't you have any thoughts?" To say I have none would be a lie, but let's think about making money first. Huang Quan said calmly. If you awaken a companion spirit, you can enter the first level Abyss Rift to try your luck. If you're lucky enough to get an Abyss artifact, you'll be rich overnight and reach the peak of life. Huang Quan just smiled without speaking. He knew all too well how dangerous the Abyss Rift was. He had driven a truck to deliver supplies to the assault teams exploring the rift, but more than half of those supplies never reached the teams, because the people were gone. Just as the two were engrossed, a shadow suddenly blocked the light from the phone. Fatty Yi annoyed said without looking up, "Bro, move aside. Don't block the photo." Huang Quan's face stiffened, and he poked Fatty Yi's arm hard with his elbow. "What? I haven't finished looking yet." When Fatty Yi looked up, his eyes nearly popped out. Lei Aoshua stood with her arms crossed staring at them coldly. Fatty Yi came to his senses dumbfounded, and looked at Huang Quan. "Bro, why didn't you warn me when she came?" Huang Quan, "I didn't notice either." The three of them stared at each other, and the air fell into silence. Lei Aoshua extended her fair and slender hand, and Fatty Yi tactfully handed over the phone. Taking the phone, Lei Aoshua simply glanced through her photos and then returned it to him. Fatty Yi took the phone, revealing a look as if he had found a treasure. "Brother, I don't plan to wash this phone ever again." "Don't be so perverted." Huang Quan couldn't help but roll his eyes, then stretched and said, "It seems Lei Aoshua has gone to settle accounts with the person who took the photos." After school that day, Huang Quan and Fatty Yi walked out of the campus together and happened to see a male student hanging upside down from a tree, his face bruised and swollen. Fatty Yi immediately recognized him. "This is the guy who sold me the photos. How did he get beaten into a pig's head? Could it be the school beauty Lei? Be confident, remove the could it be?" Huang Quan also felt a bit frightened as he spoke, knowing that Lei Aoshua was not to be trifled with. However, there was no intersection between them, neither now nor in the future. After parting with Fatty Yi, Huang Quan drove his big truck towards home. In the car, he couldn't help but think of his own. Suddenly his heart stirred, and a black notebook materialized from nothing into his hand. This was his second companion artifact, the black notebook, which could foresee the future and even change destiny. What would happen if I forcibly kissed Lei Aoshua? As Huang Quan spoke to the notebook, the black notebook began to change slightly. Destiny rewritten, rewriter Huang Quan. Event: forcibly kiss Lei Aoshua. Destiny generating. You will become a woman. Huang Quan was full of question marks. What does this mean? Did Lei Aoshua intend to turn him into a eunuch? Is this notebook poisonous? But thinking carefully, given Lei Aoshua's style, it was indeed possible she would castrate him. However, he wouldn't have any intersection with Lei Aoshua, and he wouldn't think of provoking such a woman. Destiny rewritten. How can I avoid being expelled without exposing my companion artifact? Destiny rewriting, rewriter Huang Quan. Destiny rewriting direction completed. Huang Quan only needs to drive his companion artifact, a level 2 three-wheeled truck, onto the highway, and after crashing into a car, he can avoid expulsion. After reading this, Huang Quan was completely dumbfounded. What is all this nonsense? What relationship did crashing into someone else's car have with avoiding expulsion? After all this notebook could only predict the beginning and the end. As for what happened in between, it was a big question mark. When he obtained the black notebook, the last page also said that any prophecy appearing in the black notebook, if someone acted according to it, would definitely come true. Maybe I should try. Just crashing into one car, as long as he found a sturdy car, it shouldn't be a big deal. With this thought, Huang Quan drove onto the highway. The highway was covered with moss, clearly not maintained for a long time. Traffic on the highway was sparse, and Huang Quan began looking for a target. However, before he had driven a few laps on the highway, a Rolls-Royce suddenly went out of control and crashed straight into him. This guy is reckless. He dares to crash into the king of the road. Even with Huang Quan's excellent driving skills, he couldn't avoid this sudden accident. With a loud crash, the Rolls-Royce rolled several times and fell off the highway. As the Rolls-Royce fell, Huang Quan clearly saw a green mist enveloping it, and after it fell, there was no explosion. There's an awakener inside. Just as Huang Quan got out of the car to check the situation, two figures leaped up from below the highway and surrounded him, one in front and one behind. At the same time, a strange scythe glowing with green light was placed against his neck. "Speak, who sent you to assassinate?" A deep voice sounded from behind Huang Quan, putting immense pressure on him. As Huang Quan felt alarmed, the kind old man standing in front of him waved his hand. "He is not an assassin, it was just an accident." However, when the old man's gaze fell on the truck beside Huang Quan, he was stunned. "What is this thing?" "A companion artifact." Huang Quan shook his head and said calmly, "No, I'm just an ordinary truck driver." The old man chuckled lightly upon hearing this, then waved his hand at the person behind Huang Quan. With the old man's signal, the green glowing scythe and the oppressive feeling it brought disappeared at the same time. "Young man, what is your name?" "My name is Zhang Shan," Huang Quan replied with a sincere face. The old man paused for a moment, then stroked his beard and looked him up and down. He felt that this young man gave him a very strange feeling. "Kid, you're free to go." The man hidden behind Huang Quan said displeasedly, "President, are we just letting this go?" Huang Quan also got a clear look at the man. He was Ji Yuan, known as the Green Reaper, very active among the Abyss Conquerors with formidable strength, said to be a 5th-level Great Awakener. "Do you still want to demand compensation from a child?" The old president chuckled lightly. "It was your forced lane change, just now total debt, you have to compensate me," Huang Quan reminded with a serious face. The old president and Ji Yuan were stunned. They hadn't pursued anything. How dare this kid ask for compensation? However, Huang Quan took out a USB drive and waved it in front of them, saying, "You don't want to pay? That's fine. I recorded everything just now." One of you is the president of the Azure Guild, the other is a famous abyss conqueror. You teamed up to bully a defenseless student like me. If this gets out..." The old president's mouth twitched. This kid was really relentless and extremely cunning. Didn't he know to pave the way for his own future? Ji Yuan, upon hearing that he had to pay compensation, lost his temper. He moved like lightning, snatched the USB drive from Huang Quan's hand, and crushed it to pieces in front of him. Then he looked at Huang Quan with disdain. "I'm not paying, what can you do?" Huang Quan rolled his eyes, then took out another USB drive from his pocket, and said, "No problem, I prepared several USB drives. Even to prevent data loss, I uploaded it to the internet just now." Ji Yuan's mouth twitched, and the green glow scythe appeared in his hand again. "Kid, you dare to threaten me? How many heads do you have?" Yuan. The old president immediately scolded. "President, don't worry, I won't kill this kid. He'll just teach him a lesson and make him know his place." Ji Yuan was about to make a move. However, Huang Quan remained fearless. Time should be about right. Sure enough, as Huang Quan's words fell, several police cars with flashing lights were speeding towards them. "The moment I crashed into you, I called the police. You, a public figure, if you have the guts, hit me in front of them." Huang Quan spoke with a provocative demeanor, infuriating Ji Yuan to the point where his mouth was nearly twisted. The old president, preferring to avoid trouble, pulled Huang Quan aside and said, "Name your price, kid. You just damaged the front bumper of my truck. It's not much, just over 10,000. I'm an honest man, Zhang Shan, and I won't cheat you," Huang Quan said with utter seriousness. Ji Yuan examined the truck, seeing only a scratch, and wondered how they could demand over 10,000 for such a minor dent. Their Rolls-Royce was totaled, and who would they turn to for justice? The old president transferred the money without hesitation. However, as soon as Huang Quan received the payment, he sprinted to his truck and vanished in an instant. Ji Yuan and the old president felt an inexplicable sense of being swindled. Just then the old president noticed a student ID on the ground. He picked it up and saw it belonged to Huang Quan. When they read the name on it, their faces darkened considerably. "President, what did that guy just call himself? If I ever see him again, I'll tear him apart." The president was about to throw away the ID, but a sudden thought struck him. He turned sharply toward the direction Huang Quan had gone. "I sensed something off about that truck earlier. It wasn't a truck at all. It was his companion artifact." Ji Yuan was taken aback. "President, are you mistaken? All of us awakened beings have either blades, guns, bows, or crossbows, at most firearms. I've never heard of anyone awakening a truck as their companion artifact. Could it be disguised as his companion beast?" The president shook his head. "That was definitely not a companion beast, I'm certain of it. You must do everything possible to recruit that kid into our Tianlan Guild. With him, you won't have to worry about material shortages when assaulting the Abyss." Though reluctant, Ji Yuan thought of the comrades who had fallen due to supply shortages during Abyss campaigns. He nodded at last. Meanwhile, Huang Quan was driving his truck, glancing at his second companion artifact. "You want me to join the Tianlan Guild and become a member, so I won't get expelled, right? But once I join the guild, I won't be able to live my stable life anymore. There must be another way to avoid expulsion." The black notebook remained silent. Auto-prophecy generating. If Huang Quan continuously drives the truck for 2 hours, he will encounter a fortuitous event. Seeing this, Huang Quan frowned, his trust in the black notebook's prophecies waning. Moreover, the truck was a manifestation of his mental energy. Driving it non-stop for 2 hours would drain a tremendous amount of his spiritual power. But the word fortuitous event tempted him. He stored the truck in the Yongxing Hall, and then drove aimlessly for exactly 2 hours. At the entrance of Tianlan Academy, the roar of a sports car echoed. Amid the gasps of onlookers, a brand new red Ferrari coupe screeched to a halt, as if perfectly timed, stopping right in front of Lei Aoshua, just as she stepped out of the school gate. Dozens of men in black suddenly emerged from the shadows, each holding a large bouquet of roses. In moments, they arranged a massive heart-shaped pattern before Lei Aoshua. A man in a white suit, elegant and suave, stepped out of the Ferrari, slowly locking eyes with Lei Aoshua across the rose heart. He flashed what he considered his most charming smile, and slowly knelt on one knee. "Aoshua, my goddess. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Oh, loving you is my greatest joy. Losing you would be my eternal regret. Aoshua, promise me be my girlfriend, will you?" A grand confession. Every girl present couldn't help but scream. If any man ever made such a display for them, they would not only throw themselves into his arms, but also give everything. He's Ming Xuanyuan, the eldest son of the Ming family, one of the 4 young masters of Tianlan City, and already a 2nd tier awakened. Backed by the Ming group, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to 3rd tier. Such a man could not be rejected. Yet Lei Aokshu's eyes flickered with impatience, just as the crowd prepared to cheer. Suddenly, a louder roar erupted from nearby. Everyone turned to see a large truck hurtling straight toward the heart-shaped rose circle. Huang Quan was frantically stepping on the brake, but no matter how hard he pressed, the truck wouldn't stop. What the hell? Could a companion artifact break? Lei Aokshu's peripheral vision caught the approaching truck. She frowned, raised her jade hand, and a glint of light sparked in her pupils. The aura around her surged as she summoned the power of her companion beast, ready to intercept the runaway vehicle. The veteran driver Huang Quan, seeing that he was about to hit someone, instantly retracted the truck. Though the truck disappeared, inertia carried him forward. He slammed straight into Lei Aoshue with such speed that even she didn't react in time. Where did the truck go? Before she could process it, a figure crashed into her. Face to face, eye to eye, lip to lip, they collided. The roses on the ground shot up into the air, swirling in the wind. The two of them looked like the protagonists in a play experiencing the romance of the final scene. When Huang Quan realized he had crashed into Lei Aoshue, he was stunned. He had been driving around for 2 hours. Why were they still at school? But the softness of her lips made Huang Quan feel sheer despair. This was insane. Lei Aokshue's eyes were filled with shock as she stared blankly at Huang Quan. The surrounding students snapped out of their daze watching the usually gentle Lei Aoshue being kissed by a guy, and pinned to the ground at that. Holy shit was all they could say. Huang Quan reacted first, covering his face, turning and bolting without looking back, vanishing in an instant. Who the hell was that bastard? Ming Xinyuan let out a heart-wrenching roar. Everyone exchanged glances. They had all been focused on Lei Aoshue. The person who had forcefully kissed her was wearing the Tianlan High School uniform, but none could recall his face. Lei Aoshue stood up, touched the trace of moisture on her lips, and gazed in the direction Huang Quan had fled, murmuring to herself, "This never happened in my past life." Meanwhile, Huang Quan, having escaped the school, materialized his truck and began cursing the black notebook. Damn you. Is this what you call a good thing? Why did I end up entangled with Lei Aoshue? That is fate. Seeing those words on the notebook, Huang Quan's mouth twisted in anger. That was an accident, not a forced kiss, right? Everything prophesied by the notebook will come true. No one can resist destiny. Huang Quan drove his truck directly to the suburbs. A month ago, he had stumbled upon a bargain, a 700 square meter mansion on the outskirts. Although it was haunted, the price was 3 zeros less than the market value, practically a steal. It was perfectly suited to his financial situation. That night, Huang Quan felt uneasy because of the Black Note's prophecy. Could Lei Aoshue creep into his home tonight and finish him off? To prevent her from coming, he had made thorough preparations around his house. After lying on his own bed, Huang Quan unknowingly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a pressing need to urinate. Groggily getting up, he felt as if several pounds of flesh were hanging on him, making him extremely heavy. Slowly opening his tired eyes, he was greeted by a strange room. The morning sunlight was dim, but the room's decoration could only be described as luxurious. This wasn't his mansion. What the hell was this place? The urgent need to pee made him unable to hold it any longer. Just as he was about to grab his brother, he found that his little brother was gone. In an instant, Huang Quan snapped awake. After failing to find his little brother, he was completely shocked. How could this be? He must still be dreaming. This must be a dream. This is absolutely impossible. Thinking this, Huang Quan raised his hand and grabbed his own heavy chest. SSS. So soft. No, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Huang Quan vigorously rubbed the 2 lumps of flesh that had suddenly appeared on his chest. The more he rubbed, the more awake he became. His hand felt great, but his chest hurt. He had actually turned into a woman. But the onslaught of his urge to pee made him forget about everything else. Fortunately, this woman's room had a bathroom. After entering, he was at a loss when he saw the toilet. He knew perfectly well how a man urinated, but how did a woman do it? Never mind, he couldn't hold it any longer. After finishing his business on the toilet with a strange expression, Huang Quan sat on the toilet, his entire being devoid of dreams. Black Note. At Huang Quan's summons, a black notebook appeared in his slender jade-like hand. Although his body had turned into a woman's, at least his companion artifact could still be summoned. Hey, explain to me clearly. How did I become a woman? I put so much effort into the defense measures of that mansion. How could they have no effect at all? Huang Quan felt like tearing the Black Note apart right then and there. What a terrible prophecy. But the Black Note remained completely still, as if it hadn't heard his accusatory tone. How do I change back now? Huang Quan said irritably. The reply was a string of ellipses. Furious, Huang Quan threw it into the Eternal Life Hall. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the mirror. What he saw shocked him. Lei Aoshue. This untainted, peerless, immortal face. Even if he reincarnated 8 lifetimes, he would never forget it. How could he be inside Lei Aokshue's body? At this moment, Lei Aoshue was wearing a loose black nightgown, but it still couldn't hide her fiery figure. At 18, having such a figure can be said to be peerless. As soon as Huang Quan finished speaking, he heard a call from outside. Miss, are you awake? Hearing the question, Huang Quan was about to answer, but then swallowed the words back. How did Lei Aoshue, who was so cold and aloof, usually answer? He really couldn't imagine it. So let's change clothes first. Huang Quan was extremely panicked. By the way, how did one wear women's clothes? When he opened Lei Aokshue's wardrobe, the variety of clothes inside stunned him. More than half of them were black. Is she a crow? Dressed all in black. At this moment, Huang Quan also recalled that because Lei Aokshue's appearance was extremely outstanding, any color of clothes would look exceptionally beautiful on her. Even if she wore black all day, it wouldn't seem strange. It would only highlight her aloofness. Huang Quan searched his memory and found the clothes Lei Aoshue usually wore at school. After he took off the nightgown, the figure that made men's blood boil made him unable to look away. This Lei Aokshue's body was too good. Although he had anticipated it, was this the body of a girl her age? Miss, A worried voice came from outside. Huang Quan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, put on the clothes, and only then dared to open his eyes. Then he imitated Lei Aoxua's usual aloofness and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, Huang Quan's eyes lit up. A real maid. He had only seen them on TV before, never expecting to see one in real life. The maid in front of him had a decent appearance with features that were like a sweet girl next door. But now she was looking at Huang Quan with a suspicious expression. This left Huang Quan bewildered. He thought he had imitated well. Whether it was walking posture or demeanor, he should be no different from the usual Lei Aoxua. Are you Miss Lingxua? The maid's sudden question completely dumbfounded Huang Quan. What did that mean? Could Lei Aoxua have a twin? Without receiving a reply from the miss, the maid's heart tightened, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes as she looked at her. She then said, Miss Lingxua, does the young miss not want to come out? The master wants to see her. Can you let her come out? Hearing this, Huang Quan instantly understood something, and he was even more astonished. This Lei Aoxua had a split personality, one appearance at school and another at home. Thinking this, Huang Quan could only keep a cold face and continue to play the role of Lei Aoxua. He had no choice. He had never seen how Lei Aoxua behaved at home. Meanwhile, in Huang Quan's haunted mansion, Lei Aoxua stretched lazily and called out, Sister Lin Lan, I'm hungry. But as she spoke, she felt something was wrong. What was with her voice? Why is it so rough? And the quilt covering her was wrong. There was no pressure on her chest. In an instant, Lei Aoxua was wide awake. Opening her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Thighs. Where is this? Not my home. Lei Aoxua looked around in surprise. Although the room was large, it was very empty, not to mention the lack of magnificent decorations. Just as she was stunned, she felt a wave of urine urgency. Fortunately, the empty room had a toilet. Lei Aoxua saw the toilet, and just as she pulled down her pants, she froze. Wasn't this something only boys had? Then she touched her chest. It was flat and firm. This wasn't her chest. Through the mirror in the bathroom, Lei Aoxua saw her own face. She remembered this man. Was he her classmate? But at that moment, Lei Aoxua felt a pressing need to relieve herself. Glancing at the unfamiliar appendage, she chose not to touch it, and simply sat on the toilet to take care of the matter. Exiting the bathroom, she pushed open the door to reveal a straight corridor stretching before her. This male classmate's residence is quite spacious, but it's far too quiet. Lei Aoxua remarked, her eyes surveying the surroundings. She noticed that most of the rooms flanking the corridor were locked. Furthermore, the building bore the marks of age, despite the absence of dust. The interior clearly showed the wear of years. But before she had taken 2 steps, she noticed a room covered with several yellow talismans, inscribed with incomprehensible writing. What are these? Lei Aoxua tilted her head like a curious little girl. Just as her curiosity grew and she reached out to touch them, her expression suddenly blurred, and her once innocent eyes turned cold, her hand freezing midair. You must not touch that, Lung Shui said indifferently. At this moment, Lei Aoxua had fallen into slumber and wouldn't hear her words, but it was necessary to remind the other personalities. If she guessed correctly, these were spirit-suppressing talismans used to deal with vengeful ghosts. Ever since the appearance of the abyss 20 years ago, the ghosts and monsters that once existed only in legends have emerged. She didn't know whether these spirit-suppressing talismans came with the villa or were drawn by Huang Quan. If Huang Quan drew them, that would be interesting. As far as she knew, the number of people in Tianlan City who could draw such talismans could be counted on one hand. Although she didn't know what was locked in the room, the other personalities within her were already stirring. This isn't our body. Let's figure out the situation first. As Lung Shui stepped outside, she saw that many houses were marked with signs. Material preparation room, abyss artifact preparation room, mechanism preparation room, goo cultivation room, corpse nurturing room. Seeing this array of preparation rooms, Lung Shui merely frowned slightly, showing little surprise, and murmured, so even at that age he already had such a personality. Stepping into the hall, 4 large characters caught her eye. Preparedness prevents calamity. Just like his style. Lung Shui shook her head, then suddenly thought, if she was in Huang Quan's body, was he inside her body as well? At this thought, Lung Shui frowned. Her situation was quite peculiar. The personality that often appeared at home was the main personality, Lei Aoxua. Huang Quan had at most seen her at school, but they had hardly spoken, and she didn't like talking to others. This aloof attitude didn't appear at home. If her father found out that his daughter's body had been occupied by a man, given his daughter-obsessed nature, there would be big trouble. Thinking this, Lung Shui prepared herself thoroughly and took out her phone to call Huang Quan. After finding Huang Quan's phone, Lung Shui had to give up when she saw the password. Pulling open the manor gate, the front entrance revealed a paradise-like scene. The entire manor was surrounded by mist, forming a natural barrier. The garden was planted with exotic flowers and rare fruits, and a clear pond was a rare sight. Ever since the sudden appearance of the Abyss Rift 20 years ago, human society had suffered an unprecedented impact. Such beautiful scenery could only be seen in images. Huang Quan still knows how to enjoy life as always, Lung Shui said, as if she had expected it. She walked calmly into the mist. If she guessed correctly, this was some kind of illusion array set up by Huang Quan to conceal his manor. This place could only be on the outskirts of Tianlan City. After walking through the pitch-black mist for a while, she found herself back in the manor. What a hassle. Unexpectedly, even she was trapped. A formation master like this, even without awakening a companion spirit, would be highly sought after by major powers. Recalling the teacher in class yesterday who said they would expel Huang Quan, it was simply a joke. By the way, why is she so insistent on expelling Huang Quan? Could it be the work of that family? Leng Xuan narrowed her eyes slightly. Soon her father would lead an assault team into the abyss. If Huang Quan went, would they be able to survive? On the other side, inside a luxurious villa, Huang Quan walked hesitantly into the main hall. The antique, elongated dining table made him slightly surprised. Truly rich, just the tablecloth was worth half a year of his truck driving. Seated at the table was a highly imposing middle-aged man with slightly yellowish skin whose facial scars added a touch of ferocity. Huang Quan recognized this man, the head of the Lei group, Lei Zhenyuan of the Lei family, nicknamed Thunder Tiger. His companion beast, the Thunder War Tiger, had already reached level 7. It was worth noting that there were no more than 5 levels even awakeners in all of China. What truly made Huang Quan remember Lei Zhenyuan was his ruthless methods. It was said that some time ago someone leaked the secrets of the Lei group, and he directly tore the person to pieces with the power of his companion beast. The scene was extremely bloody, only describable as hell. Lei Zhenyuan looked at his daughter, his eyes full of tenderness. Snow, are you still angry with Dad? Leng Shui, can I see Snow? I have to go to this abyss rift. Abyss? Which abyss? The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Quan regretted it. The question had been purely out of curiosity, without a thought. Lei Zhenyuan was also startled, a flash of visible joy in his eyes. Leng Shui, although you are one of the personalities derived from my daughter, I still regard you as my own daughter. I am so happy that you spoke to me, father. Seeing Lei Zhenyuan like this, Huang Quan was stunned. Was this still the fierce Thunder Tiger? How did they usually get along at home? But what really bothered Huang Quan was what he meant by one of the personalities. Could it be that Lei Aoxu's body contained more than one personality? Oh heavens, if they all crammed into his body. Damn. The Abyss Rift is just over 10 miles north of our Tianlan city. This is a newly emerged rift designated Tianlan 107. The strongest Abyss monsters are only about level 4. Hearing it was Abyss 107, Huang Quan frowned. That Abyss Rift is about to close soon. If there's no special reason, I advise you not to go. After all, once you enter the Abyss Rift, and the exit closes, you would have to find another rift exit to get out. And while searching for the exit, the monsters encountered would be no lower than level 4. Don't worry, Daddy knows what he's doing. He'll be back soon, and he'll give you a surprise. Lei Zhenyuan's face showed a rare smile. Huang Quan was slightly taken aback. It seemed he wanted to bring a gift for Lei Aoxue. Was it her birthday? How are your preparations? Huang Quan asked casually. What? Lei Zhenyuan was confused, not quite understanding his daughter's meaning, but after a moment's thought he replied, preparations are going well. How many people are going? Is there an awakener responsible for healing? Have you sent someone in to observe the types of monsters? Have you made a detailed attack plan? If you encounter unknown monsters, do you fight or flee? How many supplies have you prepared? How long can they last? A series of over a dozen questions left Lei Zhenyuan completely dumbfounded. Seeing his daughter so unlike her usual self, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Lei Zhenyuan's heart was a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. Could it be that his daughter had developed yet another personality? One he had never encountered before. Every personality of Shui was an amplification of a single trait. Leng Shui was the embodiment of cold rationality. Besides that, he knew of 2 others, Kuang Tian and Sheng Nan. Kuang Tian represented the violent aspect of Lei Aoxu's nature. This personality pushed the family's inherited Fang teeth power to its limits and beyond, but it was exceedingly brutal, driven by an insatiable battle lust, and would mercilessly annihilate all enemies. As for the other personality, how to describe it? She believed herself to be a man, and whenever she appeared, she would flirt with women. If not for her female body, she would have been beaten countless times. And now what new personality had emerged? With such meticulous preparation. Was this a cautious personality? Meanwhile, sweat beaded on Huang Quan's forehead. He had unconsciously spoken those words, or would he be suspected now? Recalling the intelligence he had seen online about Lei Zhenyuan, cold-blooded, ruthless, and merciless were almost his trademarks. If Lei Zhenyuan discovered that he had taken over his daughter's body, would he be torn apart alive? Lei Zhenyuan rose from the dining table, his face grim, and walked toward Huang Quan. At that moment, Huang Quan's heart was in his throat. Could this uncle really kill him in a fit of rage? After all, this was his own daughter's body. And waking up to such an abrupt body swap, he had prepared nothing. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhenyuan suddenly pulled him into an embrace, his voice filled with deep tenderness. Although you are a new personality, I will still treat you as my own daughter. Huang Quan, uncle, I don't want to be your daughter. It seemed Lei Zhenyuan had mistaken him for a new personality of Lei Aoxue. Luckily, Lei Aoxue had multiple personalities, or else he would have been doomed today. Feeling the unprecedented warmth from Lei Zhenyuan's embrace, Huang Quan paused for 2 seconds before asking, will I have money to spend as your daughter? Of course. You are my daughter, Lei Lao, his child. How could you live worse than others? Lei Xinyuan's eyes were full of affection as he looked at his daughter. Hearing the word money, Huang Quan instantly perked up, shamelessly crying out, "Dad, from now on you are my real dad." That single dad sent Lei Xinyuan floating on cloud nine. His daughter had finally called him father. He had thought that after losing her for over a decade he would never hear that word again, and it only strengthened Lei Xinyuan's resolve to head to the Abyss Rift. After breakfast, Lei Xinyuan tossed a black card to Huang Quan saying, "Spend the money as you wish." "Thank you, Dad," Huang Quan said, gazing at the black card in his hand with sheer delight. Being a girl was so amazing. He got dressed and was about to head out when the butler approached respectfully. "Miss, the car is ready for you." Noah walked to school today. Huang Quan couldn't let these people follow him. If he guessed correctly, the real Lei Aoshue was still trapped in the maze he had set up and couldn't get out. If he brought the Lei family to his estate, the trouble would be enormous. The butler knew that this young miss was a newly born personality and seemed much easier to get along with than the previous ones. Huang Quan walked out of the vast Lei residence, found a secluded spot, snapped his fingers, and a large truck materialized from nothing before his eyes. After getting in, he floored the accelerator and sped home. Meanwhile, Leng Shui realized she couldn't escape the maze Huang Quan had set up, so she could only wait quietly in the courtyard. Huang Quan should have woken up by now. Her father was also at home. Hopefully his acting was good enough not to be exposed on the spot. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Leng Shui had no choice but to head to the kitchen. Huang Quan's pantry was enormous, as if the apocalypse were tomorrow, stocked with enough food to feed over 100 people for a whole year. Given Huang Quan's nature, there must be other supplies hidden where she couldn't see. There were ingredients, but they were all raw. She didn't know how to cook, so she could only stare helplessly. Wasn't his life motto better safe than sorry? Couldn't he have prepared some ready-to-eat meals that just needed heating? Resigned, Leng Shui turned her gaze to the fruit trees Huang Quan had planted. She knew these fruits were rare, but her hunger overrode all caution. After all, this body belonged to Huang Quan, so eating his fruit couldn't be considered stealing. On the other side, Huang Quan drove the large truck up to his villa. This area had once been attacked by abyssal monsters and was far from the city center, so he was the only resident in the entire compound. He deftly found the entrance to the maze he had set up. The moment he stepped into it, a giant ape descended from the sky, landing before him and kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high. The colossal creature loomed like Mount Tai, its face twisted in a demonic snarl, exuding an aura not of this world. No unauthorized entry without the master's permission. The ghost-faced ape's voice was chilling, as if from the depths of hell. Huang Quan shot at a fierce glare, and the truck sent its massive body tumbling several meters away. "Ugly monkey, who are you yelling at? I told you to guard the house, not to guard me." The dazed ghost-faced ape was now bewildered. It knew the truck's power well. The aura it emitted was identical to its master's, but it remembered the master had already gone back. How could he be outside and dressed like this? "Master, did you have a sex change?" At those words, the truck rammed the ghost-faced ape again, sending it flying. Huang Quan said darkly, "If you can't speak, shut your mouth." The ape could only cover its mouth, looking utterly aggrieved, but its eyes kept stealing glances at Huang Quan. The master actually looked quite pretty as a woman. Just as he passed through the mist, maze Huang Quan saw Leng Shui stealing his spiritual fruits. His face darkened as he roared, "Lei Aoshue, what are you doing?" At his shout, they both stared at each other, and the air fell into a heavy silence. For some reason, seeing himself like this was utterly bizarre. Huang Quan was the first to react, pointing at himself. "No, at Lei Aoshue," and said, "Lei Aoshue, why are you eating my fruits? Those were for my third-stage companion artifact." Leng Shui elegantly pulled a tissue from her pocket, wiped her mouth, and said unhurriedly, "You didn't prepare any hot food. I was hungry, so I had to find something to eat." Seeing himself like this, it wasn't exactly effeminate, but it was completely unlike his usual style. Huang Quan rubbed his temples, took a box of hot food from his eternal palace, and tossed it to Leng Shui. "Here. Of course I prepared hot food for myself. It's just all stored in my consciousness space, the eternal palace." At the manor, Leng Shui sat on the stone table, elegantly eating a boxed lunch, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Huang Quan. "Did you make all this? Could it be you? You're using my body now, so don't starve yourself." Huang Quan snorted coldly, then his expression turned serious. "Do you have any idea why our bodies swapped?" In truth, Huang Quan had some guesses. It was the prophecy of his second accompanying artifact, but having their consciousness directly exchanged like this was too incredible. Leng Shui also shook her head. "I have no clue either. This is definitely not a simple matter. Now I can confirm that it wasn't premeditated by anyone." Huang Quan paused, then explained, "If someone had deliberately swapped our bodies, they would have chosen to exchange their own consciousness with yours to achieve their goals, not swap the two of us." Leng Shui, however, stared straight at Huang Quan with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Huang Quan said, "Why are you looking at me? Is there any way to swap back?" Leng Shui shook her head, then frowned slightly. "Are you feeling wronged in my body? Usually you drool over photos of me, but now that you actually have my body, you're acting like a righteous gentleman." Huang Quan snorted lightly. "If I didn't act like this, how could I get along with the other guys? When we hang out, we only talk about two things: women and games." If I didn't act like a loser, I wouldn't fit into their circle. At this, Huang Quan looked down at the bosom and swallowed hard. Although your body is quite tempting, I haven't done anything bad with it. As he finished, he saw Leng Shui also examining his own body, even reaching out to touch it. Huang Quan's face darkened instantly. What are you doing? Checking your muscle density. You do work out and your energy is abundant. You haven't engaged in any sexual activity for at least 3 months. Leng Shui then gave him a suspicious look. You're not impotent, are you? Whether I can or not, you can try it after we swap back. Huang Quan retorted defiantly. As soon as he said this, he noticed Leng Shui's lips curling slightly upward. Although it was his own body, Huang Quan could clearly see the smile on her face. In his memory, Lei Aoxuan never smiled. You should first confirm. Is it Leng Shui controlling my body now? It seems you've heard some things from my family. Yeah, if it weren't for your dissociative identity disorder, I probably wouldn't have made it out of your house alive. Huang Quan said irritably, still feeling a chill. Facing a level 7 awakener without any preparation was practically suicide. Leng Shui took a deep breath and replied, actually I want to swap back too, but my other personality won't allow it. If I hadn't forcibly suppressed him, he would have taken control long ago. Hearing this, Huang Quan frowned. Your authority is even greater than the main personality. He thought about the events at Lei Aoxu's house that morning. Both the maid and Lei Zhenyuan addressed her as Leng Shui, not Lei Aoxue, and at school, it was always the Leng Shui in front of him who appeared, not the main personality Lei Zhenyuan mentioned. Leng Shui stated bluntly, the main personality has absolute authority. If she wants to take over the body, none of us can stop her. But she's a bit childish. Oh, whenever something unpleasant happens, she leaves it to me to handle. I am the embodiment of Lei Aoxu's rationality, so my authority is higher than the other two personalities. Huang Quan nodded at this. Leng Shui suddenly introduced herself. Nice to meet you again. Leng Shui. Huang Quan replied perfunctorily, then suddenly felt something was off. Why does your words sound a bit strange? What does again mean? They already knew each other. Leng Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, Huang Quan, do you believe in rebirth? Huh. Huang Quan was confused. What do you mean? Rebirth. Like in novels, where a person's consciousness from the future goes back to the past. I am a reborn person. I know what will happen in the next 10 years. Leng Shui said calmly. Huang Quan looked at her skeptically. Then tell me, what will my future be like? Within 5 years you will die. I've prepared so much, how could I die? Halfway through, Huang Quan suddenly froze. 5 years. In the Yongsheng Hall, the 5 swords hanging over his head also had a deadline of 5 years. When he first obtained the Yongsheng Hall, it had given him a warning. The 5 heavenly tribulation swords above his head represented the 5 life and death tribulations he would have to overcome within the next 6 years. If he failed, that would be his death. 5 years, the same 5 years. Was this a coincidence? Are you joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking? Leng Shui asked flatly. Why are you telling me this? Aren't these memories of your rebirth your trump card? Huang Quan's mind was still reeling. He had prepared so much. Why would he still die? What kind of tribulation was so difficult to overcome? Leng Shui took a deep breath and replied, for the sake of both of us having a good future, I might as well be straightforward. You must be worried about being expelled from school, right? Actually, this matter is quite simple. If you get expelled, you won't be able to enjoy the convenience of being a student, and you won't even be able to keep your truck driver job that hides your identity. This situation is actually easy to handle. Just reveal to the school that you have awakened your accompanying artifact, and the expulsion issue will naturally be dropped. But the problem is that you don't want to reveal your strength, because once you awaken your accompanying artifact, you'll have to regularly go to the Abyss Rift to hunt abyssal monsters. You're afraid of encountering a fatal calamity in the Abyss Rift, so you've been hiding your true power. Am I right? Who told you that? Huang Quan couldn't help asking. Leng Shui pointed at Huang Quan. You did. You told me all this. But when I met you, you were already dying, barely holding on with half a life. Hearing this, Huang Quan was already 70% convinced. I still can't figure out what kind of calamity I went through. Was it some abyssal monster? Level 7, a level 8. Or even the legendary level 9 super monster? Your great tribulation does not come from the Abyss. Then where does it come from? The human faction? The Vanguard Alliance? The Abyss Association? Huang Quan was full of doubt. It couldn't be, could it? Leng Shui explained. Do you remember what Su Ling said yesterday? She wants to expel you. There might be more behind this than just pressure from the school. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan instantly leaped to his feet. Holy crap, is this expulsion aimed at me? Indeed, he was the only one in the entire school who hadn't awakened. Leng Shui continued. You guessed right, this expulsion is indeed targeting you. Why, oi? Huang Quan looked at her with a face full of question marks. He had always kept a low-profile scoring average on every academic test, never being the bottom of the class. How had he offended Su Ling? You've done nothing wrong by being a decent person, but your identity doesn't allow it. Identity? Huang Quan was bewildered. What identity could he possibly have? A beggar living in the slums, orphaned, and without lineage. What identity could he claim? Leng Shui, who had already investigated Huang Quan thoroughly, stated bluntly, have you never considered that you might have been abandoned by some powerful family? Your parents are not only alive, but you also have 3 exceptionally capable older sisters. Huang Quan found this hard to believe. You know this much about me. Did you learn this before your rebirth? Leng Shui nodded, then explained. Actually, I have been reborn more than once, but each time the ending is the same. 10 years from now, the abyss monsters will break free from the rift's constraints, shattering the barriers and destroying the entire world. Even at the very end, you never shone brightly, because it was only through an accident that I came into contact with you in my past life. At this point, even the usually calm and sharp Leng Shui grew a bit irritated. I thought the entire Class D was unremarkable, but who knew a hidden giant like you was lurking among us? Huang Quan felt a little embarrassed. I think I'm quite ordinary. Ordinary? Would an ordinary person know how to build mechanical traps, raise goo insects, or nurture zombies? Leng Shui said with exasperation. There had long been rumors of an urban legend in Tianlan City, a mysterious merchant occasionally appearing in the Abyss Rift selling all kinds of items, even legendary-grade Abyss artifacts. Expedition teams that encountered him could purchase supplies and equipment with human currency. After all, there were no supplies in the Abyss Rift, only danger lurking everywhere with constant vigilance against Abyss monsters. Human trucks and any electronic devices would become contaminated upon entering the Abyss, and even food would spoil. Thus, resupplying became a top priority after entering the Abyss Rift. I just learned a little bit to prepare early. If I ever run into people who know these tricks, I can handle them right. Huang Quan shrugged. Despite his nonchalant appearance, deep down, he despised the version of himself that had spilled everything. Meanwhile, Leng Shui voiced her confusion. I remember you never set foot in the Abyss. Those mysterious merchants looked just like ordinary people, could even speak, and didn't seem like puppets. How did you manage that? Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Huang Quan's face. So that version of me didn't tell you everything. Good for me. Some things I discovered on my own. You hid it so well. If not for that accident, I probably would have thought you were a good for nothing until the day I died. Leng Shui snorted lightly. Sister, be reasonable. This world is full of danger everywhere. If I weren't cautious, I'd have been dead long ago, Huang Quan said, helplessly spreading his hands. So how did you create those mysterious merchants? If you lie again, I'll let my other personality take over, Leng Shui added. We're in this situation now. I've already revealed my secrets. Telling me this trivial matter won't hurt. In his past life, Huang Quan had died before revealing the tricks. Trivial? Huang Quan rolled his eyes, but since they were now supposed to be honest with each other, he explained they're zombies. Zombies? Leng Shui was momentarily stunned, then looked at him with suspicion. Lying to me again? What do you mean again? When have I ever lied to you? Huang Quan looked innocent. There are zombies in the Abyss Rift too, but those have withered skin, sunken faces, and fangs. Terrifying. The mysterious merchants you made have skin like ordinary people, and can even talk. Are you telling me they're zombies? Who would believe that? Huang Quan smirked. You don't understand. You mentioned that I raise goo insects. One of them is called the jade skin goo. If infected with it, even a 60-year-old would have skin as smooth as a young person overnight. The juice of crushed jade skin goo is quite popular among women on the black market. It can beautify and rejuvenate the skin. I've made huge profits from it. Hearing this, Leng Shui suddenly thought of something. She remembered that many well-off girls in the class used this product. Its name wouldn't be beauty cream, would it? What do you use it to? Huang Quan was slightly surprised, but he didn't smell any goo insect residue on her face. Leng Shui shook her head quickly. She was naturally beautiful and never bothered with skincare, yet her face remained flawless. My friend uses it. I just never thought the ingredient was goo insects. The thought made her feel a bit sick. Why can those zombies talk? And why are there both male and female? Huang Quan explained, I raise little ghosts. The voices come from those ghosts inserted into the zombies' bodies. Pretty clever, right? After hearing his explanation, Leng Shui twitched the corner of her mouth. Crafty indeed. So what other strange things have you raised? Nothing else. Huang Quan simply shook his head. Leng Shui stared at him, her face clearly saying she didn't believe him. You don't trust me. You've lied to me many times. How did I lie to you? That was the past life, Huang Quan. What does that have to do with me? Leng Shui then glanced at the fruits he had planted and asked, these unfamiliar fruits, what are they for? To replenish blood and qi. Huang Quan said casually, but then he looked up and saw Leng Shui staring at him coldly. What's with that look? These aren't for replenishing blood and qi. Tell me the truth, what are they really for? Leng Shui had seen through everything. She had earlier caught him saying they were for advancement. They're for upgrading my companion artifact. They're by Ling fruits. Huang Quan hadn't expected Leng Shui to be so knowledgeable. Remembering that she had tasted one earlier, he felt less surprised. Then what level is your companion artifact now? Leng Shui asked. First level. Huang Quan replied without thinking. Leng Shui took a deep breath. We've become this close. Just give me the real truth. Huang Quan waved his hand and explained, officially that's what I say. But actually I'm already at the second level. My truck, it can crush a second-level abyss monster without any problem. Leng Shui said coldly. Huang Quan still trying to fool me. You can send zombies into the Abyss Rift, yet your companion artifact is only at the second level. Hearing Leng Shui say this, Huang Quan laughed heartily, then spoke with a grave expression, just kidding. He'll give you a hint. My companion instrument is already at the 3rd level. I've already told you, and you must keep it secret. It's bad for both of us if it gets out. After hearing this, Leng Shui let out a long sigh. Huang Quan, you are the biggest liar in the world. You are already at the 4th level, yet you still try to deceive me. How did you know? Huang Quan's pupils contracted. This was also told to her by his future self. A hint of mockery curled at Leng Shui's lips. Looks like I guessed right. The feeling of deceiving is really good. Is it fun to mess with me? Huang Quan snorted coldly, his heart full of disdain. His previous words were also lies. After learning Huang Quan's true situation, Leng Shui said bluntly, Huang Quan, I want to ask you for a favor. If you do it well, I will tell you the real reason why you were harmed. At this moment, Huang Quan was still hesitant, looking at the woman who wore his own skin, his heart filled with complexity. What favor? I need to know first. My father is going to enter the Tianlan abyss now. 107. Once he enters, he will never come back. Leng Shui's face turned serious as she said this. So you want me to collect his corpse? Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. That's not easy. Don't take my chair. Can't we talk properly? Leng Shui put down the chair and said in a deep voice, I want you to save him. I think only you can save him. Huang Quan pointed at himself and found it ridiculous. Miss, are you out of your mind? I'm only a 4th level awakened, and your father is already 7th level. Me save him. The abyss monster that can kill him is at least 7th level. Wouldn't I be walking to my death? Compared to saving him, I think collecting the corpse is more reliable. Good price, and the coffin can be customized. Leng Shui's sharp gaze made Huang Quan swallow the rest of his words. Then she explained to Huang Quan, our situation is a bit special. The personalities we split off also originate from Lei Aoshua herself. If my cheap father dies, she will be too sad to wake up again. Without the main personality, our bodies will eventually get into trouble. What does that have to do with me? Huang Quan spread his hands and said with a look of indifference. Leng Shui seemed to have guessed he would say that, and a slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth. If it were before, I really couldn't find a reason to refute, but now I am in your body. If the main personality falls into permanent sleep, I cannot maintain the highest authority forever. Compared to the other 2 personalities, I am already the friendly one. How bad your identity will be then, I have no idea. Huang Quan's face immediately darkened. Is this a threat? What can you do with my body? Even if you go streaking, I'm not afraid. That said, Huang Quan still felt a bit uneasy inside. Not really, since I'm also afraid you might do something outrageous with my body. Leng Shui's tone was full of helplessness. Shengnan knew we were in a man's body, and she's already eager to try. She's long wanted to know what it's like to jerk off. Jerk off. Hearing this word, Huang Quan was completely dumbfounded. How can such a word come out of the mouth of a cold beauty like you? Although everyone is an adult, hearing such words from an extremely cold woman is just weird. And jerk off? What kind of personalities did Lei Aoshua split off? Moreover, coming from the mouth of a cold beauty, it's extremely ridiculous. Leng Shui replied calmly. Although I am called Leng Shui, I am not a mute girl. I just have nothing to talk about with you people, so I don't want to speak. That's all. I am the amplification of Lei Aokshu's calmness and rationality, not the amplification of coldness. With that usual keep away look, who would believe you're not cold? Huang Quan opened his mouth. Huang Quan, helping me is helping yourself. The threat of the abyss rift is everywhere. Now we can only join forces. You help me, and I'll help you. Leng Shui's attitude was also very sincere. Huang Quan was also hesitant inside. Logically, with such thorough preparation, there shouldn't be anyone or anything that could threaten him. Even if he couldn't win, couldn't he run? Just as he was thinking, Leng Shui's phone rang. More precisely, Huang Quan's phone, but the person inside Huang Quan's body was Leng Shui. Your phone is ringing. Leng Shui threw the phone directly to Huang Quan. When Huang Quan took the phone, he accidentally pressed the answer button, and the voice of Fatty Yi came from the other end. Bro, what time is it now? Why haven't you come to school yet? Yesterday, Sue the old witch was already very dissatisfied with you. Now you're skipping her class. Are you asking for death? Got it, I'm on my way. As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet. Fatty Yi rubbed his ears vigorously, making sure he heard correctly. A woman. Who are you? Where's my bro? Huang Quan directly covered his face. He forgot he was still in Leng Shui's body. With that thought, Huang Quan quickly handed the phone to Leng Shui and whispered, explain quickly. Leng Shui's face was blank. This? How to explain? She didn't know how. Seeing Leng Shui like this, Huang Quan was speechless. Can't even tell a lie. Just then Leng Shui's expression suddenly changed, and her whole aura became sinister. She calmly picked up the phone and said with a smile, Little Fatty, what do you want? Little Fatty. On the other end of the phone, Fatty Yi looked at the phone. This voice was his good buddy's, but the tone felt a bit off. Bro, are you okay? What could happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Shengnan shrugged, a mischievous grin on her face. Wait, what about that woman's voice just now? I heard it. Definitely a beautiful woman. And so early in the morning you picked up the phone directly. You guys wouldn't be. Fatty Yi was too embarrassed to continue. Shengnan said calmly, Bro, his sister just took the wrong phone. Don't overthink it. Even if I had a girlfriend, there's absolutely no way a woman's voice would come from my phone. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone Fatty, Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a brother who is also single. But on second thought something felt off about what he just said. After hanging up, Shengnan casually put the phone in her bag and looked at Huang Quan with a sinister smile. You are. Huang Quan thought this must be another personality of Liao Shue. Shengnan, you can call me Brother Sheng. After introducing herself, Shengnan directly lowered her head, and under Huang Quan's gaze lifted up the pants. Huang Quan hadn't forgotten that the person in his body was a woman. Could she be any more shameless? I have a dick. Ha ha. Shengnan laughed heartily, using Huang Quan's body. This completely dumbfounded Huang Quan. Today either Liao Shue, or he was definitely going crazy. As Shengnan was about to check her own body, Huang Quan grabbed her hand and demanded, "What are you doing?" "What? Of course I'm celebrating my becoming a man. I've been a woman for 19 years. Can't I be a man for just one day?" With that, Shengnan shook off Huang Quan's hand and said, "Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you have a girlfriend?" Huang Quan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. In everyone's eyes, I'm just a loser. In this society, women only like the strong. Without money or power, how could I find a girlfriend? Besides, chasing women nowadays is exhausting and unrewarding. It's better to quietly accumulate wealth. And with the appearance of the abyssal rifts, those who survive will have greatly extended lifespans. Some may even regain their youth. There's no rush to reproduce. Lung Shui thinks you're strong and is quite interested in you. Even though I couldn't understand half of what you two said, and I have no idea what you were talking about. Shengnan's lips curled into a sly grin. But we've shared a body for 19 years, and you're the first person to ever make Lung Shui lose her temper. What was going on? The other personalities didn't know about future events. Huang Quan found it strange. Could it be that only Lung Shui was reborn? And it seemed their thoughts weren't interconnected, but their experiences were shared. Some things seemed known only to Lung Shui. Why did you appear? Doesn't Lung Shui have more authority than you? Shengnan looked around casually. She does have more power, but when something comes up that she can't handle, I take over. For example, social interactions. Lei Aox's popularity among the girls. That's partly thanks to me. Hearing this, Huang Quan finally understood. Lung Shui was intelligent, but not sociable. When faced with unexpected situations like earlier, this strange Shengnan would step in to handle things. Shengnan picked up her phone, using it as a mirror to study her face. Then she said with disdain, "Kid, you've got decent facial features. If you just got a better haircut and washed your face more often, you'd definitely be handsome. Why do you dress yourself up like a loser?" Huang Quan responded with an eye roll. What was the point of being handsome? If some love-struck girl took a fancy to him, it would only cause endless trouble. Better to remain inconspicuous. When Shengnan didn't hear a reply for a long time, she shrugged. "Kid, I'm asking you again. Do you really not have a girlfriend?" Annoyed by the question, Huang Quan snapped. "What does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend or not? Of course it matters. The person inside your body right now is me. If you had a girlfriend, I'd just take her over and experience what it's like to be a man." Shengnan looked at Huang Quan with a hint of disappointment. Huang Quan felt utterly disturbed, his gaze towards Shengnan turning strange. A woman who thought she was a man inside his body, wanting to sleep with his girlfriend. Was this some kind of cuckoldry? Fortunately, he didn't have a girlfriend, so no one could cuckold him. Shengnan, right? You split from Lei Aox's personality, so you're still a woman, aren't you? Two women doing that. Wouldn't that be weird? I am a man. I just happen to be trapped in a woman's body. I couldn't do anything before, but now it's different. And you a big man. Shengnan's expression turned mischievous as she looked Huang Quan up and down. Don't forget, you're in my old body now. You're so damn tempting. Even I, who sees this face every day, can't help but want to sleep with you. What kind of lewd talk was that? Huang Quan felt violated. What's with that look? Shengnan studied him, then her eyes lit up. Kid, perfect. You're using my body now. How about we do it right here? You let me experience being a man, and I'll let you experience being a woman. Huang Quan wanted to strangle this lunatic. A woman using his body wanted to sleep with her former self. What was this world coming to? This Shengnan was clearly insane. Lung Shui, can't you control him? Shengnan shook her head, then glared at Huang Quan. Stingy. What's wrong with me taking my own virginity? Huang Quan's lips twitched. He really wanted to pry open Shengnan's head and see what kind of garbage was inside. Huang Quan glanced at his phone and frowned. Shengu, hurry up. We're already late. So what? It's just Old Witch Sue's class. Let's just skip it. What a? Shengnan, you're in my body now. If you're late, your dad can cover for you. If I'm late, it's a disaster. But as the words left his mouth, Huang Quan suddenly realized, why am I panicking? I'm Liao Shue now. Whatever happens, it's not my problem. I don't care. He'll just use your body to seduce Old Witch Sue. She's annoying, but she's got a decent figure. Turn off the lights, and she's the same as any other woman. Shengnan's words startled Huang Quan. Are you crazy? You'd even go after Old Witch Sue? I've been holding back for years. All the women around me. I could only touch them, never have them. Do you know how that feels? Shengnan said with a look of grievance, as if pouring out her dissatisfaction. Then use someone else's body, damn it. Why mine? Huang Quan snapped. This woman who thought she was a man was clearly insane. Shengnan looked at her own outdated hairstyle and fumed. Kid, do you never get a haircut? You're wasting your potential. Even if you're bad with words, a handsome face alone can get you plenty of girlfriends. She then reached for Huang Quan's abdomen and was delighted. Holy crap, you even have abs. These perfect lines, just taking off your shirt would drive widows wild. Huang Quan couldn't listen anymore. This Sheng Nan was seriously sick. Then Sheng Nan went to take a shower, and of course Huang Quan watched her the whole time, afraid she might do something inappropriate. After that, Sheng Nan gave herself a full makeover, haircut, wash, styling, completely transforming her appearance. Even the plain clothes in Huang Quan's wardrobe, when she threw them on, somehow looked stylish. Little beauty, let's go. Go, will take you to pick up some girls. Sheng Nan draped an arm over Huang Quan's shoulder, looking like a big bad wolf coaxing a little bunny. But just as they were about to step out of the mist array, Huang Quan called out, "Wait, I need to prepare." Sheng Nan shrugged indifferently, watching as Huang Quan fiddled with something inside the mist array. Sheng Nan paid little attention to it, constantly holding the mirror to check her appearance, but after half an hour, she still hadn't seen Huang Quan return, and displeasure rose within her. Kid, what the hell are you doing taking such a long dump? Delaying his chance to flirt with a woman. Could he afford to bear the consequence? At that moment, Huang Quan's figure gradually emerged from the snow-white mist. He glared at Sheng Nan, clearly having heard her words. Why did Lei Ao Shui develop such a personality? What were you preparing for earlier? Sheng Nan couldn't help asking. What else could I prepare for? Just dealing with future troubles that might arise. Huang Quan snorted coldly, then walked ahead on his own. Sheng Nan followed closely behind him. Even Leng Shui hadn't managed to get out of this mist, let alone him. But after just a few steps, Huang Quan stopped again and said, "Wait here for a moment. I need to bury a few landmines." Sheng Nan, bury landmines. What? Before Sheng Nan could react, Huang Quan vanished into the mist again, but this time it took nearly an hour. Where did that kid go? Sheng Nan was about to lose her mind. She had stood foolishly in the mist for half an hour. Just then Huang Quan's figure emerged silently from the mist. Sheng Nan grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell are you burying landmines?" Huang Quan rolled his eyes at her and said, "Brother, get this straight. You're using my body now and living in my house, but you're not me. If someone comes to assassinate you, will you know how to use these formations, mechanisms, and traps? Who the hell would come to kill you?" Sheng Nan fumed. "Well, it's kind of related to you. Remember yesterday when we, lip to lip?" Huang Quan slapped her hand away and said with a grim expression. Sheng Nan was puzzled. "What about it? Stop beating around the bush. Besides, what you kissed was Leng Shui. I found it disgusting, but I didn't really care. Wasn't that guy confessing to you at the time? Are you worried he'll come after you? What's there to be afraid of? He's not that capable. If his family hadn't fed him spiritual pills, he'd still be stuck at first-level awakener." Sheng Nan said dismissively, "What do you know? His family has some capital after all. If he can't deal with me himself, why don't he hire someone?" Huang Quan said irritably, "If I were living in the house myself, I wouldn't be afraid. But from now on, you'll be the one staying here. If you really kick the bucket, it'll probably be stuck in your body for the rest of my life. What, you're complaining? With my looks, a single glance can stir up a man's deepest desires. Is there anything wrong with that?" Sheng Nan shot him a glare, then couldn't help asking, "By the way, how many landmines did you bury just now?" "Not many, just over 100 scattered in the mist." Huang Quan's face showed a hint of regret as he spoke. "Sigh, not enough materials. These landmines can only kill second-level awakeners. If we encounter a third-level awakener, they'll just get a little hurt." "Over 100. Hearing that number, Sheng Nan almost choked on her own saliva. "What the hell? Did you just bury over 100 landmines in the vicinity in half an hour?" "Huh." Taking a deep breath, Sheng Nan struggled to calm herself down and said, "All right, you've prepared enough. Now get me out of here. Let's go." Huang Quan walked toward the mist with a grave expression. But after a few steps, he took out his phone, then put it back again. "Brother, show my phone." Sheng Nan tossed it to him casually and asked, "Are you going to call your little girlfriend?" "No, it's a friend who buys supplies." "Boring." Sheng Nan rolled her eyes. Huang Quan made the call. A man's voice came through spring sleep, unaware of dawn. Huang Quan replied, "Everywhere mosquitoes bite. At night the sound of slaps." Huang Quan, "Don't know how many die. What do you need?" 300 no 500 time bombs, 10 abyss bombs, ghost frog venom, for 20 doses hallucinogenic incense. After listing a dozen items, Huang Quan stopped. "All right, that's it for now. Get to work." The person on the other end was silent for a moment, then asked, "We've got a new batch of abyss tools and equipment. Interested in taking a look?" "No need." Huang Quan didn't fancy those items, and they were too expensive anyway. Sheng Nan, who had been listening, was dumbfounded. "You? What are you buying all that stuff for?" "Preparation," Huang Quan explained. "The guy who confessed to you yesterday definitely won't take my behavior lying down. He'll make a move sooner or later, so I need to get ready. If the day comes when we openly clash, he'll be fully prepared. If he sends someone to deal with me, I'm not afraid." Sheng Nan was taken aback, but after a moment, she felt something was off. "You're starting to prepare now. Should I wait until we're already at odds? That would be too late." "That's not right. I remember that Ming Xianyuan didn't even see you that day. Are you being too sensitive?" Sheng Nan replied. She recalled that after the kiss Huang Quan had covered his face and slipped away before anyone could react. Huang Quan remained unconvinced. What if he recognizes my back? Who can guarantee these things? Anyway, we're here. Here. Shengnan thought they had walked out of the mist. She looked around, but although the mist had thinned, they were still inside the formation. The only difference was that among the mist stood the faint silhouettes of tombstones, and the atmosphere was thick with Yin energy. Huang Quan walked past each tombstone one by one, stopping before a particular one. Then he took out talisman paper and a brush. Huang Quan dipped the brush in the water in front of the tomb, infused his spiritual energy into the tip, and swiftly drew on the paper. A spiritual talisman came into being. Is this a lightning talisman? Shengnan was slightly surprised. She had seen many talismans used to summon lightning against abyss monsters. These spiritual talismans drawn with human mental energy rivaled one-time use abyss tools. No, it's a summoning talisman, Huang Quan said, handing the talisman to Shengnan. What are you giving it to me for? Shengnan was confused. Huang Quan explained, remember what I said earlier. Ming Xianyuan might attack you at any moment. Now that you're in my body, I have to prepare some means of self-defense for you. There's a flying zombie buried in this grave with strength comparable to a third-level awakener. If you encounter danger in the manor, just activate this talisman with your spiritual energy, and the flying zombie will leap out to kill. Shengnan stared at the talisman in her hand, dumbfounded. This guy, how much did he love preparing? He even had things like this ready. It originally took only a few minutes to walk out of the residential area, but thanks to Huang Quan's meddling, it ended up consuming 2.5 hours. At this moment, Shengnan was already adorned with various pieces of equipment, and his originally cool hairstyle had become somewhat disheveled. Alright, we're almost ready. Time to head to school. With that, Huang Quan snapped his fingers, and the accompanying spirit tool, a large truck, materialized from virtuality into reality before his eyes. Shengnan stared at the massive truck, utterly bewildered. Is this your accompanying spirit tool? Is there a problem? Huang Quan retorted. It just feels a bit strange. Previously, the accompanying spirit tools he had encountered were mostly cold weapons, at most pistols. But a large truck was a first for him. Calling it an accompanying beast, yet it lacked the intelligence and habits of a beast. It was merely a truck. However, being able to enter the abyss rift made it highly sought after. Once seated in the truck, Huang Quan glanced at Shengnan from the corner of his eye. It seems you don't have the memories of the other personalities. We split personalities all inherit the memories of the host personality, but the host personality also locks away the memories it doesn't want to recall within us, Shengnan explained in a somber tone. So you mean when I kissed Lingxue yesterday, the other personalities didn't know? Huang Quan asked. The host personality doesn't know, but we still have the memory of it. Speaking of this, Shengnan couldn't help but shudder. Just thinking about two men kissing gives me goosebumps all over. Huang Quan. He was now desperate to know what kind of trauma Lei Aoshua had endured to create such a personality. Earlier, while preparing, he had taken the opportunity to look up some information on dissociative identity disorder online. Most cases of secondary personalities stem from abnormal childhood education and trauma. But how did Lei Aoshua develop hers? This morning at the Lei residence, the paternal love Lei Zhenyuan displayed was clearly not an act. Speaking of which, how did you personalities come into being? Shengnan, who was fixing his hair, paused at the question, his entire body frozen for a few seconds before he cast a cold, sidelong glance at Huang Quan. Some things you shouldn't ask. Otherwise I won't hesitate to let Quan Tian out to kill you. She's been itching to beat you up since yesterday. Huang Quan was utterly speechless, especially since she was speaking using his own body. What kind of karma had he accumulated in his past life to end up swapping bodies with a lunatic? He wondered what the school's sycophants would think if they knew their goddess was a mental case. Once we get to school, keep a low profile. If you can't manage that, at least switch Lingxue out, Huang Quan said casually as he drove. Shengnan shrugged nonchalantly. I'm usually pretty low-key. I just pick up a woman every now and then. Huang Quan was exasperated. Stop. Pick up a woman. What are you thinking? This is my body. What if we end up swapping back? Why did this female personality who believed herself to be a man immediately think about hitting on girls? But Shengnan replied carelessly. Then you find a way to swap us back first. He really had no solution. Well, not exactly. Recalling the second accompanying spirit tool he had just obtained yesterday, Huang Quan slammed on the brakes. Caught off guard, Shengnan was nearly thrown into the windshield by the inertia. Kid, are you trying to get us killed? I need to prepare something. Wait for me in the truck. With that, Huang Quan jumped out without giving Shengnan a chance to respond. Kid, where the hell are you going? Your big bro Shengnan doesn't know how to drive. After getting out, Huang Quan went to a secluded spot and summoned the black notebook from the Eternal Hall. Prophesy for me, how do we swap back? Destiny rewritten, rewriter Huang Quan. Rewrite destiny, turn back into a male, sleep for a night. The next day you'll be swapped back. Seeing these words, Huang Quan was dumbfounded. Sleep for a night. What did that mean? Did he have to have that kind of relationship with Lei Aoshua for them to swap back? Setting aside the host personality who had fallen into a deep sleep, Lingxue, that kind of woman didn't even need to be mentioned. With a face as cold as an ice cube, she held no interest for him. And as for Big Bro Xingnan, he had already seen firsthand, he liked women not men. How was that supposed to work? There was another personality he hadn't met yet, but from the hints dropped by Leng Xue and Xingnan, that one was specialized in handling violent incidents. In other words, beating people up. Wait. I seem to have forgotten an important issue. Huang Quan looked down at his own breasts, which were as large as peaks, and fell into deep thought. When it came down to it, he would be the one being slept with, wouldn't he? Just thinking about that method of swapping back made Huang Quan feel terrible. He and Fatty often discussed certain study materials, so he had some understanding of sexual matters. Being slept with by someone who looked exactly like himself. How awkward was that? Huang Quan returned to the driver's seat of the truck, looking dejected. In the passenger seat, Xingnan was already lounging with his legs crossed, a rogue grin on his face. Kid, you're back fast. I was about to take a nap myself. I found a way to swap us back. But just as Huang Quan was about to say it, he suddenly remembered that in the villa Xingnan had already shown intentions of sleeping with him. The thought made Huang Quan's entire being shudder. Yet Xingnan showed little joy on his face. What is it? Go on, tell me. Nothing, I was just talking nonsense. Let's focus on serious matters. Once we get to school, behave yourself, and don't go looking for trouble, Huang Quan warned kindly. But Xingnan wasn't listening at all. His mind was filled with only one thing: picking up girls. Just as they were rushing to school, a hot post suddenly appeared on the school forum. Lei Aoshue suspected of hooking up with a classmate in a hotel room. The post caused an instant uproar across the forum. What the hell? Where did this rumor come from? How could Goddess Lei possibly go to a hotel? Your so-called goddess was forcefully kissed by some random guy yesterday. I don't know if it was her first kiss, but it definitely won't be her last now. If that guy hadn't run off fast enough, young Master Ming would have beaten him to a pulp. Yet the post was surprisingly well-founded. Lei Aoshue didn't show up for school today, and the teacher didn't receive any leave request from her. What's more, a male classmate from her class also didn't come to school today, also without asking for leave. That's just a coincidence. It's normal for two people to suddenly miss school. No matter how you spin it, you can't say they went to a hotel together. That's pure nonsense. As a classmate of the goddess, I can tell you with full responsibility, that's absolutely impossible. Their status and background are completely different leagues. Huang Quan was not foolish enough to drive directly to the school gate. Instead, he and Xingnan entered the school separately about a kilometer away. At this moment, Huang Quan had not yet fully mastered Lei Aoxue's body, especially the sensation of having two heavy water bags hanging on his chest. As he stepped into the campus, both male and female students cast peculiar glances at him. Most men gazed with lustful eyes at the goddess, while women's expressions were more complex. Envy, jealousy, even admiration and hatred. Being stared at so persistently made Huang Quan extremely uncomfortable. He wondered how Leng Xue in the school could endure so many gazes. Before he even entered the classroom, he heard the clamor inside. Today we suddenly have an exam, and it's about the abyss. How are we supposed to do it? We're doomed. I heard that anyone who fails and hasn't awakened a symbiotic artifact will be directly expelled. What's there to worry about? In our class, only Huang Quan hasn't awakened. If anyone gets expelled, it'll be him. Overhearing these words outside the classroom, Huang Quan's eyes turned cold. Was this exam specifically targeting him? Why was that old witch Su so determined to expel him? Huang Quan pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Then he entered the classroom, and the noise instantly ceased. Everyone's eyes involuntarily moved toward her. Just as Huang Quan was about to sit in Lei Aoxue's seat, someone suddenly covered his eyes from behind. A sweet female voice rang out, "Guess who I am?" Hearing this voice, the identity of the person behind him became obvious. Chu Xiaoming. Huang Quan replied, mimicking Lei Aoxue's tone. In the entire school, only the little lowly Chu Xiaoming was close to Lei Aoxue, though other girls kept their distance, intimidated by Lei Aoxue's aloof aura and strength. Xue, can't you give me a little game experience? Can't you pretend not to know? Chu Xiaoming released her hands, pouting sulkily. Huang Quan gazed at her momentarily, at a loss as to how to interact with this girl. He usually avoided unnecessary trouble, shying away from women as much as possible, and had almost no interactions. This was his first time being so close to someone. Xue, you seem off today. Chu Xiaoming stared blankly at Lei Aoxue, sensing something wrong, but unable to pinpoint it. Something? Huang Quan asked tentatively. Hearing this cold tone, Chu Xiaoming's eyes welled up with tears as if she had been struck. Xue, you've changed. You never used to talk to me like this. Am not Lei Aoxue, how would I know how you two used to interact? Forget it, I'll just play the aloof role. Ignoring Chu Xiaoming, Huang Quan went straight to Lei Aoxue's seat and sat down. Fortunately, he had often watched Lei Aoxue while hanging out with Fatty Yi, so he could mimic her mannerisms. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Fatty Yi's seat, only to see him looking irritably out the window. Xue, are you still upset about yesterday? Chu Xiaoming had somehow sat down beside him. Yesterday? Huang Quan recalled. What happened yesterday was indeed quite significant. From Lei Aoxue's perspective, being forcibly kissed by a strange man would infuriate anyone. Chu Xiaoming patted her flat chest and said, Xiaoxue, don't worry. I've already found that man for you. What? Huang Quan was stunned. Found? Had he been so careless that he was seen? Chu Xiaoming said confidently, my companion beast the 100-spirit hound can track scents. Even if that bastard only appeared for a second, my hound identified him. It's our classmate Huang Quan. Is that so? Huang Quan's face froze instantly. Of course it's true. Chu Xiaoming added indignantly, that Huang Quan hasn't even awakened his symbiotic artifact, yet he dares to shamelessly molest you. He's asking for death. I've already notified your lackeys today, he'll definitely be beaten to a pulp. At this moment Huang Quan was completely dumbfounded. What? He was about to get beaten. But the one inside his body was Lei Aoxu now. Although he had heard of Lei Aoxu's formidable strength, he had never witnessed it. Moreover, they had swapped bodies, while their symbiotic artifacts hadn't switched, their physical capabilities were different. Meanwhile, outside the school after parting with Huang Quan, Shangnan was like a wild horse freed from its reins. He started flirting with girls around the campus. Spotting a beauty, he walked up with a charming smile and said, hello miss. My name is Huang Quan. Your hair is beautiful. I know a wonderful braiding style. How about sharing a cup of milk tea with me? He'll tell you all about it. The girl, seeing the handsome lad before her, was momentarily stunned. Especially after Shangnan's meticulous grooming, Huang Quan now looked almost like a TV star. Okay, the girl replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, and nodded directly. Just then a group of ruffians passing by overheard Huang Quan's self-introduction and were taken aback. Huang Quan. Are you Huang Quan from Class 3D? Shangnan glanced at them. These guys had a thuggish air, practically screaming that they were no good and not interested in men. The hooligans took out their phones to compare, and then the bald leader snorted coldly. You really are Huang Quan. With that new hairstyle, I almost didn't recognize you. Someone's paid us to break your limbs. Come with us quietly, and we'll make it quick for you. Shangnan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. He raised his hand and gently patted the girl's head, saying, Sweetie, let big brother deal with some flies first. We'll have that milk tea later. His voice was soft like a graceful gentleman, and he even cast a flirtatious glance at the girl as he finished speaking. The bald leader rolled his eyes at this. You're about to die, yet you're still flirting. Hurry up, or I won't hesitate to. After getting the girl's contact information, Shangnan noticed a message from Fatty Yi. It roughly said that Ming Xianyuan knew he had kissed Lei Aoxu yesterday and vowed to cripple him. Not just Ming Xianyuan, but a bunch of Lei Aoxu's lackeys were also after him. Shangnan merely glanced at the message, pocketed his phone, and calmly followed the bald group. Meanwhile, a black sedan quietly tailed them, with Ji Yuan sitting in the passenger seat. Brother Wen, why are we following that kid? Is he an infected? The driver was puzzled, but Abyss infected cases aren't handled by our guild, but we need to notify the night patrol. Ji Yuan didn't want to explain too much, and said bluntly, why so many questions? Keep up. If you lose him, the guild leader will be the first to deal with you. This was someone the guild leader had personally requested. Nothing must go wrong. Shengnan followed the bald strongman to an abandoned residential building. Kid, for being so cooperative, do you want to keep your hands or your feet? The bald man said coldly. Shengnan glanced around, yawned, and said nonchalantly, nice place you've chosen, but you seem to have got one thing wrong. It's not clear yet who's going to deal with whom. The bald man was slightly stunned. Could this kid still have some hidden card? Then he recalled that this kid had not awakened any symbiotic weapon, no different from an ordinary person. How could he be a match for them, the awakened ones? Their strength grew with their symbiotic weapons. Even a first-level awakened could easily overpower an ordinary person, let alone him with his peak second-level strength. Ji Yuan also followed in. His assistant checked the information on the bald man and said, Brother Ji, this bald man's name is Zhao Hu. He often roams the outskirts of Tianlan City and has engaged in many illegal activities. However, because of his peak second-level strength, the authorities have only used him as a thug for the rich, so the guild hasn't pursued him deeply. Ji Yuan responded, but his gaze fell on Huang Quan. The first time he saw this kid, he almost didn't recognize him. If it weren't for Zhao Hu's shout, he would never have noticed that this flamboyantly dressed person was actually the honest young man from yesterday. The little follower glanced at the data and warned, Brother Ji, should we intervene? This Zhao Hu doesn't hold back. He has sent many people to the hospital, and they still haven't woken up. Moreover, the underlings he brought are also awakened, the weakest being at least mid-first level. At this moment, Ji Yuan calmly lit a cigarette, squinting as he looked at Huang Quan. Let's watch for now. He wanted to first confirm whether this guy's symbiotic weapon was really a truck. If it was indeed a large truck, then their assault team's logistics would be secure. Zhao Hu stretched his muscles and sneered. Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. I took their money, so I have to do the job. Who's behind you? Tell me, and I'll make sure she goes easy on you. Shengnan looked at the bald man nonchalantly, completely unaware of her current predicament. Zhao Hu frowned slightly, then looked around. He didn't see anyone hiding. He thought to himself, this kid must be crazy. There's only our group here. Where could anyone else be? Kid, die. Without further ado, Zhao Hu raised his hand and threw a punch at Huang Quan. But the moment he struck, the entire aura of Huang Quan suddenly changed. A wild, sinister smile curled on his lips, and his eyes became as sharp as a beast's. Boom. Zhao Hu felt as if his punch had struck a giant mountain with no sensation of hitting someone. When he looked closely, he saw that his punch had been caught. Zhao Hu's pupils trembled. He had used 80% of his strength. Even a stone wall would have been shattered. How could an ordinary person have blocked it? This strength. Too weak. Huang Tian's eyes were full of disdain and disappointment, as if fighting such lowlifes was beneath his dignity. Ji Yuan, watching from afar, was briefly startled, then frowned deeply. What's going on? His aura and demeanor are completely different from before. Brother Ji, this Huang Quan seems to have some skills. Being able to catch Zhao Hu's fist means he's at least a second level awakened, the little follower said in surprise. Zhao Hu withdrew his fist and coldly stared at the man before him. Kid, I almost underestimated you. I didn't expect you're an awakened one. That means extra pay. Brothers, show your symbiotic weapons. Then Zhao Hu shouted, and the others also revealed their symbiotic weapons: a long saber, a spear, a spiked club, and a beast-type symbiotic weapon. Zhao Hu himself materialized a set of heavy armor that he wore, which was his main asset for dominating the area. Charge! Zhao Hu gave no chance for Huang Tian to react, signaling his brothers to rush at him. The thug with the spiked club charged first, swinging his weapon straight at Huang Tian's face. But the next second, that thug was suddenly punched into the sky, spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. A clear fist mark was left on his face, and his symbiotic weapon, the spiked club, was shattered into 2 pieces. What a... Zhao Hu was stunned, seeing his underling collapse. It all happened too fast, even he hadn't seen clearly. When he snapped back to reality, his underling had already fallen from the sky. Ji Yuan, watching, also had his pupils tremble, inwardly amazed. Such speed was not ordinary. The punch speed and direction required years of accumulated experience and extraordinary talent. Hey, how did that thug end up on the ground? Is that Huang Quan's symbiotic weapon? The little follower was completely bewildered. Ji Yuan just rolled his eyes at him. Zhao Hu, seeing his brothers beaten, turned grim. You dare to hit my men? Brothers, attack. Today we'll cripple him. But Huang Tian stretched his arms and grinned. Then let's get some exercise. He charged into the crowd like a wild beast with thuds and crashes. Each punch met a symbiotic weapon heat in, shattering both the weapon and its wielder. In less than 10 exchanges, all of Zhao Hu's men were on the ground wailing in pain. Zhao Hu, who had taken a punch heat in, was also feeling unwell. His arm was numb, as if broken. Not bad, Huang Tian said with interest as he walked toward him. The aura emanating from his body also materialized, manifesting beast-like fangs within a few meters. Ji Yuan, watching from afar, turned pale at the sight. This is the Lei family's Fong bloodline. No, it can't be. The little follower, hearing Fong bloodline, also widened his eyes. Brother Ji, isn't the power of Fong only usable by the Lei family? You're not mistaken, but he doesn't bear the surname Lei, and he has nothing to do with the Lei family. This is undoubtedly the power of the Fong. I would never mistake it. Ji Yuan still showed a hint of lingering fear. In last year's assault competition, that man's Fong power filled me with terror. The little follower replied, Brother Ji, could this kid be from the Lei family? Very likely, Ji Yuan thought, then took out his phone, hesitating whether to call that guy. Brother Ji, are you going to call Lei Kunlun? I heard you two are good friends. I didn't expect you to have the contact information of Lei Kunlun, one of the top 10 rising stars in China. Ji Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be honest, he really didn't want to call Lei Kunlun. First of all, Lei wasn't easy to get along with, and secondly, Ji had lost to him before, making it even more embarrassing to reach out. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ji Yuan let out a long sigh. Alright, forget it. He'll make the call. If this kid really is the illegitimate son of the Lei family, then recruiting him into the guild just got a whole lot harder. The phone rang for nearly 10 seconds before it was picked up. On the other end came a cold, aloof voice. Who is this? Master Lei, do you remember me? This is Ji Yuan. What do you want? The voice on the other end was clearly impatient. Do you have an illegitimate son? At this, the line went silent. Lei Kunlun was preparing for the Tianlan No. 107 Abyss Rift, and being hit with such a question left him dumbfounded for a long moment. Ji Yuan, are you out of your mind? Anger crept into his voice. Ji Yuan, realizing how odd his words sounded, recalled that Lei Kunlun was one of the coldest and most aloof among all attackers. His strength was terrifying, and with his perpetually stern face and lack of interest in women, he was only just over 20. How could he possibly have a child? Ahem, I misspoke. I meant to ask if your father has an illegitimate son. Hearing this, Lei Kunlun put down the documents in his hand and asked with confusion, what are you getting at? Ji Yuan replied, literally what I said. Before that, I have one question. The Fong power can only be used by the Lei family, right? Of course. What exactly are you trying to say? I saw someone here using the Fong power. Before Ji Yuan could finish, he heard Lei Kunlun slam the table and stand up. Which reckless fool dares to pick on my little sister? His voice was filled with murderous intent and fury. Even the awakened in the same office were startled by the sudden killing aura. It's not your sister. It's a guy. The moment he heard it wasn't his sister, Lei Kunlun's killing intent dissipated instantly. The awakened in the office breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he was China's rising star. This presence alone was enough to chill one's blood. After calming down, Lei Kunlun fell into thought. Ji Yuan, are you sure you're not mistaken? I have already stepped into the realm of a 5th-level Grand Awakener. Within 100 zhang, let alone 10, I can see everything clearly. That is definitely the Fang power of your Lei family. The manifested fangs all around made it seem as if the entire space was inside a beast's mouth. Those sharp fangs appeared ready to snap shut at any moment, exuding an invisible pressure. Such power, even if seen only once, was unforgettable. I fought you before. Your Fang power still gives me chills to think about. How could I mistake it? Then Ji Yuan took a photo and sent it to Lei Kunlun. After seeing the photo, Lei Kunlun's heart churned with turmoil. Hadn't his father said he only ever loved one woman, his mother, and his mother only had 2 children, him and his sister? Could it be that his father? Just then Lei Yuan walked in and asked, "How are the preparations?" "Father, did you have an affair?" "What?" Lei Yuan was completely taken aback by the sudden question. Recovering, his face darkened instantly. "You little brat, what do you mean? My love for your mother has always been faithful." "Then explain this." Lei Kunlun handed him the phone, adding, "I'm only just over 20, I couldn't possibly have a child this old." Seeing the Fang power used by the young man in the photo, Lei Yuan was also stunned. "This is really the Fang power. How is that possible?" "I misjudged you." Lei Kunlun snorted coldly. "You knucklehead, are you confused? Don't you find that Fang power a bit familiar?" Now Lei Yuan noticed something off. Lei Kunlun carefully compared the Fang in the photo, and his pupils contracted. "This is Schwer's." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kuang Tian punched Zhao Hu into the ground, then stood on him, delivering blow after blow with perfect precision. Each strike was not fatal, but inflicted unbearable pain. After loosening his muscles, Kuang Tian's gaze drifted into the distance, locking eyes directly with Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan hadn't expected that his concealment, so well hidden, could be seen through at a glance. Just as he was about to step out and greet him, a figure flashed in front of him. So fast, Ji Yuan's heart jolted as a fierce punch hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, he instantly manifested his life-bound weapon and clashed with it. Bang! Boom! The sudden clash of 2 powerful fighters sent shockwaves rippling outward, blasting Ji Yuan's lackey flying. "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Ji Yuan, after blocking the punch, was secretly alarmed. If he had been even a fraction slower, he would have been gravely injured or killed. But Kuang Tian was already in a frenzy, laughing wildly as he launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Ji Yuan. Even Ji Yuan, battle-hardened from countless Abyss Rift fights, was forced back step by step. Was this guy's file completely useless? The ruthless power and tricky angles of his punches could only be honed through countless life-or-death battles in the Abyss Rift. Yet this man had never set foot in an Abyss Rift, nor had he any martial arts training. How could he have developed such fighting skills? His life-bound weapon was long, but Huang Quan's attacks were all close range, leaving no chance to counter. While defending, Ji Yuan also observed Huang Quan. The guy was like a completely different person compared to yesterday. It was as if another soul had taken over his body. "A man's body is so light," Kuang Tian exclaimed, never pausing his attacks. Being suppressed by a nobody. If word got out, how humiliating. With that thought, Ji Yuan held nothing back and unleashed the full aura of a 5th-level powerhouse. After a brief collision, both retreated several zhang. Ji Yuan was shocked, then raised his hand and said bluntly, "I came to see you about yesterday." Kuang Tian was about to continue his assault, but stopped mid-motion. Seeing the other halt, Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "What do you think about what we discussed yesterday?" Yesterday? Inside Huang Quan's body, the 3 personalities looked at each other blankly. How could they possibly know about yesterday? After a brief pause, Leng Shui made a quick decision. Though Kuang Tian was reluctant, he gave in when Leng Shui spoke. "I have things to do today. We'll talk another time." With that, he vanished in an instant. Kuang Tian laughed heartily. That kid earlier was pretty good at fighting. Without that chest fat weighing me down, it's so much more fun. "Brother Ji, are we just going to let him leave like that?" The lackey ran up and asked after the 2 had finished fighting. Ji Yuan said helplessly, "What do you want me to do? This is the Fang force of the Lei family. Do you know how I was ground into the ground by the Fang force back then?" After saying that, he turned and left directly. "Brother Ji, wait for me. If we go back like this, won't the president blow up?" "Just tell him the whole story. If he has the guts, he can go negotiate with the Lei family himself. I don't have the nerve." Inside the school, Huang Quan felt his right eyelid twitching, and he seemed absent-minded. Where the hell did that damn Shungnin go? Knowing her, she probably went ahead on girls as soon as she got off the car. How can a woman be more into women than men? He just hoped she wouldn't cause him trouble. If she hit on a woman with a troublesome background, he would be done for. Forget it'll find her after class. But just then the classroom door was pushed open, and everyone looked toward the door. Even the girls started to exclaim, "Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? Did he walk into the wrong classroom? But he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. If I had seen such a handsome guy once, I would never forget him." Huang Quan looked at the classroom door. When he recognized who it was, his face instantly darkened. Lei Aoshua, damn it. Dressed up like a star, what the hell is she doing? At that moment, Shengnan also winked at all the girls in the class. "Hi." The girls nodded dazedly, and some even blushed from just that one look. Huang Quan watched her flirtatious demeanor and felt goosebumps all over. The teacher also came to his senses, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Student, who are you looking for?" "Teacher, I'm Huang Quan from this class." As soon as he said that, the entire classroom fell silent, and everyone stared at him in shock. "This is Huang Quan. Are you kidding me? This guy is that invisible Huang Quan." He remembered that the usual Huang Quan had messy hair and no outstanding features whatsoever. He was even known as the loser of the class. Already an adult, he hadn't even shown any signs of awakening his companion device. Yi Fatty took a closer look and realized it was indeed his best buddy. He couldn't sit still anymore, stood up abruptly, and said indignantly, "Brother Huang, we agreed to be ugly together. How could you secretly get plastic surgery behind my back? That's too much." Shengnan was also speechless. She remembered that Huang Quan was close to this fatty, but what kind of friend was this? How could she have gotten plastic surgery in just one night? But now the problem was she had no idea how Yi Fatty and Huang Quan usually interacted with each other. "Since you're Huang Quan, go back to your seat." Shengnan walked with a confident stride, and as she passed by some girls, she would gently lift their hair and whisper, "Your hair smells so good. This fragrance matches your beauty perfectly." The girls instantly blushed. Even though he was a loser, he was really handsome. Yi Fatty was stunned on the side, even rubbing his eyes vigorously, and said incredulously, "Are you really my brother? How come you're like a different person today? Was this flirting skill possessed by some scumbag?" At that moment, Shengnan shrugged and said lazily, "From today on, I'm going to be a good person." "Yi Fatty, becoming a scumbag counts as being a good person. Brother, tell me honestly, did someone provoke you?" "Spill it," Yi Fatty said with a serious face. Shengnan was a bit surprised, not expecting Huang Quan's friend to be so loyal. "Are you going to stand up for me?" "Not necessarily, but I can drink with you without any problem." Yi Fatty chuckled lightly. The class went relatively smoothly, but Huang Quan was on the verge of exploding. What had he done wrong for heaven to punish him like this? Thinking of this, Huang Quan's gaze involuntarily swept toward Xingnan, carrying a murderous intent. At the same time, he kept signaling Yi Fatty. Even Yi Fatty felt the chill. He turned his head and met Lei Aox's killer-like gaze, instantly shivering involuntarily. What was the campus belle Lei up to? Could she be jealous of Brother Huang? Once this thought emerged, Yi Fatty recalled the woman's voice on the other end when he called Brother Huang this morning. He thought it sounded familiar at the time. Such a nice voice must have been heard somewhere. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that voice Lei Aox's? Early in the morning, Lei Aoxue was with Brother Huang, and when Brother Huang flirted with other girls, Lei Aoxue got angry. Did he need to spell out the relationship? "Brother Huang, you're something." Yi Fatty showed a sly grin. Shengnan was full of question marks. "What's my last name? Did she do something? This fatty is silly, he shouldn't have noticed anything." "Brother Huang, even though you took her first blood, you can't just turn your back on her," Yi Fatty said earnestly. "First blood?" Shengnan was startled, then her face darkened. "You don't think I took her first blood, do you, eh?" "You didn't." "Nothing," Shengnan replied angrily. Yi Fatty immediately looked disappointed. "Brother Huang, let me remind you, Lei Aox's look could kill you. You'd better restrain yourself." Shengnan knew very well why Huang Quan was looking at her like that, but she was thick-skinned enough to say directly, "It's fine, she wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Yi Fatty gave her a thumbs up. "Brother Huang, you're awesome. You have the campus belle Lei, yet you're still thinking about other women. If you die one day, they'll collect your corpse. If I die, it'll definitely be in a bow-tie embrace." Shengnan replied half-jokingly. She completely failed to notice that Yi Fatty's expression changed instantly, and he even consciously kept some distance from her. "Yi Fatty, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Nothing." Yi Fatty shook his head, but his blatantly fake smile betrayed him. Shengnan felt confused. How did she expose herself? "Xingnan Leng Shui, you know Huang Quan better. Did I say something wrong?" Leng Shui, Huang Quan would never say something like die in a bow-tie embrace. That little fatty was testing you just now. He's been Huang Quan's close buddy for 3 years, and has long since something off about you. Xingnan, then what would Huang Quan say at this moment? Leng Shui thought for a moment. He would probably say, "Is it on sale? Or can I get it for free?" Or something like that. Xingnan, that guy really is a weirdo. As soon as class ended, Huang Quan got up and walked toward Lei Aoxue, crossed his arms, and said coldly, "Come with me." Now. As Huang Quan bellowed, the entire class gaze fixated on the two. Xingnan, knowing full well that Huang Quan's summons boded no good, directly refused. "Your proposal is intriguing, but I decline." "Decline?" Everyone present was stunned by this response. The campus belle had personally extended an invitation, yet you dared to refuse. Were you courting death? At that moment, Huang Quan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and shattered the desk before him with a single blow. After all, this was not his own body, and Lei Aoxue possessed such strength, so he saw no need to conceal it. A thunderous crash echoed. The entire class stood frozen in place. Was the great campus belle Lei truly enraged? Could she actually be jealous? But what had Huang Quan done to deserve Lei Aox's jealousy? Shengnan had not anticipated Huang Quan's genuine fury. "Xingnan Leng Shui, what do I do? I seem to have riled him up. Leng Shui, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. This is his body after all. Huang Tian, if he dares to be angry, let me out. A good beating will sort him out, won't it? Leng Shui, this is our body. If you damage it, we'll be the ones suffering when we switch back. Go with him first and see what he has to say. Fine, I'll go with you, Shengnan replied with a look of utter resignation, which to the other male students appeared nothing short of infuriating. Was this bastard showing off to them? The two arrived at the rooftop one after the other. Huang Quan locked the door and affixed a pre-prepared soundproof talisman to it. Then without ceremony he grabbed Shengnan by the collar and demanded, "What exactly are you doing?" "Hitting on girls," Shengnan answered truthfully. Huang Quan was so furious he nearly choked and fainted on the spot. Hitting on girls isn't done by chasing them one by one. Why are you casting a net in the classroom? And you even winked at them. I nearly puked from disgust. Really? The girls in our class seemed to enjoy it, didn't they? Shengnan replied nonchalantly. Huang Quan was incensed by this woman. Compared to having a bunch of lunatics inhabiting his own body, he would rather be an ordinary woman. At least they weren't insane. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Quan reached behind Shengnan's ear and grasped at the void. A talisman paper shimmered into existence in a golden glow. What is this? Shengnan was utterly bewildered. Huang Quan closed his eyes, seemingly reading something. After 10 breaths, his eyes snapped open, nearly blazing with fury. Do you have any brains? Fighting like that, charging in without any preparation. What if it's a trap? Shengnan paused, then replied. Huang Tian told me to say don't worry, there's no trap that can hold her. Those thugs coming after you, I won't say much. You fought them, and that's that. They'll just prepare more and handle their retaliation with ease. But why did you provoke that scythe-wielding guy? Shengnan shrugged helplessly. Huang Tian got carried away. Ling Xue and I couldn't stop her. Unless the main personality wakes up, we can't suppress her. Huang Quan finally understood. So all three of you personalities have some serious issues. To keep you in line, I need to awaken the main personality, right? Why wake up that silly girl? Shengnan was extremely reluctant. Now that she had finally taken control of the body and a man's body, at that she wanted to savor this feeling a bit longer. Huang Quan knew exactly what she was thinking. Call Ling Xue out. I need to speak with her. Ling Xue doesn't want to control the body. Why? Shengnan paused, then explained. She's different from me. She walks in the standard posture of a proper lady. With that extra thing in the way, it's inconvenient, and she finds it very uncomfortable. Huang Quan understood. Enough, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Just tell me how to awaken the main personality. Shengnan shook her head. Sorry, we don't know either. What do you mean? Has the main personality not appeared since you took control of the body? Huang Quan frowned. If the main personality never awakened, then the 3 derived personalities in his body would become the new main personalities. Shengnan explained, not exactly. Every morning upon waking, the main personality is in control. Only when her mood fluctuates or she encounters something she can't handle can we seize the opportunity to take over. She also has absolute authority over us, and, most importantly, she doesn't know we exist. Why is your situation so complicated? Huang Quan felt a headache coming on. You're not much better. My. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. That's what Ling Xue said. Nothing to do with your big brother Shengnan replied with a shrug. Huang Quan frowned. Among all the personalities, only Ling Xue seemed to retain memories of rebirth. Could it be that their memories were fragmented as well? For instance, Ling Xue was responsible for absolute rationality and carried knowledge-related memories. Xingnan, on the other hand, handled social interactions and was exceptionally skilled. She could charm a girl with just a few words. As for Huang Tian, whom he had yet to meet, she was undoubtedly in charge of combat. The 3 personalities had no idea what the others were thinking, nor did they share memories. It was as if Liao Xue had 3 subconsciences. When idle, the main conscience was essentially on standby, while the 3 other personalities handled 3 situations: rationality, social affairs, and combat. Forget it. They'll figure out a way to handle the main personality. Let's first deal with the matter at hand. Huang Quan rubbed his temples. He would need to prepare some abyssal artifacts related to the psyche to stimulate and awaken the main personality when necessary. The matter at hand. Shengnan looked confused. She glanced at the iron door. You mean them? Didn't you just put up some talisman? They shouldn't be able to hear us, right? There's a written exam today, and you need to pass it. In the past, scoring above average was enough, but now it seems that won't cut it. You need at least a passing grade so that old witch Su can't find a pretext against you. Huang Quan's words left Shengnan dumbfounded. Wait, what do you mean? Written exam? I didn't know about this. It was announced on short notice today. The penalty for failing is forced expulsion, Huang Quan said coldly. It was clearly aimed at him. With Ling Xue around, you don't need to worry about that. The real problem is you. From what I recall, your exam scores are always teetering on the edge, Huang Quan remarked. Shengnan replied, if I scored such a result, people would immediately suspect something. Don't worry about that. Your average score on written exams is always perfect. You rarely miss points. Getting a perfect score isn't difficult for me either. Shengnan was stunned. You can get a perfect score. Then why do you always aim for average? Low-key, just live an ordinary life. If you look average and have mediocre abilities, no one will actively seek trouble with you. You all should be clear about my conversation with Ling Xue. Huang Quan frowned. Shengnan spread her hands, helpless. But I couldn't understand a single word of your conversation with Ling Xue. Forget it. Just unleash 80% of your strength during the exam. No, 88%. If this written test is really targeting me, the difficulty will definitely be increased. As long as I don't pass, they'll have ample reason to make a move against me. Huang Quan voiced his concerns. Shengnan paused for a moment, then said, just now people from the Sky Blue Guild invited you to join their assault team. If you join the guild, even if you fail the exam, the expulsion matter will be dropped, won't it? Join my ass. If I join a guild and gain the corresponding rights, I'll have to enter the Abyss Rift and fight those abyssal monsters. That place is full of dangers, who knows what accidents might happen. Besides, since I'm not a combat member, I won't have much authority, and it'll just be bossed around. Why would I join? Huang Quan said grumpily. There was no longer anything to hide between them. Shengnan looked incredulous. Every year countless people scramble to get into a guild, and yet you're dismissing it. She knew very well that some female students would even resort to seduction to get into a guild. Anyway, during the exam you can perform normally, but don't overdo it. After stating this, Huang Quan pulled open the iron door of the rooftop only to find it crowded with a group of male and female students. He immediately put on a cold face. You have business. Seeing that the campus belle's anger had not yet subsided, everyone dared not breathe loudly, and instinctively made way for her. As Huang Quan left, the others hadn't heard much, but they clearly sensed that Lei Aoshua and Huang Quan had an unusual relationship. If they had doubted yesterday that the man who forcefully kissed Lei Aoshua was Huang Quan, they were now almost certain. If it wasn't Huang Quan, why would Lei Aoshua's attitude toward him have changed so drastically? Among them, quite a few had long disliked Huang Quan. Huang Quan, you must be feeling pretty smug now, right? Xingnan. He wasn't particularly smug. And you are. Shengnan showed no particular courtesy to the man before him, nor did she remember his name. Hearing this, the man was so angry, he almost twisted his mouth. Huang Quan, have you had enough of life? You don't even recognize me. Shengnan was momentarily stunned. Was this person someone Huang Quan knew? But she didn't recognize him. Huang Quan, looks like you haven't woken up today. Open your dog eyes wide, and take a good look. This is your Zheng Long brother Long. Kid, you dare to provoke the campus ballet. I think you're asking for a beating. Zheng Long waved his hand. Seize him. Lock the door. They'll teach this loser the rules. As he spoke, two men immediately locked the rooftop door. After locking it, Zheng Long stated bluntly, Kid, don't you know that Lei Aoshua is young Master Ming's woman? How dare you touch her? Shengnan immediately understood. So you're Ming Xuanyuan's lackey. When did Lei Aoshua become his woman? Leng Shui, he's been spreading that everywhere, and he's been pursuing me at school. His underlings naturally parrot that to curry favor. Xingnan, should I let Kuang Tian out? Leng Shui, let's see how things go. Hearing this powerless loser call him a lackey, Zheng Long was furious. Huang Quan, you're asking for death. This is the school. Are you sure you want to start something here? Shengnan asked. Zheng Long showed no concern at all. A loser like you. Who would stand up for you? Besides, we have young Master Ming backing us. He'll deal with you whenever I feel like it. With a roar, Zheng Long shot forward like a cannonball. As an awakened with a companion artifact, his physical functions were explosively enhanced, making it trivial to handle ordinary people. At that moment, walking down the corridor, Huang Quan suddenly thought of something. He looked up and saw that Lei Aoshua hadn't followed, and a sense of foreboding arose. When he reached the rooftop, he overheard classmates whispering, How brutal. Even the sound gives me chills. This Huang Quan really crossed the line, daring to lay a hand on Lei Aoshua. Was she someone he could touch? He hasn't even awakened a companion artifact. How dare he act so recklessly at school? Nowadays, as long as no one dies, the school won't intervene. If he were some genius, it would be understandable, but he's about to graduate without awakening any companion artifact. What kind of genius could he be? I think the school has been wanting to get rid of him for a long time. Huang Quan listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the rooftop. A loud bang rang out. The iron door of the rooftop was dented inward. Then the door opened, revealing a man with a wild expression. Everyone was stunned. Huang Quan. How was he still unscathed? When they saw the bullying Zheng Long lying prostrate on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, disbelief filled their eyes. Huang Quan hadn't even awakened a companion artifact. How did he manage to defeat Zheng Long? Could he have awakened suddenly in that critical moment? But Zheng Long had already reached the second level of awakening. The gap in speed and strength between them was immense, not to mention that Zheng Long's lackeys were also awakened. How did he manage to win? Huang Quan looked at the woman who was emanating a domineering aura through his own body, understanding that this was Kuang Tian. Her eyes held an unparalleled majesty. Let's go, Huang Quan called out, and turned around feeling a wave of helplessness. It seemed he would need to prepare more. The Huang Quan behind him suddenly retracted his aura, a charming smile spreading across his face. He even blew kisses toward some female students. If not for the murderous look in Huang Quan's eyes, she wouldn't have restrained herself at all. Yet the two walking together left the entire school dumbfounded. Whoa, isn't that the goddess Lei? Who's that man beside her? He's quite handsome. That handsome guy just winked at me. The goddess Lei is actually glaring. What's that guy's background? Huang Quan now regretted his earlier decision. This only pushed him into the spotlight. Because he was in a different body, he always reacted slowly. Just as he was about to part ways, a sudden fragrance of flowers filled the air, and a group of people blocked his path. Aoshua, be my girlfriend. The man's sincere voice moved heaven and earth, and even himself. Huang Quan looked at the person before him, slightly stunned. Ming Xinyuan. Hearing Lei Aoshue call his name, Ming Xuanyuan's eyes instantly flashed with a glint of sharp light. Aoshue, does this mean you've accepted me? Huang Quan, what kind of logic is this? Calling your name means accepting you. But on second thought, Huang Quan could understand. Usually at university, Lei Aoshue kept everyone at arm's length. Most of the time she just nodded with mum and rarely called anyone by name. Thinking this, Huang Quan couldn't help but glance at Lei Aoshue. This is your body, what do we do now? This scene naturally didn't escape Ming Xuanyuan's eyes. He frowned deeply. What did this mean? He needed this man's permission to have dinner with her. Who was this guy? Shengnan rolled her eyes directly. What are you looking at me for? Huang Quan took a deep breath, imitating Lang Shue's usual demeanor, cast a cold glance at Ming Xuanyuan, and then said in a cold voice, be your father. Then he walked straight past Ming Xuanyuan, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Did the school beauty just curse? Her voice was beautiful, and they enjoyed it. If she could curse, let her curse a few more times. If Huang Quan knew what they were thinking, he would have a black line on his face until tomorrow morning. Only Ming Xuanyuan's face darkened. Who was that bastard? Is he from our school? I've never seen him before. Brother Ming, he's Huang Quan, the one who kissed Goddess Lei yesterday, someone replied. Hearing this, Ming Xinyuan was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead, and he was on the verge of losing control. Damn it, a useless fool, who hasn't even awakened his companion artifact, actually kissed my woman. He had pursued Lei Aoshue for 3 full years, never even touched her hand, let alone kissed her. I want this bastard dead. Huang Quan could feel Ming Xuanyuan's fury, even from a distance, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, I'm done for. I've completely angered Ming Xinyuan. It seems my peaceful campus life is over. But Shengnan didn't care at all. What are you afraid of? It's me in your body now. If I'm not scared, why should you be? As they walked side by side for a short while, they were suddenly stopped by a little loli. It's Chu Loli, Huang Quan said casually. But Chu Xiaoming instantly bristled and said angrily, Aoshue, if you call me loli again, I'll never talk to you. Huang Quan twitched the corner of his mouth. He had blurted it out subconsciously. This was what the boys called Chu Xiaoming behind her back. It wasn't their fault. Chu Xiaoming's development was completely stunted. Though she was an 18-year-old girl, she still looked like a primary school student. Seeing this, Shengnan quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Xiaoming, don't be angry. He's just like that. But Chu Xiaoming became even more furious upon hearing this. She bared her teeth at Shengnan. You playboy, what business is it of yours? Our relationship isn't good enough for you to call me by my name. Shengnan was also taken aback. Her usual trick had always worked, but now that the bodies had switched, it had failed completely. In Chu Xiaoming's mind, her Aoshue must have been deceived by this bastard in front of her. Huang Quan in her eyes was already a scumbag, worse than scum. Shengnan quickly gave Huang Quan a look, signaling him to comfort her. Huang Quan was also a bit dumbfounded. He had no idea how to comfort people, let alone how she usually comforted this little loli. But these glances in Chu Xiaoming's eyes were nothing but flirtatious looks and secret signals. Aoshue, have you really fallen for this scumbag and abandoned your bestie? The little loli was very aggrieved. Huang Quan had no choice but to imitate Shengnan's manner, pulling Chu Xiaoming into his arms and whispering softly, of course not. You'll always be my best sister. Chu Xiaoming instantly showed a happy expression, completely unaware that she was being held by a man. Of course, Huang Quan had no improper thoughts about her. This little girl, aside from being quite cute, was flat as a board both front and back. Even Fatty Yi had more than her, so she simply couldn't stir any interest. Ahem. Shengnan coughed a few times to signal them to let go. Chu Xiaoming immediately became displeased, hands on her hips, puffing angrily. I'm Aokshu's best friend. I don't approve of this relationship between you two, especially you. Don't even think about it. With that, Chu Xiaoming grabbed Huang Quan by the collar and kissed him on the cheek, then looked at the man, smugly flashing a provocative gaze. See, don't think you're the only one who can kiss her. I can too. Shengnan was speechless. What do I have to do to tell this silly girl that the person she just kissed, though appearing to be a woman, is actually a man? Lang Shui. I have no idea either. Huang Quan touched his moist cheek. This feeling was like being kissed by a little cat, even leaving some saliva. Then Chu Xiaoming triumphantly pulled Lei Aoshue away. Huang Quan immediately shot a pleading look at Lei Aoshue. Your bestie is dragging me away, do something. Shengnan spread her hands, let fate decide. Then Chu Xiaoming dragged Lei Aoshue straight to the medical room. Her short legs tried to kick the door open, but after 2 kicks it didn't budge. Huang Quan was a bit speechless. He simply knocked on the door and asked, where do you feel unwell? Chu Xiaoming was caught off guard by Aokshu's sudden concern for her. After a 2-second pause, she said, it's not for me, it's for you. Huang Quan. After entering the medical room, Chu Xiaoming directly called out, Doctor, come check on my Aoshue. I seriously suspect she's been affected by some abyssal artifact or curse. The medical room teacher was also startled upon hearing this. Lei Aokshu's background was no joke. If anything happened to her, they might just vanish from the face of the earth. The doctor gave Lei Aoshue a simple examination and used a professional instrument to scan her, confirming that there was no trace of abyssal contamination, and breathed a sigh of relief. She has no abyssal aura, no signs of curses or abyssal artifact effects. She's very healthy, the doctor said, also relieved inwardly. Chu Xiaoming remained skeptical. Then why would she fall for a useless waste who hasn't even awakened his companion artifact? Apart from an abyssal artifact or a love curse, she could find no other explanation. Huang Quan's eyes twitched. Xiaoming, we're just ordinary friends. There's no relationship between us. At the same time, Huang Quan silently added in his heart, nor will there ever be one. In his eyes, Lei Aoshue was half a lunatic. However, Chu Xiaoming was utterly unconvinced by Lei Aoxue's words. Are you kidding me? You two are already a pair, even entering each other's homes, and you say there's nothing going on. Chu Xiaoming was also completely baffled. Huang Quan was speechless. He and Lei Aoshue had merely walked a stretch of road together. How did it turn into this in everyone's eyes? Then Chu Xiaoming's face turned sorrowful, and then she thought of something, and said, but he'll be expelled soon, so you won't see him anymore. Why, oi? Huang Quan was startled at first, then realized, you mean the theoretical exam? What else? Without awakening his companion artifact, he's no different from an ordinary person. He scores 0 in every martial exam, yet he occupies a lot of resources in our school. With no background, it's only natural that the higher-ups would target him. Chu Xiaoming's hatred for Huang Quan seemed to fade as she said this. Once out of the academy with Lei Aoxue's status and talent, the gap between her and that good-for-nothing Huang Quan would only widen. Then he would come to understand his disparity with Lei Aoxue and leave of his own accord. What if I pass? What reason would they have to expel me? Huang Quan asked. Chu Xiaoming found this remark strange. Aoshue, what are you saying? Even if the principal had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare expel you. If he did, Lei Laohu would probably skin him alive. Ahem, I mean, what if Huang Quan passes this time? Huang Quan coughed dryly, almost forgetting he was in Lei Aoxue's body. So what if he passes? The higher-ups have 1,000 ways to expel him. He scores 0 in every martial exam, doesn't he? They just need to tweak the rules a bit, and they can still expel him. Chu Xiaoming chuckled lightly. Huang Quan naturally knew what tweaking the rules meant. The school's regulation stated that as long as one passed either the theoretical or martial exam, one could not be expelled. This was meant to ensure that human knowledge achievements would not be buried. Now these people were resorting to any means to force him to drop out, even willing to change the rules set by the Abyss Association. Is it because No, because Huang Quan is close to Lei Aoshue that they want to expel him. Huang Quan was utterly baffled. What kind of nonsense was this? Although Chu Xiaoming felt that Aoshue was speaking strangely today, she patiently explained, it seems not. This matter existed before he harassed you yesterday. It must have been planned long ago, and it wasn't Ming Xianyuan who did it. After all, before yesterday, he was just an insignificant nobody. Even if Ming Xianyuan wanted to target Huang Quan, it would only be from today onward. After hearing Chu Xiaoming's explanation, Huang Quan roughly understood the situation and couldn't help frowning. Could it be that before he had any interaction with Lei Aoshue, he had offended someone else? But that was impossible, wasn't it? He was as well behaved as could be in school, almost as if he had the model student label plastered on his face. He always treated the school bullies courteously, never offending anyone. How could he have gotten into trouble? He had also kept his other identities tightly hidden. From Leng Shue's words, it could be deduced that she had been reborn several times and still hadn't discovered them, so the chances of others finding out were even more minuscule. Aoshue, you aren't worried about that guy, are you? Chu Xiaoming rolled her eyes, utterly exasperated. You don't actually like him, do you? I really don't see what's so great about him. Huang Quan couldn't help rolling his eyes too. This was about his own interests. How could he not be worried? Soon the class bell rang, and Chu Xiaoming eagerly pulled Lei Aoshue toward the classroom. As soon as they entered, they saw Xingnan, who was using Huang Quan's body, stand up from beside a girl. When Chu Xiaoming saw who Huang Quan was chatting up, she sneered. Aoshue, look, this is the man you fancy. His fickle nature is exposed. He's even flirting with Lin Mu, a girl so innocent that no one could harbor ill intentions toward her. When Huang Quan saw that the girl was indeed Lin Mu, his face darkened instantly. He was about to step forward and have a word with Shangnan. But behind them came the voice of the old witch Su. Everyone return to your seats. The exam begins. Huang Quan had no choice but to sit back down and wait for the exam to start. Su Ling cleared her throat twice on the podium and said, this exam paper does not have uniform questions, so don't think you can copy the answers. As her words fell, the classroom erupted in groans. Random questions. Wasn't that a direct disaster? Huang Quan also frowned, his peripheral vision involuntarily glancing toward Shangnan. At that moment, her dignified and elegant demeanor was very likely Leng Shui. Given his grades, even the hardest questions would be a piece of cake for him. When Huang Quan received the test paper, he first scanned the questions and raised an eyebrow. This is so easy. He finished the test in less than 10 minutes, then stood up and tossed the paper directly onto the podium. If not for having to imitate Lei Aoxue's handwriting, he could have handed in the paper 5 minutes earlier. The questions were like child's play to him. When the others saw her hand in the paper so quickly, they were surprised, but not shocked. After all, this was Lei Aoshue, the genius of both letters and martial arts in their class. Isn't that too fast? I just started writing, and she's already done. How can the gap between people be so huge? Maybe she got an easier set of questions. Su Ling glanced at the test paper, looking at Lei Aoxu's back. The questions on this paper were no different from the others. How could she finish so quickly? The Lei family was truly terrifying. Huang Quan walked out of the classroom and leaned against the wall waiting for Leng Shui to come out. He had thought that with her grades she would be out quickly, but to his surprise wave after wave of students came out of their classroom, yet there was no sign of Lei Aoxue. This made Huang Quan a bit suspicious. Why wasn't she out yet? Could her questions be extremely difficult? The composition of advanced abyss crystals, or the smelting of level 7 equipment. Isn't that the school beauty Lei? Why is she still here? I remember she handed in her paper early. Who is she waiting for? Could it be that Huang Quan? That Huang Quan must have saved the world in his past life to have even won the heart of the school beauty Lei. Of course some people took a picture of this scene and passed it on to Ming Xinyuan with embellishments. Then time ticked by until the bell rang and the last person came out. Only then did Huang Quan finally see Leng Shui's figure. Their eyes met, and Leng Shui quickly turned her head away. Didn't do well. Huang Quan stepped forward and asked directly. Leng Shui rubbed her temples and said, the questions this time were too tricky, even beyond my outline. For example, during the Tianlan City Defense War 3 years ago, a sudden abyss rift appeared. How many monsters emerged from it? How many of them were flying monsters, and how many were ground monsters? How would I know? 3456 monsters, of which 2016 were crawling types, 1430 were flying types, and the remaining 10 were lord types. Huang Quan's precise answer left Lei Aoxue completely stunned. You. How did you know that? This was a question designed to be difficult, yet Huang Quan answered it directly. That was the most unbelievable part. You're the one who doesn't even know this. Though it's old news, remembering it wouldn't be a problem. Huang Quan said, not forgetting to cast a suspicious glance at Lei Aoxue, as if saying, is this person really reborn? Doesn't seem like it. So, how many points do you think you'll get in this written exam? Huang Quan felt no expectation left. Leng Shui responded with silence. She truly hadn't remembered those old matters. What am I supposed to do? Huang Quan rubbed his forehead vigorously. Could he only focus on the martial arts exam? Leng Shui hesitated for a few breaths and said, in the martial arts exam, I'll have Kuang Tian step in. Getting first place won't be a problem. Huang Quan waved his hands repeatedly. First place. Big sister, please don't. Getting first would at most earn us some useless abyss equipment, but it would make us a thorn in many people's sides. 5th place, no 10th, that's enough. Leng Shui knew his temperament and didn't argue but advised kindly. I've told you your calamity doesn't come from the abyss nor from these petty troublemakers, but from your family. Huang Quan froze, instantly staring straight into Leng Shui's eyes, as if trying to see a hint of deceit in them. So you don't need to keep a low profile. As Leng Shui's words fell, a pleasant female voice sounded beside them. Excuse me, are Huang Quan and Lei Aoxue good friends? Lin Mu held her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly, her pure eyes scanning back and forth between the two. Huang Quan looked at the newcomer and felt a headache coming on. We have no relationship, at most we're acquaintances. The person speaking through Huang Quan's body was obviously Shengnan. Huang Quan had almost gotten used to their instant switches. Is that so? I saw that Huang Quan and Lei Aoxue seemed quite close, who I thought they were dating. Lin Mu asked directly. Shengnan waved her hand. Who would date him? In my opinion, there's definitely something wrong with his brain. Huang Quan also rolled his eyes. He had something wrong. A person with a split personality disorder dares to call him sick. That's great then. Since you two aren't dating Huang Quan, can you date me after school? Hearing this, Shengnan's eyes lit up. Today at school she had hit on many girls, but most flatly refused upon hearing his name. Although Huang Quan had good looks, his reputation as a useless burden was too famous. At 18, he still hadn't awakened his companion device, which was unique in Tianlan Academy. Of course, no problem. Shengnan agreed without a second thought. Then Lin Mu smiled at him, put her hands behind her back, and walked away with cheerful steps. But as soon as she left, Huang Quan was furious, even wanting to kill Shengnan on the spot. Why are you looking at me like that? Shengnan said innocently. It was just hitting on a girl, or was it that serious? Huang Quan covered his face and said, it's one thing to hit on other girls, but why did you have to talk to her? Hearing this, Shengnan's eyes sparkled. Do you two have an untold story? Story my ass. I've never even exchanged half a sentence with her. Huang Quan covered his face and explained, do you know about the flaying case in the wealthy district that caused a stir half a month ago? I've heard of it. Why are you bringing it up? Shengnan nodded. The incident occurred not far from her home. The method was extremely cruel. The victim's skin was completely peeled off, and it was said the person was still alive while being skinned. The whole incident spread like wildfire in Tianlan City. It was hastily concluded as the work of an abyss infected. She did it, Huang Quan said, looking in the direction Lin Mu had left, his face full of gravity. Shengnan. Leng Shui. Hey, are you kidding me? She has no abyss aura, no characteristics of an infected. Shengnan was incredulous that she had misjudged. This woman looked so innocent, but her heart was so terrifying. She's not an infected, she's just a pure madwoman. Huang Quan rubbed his forehead and said, I discovered this by chance. That day I planned to go to the Abyss Rift to deploy puppets as usual, but who knew that when I passed through a desolate area, I happened to see her peeling a human skin. Blood stained her face, and I could vaguely see the madness in her eyes. Speaking of this, Huang Quan seemed to recall something, and sighed deeply. It seems she also noticed me. Good thing I ran fast, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. Is she very strong? At this moment the personality in the body had switched to Leng Shui. Facing this situation, Shang Nen immediately wilted. Huang Quan shook his head. Though her companion device is unknown, her awakening level is no lower than 3rd grade. Then why did you run? Leng Shui felt speechless. A 4th grade awakener turning tail at the sight of a 3rd grade. Was that reasonable? It was an indisputable fact that a 4th grade awakener could suppress over a dozen 3rd grade awakeners. Who knows if she has hidden strength or some special abyss equipment that can instantly boost power. Starting a fight rashly would only put me at a disadvantage. Huang Quan replied seriously. Leng Shui rubbed her forehead and said, what do we do with her now? Shang Nen has already provoked her. Should I have her reject her? Better not. Let me tell you another thing you don't know. In the early days of school, when I passed by the small woods, I happened to hear Lin Mu inviting a guy. The guy refused, outright citing studies. The next day he mysteriously disappeared. I saw his corpse being devoured by infected beasts outside the city. Though he was unrecognizable, I recognized him at once. He was the guy who had talked to Lin Mu. At that time he was already a 2nd grade awakener. What? Leng Shui's face turned shocked then grave. Our class is truly a den of hidden dragons. I've been reborn several times and never noticed you monsters. How could you? Usually besides talking to Chu Xiaoming, you keep everyone at arm's length. Plus with your background, who would dare approach you? Huang Quan said with irritation. At this moment Leng Shui suddenly thought of something. What were you doing in the school's small woods and going outside the city? The small woods was a place for couples to meet. She couldn't imagine Huang Quan going there. Beyond the city limits the land was desolate and uninhabited. Except for the supply routes patrolled by the awakened, every other place was overrun by ferocious beasts. These creatures, tainted by the miasma seeping from the abyssal rifts, had grown several times larger than their original forms. Even once harmless stray cats could now easily claim the lives of ordinary people. Huang Quan hesitated for a moment before replying, I was getting some things ready. For instance, planting landmines, setting up surveillance talismans, and stocking wartime rations. Seeing that Huang Quan was unwilling to elaborate, Lei Aoshua dropped the matter. Fine, I won't press you. It's almost time for school to end. My brother is coming home tonight, so just play along casually, alright? At the mention of brother, Huang Quan frowned. Is there anything I need to be careful about? Leng Shui rubbed her temples and said, have you met my primary personality, the real Lei Aoshua? How could I have? Huang Quan was exasperated. He had only learned today that Lei Aoshua suffered from dissociative identity disorder. That complicates things. When you're with them, the primary personality will emerge. If you go home without acting like her, it'll raise suspicion easily. Leng Shui sighed helplessly. Her father and brother were not known for their patience with outsiders. After much deliberation, Huang Quan said bluntly, why not just tell them the truth? Save us the trouble of pretending. They would kill you, Leng Shui stated flatly. Are you serious? I never joke. Then what should I do when I return to your manor? Leng Shui considered that Huang Quan was also a busy man, and his knowledge base was even richer than hers despite her having reincarnated several times. After a moment's thought, Huang Quan shook his head. It's fine. Just stay in the manor and don't touch anything. I'll handle all the preparations through my zombie puppets. The two had originally intended to keep their distance, but the entire academy was already buzzing with rumors of their relationship. Avoiding each other now made no difference. As they walked out of the school gate together, they drew a fair amount of attention. Ming Xianyuan sat in his luxury car glaring at Huang Quan's retreating figure with a venomous gaze. His face was livid, the veins on his hands bulging, as if he might explode at any moment. Tonight find that bastard Huang, and kill him directly. At his command his underlings exchanged uneasy glances. Just then Zheng Long, battered and bruised, dragged himself to the car. Ming Xianyuan was startled by Zheng Long's horrific state. What happened to you? Brother Ming, that Huang kid is weird. His skills are terrifying. He took down me and a few of the brothers. Zheng Long felt humiliated saying this. Losing to a nobody was hardly a morale booster. Zheng Long expected Ming Xianyuan to explode with rage, but instead the latter's tone turned slightly surprised. So Su Hu wasn't lying. That Huang kid does have some tricks, but at best he's just hiding his true strength. I've already obtained his home address. Tonight he'll get what's coming to him. Zheng Long glanced at the address in Ming Xuanyuan's hand and was taken aback. Brother Ming, this is already outside the city. That kid must be crazy. Even if the houses there are cheap, you'd have to be suicidal to live there. He thinks becoming an awakened makes him invincible. No self-awareness at all, Ming Xianyuan sneered. Zheng Long nodded. If he had any self-awareness, he wouldn't have touched Brother Ming's woman. Fatty Yi clutched his phone watching Huang Quan's departing figure. His mind was a mess. The person who came to school today was definitely not his buddy. Who was that? What method had they used to take over Huang Quan's body? He glanced at the time on his phone. It was already Friday. Every Friday Huang Quan would ask him for help. If he sent a distress signal, where should he look for him, and what code word should they use? Yet this Friday nothing happened. What should he do? Should he report this to the school, or directly to the night patrol? On the school's rooftop, Lin Mu stood at the highest point. A hint of madness flickered in her clear eyes as she watched Huang Quan's retreating figure. Found you. I can't believe you had the nerve to confess to me. What an interesting man. I really want to turn him into a scarecrow, make him a part of me. As her voice faded, dozens of pallid figures vaguely materialized behind her. A few pale green weeds protruded from their hollow eye sockets, and their movements were stiff and wooden like scarecrows. Lin Mu, where are you? A female voice called out. The rooftop door pushed open, and the phantom figures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lin Mu, you're here. What are you doing on the roof? Just getting some fresh air. Lin Mu displayed a charming smile, her eyes which could communicate with spirits now pure and innocent. You're not still upset about that jerk Huang, are you? Jerk Huang. That's the nickname we girls gave him. In just 10 minutes during break, he asked 5 girls for their phone numbers, and even confessed to 2 others via text. Lin Mu narrowed her eyes, a hint of amusement flickering within. She murmured, how interesting. Huang Quan sat in the back of his large truck, cruising unimpeded. When encountered rubble, he simply plowed through it. The title king of the road was no joke. Shengnan, I remember you always take the bus. Why don't you buy a car? It would make commuting much easier. Shengnan opened her mouth, then said sheepishly, we tried to get our driver's licenses, but we failed. All of you. Huang Quan was surprised. One person failing is one thing, but counting the primary personality, you 4 couldn't pass. That's odd. We can't help it. The primary personality has severe social anxiety and almost never shows up except in front of family. Every time I take the test, I get distracted by pretty girls and fail. Lung Shui has even worse control over the body. She knows what to do in her head, but can't execute it. As for Quang Tian, she floored the accelerator on the first try, crashed into over a dozen cars, and led 3 examiners plus 5 police cars on a chase for 10 blocks. She only stopped when the car ran out of gas. Huang Quan, you are truly a bunch of little geniuses, no little fairies. After escorting Lei Aoshue into the manor, he instructed her, stay in the house until I come back tomorrow. I've left food on the table. If anything goes wrong, call me directly. With that, he left immediately. Shengnan looked around, then flashed a wicked grin. I want to try jacking off. In those videos, guys always look so satisfied afterwards. I want to see what it feels like. Huang Quan left his manor and headed toward Lei Aochu's home. As soon as he set off, he sneezed repeatedly. Am I catching a cold? That's impossible. It was his first time visiting someone else's home. Maybe he should prepare in advance. If a fight broke out, he'd at least be able to escape. At the Lei family's gate, Lei Jinyuan stood tall and imposing like a fearsome deity. The servants dared not even look at him, let alone raise their eyes. Why? Why hasn't my precious Shuer returned yet? Lei Jinyuan's face was filled with unease. The butler dared to remind him, perhaps the young lady went out with friends today. Hearing that his daughter had made friends, Lei Jinyuan instantly exploded. Friends? What kind of friends? Male or female? What's their family background? Are they decent people? While he was in a state of anxious agitation, Lei Kunlun stepped out of a rugged off-road vehicle. He was dressed in black with a well-proportioned build and an extraordinary demeanor. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes carried a maturity and pride beyond his years. You brat, about time you came back. Hurry up and go find your sister outside. It's almost dark. Why hasn't she returned yet? Lei Jinyuan roared directly, showing no politeness to his son. Lei Kunlun glanced at him indifferently and said, the informant I planted at the school told me that Shuer has a boyfriend. At those words, Lei Jinyuan froze on the spot, his body trembling slightly. Then like a volcano, he erupted. Who is it? Which bastard dares to court my daughter? No matter who he is, I'll kill him. He's a delivery man. From the looks of it, he probably lives in the slums. Before Lei Kunlun could finish, Lei Jinyuan was so furious that his beard seemed to stand on end. The terrifying aura radiating from him burst forth like fire, causing the servants to tremble uncontrollably. A man from the slums dares to pursue my daughter. Does he think he can rise from the gutter with sweet talk? Lei Jinyuan was now beside himself with rage. He instantly imagined certain scenarios: his innocent daughter being seduced, getting pregnant, then abandoned, and finally drowning herself in despair. Or maybe some wild boy from nowhere wearing a tight shirt and slippers would casually wrap his arms around his precious daughter in a disrespectful manner. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, nearly wanting to tear the man apart on the spot. Calm down, old man. I haven't finished speaking. I originally thought he was a pauper, but then I discovered something odd. Lei Kunlun's tone suddenly turned serious. He explained, the informant reported that the scumbag who seduced Shuer is named Huang Quan, and he lives in a manor outside the city, not in the slums. My. Lei Jinyuan's expression immediately turned grim. People who ventured outside the city were usually experts, at least at the peak of level 2 awakening, otherwise they wouldn't survive a single night. Is that scumbag's awakened companion device very powerful? What type? Beast type? Or weapon type? That's the strangest part. According to the information I obtained, he hasn't awakened any companion device yet. Lei Kunlun narrowed his eyes. Lei Jinyuan's face darkened. You mean he might be an abyss infector lurking around my daughter to harm her? Lei Kunlun shook his head. I considered that possibility, but it's extremely slim. First, abyss infectors are humans who make deals with monsters from the abyss, sacrificing their bodies in exchange for the unknown monster's fulfillment of their deepest desires. At the same time, they emit the aura of abyssal monsters. Though faint, the night patrol who dwell in darkness and specialize in hunting infectors would surely expose him. But this Huang Quan shows no signs of being an abyss infector. Then why does he live outside the city? Isn't he afraid of being devoured by abyssal monsters? Lei Yuan suddenly became intrigued by this person named Huang Quan. Lei Kunlun continued. I speculate there are two possibilities. The first is that he's hiding his real strength. That's impossible. Lei Yuan dismissed the idea outright. I know the rules of Tianlan Academy. Every semester students undergo multiple companion device tests. Once they step onto the awakening test platform, what can they possibly hide? Unless he was intimately familiar with the structure of the awakening test platform and tampered with it before stepping on. But he was just an 18-year-old student. Even the master who built the platform couldn't guarantee such a feat. Then there's only the second possibility, and it's the one I'm most worried about. This Huang Quan might be bait sent by one of our enemies luring Shuer in before using her to threaten us. As Lei Kunlun spoke, his eyes were filled with coldness. Lei Yuan could hardly conceal his murderous intent. But I've already sent someone to follow them, waiting for an opportunity to rescue Shuer. Who did you send? Are they capable? I entrusted an old classmate, G something or other. He's quite renowned in the Tianlan Guild. If he fails, I'll go personally. Then let's put the Abyss 107 on hold for now. If we can't find a chance, well, forget it. If I can't even protect Schwinner's safety, how can I treat her illness? Just as Lei Yuan finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded beside him. What are you all standing here for? Huang Quan looked at the welcoming posture they had assumed and felt a wave of speechlessness. Did Lei Aoshue encounter this scene every day when she came home? Shuer, you're back. Father and son Lei were both stunned. They had already formulated a rescue plan, yet here, she was returning so casually. You're not welcome. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. The two shook their heads repeatedly. No, it's just that we didn't expect you back so soon. Shuer, I heard you went out to play with a classmate. Before entering the yard, he had summoned the black notebook and made a prophecy. Fate rewriting in progress. Writer Huang Quan. How to survive in the Lei family. Just call brother and dad more often. Spend a comfortable day. Huang Quan was speechless. It was again nothing but the beginning and the end. But since he had decided to call them, he would. Brother, I just discussed some things with him. It's not a romantic relationship. Huang Quan quickly distanced himself, grateful that he was using Lei Aokshu's body. Though calling her brother with her voice felt like acknowledging a big brother-in-law. Yet Huang Quan's perfunctory brother sent Lei Kunlun into a state of euphoria. The usually tough exterior gave way to an expression of extreme excitement. Shuer, say it again. Huang Quan looked at his expectant face. This was different from the Lei Kunlun he had seen in news reports. What was going on with that gaze full of emotion and adoration? Brother. Huang Quan tested again. Lei Kunlun was so excited he jumped like a child. I've been waiting for this, brother, for so long. Huang Quan was speechless. So none of Lei Aokshu's three personalities had ever called him brother at home. To be fair, it wasn't their fault. Leng Shui wouldn't be so sentimental as to call anyone Sheng, and only had women on her mind, and those two men were out of the picture. Kuang Tian. Though he encountered her the least, she probably wouldn't call him that either. What about the main personality? Had she never said it either? Brother, what were you talking about just now? Huang Quan asked in a crisp voice. When it came to his sister's questions, Lei Kunlun was all too willing to answer, throwing his brain out the window and blurting out everything without thinking. Huang Quan's face darkened. Damn, were they planning to raid his home? You brat, what are you saying? Where's your brain? Lei Yuan, sensing trouble, quickly covered Lei Kunlun's mouth. Glancing at his daughter's displeased expression, he wished he could twist the boy's head off and use it as a soccer ball. Shuer was surely still partial to that scumbag. Saying these things would only break her heart. Dad, he and I are just friends at most. Sending people to attack his home is a bit much, don't you think? Huang Quan said with a forced smile. Lei Yuan's heart melted at the sound of dad. He tossed his mind aside as well and shifted all the blame to his son. It was your brother's idea. I had nothing to do with it. Lei Kunlun was so furious that he rolled his eyes. And you're talking about me. Where's your brain? Old bastard, you're not young anymore, have some shame. How dare you talk to your father like that? You're asking for a beating. Lei Yuan glared and was about to explode. Huang Quan quickly interjected to smooth things over. Aren't you preparing to enter the Tianlan? No. 107 Abyssal Rift. It's Friday now, isn't it? I wanted to come back and spend time with you before leaving. Lei Yuan looked at his daughter with eyes full of affection. Oh. Huang Quan responded casually. What a hassle. Actually, you didn't need to come back since your real daughter is at my house. Wait, what day did you say it is? Friday. Why? Lei Yuan replied. Huang Quan's face instantly changed when he heard this. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He hurriedly dialed his own number and called himself. Pick up the phone. Huang Quan was getting anxious. Every Friday at 7 o'clock, an undying level unknown cursed monster would hunt him for an hour. In the past, he would prepare early, and surviving that hour was no big deal to him. However, the one inside his body now was Lei Aoshue, and she was still at home. Huang Quan felt as if the sky was falling. If a monster several zhang tall started rampaging in his manor, it would probably destroy most of it. The expressions of Lei Zhenyuan and Lei Kunlun instantly turned unpleasant. This must be a call to some scumbag. Is she that worried about him? Swear, don't worry. He'll immediately notify the Azure Sky Guild and have them hold off for a bit. With that, Lei Kunlun quickly took out his phone and walked aside. Lei Zhenyuan also comforted her. Your brother is sensible, he won't hurt people recklessly. Huang Quan looked coldly at this kind old father. Was he worried about the Azure Sky Guild? He was afraid that the cursed monster might accidentally destroy his home, and Huang Quan simply didn't know how to explain it to them. Tell them he was targeted by an abyssal monster. Given the nature of the Lei family father and son, they would probably jump up in alarm. But at this moment Huang Quan had been calling for a long time, and Lei Aoshue on the other end hadn't answered. He was so angry he almost cursed. What was she doing dawdling like that? Just pick up the phone. Meanwhile, Lei Kunlun, who had walked far away, also wore a cold face, and directly dialed. Ji Yuan, who was heading out of the city, yawned. As soon as he saw the caller ID, he instantly sobered up, and quickly answered. Young Master Lei. Before he could finish, Lei Kunlun roared. I'll add 20% to your payment, beat him into a pig's head. Daring to touch his sister without paying a price. Ji Yuan was stunned by the sudden roar. What was wrong with Lei Kunlun? He had known him for years, and this was the first time he saw him lose his temper. If anyone asks later, just say you already beat him up before receiving the call. Ji Yuan was speechless, but he already had some guesses. The only thing that could make Lei Kunlun so furious was probably his sister. Alright, I'll go deal with him for you, but at least give me the target's identity. If I hit the wrong person, it'll be trouble. He only gave him an address without any other information. It made him want to refuse, but Lei Kunlun was paying too much for him to reject. I recall the name is Huang Quan, in the same class as my sister. He usually drives a truck to school. Upon hearing the name Huang Quan, Ji Yuan instantly shuddered. Wait, what did you say? Huang Quan, you know him? Lei Kunlun was surprised by Ji Yuan's shocked tone. How could the famous level 5 awakener of Huadu know a worthless student? Of course I know him. Remember I told you I met a guy who could use the power of the fangs. That's this Huang Quan. Hearing this, Lei Kunlun was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The one his sister had fallen for might very well be his half-brother. In an instant, Lei Kunlun's worldview was about to collapse. So, are you still going to beat him up? Ji Yuan asked weakly. First go capture him and bring him to me. I want to ask him face to face. Hey Lei Kunlun, be reasonable. His mastery of the Fang's power is not bad. Although I can't tell his awakening level, I'm not confident I can take him down completely. This wasn't Ji Yuan belittling himself. A level 5 awakener couldn't handle a freshman, but he was genuinely afraid of the power of the Fangs. He remembered the arena battle with Lei Kunlun back then. Lei Kunlun had pinned him to the ground with just the power of the Fangs, without even using his companion weapon. He'll add another 10%. It's not about the money. 20%. I really can't beat him. 40%. I could give it a try. 60%. Fine, tomorrow morning you'll see your lively brother. After hanging up, Lei Kunlun walked toward the father and daughter. Lei Zhenyuan looked grim, but secretly delighted. With a worried face he said, Kunlun, the people you sent haven't already acted, have they? Hearing this, Huang Quan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something had really happened? How did they get through the mist array? And how did they cross the minefield, the cemetery, and the 100-ghost wall? And wasn't Kuang Tian very capable? How long had they been apart before he got GGD? But considering the Lei family was one of the top clans in Huaxiao, it was not surprising that they had some ability. But you're hitting your own daughter. Want your heartache when you learn the truth. However, Lei Kunlun with a dark face confronted his father. That Huang Quan is your illegitimate son, isn't it? Lei Zhenyuan, Huang Quan. Both were stunned on the spot. Lei Kunlun explained, Huang Quan can use the power of the Fangs. In the entire world, only our Lei family can inherit the Fang's power. So when did you have an affair? He's about the same age as my sister. Lei Kunlun grew angrier as he spoke, and even lightning flickered in his eyes. So you found someone while mom was pregnant with my sister, didn't you? Hey you brat, I've only ever had your mother in my life, and I've only loved her. This Huang Quan. Lei Zhenyuan hesitated for a moment. Then he replied, could it be that your grandfather caused this trouble? Huang Quan. Lei Kunlun also had a dark face. Old bastard, aren't you afraid that grandpa will crawl out of his grave and kill you for saying that? But I've only ever had your mother. She gave birth to you and Schwer. Why can Huang Quan inherit the Fang's power? Maybe your grandfather had another son or daughter back then. Lei Zhenyuan's expression also turned serious. Huang Quan. Seeing that the two were getting more and more ridiculous, Huang Quan gradually came to his senses and explained, actually, I lent him the power of the Fangs. What? The two men were shocked, then looked at her in unison and said, your relationship is so good that you lend him the power of the Fangs. Hey, your focus is a bit off. Shouldn't you be asking how he can lend his power to others? But Father Lei and Brother Lei obviously didn't care about that. Father Lei's anger flared up. That scumbag tricking my daughter out of her power and using it recklessly. Unforgivable. Lei Kunlun also silently turned around and picked up his phone. That kid is not part of our Lei family, he just borrowed my sister's power. Keep the original plan. Beat him up first, then bring him to the Lei family. He didn't give Ji Yuan any chance to argue and directly hung up. At this moment inside Huang Quan's manor, Huang Quan walked out of the bathroom, naked, feeling refreshed. Ah, that feels great. Leng Shui, have some shame, you're supposed to be a girl. Shengnan said shamelessly, sorry, but I'm a man now. You just experienced that feeling too, didn't you? Tell me, was it good? Huang Tian, you should speak up too. Huang Tian, can something this hard be used as a weapon? Shengnan, it can, but only on women. Huang Tian, can it be used on men? Shengnan, don't be so perverted. Shengnan let out a long sigh, opened the window, and gazed outward, unable to help exclaiming, that guy really knows how to enjoy life. Look at these lush trees, abundant fruits, and swirling mists. How is this any different from a fairyland? Leng Shui said, I have seen in ancient books that before the Abyss Rift descended, such scenery was common throughout Huaxia. If only we could go out, maybe I could bring a girl back and help that kid Huang Qian end his virginity ahead of time. Shengnan rested her chin on one hand, looking somewhat bored. Leng Shui asked, how do you know he's a virgin? Shengnan replied, it's obvious, isn't it? He's not proactive, doesn't approach people, can't sweet talk. A guy like that would be a miracle if he weren't a virgin. Shengnan continued, he's in our body now, though that sounds a bit exaggerated. But he has the most beautiful body in the world at his disposal, yet he acts like nothing's wrong, calm and composed. I'm starting to wonder if he might be into men. Leng Shui said, I can tell you 100% that he likes women. It's just that he's currently in the period of tribulation transcendence, and he knows that if he casually gets involved with women, it will bring unnecessary disasters. What he wants now is to avoid it as much as possible. Shengnan, who had no memories of past lives, couldn't help asking, have you seen what he looks like after the tribulation Leng Shui said, I have seen it. Through several lifetimes, only in the last one did I see his true form. But at that time he was on the brink of death, barely hanging on by a thread. Yet his gaze at us was unrestrained and extremely explicit, as if he cared about nothing and only wanted to enjoy the present. So we shouldn't mess around with his body nor cause him trouble. Shengnan said softly, Leng Shui, are you misunderstanding something? This male body now belongs to me. I never wanted to switch back. Leng Shui replied, do you have the heart to leave your father and brother? If we stay in this body, all of that will disappear. And Huang Quan's family. It's a long story, they're not good people. In his past life, Huang Quan was ruined by them. Shengnan was caught in a dilemma. He wanted the male body, but couldn't bear to leave his father and older brother. Although those two were usually stupid as hell, the time spent living with them was the happiest days of his life. No childhood darkness, no need to learn facial expression management, no need to read between the lines. You're reincarnated, so do you know how we can switch back? Shengnan asked. Leng Shui was momentarily speechless. I've never heard of such a situation. It's just swapping souls, not bodies. This world also has abyss items that directly attack the soul, but most are aimed at killing the other party. A situation like this swapping souls is happening for the first time. Shengnan said, since you don't know, then I'm going to enjoy this male body to the fullest. That feeling just now? Besides the sleeping main personality, you felt it too, right? It's great, isn't it? Leng Shui remained silent. At this moment Shengnan also smiled with pursed lips and said, I used to wonder why men go to such lengths and talk nonsense for the sake of reproduction. Now I want to go and be a playboy too. Leng Shui, displeased, directly seized control of the body and said, Shengnan, you need to restrain yourself. You're using someone else's body now. Well, have many things to ask Huang Quan for in the future. What you're doing now is causing him trouble. Shengnan, not to be outdone, seized control of the body again. Even Leng Shui was somewhat stunned. Aside from the main personality, her authority was the highest. Whenever she wanted to control the body, the other two personalities would not contend for it. Unexpectedly, Shengnan's obsession was so deep that to pick up girls, she directly snatched control of the body from Leng Shui's hands. I'm a grown old woman, what I want to do is my freedom. Shengnan picked up her phone, ready to continue being a player. However, as soon as she picked up the phone, it was exactly 7 o'clock and a call came in. Seeing it was an unknown number, Shengnan was startled, then answered without thinking. As soon as the call connected, a sweet voice came from the other end. Hello, I am Miss Guna. I will come to date you in half an hour. After saying that, she hung up directly. Shengnan looked at the phone, completely confused. I didn't even tell her the address. How can she find me? Could she be Huang Quan's old flame? Leng Shui said, impossible. Huang Quan wouldn't actively provoke anyone before the tribulation transcendence. Even I haven't noticed anything unusual about her. Shengnan said, let me ask her about the situation first. As she prepared to call back, she heard that the number was disconnected. What's going on? A prank call. Then she tossed the phone aside, ignored it, and prepared to go play in the garden directly. At this moment, outside the manor, an armored off-road vehicle was charging through the jungle, traversing the rugged road as if it were flat ground. The armored vehicle stopped in front of the thick fog, and Ji Yuan's head poked out looking around. Inside the armored vehicle were 2 4th-level awakened and 2 3rd-level peak awakened totaling 5, including Ji Yuan. Brother Ji, are you taking us to the Abyss Rift? I haven't heard of any assault plan recently, nor any new Abyss Rift appearing. You're not making unauthorized requisitions, are you? Without explaining where we're going, you just dragged us along. If it weren't for our good relationship, I'd suspect you were planning to take us out in a remote place. Ji Yuan let out a long sigh and explained, your brother Ji is bringing you to get rich. The four exchanged glances. One of them, a girl in a black tight-fitting suit, said coldly, stop joking. This place barely counts as a residential area, but there are still abyss monsters lurking. It's just that this year a thick fog appeared for no reason, which is perfect for killing and burying bodies. The rest also became wary of Ji Yuan. Si Lingfei, don't smear my reputation. This is a legitimate mission. I brought you along because I thought we could earn money together. Si Lingfei glanced at the thick fog in front of the vehicle and said, you're not thinking of charging into this fog, are you? Let me warn you, this fog is strange. Once you enter, it's easy to get lost. Don't even think about treasure hunting. A 6th-level powerhouse already swept through this white fog area and found nothing. He almost starved to death in the fog. If a kind-hearted truck driver hadn't passed by that 6th-level powerhouse, would have starved to death in this fog. Where are your minds wandering? I didn't bring you for treasure hunting. I brought you to take care of someone. Ji Yuan said irritably. The reason I'm in a hurry is that the person who gave me the mission paid too much. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help showing contempt. They were dragged out just to deal with someone. What kind of people would live in a place like this? Brother Ji, this urban area has long been abandoned. Anyone appearing here is either an infected or a monster that has escaped from the abyss. Even if someone really lived in this mist, we wouldn't be able to find them. Several of them discussed, and Si Lingfei voiced the doubt in her heart, could this be a trap set by our rival guild? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The others nodded in agreement. I received this private mission from Lei Kunlun, and I brought you all together for your own good. At the mention of Lei Kunlun, the four were startled. The Lei family was issuing missions. Si Lingfei was clearly skeptical. Tell me the truth, who is the target? What's their awakening level? If there's anything you haven't disclosed, I'll leave right now. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, Ji Yuan had to come clean actually. After hearing Ji Yuan's brief introduction, the group had varied expressions. Si Lingfei let out a sigh. Ji Yuan, you're something else, taking on such a shoddy job. Sending a team of assault specialists to bully a kid who hasn't even graduated middle school. If this gets out, well, lose all face. Yeah, brother Ji, no matter how desperate for money you are, you can't go kidnapping someone's child. I didn't want to take it either, but that Lei Kunlun offered too much. Ji Yuan raised 5 fingers as he spoke. The others exchanged glances and guessed 50,000. Guess again. 500,000. The price truly tempted them. Guess again. Could it be 5 million? With Ji Yuan's nod, the group erupted in excitement. My god, the Lei family really is filthy rich. Paying 5 million just to bully a middle school student. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. If we get this, we can take a nice year-long break. Ji Yuan smirked. We need to take him alive, just rough him up a bit. But Si Lingfei remained cautious and secretly sent a message to the guild leader. After entering the mist, their expressions grew serious. Drive straight ahead, and we'll soon see the buildings. Ji Yuan said, looking at the map. Si Lingfei pulled out her phone. Since entering the mist, the signal had grown increasingly poor, and within a few minutes it died completely. Not long after Ji Yuan's group entered the white mist, 2 more off-road vehicles pulled up before it. This is the place, the leader said with a smirk. A neatly dressed young man stepped out of the vehicle. It was Ming Xuanyuan, who had previously clashed with Huang Quan. Because Huang Quan lived outside the city for safety's sake, he had specially hired 3 4th-level awakeners to escort him. Dare to touch the woman I've set my sights on. Tonight you'll die without even knowing how. Ming Xuanyuan's face was twisted with malice. He had long regarded Lei Aoshue as his prize and would not allow anyone else to covet her. Follow me. When we find that bastard, kill him on the spot. He likes living outside the city, doesn't he? Dying in the suburbs today, no one will care. With that, Ming Xuanyuan got back into the off-road vehicle and charged straight into the white mist. Inside the white mist, the military off-road vehicle carrying Ji Yuan's group had been driving for over 10 minutes, yet they were still surrounded by white fog and the occasional protruding branches of trees. No matter how they drove, they were enveloped tightly by the white mist. Ji Yuan grew anxious. Are you driving recklessly? Didn't I tell you to go straight? I am going straight. I haven't even touched the steering wheel. The driver Lu Rin said indignantly. Then why haven't we reached the place? Going straight should have brought us there. Ji Yuan glared at the map in frustration. Si Lingfei snatched the map, studied it carefully, and said, where did you get this map? This must be a map from before the white mist appeared. After the mist came, no one went in, and no one drew a map. Ji Yuan replied helplessly. Because entering the mist wasn't like entering an abyss rift, he hadn't been cautious. Just some white fog, what harm could it do? But he never imagined he'd get lost in this very mist. I used to think stories of 6th-level awakeners starving to death were just rumors, but now it seems they're true. Ling Fei leaned half her body out of the vehicle and said, I have flight equipment. He'll go up and scout the area. Wait for me here. I won't fly too high, and if there's danger, I'll notify you immediately. Ji Yuan scoffed nonchalantly. What danger could there be? At most there are some first or second level infected or abyss creatures around here, nothing high level. They can't cause any trouble. Ling Fei shot him a glare, activated the crystal necklace around her neck, and a faint blue light coalesced behind her, gradually forming the shape of wings. Ling Fei leaped out of the vehicle and soared into the sky. Ji Yuan's eyes showed a hint of envy. Flight equipment is extremely rare. I've been fighting in the abyss for years and never come across one, and I can't afford the ones at auction. Brother G, if you saved a bit and visited fewer brothels and fought more in the abyss, you could afford it. Do you think that's possible? Ji Yuan shot them a glare. But before a few seconds had passed, a loud crash rang out beside them. Ling Fei came plummeting straight down, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a disheveled stop. Ji Yuan's expression shifted instantly, and he began directing his team. Lu Ren, Du, who stand guard. Dash and come with me to help Ling Fei. As he spoke, the four summoned their companion artifacts in an instant, jumping out of the vehicle. Two kept watch while Ji Yuan scythe in hand approached Ling Fei. After all, Ling Fei was a 4th level awakener. Whoever could knock her down in an instant was no ordinary foe. Fine, Ling Fei said, rising and brushing the dust off her clothes, her expression grave. Brother G, no abyss creatures or infected detected. Du, who reported. Ji Yuan nodded, then turned to Ling Fei. How did you fall? Ling Fei shook her head. That's the strange part. I was flying upward, but suddenly the ground appeared right in front of me. If I hadn't used an attack to break the fall, I'd have been seriously hurt. Ji Yuan was baffled, but one thing was certain. This white mist is strange. It seems flying up to scout the terrain won't work. Let's go back the way we came. We don't need to take this mission. Ling Fei felt a growing unease. There must be a way through this white mist. Suddenly a thought struck Ji Yuan, and his face lit up with realization. That kid must have seen through the secret of the white mist, which is why he dared to settle down in it. With a natural barrier like this, nowhere is safer than here. Ling Fei frowned. So what do you mean? Do you want to keep going? Of course. 5 million for just taking a kid. If I can see him, I'm fully confident I can take him away. Ji Yuan said calmly. But Ling Fei sensed something off. If it's just a kid, you could have easily pocketed the money yourself. Why bring us along? Is there something strange about that kid? His companion spirit is rather special. I might not be able to handle it alone. The others also looked at him, disbelief in their eyes. Ji Yuan had rushed them out so hastily that they hadn't thought much before following. But now reflecting on it, something felt wrong. Knowing Ji Yuan's nature, would he really let others in on such a good deal? You'd better tell the truth. And why would the Lei family want to kidnap a high school student enough to hire our guild? If you can't explain clearly, well, leave immediately. Ling Fei was blunt. Ji Yuan gave a rough account of the matter, omitting the part about Huang Quan using the power of the fangs. The others' expressions softened slightly, but Ling Fei stared coldly at him. I remember yesterday when the guild leader returned, he mentioned to me that he had met a young man whose companion spirit was a truck. If that could enter an abyss rift, it would be a mobile supply depot. It was obvious the guild leader wanted to recruit him. The sharper her tone grew, the more uneasy Ji Yuan became. So you took on a private job, afraid the guild leader would cause trouble later, and you planned to drag us all into taking the blame, didn't you? Ling Fei, am I really that kind of person in your heart? Ji Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. He should never have brought this woman along. Ling Fei was done. Let's go back. It's not worth offending the guild leader for 5 million. The other three nodded in agreement, and Lu Ren said with disappointment, Brother Ji, I misjudged you. I never thought you'd be like this. Ji Yuan tried to persuade them, but everyone wanted to leave with Ling Fei. In the end, he got back into the car. However, their luck ran out when they tried to return. After driving around for nearly half an hour, they couldn't find the way out. Du frowned. Are we lost? All he could see was the road beneath his feet. The path ahead was shrouded in white fog. Lu Ren find a conspicuous tree and mark it. Ling Fei rubbed her temples. For some reason, her eyelids kept twitching, and she had a vague sense of impending doom. Lu Ren made the mark and got back into the SUV. The moment they drove off, 2 other SUVs of a different model pulled up to the same spot. Damn it. This fog is too thick. Ming Xinyuan cursed. Despite the small area, they had somehow managed to get lost. His men got out to check the road, but in the dense fog, they couldn't even tell north from south. Just as he was about to return to the car, he caught a glimpse of a mark on a tree out of the corner of his eye. His eyes lit up. Young Master Ming, there's a mark here. It must be from that Huang Quan. If we follow this path, we'll find him. Ming Xinyuan didn't even glance at the mark. Then what are you waiting for? Get in the car. I feel sick staying in this godforsaken place a second longer. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Shangnan was yawning, holding a fish he had caught from the pond. It looked good and smelled delicious when roasted. He was fiddling with Huang Quan's phone, trying to guess the unlock code, but with no success. Leng Shui reminded him, don't bother. Even if you guess the password, you won't find anything useful. He keeps everything in his head except phone numbers. So we're stuck here doing nothing. A girl just called to ask Huang Quan out. If only we could get out. Shengnan said, disappointed. He had tried leaving the manor, but no matter which direction he walked he always ended up back at the same estate. Is that Huang Quan out of his mind? He lives alone, so why set up this fog? Leng Shui replied. Maybe he was afraid something in his manor would escape. He can leave himself, but he never imagined someone else would inhabit his body. Just then, to their surprise, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. Another unknown number. What's Huang Quan playing at? Shengnan hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. I am Miss Guna. I've finished my makeup and will be there soon for our date. Who are? Before Shengnan could finish, the call ended. When he tried to call back, all he got was a dead tone. Beep. Beep. Busy signal. Shengnan's scalp tingled. Leng Shui said, trouble. This might be some kind of abyss curse. Once you are marked, you'll be haunted forever unless you eliminate the source. The phone rang again. Another unknown number. Shengnan wanted to throw the phone away, but it answered itself. I am Miss Guna. I'm already at your doorstep. They'll come find you for our date. Shengnan looked around. Ordinary people can't enter this fog, can they? Leng Shui said, it's a curse, not a person. Scrape. Scrape. A sound of a blade dragging across the ground came from the mist. A tall, thin figure emerged from the fog. The woman was over 2 zhang tall, with a seductive figure and fresh blood dripping from her face. What the hell is that? Shengnan's expression changed. He was about to call Kuang Tian. Leng Shui stopped him. Don't call Kuang Tian. This thing can't be killed. We're no match for it with our current strength. Run. Miss Guna swung her long blade, letting out a piercing, high-pitched shriek. I've come for our date. Let's do something fun. Become a ghost with me, darling. With that, Miss Guna planted one hand on the ground and raised the cleaver, with the other charging forward like a beast. Shengnan was startled and dashed into the fog. Although his agility wasn't as good as Kuang Tian's, his reflexes were still sharp. Boom. A deafening crash. The cleaver, taller than a person, slammed into the ground, sending dust flying and leaving a deep crater. At this speed and destructive power, Leng Shui's expression grew serious. This curse has evolved to at least level 5. It's already a Lord-rank monster. Just tell me what to do, Shengnan asked. Run. This was Leng Shui's warning to Shengnan. Before Shengnan could respond, Guna had already flown to his front, her massive butcher knife sweeping toward him with devastating force, as if carrying the power to shatter everything in its path. A single horizontal slash cleaved through the thick mist before the villa. With her agile physique and reflexes, Shengnan barely evaded the blow, and seizing the opportunity, she darted into the mist like a lightning bolt. Should we hold hands together? Guna let out a series of eerie cackles. Despite her enormous frame, she moved as fast as lightning, the blood-soaked butcher knife larger than a person seeming weightless in her hands. As Shengnan fled, her heart nearly leaped into her throat. That damned bastard stirring up such a fierce curse without even giving us a heads up. Does he want us dead? Had she not reacted quickly just now, the Lord-level force would have cleaved her in two. Leng Shui, stay calm. Huang Quan must have easily dealt with this curse before. Since even he couldn't eliminate it, the pursuit must have a time limit. We just need to endure this period. Then just unleash Kuang Tian and fight her, Shengnan said irritably. Leng Shui knows Kuang Tian's battles are endless. If he can't kill her and gets injured, we won't be able to explain to Huang Quan. No one knows if the curse causes poisoning after harming someone. Shengnan, controlling Huang Quan's body, sprinted endlessly through the mist. Suddenly Guna, who had been left behind, appeared before them like a phantom. You've got to be kidding. Shengnan's pupils contracted. The curse's movement speed was far beyond that of a Lord-level abyss creature. Let us become ghosts together. Guna's voice was bone-chilling, and with it came the towering butcher knife. Be torn into pieces with me. As she spoke, the knife danced like a swarm of snakes, each strike carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth. Shengnan's expression changed. Ignoring Leng Shui's words, she shouted, Kuang Tian. As her voice fell, her entire demeanor shifted. The moment the giant knife descended, she stomped heavily on the blade, embedding it deep into the ground. Kuang Sheng gently brushed the hair from his forehead, a wild grin spreading across his face. Little girl, you sure can swing that blade, huh? Guna let out a series of eerie laughter. Date. Let's date. Sorry, I don't date losers, Kuang Tian replied. With that, he pushed off the ground with explosive force, shattering the earth and shaking the air. He shot toward Guna like a meteor, his legs sweeping out, tearing through the air and landing squarely on her face. Bang! A loud crack echoed as Guna's head was kicked, askew, the crisp sound of bone breaking ringing out. Kuang Tian landed smoothly, his beast-like eyes narrowing. Shengnan, I thought she was something special. If I'd known, I'd have let Kuang Tian fight from the start. Leng Shui, stay calm, it's not over yet. Sure enough, Guna righted her head, which was barely hanging by the neck, then charged at them like a madwoman, swinging the butcher knife wildly and aimlessly. The destructive power of a Lord-level curse was terrifying. Even the haphazard swings caused considerable damage. The terrain, shrouded in white mist, was being ravaged, destroying some of the formations that had been set up. Interesting. Seeing this frenzied beast, Kuang Tian's expression turned sinister, his aura surging, eyes burning with battle intent. Meanwhile, inside the white mist, Ji Yuan's convoy returned once again to the ancient tree. Looking at the mark on the tree, everyone's faces changed. We're clearly going in the opposite direction, so why are we back at the same spot? I told you this mist was strange. Now we're all trapped. Are we going to be like that level 6 expert waiting for a passing truck driver to save us? Si Lingfei frowned upon hearing this. Could this mist be set up by that kid Huang Quan? After all, that kid's companion tool was a truck, and the one who rescued the level 6 expert was also a truck driver. Was this a coincidence? Impossible, Ji Yuan said gravely. He's just a newly adult teenager. If this mist is man-made, it must be a master-level formation master. Such talents are incredibly rare in Huaxia. Every formation master is a treasure fought over by others. Last year, 2 guilds almost came to blows over a level 4 formation master trying to recruit him for their formations. If not for the Abyss Association's intervention, they would have truly fought. Lu Rin chimed in, Sister C, I think Brother G has a point. Forget age, but if that kid were a master-level formation master, would he stoop to Tianlan City? Du Hu chuckled, the possibility is nearly zero. Think about it. An 18-year-old master formation master. What kind of monstrous talent is that? I'm leaning more toward this being a natural phenomenon caused by the expansion of abyss rifts, Lu Rin replied calmly. Their reasoning wasn't without merit. Whether it was awakened formation masters or abyss monsters, once they surpassed level 5, there was a qualitative leap. For instance, Ji Yuan at level 5 awakening was called a Grand Awakener in the association. Abyss monsters above level 5 were termed Lord level, and formation masters above level 5 were worthy of being called masters. Si Lingfei felt her earlier words were too far-fetched. I was overthinking. It's just that incident seemed too coincidental. For now, let's think about how to get out. Ji Yuan, if what I said is true, and that kid really lives inside, there must be a way in. Ji Yuan shrugged. Sis, I want to find him as fast as anyone, but I know nothing about formations. What can I do? He now regretted not preparing better, knowing how dangerous the mist was rumored to be. Lu Rin directly opened the car door and said, Brother G, this definitely isn't a formation. There must be some way inside. Du Hu and I will go check it out. Be careful. If you find anything wrong, notify us immediately. Ji Yuan nodded. The two got out and began inspecting the area around the off-road vehicle. Lu Rin noticed 2 distinct sets of tire tracks on the ground, and his pupils contracted. Brother G, come take a look. It seems someone else has also entered this white mist. Upon hearing this news, Ji Yuan's face registered astonishment, and he said incredulously, Are you joking? Who would come to such a godforsaken place? As he jumped out of the vehicle, he strode directly to Lu Ren's side. Gazing at the fresh wool tracks, his eyes narrowed slightly. Si Lingfei immediately inspected the scene as well. Touching the muddy imprints on the ground, she said in a low voice, These 2 vehicles have been tailing us the entire time, sometimes no more than 10 zhang behind, yet we never noticed. Ji Yuan squinted as he replied, Could they be here to deal with that kid too? Unlikely. Who would bring so many people just to handle a middle school student? Maybe the leader is some young master afraid of death, so he brought more awakened bodyguards after leaving the city. Brother G, what do we do now? Should we advance or retreat? Ji Yuan was also hesitant at the moment. He had intended to beat up Huang Quan and then deliver him to the Lei family, but he hadn't even managed to break through the white mist. Just as Ji Yuan was wavering, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Their expressions shifted instantly. Ji Yuan shouted, Prepare for battle. This is a fight between awakened individuals, and it's happening right near us. Could the other group have already clashed with Huang Quan? Lei Kunlun wanted him alive. If he ended up dead, how would Ji Yuan explain? Lingfei, where's the battle? If we find that brat, we can escape this white mist. If the other group gets to him, first we might starve to death here. Ji Yuan's tone was urgent. Si Lingfei understood the gravity of the situation. She crouched down and murmured, Awakening skill track. Her companion device was a beast-type gray wind eagle capable of controlling nearby air currents and summoning wind blades. Si Lingfei then summoned her companion beast. With a low cry, a massive gray eagle materialized behind her, its sharp eyes fixed ahead, surrounded by swirling gales. This was Si Lingfei's companion beast, now at the 4th tier. However, summoning it consumed a tremendous amount of her spiritual energy, so she rarely called upon it, unless absolutely necessary. Gray wind, find them. But the moment her words fell, several figures charged toward them, each radiating the aura of an awakened being. Startled, Si Lingfei realized they were only 10 steps away, yet she had sensed nothing. The gray wind eagle reacted faster, spreading its wings to shield her. The attackers' eyes widened in shock. They hadn't expected her companion beast to be a beast-taming type. But having drawn their bows, they had no choice but to press forward, gripping their companion devices and charging Hedon. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. The gray wind eagle's wings proved harder than steel. Even after the attacker's full force strike, it remained unscathed. Recovering her composure, a glint of coldness flashed in Si Lingfei's eyes. She commanded the gray wind eagle to unleash several wind blades, forcing the attackers to retreat. A few, unable to dodge in time, were wounded. Before they could react, a terrifying aura erupted from Ji Yuan. The scythe in his hand, glowing with an eerie green light, exuded a dreadful power that made it hard for them to breathe. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for attacking me, without provocation, have you considered the consequences, eh? The green scythe. Green Reaper. Ji Yuan. He's already a 5th tier awakened. We were supposed to teach a brat a lesson. How did we end up provoking him? Could he be the brat's bodyguard? At that moment Ming Xianyuan stepped out of the off-road vehicle, his expression dark. Ji Yuan, what do you mean by this? I should be asking you that. Are you protecting Huang Quan? How much did he pay to hire so many experts from your Tianlan guild? Ming Xianyuan's face was as dark as water. Ji Yuan, equally enraged, retorted, protect him. Bullshit. I came to deal with him too. You attacked me without cause. This account needs settling. Hearing this, Ming Xianyuan's expression immediately softened. He chuckled, Captain Ji, it's a misunderstanding. We sensed movement and thought Huang Quan was attacking us. Since there were awakened beings nearby, we just struck out. Ji Yuan's expression remained grim. I don't care about that. You attacked me and nearly injured my people. There must be some compensation. Wait a moment. Was that commotion not caused by you? Si Lingfei suddenly sensed something amiss. Ming Xianyuan shook his head. We're trapped in this white mist. We haven't even seen that bastard Huang Quan. If I'd known, I'd have acted on his way home. If it wasn't you, and it wasn't us, then who caused it? Si Lingfei asked in a low voice, a foreboding feeling rising in her heart. As she spoke, the ground trembled more violently. In an instant both groups stood alert, scanning their surroundings. Then a thunderous roar grew closer, and a figure shot out from the white mist, landing directly in the middle of the two groups. Huang Quan, Ming Xianyuan, and Ji Yuan shouted simultaneously. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Ming Xianyuan sneered, waving his hand. That's Huang Quan. Kill him. But before their underlings could act, a massive shadow descended from the sky. The colossal figure slammed into the ground, kicking up dust and sending a shockwave that dispersed much of the mist. Everyone finally saw its form, and their faces instantly twisted in shock and terror. A Lord-level monster. Ji Yuan roared in disbelief. How could a Lord-level monster which only appeared in the abyss be here? Could there be a crack in the abyss near this white mist? Before they could ponder further, Guna burst into maniacal laughter. Date, 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 date with me. Then came a storm of slashes, each blade razor-sharp and devastating. Ji Yuan's squad, seasoned from frequent expeditions into the abyss, instinctively backed away. Ming Xianyuan's 2 4th-tier awakened bodyguards reacted swiftly, pulling him into a backward leap to safety. The others were not so fortunate. The wild dancing blades were like a meat grinder, instantly shredding both people and vehicles. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Such terrifying destructive power. Just then a figure shot out like a bolt of light, striking the monster directly in the face. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing the figure's face. Huang Quan. Ji Yuan stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This fellow possessed such terrifying strength. Even more shocking was yet to come as Huang Quan erupted with a beastly aura, each punch landing squarely on Guna. Si Lingfei's expression shifted as she sensed the aura bursting from Yi Wuliang, casting a murderous glance at Ji Yuan. A person who can pin down your Lord-level abyssal creature. You call that a student? Ji Yuan simply turned his head away, never expecting Huang Quan to be this fierce. Thighs. How is this possible? Ming Xianyuan stared incredulously at the scene. Huang Quan was the notorious failure of their school, having reached graduation age, without even awakening his companion artifact. Now his fists rained down like a storm, each strike carrying immense fang-like power, nearly pulverizing the Lord-level monster's face. However, Leng Xuan noticed something amiss. Kuang Tian, conserve your strength. This abyssal curse can't be killed. I don't care about that. Since it dared to attack me, I'd be letting myself down if I didn't beat it to death. Kuang Tian's eyes blazed with madness. Guna swung her butcher's knife in a counterattack, only to be kicked into the ground by Kuang Tian. Just a biting mad dog. Got no other tricks. With another kick, Miss Guna was sent flying away. Brother G, should we intervene? Lu Rin swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Thank goodness a Lord-level abyssal creature was testing the waters for them, otherwise they'd be the ones battered to a pulp. Let's wait and see. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes. This abyssal creature was off. Its attacks were too monotonous, lacking intelligence. Even more astonishing, it still swung its butcher's knife even after its head was smashed. Meanwhile, Ming Xianyuan, hiding in the distance, was nearly fuming. The power radiating from Huang Quan was all too familiar. Undoubtedly Lei Aoxu's Fang power. Why did Lei Aoxu's Fang power appear on this guy? And the strength Huang Quan displayed could rival Lei Aoxu's. If he survived today, what place would Ming Xianyuan have in Tianlan Academy? Used the demon-breaking crossbow. He must not leave alive today. Ming Xianyuan's face turned cold, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The guard was taken aback. The demon-breaking crossbow was forged from materials harvested from abyssal rifts, its power extraordinary. Even a 5th-level Great Awakener would be severely wounded or killed by it. Its market price was exorbitant, and this crossbow was meant for self-defense. Young Master Ming, this is for emergencies. Using it on him doesn't seem right. Ming Xianyuan couldn't care less. I told you to use it, so use it. Enough with the nonsense. Yes. The guard complied, pulling a black-hand crossbow from his bag. Without hesitation, he aimed at Huang Quan and pulled the trigger. Huang Tian's heart suddenly leaped, his body instinctively flipping backward. The next second a black crossbow bolt whizzed past his nose, striking the ground and blasting a massive crater. Lung Shui, that's a demon-breaking crossbow. That shot was aimed at you. I know. Huang Tian glared coldly toward the direction of the bolt. The guard who fired trembled under that gaze as if targeted by a venomous beast. Seeing the first bolt miss, Ming Xianyuan cursed. Useless. Can't even hit a man. The guard was deeply embarrassed. Hidden at such a distance, no one expected Huang Quan's reflexes to be so swift, dodging even a demon-breaking crossbow. While he's pinned by the Lord-level monster, hurry and load the second shot. Ming Xianyuan snapped irritably. As the guard hurriedly prepared the second shot, Miss Guna, previously suppressed by Huang Tian, now entered a full rampage. Her form swelled and foul blood gushed from her face like a fountain, instantly corroding the ground on contact. Seeing this, Lung Shui urged Huang Tian to retreat. Contact with that blood would be disastrous. As long as I don't touch that blood, I can still beat it. Huang Tian showed no fear. Just then another demon-breaking bolt shot forth. The piercing sound of its flight was detected by Huang Tian in an instant, and with a slight sidestep he evaded it. Though the demon-breaking crossbow's speed was formidable, making it hard for ordinary awakeners and abyssal creatures to dodge, Huang Tian's combat talent was a monster among monsters. With the boost from the Feng power, her reactions and strength doubled, making dodging this bolt effortless. But the most troublesome was still Miss Guna. As her blood splattered onto the fallen awakeners, they rose stiffly like puppets controlled by strings. This monster's blood can infect. Ji Yuan's face paled. If it reached the city, the horror would be unimaginable. Si Lingfei's expression grew grave. We must annihilate it here. Just then Huang Tian leaped, shooting from her spot. But instead of targeting the abyssal creature, she redirected her assault toward Ming Xianyuan's group. The two guards reacted swiftly, summoning their companion artifacts the moment Huang Tian changed direction, shielding Ming Xianyuan. Bang! Huang Tian's heavy punch slammed into their artifacts, the immense impact sending all three flying. Ming Xianyuan spat blood as he landed, glaring venomously at Huang Tian. Huang Quan, you bastard, how dare you hurt me? Huang Tian paid no heed. What did his words have to do with her? Meanwhile, Miss Guna flashed before Huang Tian, her butcher's knife descending like Mount Tai. You're so annoying. Huang Tian's form blurred like a phantom, dodging in an instant. As Ji Yuan and the others prepared to finish the abyssal creature, the controlled corpses lunged at them like wild beasts. Just then the ferocious Miss Guna suddenly paused, retracting her knife. Huang Tian's phone rang. Hello, this is Miss Guna. I'm very satisfied with today's date. See you next Friday. The dial tone followed and Guna vanished from sight. The corpses she controlled collapsed to the ground, reverting to their original shattered remains. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in place. Ji Yuan looked around, but detected no trace of abyssal monsters. Why did they suddenly withdraw, he wondered, unable to comprehend. In his view, abyssal creatures were inherently ferocious, and encounters usually ended in a fight to the death. This isn't an abyssal monster. It's a curse from the abyss, one that specifically hunts certain targets. Si Lingfei said, her gaze shifting to Huang Quan with confusion. Didn't you say he was just a student? A curse like this can only come from high-level abyssal rifts. How did he get involved with it? How should I know? Ji Yuan was equally baffled. He couldn't fathom that this brat had attracted even a lord-level abyssal curse. Do you also not know that he can use the Feng power of the Lei family? Si Lingfei glared coldly at Ji Yuan, her eyes full of frost. Ji Yuan felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't expected Huang Quan's Feng power to be so terrifying, rivaling Lei Kunlun's. If he had known, he would never have agreed to anything, even if Lei Kunlun had argued till the heavens fell. At that moment, Huang Tian, having seen Guna vanish before me, still felt unsatisfied. Lung Shui, it's only about half an hour. Huang Tian glanced at Ji Yuan. There seems to be one more nuisance here. Can I take care of it? Lung Shui, let's figure out their intentions first. Besides, using this body to kill will bring unnecessary trouble to Huang Quan. Huang Tian, then he'll go back. Shengnan, you take over. After Shengnan took over the body, she dashed like the wind toward Ji Yuan and the others. The group braced themselves, assuming combat stances. The impact Huang Quan had just made on them was immense. Someone like him settling scores later could only be described as terrifying. Ji Yuan stepped forward and said, Huang Quan, we didn't mean to attack you. Before he could finish, Huang Quan shot past him like a bolt of lightning, stopping in front of Si Lingfei with a beaming smile. Hello, beautiful. My name is Huang Quan. The moment I saw you, I knew you were the woman I've been looking for. Si Lingfei was dumbfounded. Ji Yuan was speechless. The sudden turn left them all bewildered, charging in with such momentum just to hit on her. Are you kidding me? Si Lingfei looked at the slightly handsome boy before her, unable to connect him with the commanding figure who had just suppressed the abyssal lord. Beautiful, you haven't told me your name yet. Si Lingfei. A beautiful name perfect for mine. I live nearby. It's getting late. Would you like to stay at my place? Shengnan extended her hand like a courteous gentleman extending an invitation. Si Lingfei was startled by the impeccable social etiquette. Coming from a family with some background, she frequented social events though she had little interest in the balls. But she was well versed in the etiquette of those gatherings. No one untrained could perform such gestures. Yet this boy was supposed to be a commoner. How could he know these things? Out of politeness, she reached out to shake his hand, but Shengnan firmly grasped her entire hand. What are you doing? Si Lingfei raised an eyebrow, displeasure evident in her eyes. Was this guy no different from those despicable scoundrels? Shengnan held her hand and said, this is a hand that has worked hard. You've put in a lot of effort to become strong, haven't you? Such a serious remark took Si Lingfei by surprise. Born into a wealthy family, she often had no choice in many matters, like her marriage. Rather than submit to an arranged union, she chose to strengthen herself, making her power her shield. To that end, she had joined the assault team and ventured into abyssal rifts. Meanwhile, Shengnan kept stroking Si Lingfei's delicate hand, overjoyed inside, but maintaining a straight face. Your hands have built your strength and are part of your beauty. Si Lingfei felt a bit embarrassed by the relentless compliments. Ji Yuan, watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore. Is this how you usually trick women? Uncle, don't you think I'm telling the truth? Shengnan replied calmly, though inwardly, she was scheming how to get rid of these people. She had finally met such a beautiful girl in this manner, it would be a shame not to have her stay overnight. Leng Shui. I knew it would come to this. Butte. Ji Yuan started to retort, but was silenced by a cold glare from Si Lingfei, as if to say, why are you butting in? He shut his mouth immediately. Si Lingfei glanced at the thoroughly wrecked off-road vehicle and asked, do you know how to get out? I do. Probably. Shengnan suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't created this place, so naturally she couldn't find a way out either. Now she just hoped Huang Quan would come quickly. That's great. Can you lead us out? Si Lingfei looked at her with eager eyes. Unable to refuse such a beauty, Shengnan said, I can. Probably. She had long mastered the art of appearing confident while panicking inside. Shengnan, Leng Shui, think of something. You know Huang Quan best. How do we get out? Leng Shui, he often lies to me too. How am I supposed to know which of his words are true? Shengnan, great. I'm going to mess up this chance with the girl. He'll take you out. Shengnan said cheerfully, taking Si Lingfei's hand. The fog is too thick. To avoid getting separated, let's hold hands. Even though she knew it was an excuse, Si Lingfei nodded inexplicably. Ji Yuan, overhearing this, felt like vomiting. He had never realized Si Lingfei was so easy to fool. Just a few words, and she was swayed. Still he followed behind Huang Quan, not wanting to stay in this godforsaken place. Not far away, Ming Xianyuan stood up with the help of two guards, his face dark and eyes gleaming with cold light. Let's go. While they're distracted, follow them. Once we're out of this white fog and back in Tianlan City, they'll make sure that bastard Huang Quan dies a miserable death. Meanwhile, in a luxury SUV, Huang Quan suddenly sneezed. Lei Kunlun, sitting beside him, grew worried. Swear, are you catching a cold? Here, put on more clothes. Driver, slow down. My sister is sick. Bro, really am fine. Faced with such deep concern, Huang Quan felt for the first time that being a woman, the thought that his sister was so anxious just for another man instantly darkened Lei Kunlun's expression, his face full of resentment as he stared out of the car. Driver, speed up. I'm in a hurry. Huang Quan's heart was also racing, worried about how Lei Aoshua was faring now. That Miss Guna was nothing but trouble, yet she could prove to be a useful tool when needed. The driver, hearing the young lattice voice, wore a face full of bitterness and helplessness, his heart nearly weeping. Young miss, please be more mindful. You have no idea how terrified we subordinates are, nearly scared to death by your brother's glare. If the young master were truly in a hurry, he would have used a flying-type abyssal artifact. Riding with you in the car must have a deeper meaning. Swear, are you very close to that, Huang Quan? Lei Kunlun asked in a gentle tone. We're just friends, nothing more, Huang Quan answered truthfully. There was no need to lie about this. But Lei Kunlun didn't believe it. If they were merely friends, why would he rush to save her at the mere mention of trouble? That kind of relationship was hardly just ordinary friendship. Xiao Wang, drive slower. The young lady is unwell, don't let her get carsick. Drag it out, and it would be best if Ji Yuan had already beaten that brat to a pulp before they arrived. Hearing Lei Kunlun's words, Huang Quan could only cast a helpless glance at him, then checked his phone. Guna's attack should have passed by now, hoping Lei Aoshua hadn't pushed herself too hard. Lei Kunlun's peripheral vision remained fixed on his sister. That brief glare just now had struck her heart. Even when she glared, Shuer was still adorable, but the thought that her worry was for some wild brat from nowhere made his chest tighten, and he even wanted to tear that fellow to pieces. Oblivious to all this, Shengnan led the group into the white mist. At this moment she too felt a bit panicked. Leng Shui. This place should only have the remaining fog, right? Nothing else strange would appear, would it? Leng Shui, hard to say. This is Huang Quan's own territory. I don't know what he's planted around, but landmines are definitely a given. Landmines. Shengnan was now utterly numb. After a deep breath, she said to the others, be careful. There are landmines nearby. Crack. The moment Shengnan finished speaking, Lu Ren felt his foot step on something strange, letting out a cracking sound. I can't be that unlucky. Ji Yuan also noticed Lu Ren's foot and immediately frowned. Don't move. Stay still. Don't act rashly until we figure out what kind of landmine this is. Si Lingfei was about to step forward to check, but Shengnan grabbed her tightly. Don't move. This might be a minefield. Just then Ming Xianyuan and his group who had been following them walked directly in front and glanced at the landmine Lu Ren had stepped on, sneering. You're a peak tier 3 awakener, and you're still afraid of a landmine. After becoming an awakener, as one's companion artifact advances, their physical capabilities multiply. What harm could an ordinary landmine do? At most it would just blow some dust in your face. Hearing this, Lu Ren felt there was some logic and prepared to lift his foot, but Shengnan immediately stopped him. Young man, I advise you not to move. It might hurt if you do. She hadn't wanted to meddle, but Leng Shui reminded her that Huang Quan wouldn't bury useless landmines. Before Lu Ren could speak, Ming Xianyuan had already started sneering. How ignorant. A mere landmine. Even a tier 2 awakener could walk over it, let alone a tier 4. Having him stand on a landmine while we all wait here is a waste of time. Ji Yuan's face immediately turned cold at Ming Xianyuan's condescending tone. Since when does the Tianlan Guild need your input on our affairs? Ming Xianyuan snorted coldly. I'm only kindly reminding you. Don't let a single landmine scare you. Is that all the guts your Tianlan Guild has left? Unable to bear the taunt, Lu Ren said coldly. Brother Ji, I think he has a point. It's just a landmine. What could possibly happen? Without waiting for Ji Yuan's reply, he lifted his foot. Boom. In the next second, a massive explosion of fire engulfed Lu Ren. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They never expected a single landmine to have such power. Recovering, Ji Yuan immediately summoned his companion artifact, slashing several air waves that extinguished the flames. Lu Ren lay on the ground covered in wounds, unconscious. Lu Ren, how are you? Ji Yuan called out urgently. Lu Ren's clothes were mostly burned, his skin charred black. At the sound of Ji Yuan's voice, he only raised his hand weakly before going limp. Ji Yuan panicked and rushed over, but as soon as he reached Lu Ren, a crack sounded beneath his foot. He froze in disbelief. The landmines were buried too close together. Fortunately, he was close enough to grab Lu Ren's hand. After confirming a pulse, he sighed in relief and called out to the others, Lu Ren is alive. His injuries aren't severe, no immediate danger. Brother Ji, did you just? Duhu looked at him with a complicated expression. As awakeners, their senses were exceptionally sharp, so the sound hadn't escaped their ears. Stepped on one. Ji Yuan covered his face, cursing, which bastard did this? Watch your step, there might be more mines around. Brother Ji, I know a bit about mine disposal. Let me come check. Duhu said, then carefully walked toward Ji Yuan, each step taken with trepidation. Then the next second, a silver thread as fine as a silkworm's silk was nudged by his foot. Bang! A large amount of white gas suddenly erupted from the ground. Cough. Tear gas. Duhu's face changed, and he immediately began coughing violently. He couldn't fathom what kind of person would think to bury a tear gas canister in a minefield. Shengnan quickly covered Si Lingfei's mouth and nose. Bear with it. This gas won't last long. Si Lingfei slapped away his opportunist hand and casually pulled a mask from her waist to wear. However, their bodies involuntarily stepped backward. Seeing the situation worsening, Ming Xianyuan urged his men to leave quickly. But then, crack crack. A series of mine triggers sounded, and even Shengnan couldn't avoid it. Looking at the landmine under her foot, a herd of a million curses stampeded through her mind. Damn it, how did all of you step on mines? Ji Yuan threw up his hands, utterly speechless. Just then the white mist around them began to dissipate, and a massive figure gradually emerged from the haze. Upon witnessing the colossal figure, Ji Yuan and the others felt their hearts sink. Everyone be careful. The level of this abyssal monster is definitely not low. Yet their current predicament could no longer be described as merely dire. The landmines beneath their feet possessed terrifying power capable of even knocking out peak third-tier awakeners. As the massive silhouette drew closer, its form gradually became clear, eliciting a cry of shock from the group. Ghost-faced ape. How could there be a ghost-faced ape here, and a Lord Tier 1 at that? Upon seeing the ghost-faced ape, despair painted their faces, for they knew well that a Lord Tier ghost-faced ape was not only supremely fast, but also possessed immense strength. What truly made it terrifying was its intelligence rivaling that of humans, making it a formidable adversary even within the abyssal rift. Everyone prepare for a fight to the death. Stay behind me. Only a great awakener can stand against a Lord Tier monster. Ji Yuan bellowed, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Quan. If he could join forces with me, they might have a chance to defeat this ghost-faced ape. Si Lingfei also summoned her bond beast, ready to fight to the death. Even if she perished, she would tear a piece of flesh from the ghost-faced ape. Yet the ghost-faced ape merely swept its gaze over them, showing no intention to attack. Instead, it kept its distance and watched. What is it trying to do? Could it be afraid of this minefield? Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. Thank heavens for this minefield, or they would have been in grave danger. Shengnan squinted her eyes and noticed a backpack hanging behind the ghost-faced ape. That looks like a human-made cloth bag, and its size seems tailored for it. Could this ghost-faced ape be someone's pet? Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Ji Yuan stared at Huang Quan as if he were a fool. Some abyssal monsters with exceptionally high intelligence, not driven by a frenzy for slaughter, and of lower rank, could be tamed by humans. To indicate that such a monster now had a master, humans would adorn it with man-made articles. But this was a lower-tier abyssal monster, a cunning ghost-faced ape at that. How could it possibly be tamed by a human? At that moment the ghost-faced ape, upon seeing Huang Quan, froze in surprise. Why is master here? And stepping on a mine? No, this man merely resembles my master. I could not mistake his unique aura. Following its usual routine, it retrieved a board from its backpack on which was clearly written, "Have you stepped on a mine?" Seeing the words on the ghost-faced ape's board, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their minds reeling with disbelief. Since when can abyssal monsters write human characters? Ji Yuan found it hard to believe. Ji Yuan, shut up. Ling Fei shot him a glare before turning to the ghost-faced ape. Can you understand us? Are you here to rescue us? The ghost-faced ape nodded, then shook its head and retrieved another board from its backpack, this one written with fluorescent powder, "Stepped on a mine. Looking for a mine removal expert." The group frowned at this. The opening line felt oddly like an advertisement. "I told you be careful where you step in foggy weather. I recommend a mine removal expert. Call the hotline at 187-67. The price is reasonable. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated." Upon reading this, the group's lips twitched uncontrollably. They seriously suspected that these landmines had been planted by this so-called expert. It was like those who deliberately scatter nails on the road then approach to offer tire repair at inflated prices after a puncture. At that moment the ghost-faced ape grinned at them, revealing its sharp yellowed teeth. Combined with its ghastly demonic face, the sight was particularly unnerving. The ghost-faced ape felt pleased. Master was right, you should always smile at customers. So your master is nothing but a greedy, petty man. Ming Xinyuan cast a cold, disdainful glance at the ghost-faced ape. Name your price. The Ming family never lacks money. The ghost-faced ape understood every word, its eyes turning cold as it formed a plan. It then held up a board. "One price, 500 per person. 500,000. Ji Yuan and the others nearly spat blood. Why don't you just rob us? That was his entire income for half a year. The same went for the other third and fourth tier awakeners who, unlike Ming Xuanyuan, had no background and relied on their own labor to make a living. Earning $500,000 in half a year was already considered good. The ghost-faced ape seemed to anticipate this objection and raised another board. "This is faster than robbing." Ji Yuan and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Wasn't it though? Just from this group alone it would rake in over 5 million. Robbery couldn't compare. Then the ghost-faced ape pointed at Ming Xinyuan. Ming Xuanyuan's heart trembled. Being singled out by a lower-tier monster made him uneasy. His price is doubled. Why should my price be doubled? Ming Xinyuan protested indignantly. Though the Ming family was wealthy, they weren't so extravagant. The ghost-faced ape gave him the middle finger. "I'm happy, what are you going to do about it?" The group. They dared not retaliate. After all, it was a lower-tier monster. Provoking it would be suicide. But by now they understood that these boards were written by the ghost-faced ape's master. Even through the boards they could sense the master's shamelessness. "Can you lower the price? I can't afford that much." Ji Yuan asked. He was infamous in the guild for spending every last cent, often scraping by at month's end. How could he have 500,000? The ghost-faced ape seemed to understand and fished out another board from its bag. "I hate two kinds of people. One kind, those who don't let me bargain. Another kind, those who bargain with me." The group was left speechless again. Meanwhile, Leng Shui covered her face. "I know who his master is." "Xingnan who?" "Leng Shui, without a doubt it's Huang Quan." "Xingnan him? Are you joking? His strength is only at the 4th tier. How could he tame a 5th-tier lower-tier monster?" "Leng Shui, the truth is only one. He deceived me again." Shengnan's lips twitched. Could it be a mistake? Maybe it's not him. Leng Shui, it must be him. "Why, oi?" Shengnan asked, puzzled. "Leng Shui, because he said those exact words to me in a past life." "Xingnan. Huang Quan, what are you thinking about?" Ling Fei noticed Huang Quan was deeply lost in thought and couldn't help asking. Shengnan shook her head. "It's nothing. I just think the person who came up with this trick is rather malicious. Aren't they afraid of shortening their own life? This is already considered decent. They only want money, not our lives directly. That's already good enough." Ling Fei sneered. If it were her, she might have done something even more ruthless. Ji Yuan suddenly thought of a question. "This damn place has no signal at all. How do you expect me to call?" The ghost-faced ape seemed to understand his words. It raised an arm thicker than a tree trunk and swung it vigorously. Boom. With a casual swing, the ghost-faced ape actually tore through the air, its arm wind directly breaking the air with a sharp piercing sound. Then the swirling mist that had been there just a moment ago was suddenly dispersed by it. When they saw what was inside the mist, everyone was stunned. Because they saw something that absolutely could not be here. Is this a signal station? Why is there a signal station here? This is outside the city. Who would dare to maintain a signal station set up here? At this moment the ghost-faced ape took out a board and said, "Don't worry, I've prepared a signal station for you. Everyone." To let them call the mine-clearing hotline, they even thoughtfully built a signal station. "Thank you so much. Captain, should we call?" The team members all looked at Ji Yuan in unison. Call. But you'll pay for it yourselves." "Broke," Ji Yuan said grumpily, already calculating in his mind. If he were to tough it out and take this mine blast, would he be injured? Du, without a word, directly dialed the number. Just then Huang Quan's phone suddenly rang. At this moment Shengnan was also dumbfounded. 1,000 curses ran through her mind. Without a second thought, she quickly hung up the phone. Sima Lingfei, standing nearby, simply took it as a coincidence and didn't associate the ghost-faced ape's owner with him at all. "The subscriber you dialed is busy. Please redial later." Hearing this, Du, who frowned slightly, glanced at Ji Yuan, then at the ghost-faced ape, and said with a strange expression, "He hung up." The ghost-faced ape was also somewhat surprised. The master actually hung up. This is unscientific. In the past, when encountering such a situation, he would have run faster than a rabbit. Ming Xuanyuan, upon learning that there was a signal, also immediately tried to notify his family to send reinforcements. But who knew that the call wouldn't go through, and not only that, even messages couldn't be sent. "What's going on? Why can't I contact anyone else?" Ming Xuanyuan asked displeasedly, directing his question at the ghost-faced ape. If he could summon his own people, he could directly eliminate Huang Quan here in this wilderness. The ghost-faced ape, as if anticipating someone would ask this, took out a board it had prepared earlier. "Afraid others will steal the business. We gave you a signal station so you could call the mine-clearing hotline, not for calling for help." Everyone was instantly speechless. This is what it means to be unscrupulous. For 50,000 per person, they not only buried landmines, but also sent a Lord-level monster to guard the scene. To let you directly contact someone, they even thoughtfully built a signal station. Du, who also took out his phone and tried it. Sure enough, when he called someone else, it directly showed, "Out of service area. Try calling again." Ji Yuan rubbed his forehead. Now everyone was standing on mines, and the mines were powerful enough to injure even a 4th-level awakener. Du, who called again, and at the same time Shengnan's phone rang again. If it had been just now, no one would have paid any attention, but after the ghost-faced ape's words, the situation was different. Logically, all phones could only call the mine-clearing hotline. Why could someone still call someone else's phone? "My phone is having some issues," Shengnan said cheerfully, nearly pressing the power button until it smoked, but he couldn't turn it off no matter what. "Leng Shui, what the hell is going on? Why can't the phone be turned off?" "Leng Shui, how would I know? Who knows what kind of settings Huang Quan put on the phone?" Meanwhile, Sima Lingfei also felt something was off. "Huang Quan, can I see who's calling? The phone is broken. It's not from anyone." Shengnan's smile was more bitter than tears because everyone was casting suspicious glances at her. At that moment, Du, who cleverly hung up the phone, and Shengnan's phone fell silent. Now even Sima Lingfei shook off his hand with a tone of displeasure. "You buried these landmines." Ming Xianyuan sneered from the side. "No wonder you took the lead to bring us out. All along you wanted to trick us into coming here and fleece us like leaks. What a deep scheme. Scheme your grandmother." Shengnan shot back. How had she never noticed before how annoying this guy was? He was actually trying to shift the blame onto her. Then she explained to everyone, "If I had buried them, would I still have stepped on them?" At this moment Shengnan felt like killing Huang Quan. It was all that bastard's fault. Why would he bury landmines near home for no reason? Is he out of his mind? I had planned to enjoy some real intimacy tonight, and instead this happens. Hey Ming, stop stirring up trouble. Does he have that kind of ability? Ji Yuan snorted. Sima Lingfei, hearing this, also came to her senses. Even if the hotline number belonged to Huang Quan, it didn't prove he was the one who buried the landmines. After all, this ghost-faced ape clearly looked like someone else's spirit beast. How could it be Huang Quan's? You saw his strength just now. He is fully capable of defeating a Lord-level monster. Taming a Lord-level ghost-faced ape would be a piece of cake. Ming Xianyuan snorted coldly, and at the same time, he began to feel wary of Huang Quan. No wonder Lei Aoshue was attracted to him. At such a young age, he already possessed such strength. His future achievements would surely be remarkable. He must be eliminated before he fully grows. Young Master Ming, you're joking. You may not understand what taming really means. Sima Lingfei glanced at the ghost-faced ape and then explained, once a monster becomes Lord level, it's almost impossible to tame it. Not to mention a highly intelligent creature like the ghost-faced ape. Ming Xianyuan snorted coldly. For now, he couldn't find a better reason to make things difficult for Huang Quan, so he had to let it go. Ji Yuan also looked at the ghost-faced ape and pointed at Huang Quan. Is he your master? The ghost-faced ape nodded, then shook its head. What do you mean? Is he or isn't he? Ji Yuan was confused. The ghost-faced ape was even more confused than him. This face looked exactly like its master, and the phone was also its master's, but why was the aura completely different? Just then the roar of a car engine came from afar. The group turned to look. Ji Yuan saw the Lei family emblem printed on the car and was overjoyed. It's the Lei family. We're saved. After hearing Ji Yuan's words, everyone's expressions changed. Shengnan was even more surprised. This seemed to be her brother's car. Why was he here? Lung Shui, it should be Huang Quan who brought him. Let's see what Huang Quan is going to do. At this moment inside the MPV, Huang Quan instructed the driver, it's just ahead. Drive forward and you should be able to see them. After arriving at the white mist zone, he saw that the formation had not been damaged much, and he instantly felt relieved. However, at this moment, Lei Kunlun's face was so gloomy it could drip water. How many times had he come here to be so familiar? The driver quickly drove through the white mist, but suddenly found the place ahead was bustling with excitement. Young Master Lei, there's something ahead. Huang Quan and Lei Kunlun both leaned out to look. When they saw the situation, the corners of Huang Quan's mouth twitched slightly. These people had indeed walked into the minefield. A Lord-level monster. A ghost-faced ape. Lei Kunlun noticed the giant monster and was slightly surprised. How could a Lord-level monster appear in a place like this? It wasn't far from the city. If it got in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shuina, wait for your brother in the car. He'll deal with the trouble first. Huang Quan knew exactly what he meant by trouble and directly grabbed his hand, saying, brother, calm down. That ghost-faced ape is not an enemy. Lei Kunlun sighed, looking at his sister with a face full of affection. Swear, you're just too kind. No monster from the abyss is innocent. Brother, trust me. I know it has been tamed by Huang Quan. It's a type of tamed beast. Without Huang Quan's order, it won't attack anyone. Huang Quan quickly explained. He had spent a lot of effort taming this ghost-faced ape that served as a guard, and he couldn't let Lei Kunlun destroy it. Lei Kunlun's face darkened as he said, he even told you something like that. Have your relationship progressed to such a degree? Huang Quan's mouth twitched at these words. Bro, you're missing the point, okay? No, why is your focus on the relationship between Lei Aoshua and me? I'm really just a normal friend with him, nothing more. Swear I believe you, but I don't believe him. Lei Kunlun snorted coldly. Huang Quan was bewildered. How was Lei Kunlun's brain wired? Swear men know men best. Huang Quan. Although I am in your sister's body, my soul is still a man. At this moment, Lei Kunlun said in a deep voice, that guy definitely has improper thoughts about you. Bullshit. Huang Quan wished he could slap him to death. Men know men best. As a man myself, how come I don't know what's going on in your head? Brother, let's get out first. They seem to be in some trouble. Huang Quan didn't want to keep chatting with this guy. He only wanted to know if Lei Aoshua had messed up his body. Alright, swear. This place is full of danger. After you get out, you should follow behind me. If you're scared, just hold on to my sleeve. As long as your brother is here, no one can hurt you. Lei Kunlun's tone was very serious and his eyes were full of tenderness. Huang Quan felt a little touched and envious. This Lei Aoshua was really lucky to have such a brother. Huh, that's not right. From interacting with Lei Kunlun, he was completely a sister con. What kind of psychological trauma did Lei Aoshua go through to develop a split personality? Given the importance that the Lei father and son placed on Lei Aoshua, they shouldn't have let anyone harm her. Are you scared? After getting out of the car, Lei Kunlun found his sister still sitting dumbfounded inside, and couldn't help worrying. If you don't want to face these people, just leave it to your brother. No. I was just thinking about something. Huang Quan quickly got out of the car, and at the same time looked in the direction of Lei Aoshua. Seeing that she was not hurt, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Lei Kunlun noticed all these little moves. Thinking about something was fake, thinking about that damn bastard was real. Why was Schwer so relieved after seeing that he was fine? Lei Kunlun was both jealous and hateful. If he weren't afraid of making Schwer sad, he would have killed that bastard on the spot. What a scumbag. Brother, Lei him here, Ji Yuan said when he saw Lei Kunlun, his hanging heart finally at ease. Lei Kunlun looked at these people standing foolishly in place and frowned. What are you standing there for? As he was about to step forward, Huang Quan grabbed him. Brother, calm down. There are landmines buried under your feet. They'll hurt you. Lei Kunlun heard this caring words and felt his heart melting. He said with some excitement, Schwer, it's fine. With my Bodish strength, a mere landmine is nothing. Even if I roll over it, it won't hurt me. Don't worry. Schwer cared about him. His heart was full of joy. And looking at Schwer's dazed expression, Lei Kunlun found it utterly adorable. Lei Kunlun, are you dumb? Ji Yuan shouted. Why was he standing there dumbfounded without answering? Upon hearing Ji Yuan's voice, Lei Kunlun's anger flared instantly. He glanced at him sideways as if looking at a dead man, and said coldly, do you want to die? Ji Yuan broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Why did his mouth have to be so loose? He knew all too well how terrifying Lei Kunlun was. Did you step on a landmine? Huang Quan stepped forward and asked the group. At this moment, Ming Xinyuan saw Lei Aoshua, and his eyes lit up. He shouted, Aoshua, why are you here? It's dangerous here. Hearing Ming Xinyuan's concern, the corners of Huang Quan's mouth twitched slightly. He was acting as if it were real. Ignoring them, he directly took Lei Kunlun's hand and said, brother, follow me. There are many types of landmines on the ground. Even if you are a grand awakening, stepping on them will still cause a lot of impact. Being led by his sister voluntarily, Lei Kunlun felt like his soul was floating. He followed Huang Quan like a puppet on strings. Shengnan watched her own brother being led by Huang Quan and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Lung Shui, is Lei Kunlun always like this in the eyes of outsiders? Lung Shui, I don't know. Don't ask me. But compared to us, Huang Quan seems to be better at pleasing our family. Shengnan, what can we do? I don't like men you don't like to communicate. Kuang Tian only has fists in his mind, and the main personality has been awake for a short time. At this moment, Huang Quan pulled Lei Kunlun directly to her side and asked, "Are you okay?" "Thanks to you, I'm fine," Shengnan replied indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Kunlun's anger flared up. "Kid, how dare you talk to my sister like that? If you talk to my sister in that tone again, it'll break your legs." Huang Quan. This guy's attitude change is too drastic. Shengnan was also stunned. She had been back at the Lei family for a long time, but this was the first time Lei Kunlun had been harsh with her. Lei Kunlun, seeing that the wild man his sister had brought dared to glare at him, was instantly enraged. "Boy, who are you staring at, huh? He actually dared to be aggressive with me." Shengnan was seething with fury inside, yet she had to suppress her anger. Leng Shui also reminded her to stay calm. In Huang Quan's body, if they really clashed with Lei Kunlun, they would be the ones to suffer. Huang Quan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Lei Kunlun had no idea that the person he was currently scolding was none other than his own precious sister. "Boy, is this abyssal monster your tamed beast?" Lei Kunlun asked directly. Upon hearing this, Shengnan turned to look at Huang Quan as if asking him to give a hint. "Brother, it really is a tamed beast. See, it hasn't shown any aggression yet." Huang Quan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Si Lingfei, who had been immobilized by stepping on a mine, overheard their conversation and immediately denied it. "Young Master Lei, aren't you mistaken? He's just a student with no background. How could he possibly own a lord-level monster? Even for scions of powerful families, owning an abyssal monster was as difficult as reaching the heavens. The creatures from the abyssal rift were mostly savage, and encountering them almost always led to a fight to the death, let alone a lord-level monster." Lei Kunlun found this reasoning plausible. "Swear, could you have been mistaken?" Huang Quan rolled his eyes inwardly. She was Huang Quan. How could she be mistaken? He leaned close to Shengnan's ear and whispered, "Quick, call that ghost-faced ape over." Shengnan waved at the ghost-faced ape. "Come over now." But the ghost-faced ape paid her no heed. Although it bore the appearance of its master, it was not the true master, so why should it show her any respect? Seeing this, Si Lingfei smirked. "Young Master Lei, I told you, how could he be the owner of the ghost-faced ape?" Others chimed in. Yes, this ghost-faced ape must have been tamed by a powerful expert, at least a great awakener, probably approaching level 6 or 7. And to tame it, it must have been done before it became a lord-level monster. The resources and effort required during that time are beyond the reach of some wild boy. We should focus on defusing the mines beneath us first. Huang Quan, however, was pleased with this outcome. Shengnan sensed something was off and quickly consulted Leng Shui. Leng Shui replied, "This Huang Quan is using us." Shengnan was startled. "What do you mean?" Leng Shui, exactly what it sounds like. Huang Quan and the ghost-faced ape must have a soul contract. The moment he arrived, the ghost-faced ape sensed him. As Leng Shui said, the ghost-faced ape was utterly bewildered. Why had its master suddenly changed gender and taken on a form identical to its previous one? It scratched its ape brain, but could not fathom the mystery. At that moment, Huang Quan beckoned to the ghost-faced ape. "What are you standing there for? Come and greet your master." As his voice fell, the ghost-faced ape hopped over, seemingly deliberately avoiding the mines. Huang Quan looked satisfied while the others were stunned. A lord-level monster hopping around like a fool was enough to shatter their worldview. Although the mines were deadly to awakeners, for the thick-skinned ghost-faced ape, they would only singe some fur. There was no need for such caution. What they didn't know was that the ghost-faced ape had its own bitter memories. Once it had stepped on a mine, and Huang Quan had nearly killed it. If it weren't for its usefulness, it would have long been turned into ape soup. Yet even more shocking was that this ghost-faced ape obeyed Lei Aoshua so docilely. Could it be that the Lei family owned it? Indeed, the Lei family had the strength and resources. Lei Zhenyuan was famously doting on his daughter, and as a levels even awakener, capturing a 4th-tier ghost-faced ape was child's play. Others might lack the means to give such a grand gift, but the Lei family certainly did. Huang Quan waved again at the ghost-faced ape. "Stay right there. Your master will have something for you later." The ghost-faced ape obediently sat there, staring blankly at the group. Such a clumsy performance made everyone roll their eyes. Even a fool could see who the real master was. This Huang Quan was clearly being used as a scapegoat. After hearing Leng Shui's explanation, Shengnan's face darkened, and she wished she could kill Huang Quan on the spot. Not far away, Ming Xinyuan narrowed his eyes at the scene, silently vowing Lei Aoshua was such an outstanding woman. He had to have her. With her, he would not only gain the support of the Lei family, but also enjoy a life like an emperor every night. Si Lingfei snorted coldly. "Young Master Lei, so the minefield and the mystery outside were all you're doing." She was calculating what the Lei family was up to. They called them here to fight, then released a lord-level monster. Were they trying to flex their muscles to the Tianlan Guild? Lei Kunlun at the center of the storm was utterly bewildered, his gaze shifting between the ghost-faced ape and his little sister. "Swear you, brother, I'm really not its master." "Huang Quan is," Huang Quan said innocently while using Lei Aochu's body. Shengnan almost couldn't resist slapping her own face. Good heavens, how could a man be sweeter than a woman when acting coquettish? Lung Shui couldn't help but remark. He really is more suited to being a woman than we are. That somewhat innocent look is hard to imagine coming from a man. Lei Kunlun quickly understood something and said sincerely, "You were afraid we would oppose you, weren't you, Swear? Let me tell you, brother will always support and protect you no matter what you do. Even if you want to raise one ghost-faced ape or 10 or 100. Brother has no objections at all. If you want more, I'll catch them for you." Hearing this, Huang Quan was deeply moved. Was this what family felt like? If Lei Kunlun weren't a man, he would have given him a big hug. Shengnan and Lung Shui fell silent. They had been angry at Lei Kunlun for scolding them earlier, but now all that resentment had vanished. Others, however, saw it differently. Si Lingfei's lips twitched. What was the Lei family trying to say? That they could effortlessly produce 10 or 100 ghost-faced apes like this one. Could you please disarm the landmine under my feet? I'm quite uncomfortable standing here like this. Shengnan stretched her back, her face full of exhaustion. She had just fought a battle using Quangshin's Fang power, and now she was utterly fatigued. Huang Quan also waved at the ghost-faced ape, which dutifully handed him the tools. He then crouched down, fiddled briefly under Shengnan's feet, and stood up, clapping his hands. The mine is disarmed. You can move now. That was it. Shengnan found it hard to believe, but considering this was Huang Quan's own body, he likely wouldn't be foolish enough to risk it. She stepped away cautiously, and nothing happened. However, Huang Quan's maneuver left the others utterly stunned. Lei Kunlun in particular wondered why his little sister had tools for disarming landmines. But then he recalled her experiences before she was found and returned to the Lei family. Could she have learned this during that period? Those people were truly the scum of the earth, making a child learn to disarm bombs. One wrong move, and she'd be blown to pieces. Huang Quan was relieved to see his own body unharmed. "Miss Lei, could you please disarm the mine under my feet?" asked Si Lingfei. "No problem." Huang Quan nodded directly, then extended his hand. 50,000 Chinese yuan. Si Lingfei was momentarily speechless, and her suspicion grew that the Lei family had orchestrated this entire scene. Lei Kunlun, however, stared at his younger sister in confusion. Why did she need money? The Lei family was the foremost clan in Huadu. Surely she didn't need to earn money herself. Had the old man been cutting her allowance? "I don't have that much cash on me." "No worries, I accept card payments," Huang Quan said, gesturing to the ghost-faced ape. The ape rummaged through its cloth bag and tossed out a card reader. Huang Quan caught it and handed it to Si Lingfei. "Pay up first, then he'll disarm the mine." Si Lingfei's lips twitched slightly. She shot a meaningful glance at Lei Kunlun, as if to say, is the Lei family really this hard up for money? Lei Kunlun felt innocent. He had no idea why his sister had suddenly become so greedy. But Si Lingfei, being a rich heiress, could afford to spend 50,000, though it stung a bit. The others were not so fortunate. Huang Quan turned to Ji Yuan and asked, "What about you? Cash or card? Is there any other option?" Ji Yuan smiled bitterly. He was living paycheck to paycheck and had no money to spare. "If you have no money, that's fine too." Huang Quan reached into the ghost-faced ape's bag again and pulled out several contracts. "I've already prepared the IOU contracts. You just need to sign and leave your fingerprint. But let me warn you, if anyone dares to default, I have ways to deal with you." Ji Yuan and the others exchanged uneasy glances, seeking help from Lei Kunlun, hoping he would rein in his sister. But Lei Kunlun didn't even spare them a glance. His eyes were fixed solely on his sister. In his eyes, his Shuer was beautiful and adorable no matter what. Du Hu and Deshan had some savings. They signed the contracts without a second thought, but when they saw the creditor's name already filled in as Huang Quan, they paused in surprise. Shouldn't the creditor be Lei Aoshua? Why Huang Quan? But they didn't dwell on it and signed anyway. However, the moment their blood touched the paper, they felt as if a shackle had been placed on their chests. A faint smile played on Huang Quan's lips. This contract is not only legally binding under the laws of Huaxia, it is itself a rule. The two exchanged a look, sensing they had been tricked. Huang Quan then turned to Ji Yuan. "What about you? The mine under your feet is quite powerful. I am a Grand Awakener. That bomb might injure a 4th-tier Awakener, but against me it would at most blow up my pants." Ji Yuan leaped into the air. The moment he took off, an explosion erupted, sending a pillar of fire into the sky, hurling him a dozen meters high. He then performed a series of midair somersaults and landed steadily on the ground. Then came a click. Ji Yuan. Had he stepped on another mine? Damn it, did the Lei family have a screw loose? Why were there so many mines buried here? He refused to give up. He tried again. Boom. Click. Boom. Click. One after another mines exploded, reducing Ji Yuan's clothing to a pair of shorts and turning him as black as coal. Lei Kunlun quickly covered his sister's eyes and shouted in disgust. "Ji Yuan, have some decency. Is this how a Grand Awakener behaves?" Ji Yuan was furious. Damn it, could the Lei family be any more shameless? They had lured him here with a promise of 5 million in compensation, destroyed his off-road vehicle, and now they were trying to extort money. Couldn't they just act like decent human beings? Huang Quan didn't want him to step on any more mines. Each one cost money. He simply signaled the ghost-faced ape to toss Ji Yuan out of the minefield. "Your turn, Oi." Huang Quan's gaze fell on Ming Xianyuan and his two subordinates. The ghost-faced ape also pointed its board at Ming Xianyuan. Ming Xuanyuan, however, was completely nonchalant. He chuckled. If it's for Shredder ID, give 1 million, even 2 million. It's actually 2 million. 1 million for you, and 1 million for your men combined. Cash or card. Huang Quan showed no mercy toward him. Ming Xianyuan had brought people near his home likely to kill him. Ever since he swapped bodies with Lei Aoshua, trouble had been coming one after another. Ming Xianyuan grandly tossed a bank card. There's 2 million inside. Spend it however you like. This is the fee for disarming your mind. Don't act like it's a charity from you. Huang Quan waved his hand, and the ghost-faced ape understood instantly. It shot toward Ming Xianyuan and his men like lightning. Ming Xianyuan was startled. Was this guy trying to kill them? But the ghost-faced ape merely tossed them out of the white fog like golf balls. Given their awakener physiques, they would suffer, at most, minor bruising. After everything was done, Huang Quan let out a sigh of relief. He had made quite a haul today. He glanced at Sheng Nan and said, "Since you're fine, I'll be going now." Just as Huang Quan turned to leave, Sheng Nan called out, "Wait, won't you come inside and sit for a while?" Her tone carried a hidden meaning. Only then did Huang Quan remember that his maze formation was quite complex. Even Leng Shui might not be able to break it. All right then. Hey kid, what do you mean by that? Lei Kunlun was furious. Was this guy inviting his sister into his home, right in front of him? Sheng Nan almost let loose Kuang Tian on the spot upon hearing her own brother's tone. Fortunately, Leng Shui's careful persuasion gradually calmed her down. Kid, you're so close with my sister. Did you get my permission? Lei Kunlun said in an unfriendly tone. What kind of person is that? Inviting his own sister home right in front of me. What does he mean by that? Sheng Nan's mouth twitched in anger. Do I need your permission to befriend someone? Brother, calm down. He's my friend, just inviting us in for a while. Seeing Sheng Nan about to explode with rage, Huang Quan quickly tried to persuade. Lei Kunlun turned to look at his little sister, his expression shifting as if he were a different person, beaming. Swear, big brother, was just afraid he'd bully you. Just scaring him, definitely not threatening her. As he said this, he shot a murderous glare at Huang Quan. Sheng Nan met his gaze and grew even more furious. He never treated her like this normally. If only they could switch bodies back, she would beat this brother of hers on the spot. What made her even angrier was that this Huang Quan was acting like a pure white lotus, putting on that innocent expression. Who was he trying to fool? Lei Kunlun saw that the other party actually dared to glare at his sister, and his temper flared up instantly. His body erupted with a terrifying aura, and the phantom of a wild beast appeared behind him. I didn't deal with you right away. Do you think I'm too easygoing? Who were you glaring at just now? Sheng Nan saw that Lei Kunlun was about to use the power of his fangs, and her face darkened. Leng Shui, release Kuang Tian and kill her. Leng Shui, calm down, rein in your temper. We're in Huang Quan's body now, he won't go easy on us. So we just have to swallow this grievance. Leng Shui, don't worry, someone else is more anxious than we are. Brother, calm down. Huang Quan quickly stepped in front of Lei Kunlun. Seeing his own sister shielding someone else, Lei Kunlun's heart grew even angrier. Shui, I saw it clearly just now. This bastard actually dared to glare at you. Does he think he's something? Huang Quan quickly urged. He's always like this, but he's actually a decent person. Besides, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside first. If Lei Kunlun really started a fight, beating Lei Aoshua would be like child's play. If they ever switched bodies back, the one getting hurt would be himself. Lei Kunlun also retracted some of his aura, but his words were still harsh. Kid, you listen to me. If you ever dare say anything inappropriate to my sister, or do anything inappropriate, I'll kill you on the spot. Sheng Nan wanted to say something, but for a moment didn't know how to respond. Leng Shui, forget it. The way he's protecting Huang Quan now just shows how much we mean to him, doesn't it? At that moment, Si Lingfei examined Lu Ren's wound and frowned. You actually coated the shrapnel with poison. As her words fell, everyone's attention involuntarily turned to Huang Quan. Lei Kunlun directly shielded him behind him and said, Why are you all staring at my sister? Even if she did poison it, so what? Huang Quan felt somewhat helpless at his mindless protectiveness of his sister and exchanged a glance with Lei Aoshua. Thinking you really do have a good brother. Sheng Nan just gave a faint smile. Sometimes she really did like this brother of hers. Meanwhile, Si Lingfei and Ji Yuan and the others were completely black-faced. How could anyone make poisoning sound so justified? Huang Quan also explained to them. Actually, the poison he ingested is just a common one, harmless. Only looks frightening. With the physique of a Tier 3 awakened, he'll be fine after a night's sleep. Si Lingfei carefully checked his pulse and seeing that the poison had not spread, breathed a sigh of relief. A peak Tier 3 awakened was a valuable combat asset for their guild. Are you leaving? Huang Quan couldn't help asking. Ji Yuan rolled his eyes, unwilling to spend another second in this godforsaken place, of course. But before he could finish, Si Lingfei cut him off with a warning glare. Young Master Lei, Miss Lei, it's getting dark and our off-road vehicle is destroyed. May we trouble you for a night's stay at your residence? Si Lingfei said with a smile. This isn't our territory, why ask us? Lei Kunlun replied, displeased. Was she trying to pin the accusation of abuse of power on the Lei family? Si Lingfei sneered inwardly. Still pretending. Isn't Lei Aoshua a member of the Lei family? Did they think installing a puppet would make them compliant? So Huang Quan, may we stay here for one night, and leave tomorrow. Shengnan hesitated inwardly. Lung Shui, what should we do? If we take them to the manor, many of Huang Quan's secrets will be exposed. Lung Shui asked him. He should be prepared. At that moment Huang Quan smiled faintly. Of course guests are welcome. But my home is small, so you'll have to squeeze into the beds. No problem. We pioneers have rested in worse places when delving into the abyss. It's fine, Si Lingfei said cheerfully. But he'll charge you 500 a night. Ji Yuan balked at the price and tugged Si Lingfei's sleeve, whispering, what are you doing? Staying here overnight. Who knows what might happen? And 500 was exorbitant. Si Lingfei snorted coldly. You fool, what do you understand? The Lei family is clearly trying to pull something behind our guild's back. We need to investigate thoroughly and report back to the president. Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment before replying. What do you mean? The Lei family wouldn't do that. If they wanted to cause trouble, they'd do it in front of us. Then how do you explain those traps and the white mist formation? It can't be that schoolboy who set them up. Faced with Si Lingfei's interrogation, Ji Yuan fell silent. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Huang Quan called them and strode straight into the white mist. Shengnan wanted to approach Huang Quan to ask a few questions, but Lei Kunlun blocked her, glaring with ill intent. She was trying to chat while he was still here. Shengnan's face darkened instantly. For the first time she found her own brother utterly insufferable. Lung Shui, come on, your current identity is a man. If you get close to a woman, it's only natural for her brother to be angry. Huang Quan just smiled faintly, knowing exactly what Shengnan wanted to ask, but he was already prepared. Seeing that his sister was leading the way, Lei Kunlun frowned. Shuer, why are you so familiar with this terrain? Do you come here often? Huang Quan said awkwardly. Brother, I haven't come here many times. Huang Quan is one of the few friends I can talk to, and it's strictly platonic. Lei Kunlun didn't buy it. How could they be just ordinary friends? Along the way, Lei Kunlun fussed over his younger sister with such solicitous care that it stirred a hint of jealousy in Shengnan. However, before they had walked much further, the white mist around them began to thin, revealing a thatched cottage no more than a few dozen square meters in total. Shengnan stared at the cottage before her, utterly stunned. What was this? It was nothing like the place she had left. Where was her secluded paradise? Meanwhile, Huang Quan kept shooting her meaningful glances. Lei Kunlun, noticing his sister's gaze, felt a surge of irritation. Flirting right in front of him, what did they think they were doing? Though deeply displeased, Shengnan caught Huang Quan's signal and begrudgingly called out to Ji Yuan and the others, this is where I live. Feel free to look around. Si Lingfei smiled at her and asked, Miss Lei, where will we stay tonight? Your cottage doesn't seem large enough for all of us. Before Huang Quan could speak, Lei Kunlun snapped coldly. Si Lingfei, think before you speak. What do you mean by my sister's cottage? It's Huang Quan's place. If you have questions, ask him. Why are you asking my sister? As if she were already married to him. You're right, I spoke without thinking. Si Lingfei feigned remorse, but inwardly she sneered. Lei Kunlun was still putting on a front at this critical juncture. What was the point? Huang Quan approached Shengnan and pulled her aside. Seeing this, Lei Kunlun's temples bulged with veins. He could have killed someone. Couldn't they say whatever they needed in front of him? In their private meeting, Shengnan's eyes turned fierce. Mr. Huang, what's with that female monster wielding a huge cleaver? How did you get mixed up with something like that? You mean Miss Guna? Huang Quan said helplessly. I was making a living off the dead when a rift of moderate size suddenly appeared before me. From it fell a coffin. I opened it with my doppelganger and found nothing inside. After that, Miss Guna latched onto me. Shengnan massaged her brow, barely restraining herself from beating Huang Quan. If Kuang Tian hadn't suppressed her earlier, I'd be done for. Huang Quan chuckled lightly. Relax, I was prepared. I stuck some talismans on you and gave you plenty of protective items. Even a pig could hold out for half an hour. Shengnan's face darkened. What do you mean? So it's my fault for not triggering the talismans you set. In the end, you can't even deal with that cursed monster, and that's why I got chased down. Lung Shui told me you have a way to kill cursed monsters like that. Why didn't you just get rid of it? Why kill her? Yi Wuliang's tone carried a hint of amusement. Isn't it nice to have a free fighter? Don't underestimate Miss Guna. She's only a lord level, but she can even take down a level 6 monster. Hearing this, Shengnan was startled. A level 6 monster? Are you kidding me? Once a monster reaches level 5, further advancement becomes increasingly difficult, but each promotion brings a transcendent leap in power. A level 6 lord level monster could easily slaughter a level 5 lord level 1. Yet Miss Guna just now hadn't even reached that tier. Huang Quan grinned. Miss Guna grows stronger when facing a stronger foe, and she's not very bright. You just need to lure her to a lord level monster, then use chi concealment talismans and body concealment talismans to hide yourself completely. Once she loses her target, she'll go berserk and slaughter everything. Besides, Miss Guna is a curse. Hard to kill. I've gained quite a bit thanks to her. If we hadn't swapped bodies, I planned to take her to a rift near the city outskirts this Friday to hunt monsters. Huang Quan's voice was filled with regret. Shengnan looked at him with complicated eyes. In her years of life, this was the first time she had seen someone actually exploit a cursed monster. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's arrange their accommodation first. The moment Shengnan mentioned accommodation, her enthusiasm surged. Kid, I want to share a room with Si Lingfei. Tonight he'll strike while the iron is hot, and take her virginity for you. I sincerely thank you. Huang Quan's face darkened. Then he pointed at Lei Kunlun, who was staring at them intently. Do you think he'll agree, eh? Xingnan. There are only 3 rooms inside. The only one who can share a room with Si Lingfei is me. Huang Quan shot her a smug grin. Xingnan was furious. Are you even human? How dare you sleep with my girlfriend right in front of me? Your girlfriend? Did I agree to that? Huang Quan snorted. Xingnan. Just as she was about to argue further, Lei Kunlun's impatient voice rang out. You two have been talking for 3 whole minutes. Are you done yet? Come on, my brother is getting impatient. That's my brother. Xingnan snapped. It's all the same. With Huang Quan's instructions, Xingnan began showing everyone the accommodations. The entire Flatroft house had only 3 rooms that were livable. Ji Yuan glanced around and said bluntly, there's nothing wrong with this cottage is there. For ordinary people, living in a place like this is already quite good. But Si Lingfei shot him a cold look. Only a fool like you would think that way. Si Lingfei, what do you mean? Ji Yuan's temper flared. Was she always mocking him for fun? It's obvious that the Lei family prepared this fake dwelling for us to see. They don't want their intelligence leaked. Si Lingfei glanced at Lei Kunlun. Lei Kunlun is strong not only in power, but also in wits. He's relied on his intelligence to survive countless crises in the Abyss assault. Look closely, he's already fed up with Huang Quan. Ji Yuan took a look, but remained indifferent. Lei Kunlun treats everyone who gets close to his sister the same way. What I mean by fed up is because of Huang Quan's actions. All the guiding work should have been his responsibility, but just now Lei Aoshue did the guiding and introduction of the residents. And after they went into the grove, it became Huang Quan who did the introduction. Isn't that a confession? Si Lingfei let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of amusement, as if she had long seen through the Lei family's tricks. Then Huang Quan began assigning rooms. The 2 women naturally shared one. Xingnan gritted her teeth in fury. Her own girlfriend was going to sleep with someone else. Yet the allocation of the others left Huang Quan somewhat bewildered. The 3 men he didn't recognize directly formed a group and demanded a room, leaving only one room for Lei Aoshue, who was using his own body along with Lei Kunlun and Ji Yuan. This combination looked utterly bizarre no matter how one viewed it. Ji Yuan nearly collapsed upon hearing that he would be sharing a room with Lei Kunlun, knowing full well how terrifying Lei Kunlun could be. Brother Ji Yu and Lei are friends, we won't disturb your chat. Lu Rin was injured by a landmine, I have to take care of him today. Du Hu and Deshan sealed the matter with their alternating remarks. Huang Quan was well aware that Lei Kunlun must have misunderstood his relationship with Lei Aoshue. He even feared that Lei Kunlun might kill him tonight. Each returned to their own room. It was the first time Huang Quan had shared a room with a woman, though his body was female, his mind remained utterly male. Si Lingfei looked at Lei Aoshue with wary eyes, inwardly shocked, realizing that the seemingly harmless woman before her was actually remarkably deep and calculating. She must have figured out that I was the sharpest mind among them, so she insisted on sharing a room to monitor my every move. Huang Quan carefully appraised the woman before him, whose figure and appearance could easily score 90 out of 100. Si Lingfei, the strategist of the Tianlan Guild, was an exceptionally intelligent woman. In several Abyss assaults, her brilliant mind had uncovered monster weaknesses, turning the tide of battle. Her beast-type companion spirit tool, though currently only at the 4th tier, was backed by a profound background, the Si family of the capital. Is there hot water here? Si Lingfei asked casually. Yes, this room has a bathroom with hot water. Huang Quan replied flatly, then suddenly realized. This woman wasn't thinking of taking a bath here, was she? Before Huang Quan could react, Si Lingfei began to remove her clothes. Gazing at the tempting body, Huang Quan felt strangely indifferent. Perhaps it was because he had seen better, so he lowered his eyes. To be fair though, Lei Aoshue was mentally unstable, her figure was truly top-notch. Even at school, Huang Quan couldn't help stealing glances. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, an eerie silence prevailed. Lei Kunlun sat cross-legged in the center and said coldly, Kid, now that my sister's not here, you'd better confess honestly. What's your relationship with Shuer? Xingnan rolled her eyes, exasperated by her brother's interrogation. How many times do I have to tell you? I have nothing to do with her. To be honest, after entering Huang Quan's body, Xingnan had also had thoughts about her former self, but Leng Shui disapproved. The idea of sleeping with oneself was too bizarre. But Lei Kunlun clearly didn't believe her. I've been observing along the way. My sister cares about you too much. That's not a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Xingnan chuckled dryly. Of course Huang Quan cared about himself. Lei Kunlun, that guy is a womanizer. Ji Yuan then recounted what had happened when he first met Huang Quan, especially the flirting with Si Lingfei, elaborating in detail. Lei Kunlun's anger flared. If not for fear of hurting his sister, he would have killed him on the spot. Kid, I warn you, stay away from my sister from now on. If you break her heart, even a little, it'll tear you limb from limb. With that, he casually struck the nearby table, which shattered with a crack. A porcelain bottle with a golden talisman fell out and broke upon landing, releasing a surge of sinister wind toward the 3 of them. A flash of golden light flickered over Xingnan, neutralizing the wind, and a golden talisman in her clothes subsequently burned to ashes. Lei Kunlun felt a wave of Yin energy enter his body, but the Feng power within him quickly dispelled it. Ji Yuan, however, was not so fortunate. He felt something cold and chilling blow against him. "What is this?" asked Lei Kunlun, frowning, displeased by the Yin energy. Ji Yuan glanced at the broken porcelain, spotting another golden talisman among the fragments. He was startled. "Is this a Taoist master's talisman? How did it get here? These are precious. Don't any of you snatch it from me." With that, he lunged for the talisman on the ground. Since the emergence of the Abyss Rifts, a Taoist master's talisman was no longer just a piece of paper. It could not only summon gods and vanquish demons, but also nourish the body and prolong life. Yet the moment Ji Yuan's hand touched it, the talisman instantly dissolved. "Why is it gone?" Ji Yuan was utterly disappointed. A single talisman could fetch a decent price. Shengnan frowned. "Lung Shui, should we tell Huang Quan about this? Could there be something dangerous inside?" "Lung Shui, with our current identities going to find him at midnight. Aren't you afraid Lei Kunlun will kill you?" Shengnan. "Lung Shui, for now it seems there's nothing inside except some Yin wind. Huang Quan must have prepared early how it shouldn't cause any major trouble." At that moment, Lei Aoshua felt a wave of drowsiness, yawned, and collapsed onto the bed. On the other side, Huang Quan also felt sleepy and unknowingly drifted off. Si Lingfei, stepping out of the bathroom, gazed at the beauty lying on the bed with closed eyes, nearly losing herself in the sight. She shook her head with a bitter smile. She had seen many beautiful women, but one whose sleeping face could stir a woman's heart was rare. Such charm was extraordinary. Even lying beside Lei Aoshua, Si Lingfei felt immense pressure. Meanwhile, a palm-sized abyss rift appeared in Tianlan City, from which fell a winged sharp-toothed monster with blood-red eyes that stood out starkly. After landing, the rift behind it closed. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures slowly approached from the direction of the monster. Under the faint night light, they could clearly be identified as Ming Xianyuan and his company. "Damn Huang Quan. I used to think he was just a waste, but he actually dared to rob me of my woman." Ming Xianyuan's face twisted with fury, looking as if he wanted to devour someone. "Huang Quan, you've got guts today, hiding behind Lei Aoshua, and even borrowing the power of the Feng. But one day you'll be alone." His 2 guards exchanged glances and helplessly shook their heads. Just then a sinister voice echoed from all directions, resentful. "Want to kill?" Hearing this, Ming Xianyuan's expression changed, and he shouted, Who's there? Come out." The 2 guards summoned their companion spirit tools, cautiously scanning the surroundings. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want power? The power to crush everything, to sweep all before you." The voice was low, carrying an almost magical allure that drew Ming Xianyuan in. Ming Xianyuan narrowed his eyes. "I need power." The next morning, Huang Quan yawned widely as he sat up, suddenly feeling that the weight on his chest was gone and nothing was pressing down on him. He touched his chest. It was flat and unremarkable. Seeming to realize something, Huang Quan snapped open his eyes, looked at his own body, and then reached down to touch his lower half. Everything returned. "Hey, you 2 perverts, what are you doing?" Lei Kunlun's voice came through gritted teeth. Huang Quan turned his head and saw Lei Kunlun staring at him with a murderous gaze, as if he were looking at a pervert. Coming to his senses, Huang Quan quickly withdrew his hands, his face full of embarrassment. He had been so caught up in joy that he completely forgot Lei Kunlun was beside him. Lei Kunlun sat on a wooden chair, snorted coldly, and said, "You 2 are truly born perverts." He couldn't imagine actually sleeping in the same bed with the 2 of them last night. 2. Huang Quan turned to look at the bed, only to see Ji Yuan with a lecherous face full of springtime, longing drool all over the floor. What kind of beautiful dream is this guy having? But Huang Quan quickly realized something was wrong. This feeling, it was like being possessed by an evil spirit. What's going on? Huang Quan's gaze swept around, then landed on the shattered table and the porcelain scattered on the ground. Who broke this thing? "I broke it," Lei Kunlun said in a flat tone. "Brother, can you not just smash other people's things?" Huang Quan covered his face. "Inside this is an evil ghost that escaped from the Abyss Rift." "Who are you calling brother?" Lei Kunlun's anger flared up instantly. He really thought he was his brother-in-law. Hearing this roar, Huang Quan also came to his senses, almost forgetting that he had swapped back. "Master Lei, this porcelain contained an evil ghost. The porcelain was its seal. After you broke it, it escaped." Lei Kunlun frowned upon hearing this. He had encountered ghosts before, but yesterday he hadn't sensed any ghostly aura. "I didn't feel anything yesterday." "Are you sure there's an evil ghost inside?" Huang Quan replied. "The evil ghosts you encountered before in the Abyss Rift were relatively powerful, with bodies almost taking shape. But this one is different. It has been sealed in the porcelain for years, feeding on no human vital essence, and has become extremely weak, hard for anyone to detect." "Who sealed it inside? Don't tell me it was you." Lei Kunlun looked at Huang Quan with a displeased expression. Of course Huang Quan wouldn't admit it, but he put on a solemn face and said, "My master caught it. He told me to guard this porcelain and wait for the demon inside to perish." Lei Kunlun didn't ask further. He just glanced at Ji Yuan and said, "He is a great awakener. How could an evil entity so easily invade his body? This evil ghost has a strong ability to possess, but its combat power is weak. Otherwise he wouldn't have sealed it in the porcelain. Lei Kunlun looked at Ji Yuan, who was still immersed in his beautiful dream, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body like a waking beast. What are you doing? Huang Quan asked in confusion. Helping him expel the evil entity. Is there a problem? Lei Kunlun raised an eyebrow. Of course there is a problem. Huang Quan rubbed his forehead and said, are you planning to use the might of your fangs to forcibly drive out the evil ghost? Lei Kunlun was silent. He couldn't think of any other way now. It's useless. Using brute force will only stun Ji Yuan as well. As Huang Quan finished speaking, he pulled out a large pile of bottles and jars from under the bed along with a stack of yellow talismans thicker than a book. Other ghost-catching tools were also complete. You are a Taoist priest. Lei Kunlun was somewhat surprised. In China, capable Taoist priests were rare. Some of them were specially employed by the state to deal with ghosts that awakeners couldn't handle. Huang Quan did not deny it, sort of. He then took the prepared yellow talisman and stuck it on Ji Yuan's forehead, intending to directly pull the ghost out. However, the talisman had no effect on Ji Yuan's head. Huang Quan was also stunned. What's going on? Then he quickly took Ji Yuan's pulse, and his expression gradually turned strange. Seeing the situation was off, Lei Kunlun quickly asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Just didn't expect that the person this evil ghost was waiting for is him. Huang Quan said in surprise. Lei Kunlun frowned. What do you mean? What does it mean that the evil ghost was waiting for him? Exactly what it sounds like. Huang Quan then stood up, put the things away, placed them under the bed, and clapped his hands as he explained, originally, I thought the evil ghost was going to devour Ji Yuan's vital essence, but it turns out it chose a symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis. Lei Kunlun was hearing this term for the first time. Huang Quan explained, not all ghosts are evil. Some ghosts wait for 100 years, even 1,000 years, just to have another lifetime with their former lover. Lei Kunlun didn't believe it, the ghost inside him. Can you get rid of it, or not? I can, but it's not necessary. What do you mean not necessary? Lei Kunlun was somewhat angry. He had seen with his own eyes people possessed by evil ghosts becoming bloodthirsty and brutal like madmen. If Ji Yuan's great awakener body were taken over by an evil entity, the consequences would be unthinkable. Huang Quan waved his hand and said, this evil ghost still has its humanity. If I forcibly separate it from Ji Yuan, now it will probably go berserk on the spot. There's no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Lei Kunlun was about to say something when sounds of men and women frolicking suddenly came from the next room. Come, my lord. I can't wait any longer. Beauty, I'm coming. Am injured, lying on the bed, you move yourself. These voices were undoubtedly from Lu Ren, Du Hu, and Dashin. Hearing these obscenities, Lei Kunlun was furious. When you built the house, couldn't you have soundproofed it? What if this reaches my sister's ears? Huang Quan was speechless. You give me the money. Then I'll fix it. Humph. Lei Kunlun snorted coldly, then walked directly to the next room and kicked the door flying. Huang Quan winced, thinking, brother, that door cost money. Just as Lei Kunlun was about to start cursing, he was stunned by the scene inside. Where were the women? Why were there only 3 big men? Even if they wanted to escape, he would have noticed. Huang Quan came into the room, glanced around, and his face instantly darkened. Do you all like to casually touch other people's things? Seeing the 3 big men with expressions of pure enjoyment, as if women were actually surrounding them. What's wrong with them? Could it be the same as Ji Yuan, targeted by an evil ghost? No, they were targeted by a lustful ghost. In one night, they lost most of their vital essence. They won't recover in less than 10 days or half a month. Huang Quan glanced at the painting of a dancing girl hanging on the wall. The scroll, which had been rolled up, was now open, and the talisman on it had been removed. His face instantly darkened. Who took down this painting again? Huang Quan said in a displeased tone. Lei Kunlun glanced at the dancer painting, also finding it somewhat odd, but unable to pinpoint the issue, he could only turn to Huang Quan and ask, what's the story behind this painting? Nothing much, just that a lecherous ghost resides inside it. Huang Quan rubbed his temples, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Originally nothing would have happened. There's a spirit-suppressing talisman on it. As long as it's not removed, the ghost won't cause any trouble. Lei Kunlun frowned deeply after hearing this. This counts as a kind of abyssal artifact, doesn't it? Sort of. But it wasn't something he obtained from an abyssal rift, he had acquired it during a tomb raid. Due to the influence of the abyssal rift, many ancient paintings had undergone mystical transformations. What do we do now? Lei Kunlun furrowed his brow. He was not skilled at dealing with such spirits. If he encountered one in an abyssal rift, he would not hesitate to use the power of his fangs to disperse it. Huang Quan, however, was unperturbed. It's no big deal. This is just a lecherous ghost that feeds on human vitality. It's not aggressive and is easy to deal with. Easy to deal with. Lei Kunlun couldn't help but size up the young man before him. Although he was entangled with his sister and was quite annoying, he seemed to have some skill. How did you deal with her? He could learn from it, perhaps useful for future forays into the abyss. I put a breeding boar in there, Huang Quan replied calmly. Lei Kunlun was completely dumbfounded. Did he hear? Huang Quan continued to explain the prop. The lecherous ghost's biggest flaw is that it cannot stray far from the painting. Its range of activity is limited to this room, and it only comes out at night. If you let a breeding boar in under cover of darkness, it will drain her energy, and then all you have to do is reapply the spirit-suppressing talisman. Lei Kunlun was utterly dumbfounded, holding his forehead as he said, "Where are we supposed to find a breeding boar now?" "No worries, I've prepared a few on the back hill for emergencies," Huang Quan replied calmly, then proceeded to pack up the painting, which could also serve as emergency rations. Lei Kunlun. Who on earth would prepare something like that? Huang Quan caught Lei Kunlun's gaze and explained, "This is also to prevent anyone from removing the talisman from the painting. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a famine next month? Having extra emergency rations was definitely a good idea." "Don't tell me that. I'm here to take my sister away," Lei Kunlun said, not wanting to stay in this place any longer surrounded by eerie things. Huang Quan shrugged, "No problem, I'll see you off." He was secretly pleased that once the body swap was reversed, he would have no further dealings with the Lei family, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yet Leng Shui's words echoed in Huang Quan's mind. "Your calamity comes from your family." In an instant his mood turned inexplicably heavy. What were family, if not people who cared for and protected each other like the Lei family? Why would they become my calamity? At that moment Lei Kunlun stepped out of the room and asked sternly again, "You really have nothing to do with my sister? What could I possibly have with her? At most we're friends, maybe not even that. And we've never done anything inappropriate." Huang Quan only wanted to distance himself from the Lei family. Lei Kunlun thought about it. Indeed, yesterday there had been no intimacy between Shui'er and this bastard. At most they were friends. Considering Shui'er's psychological state, Lei Kunlun didn't completely shut down the possibility, but said, "Shui'er has very few friends, so I hope you two will remain just friends." Huang Quan let out a dry laugh. If he could, he wouldn't even want to be friends with Lei Shui. During the body swap, she had caused him immense trouble, brought him into contact with the Lei family, and made him a campus celebrity in front of thousands. Not only did he fail the literary exam, but he also indirectly offended Ming Xinyuan. The worst part was provoking Lin Mu, a ruthless madman with cruel methods. Though he appeared harmless and innocent, his actions were darker than anyone's. Just then Lei Shui suddenly rushed out of the room, threw herself on a Huang Quan, and hugged him tightly, shouting, "My prince." Huang Quan. Lei Kunlun. What was this woman thinking? Huang Quan could clearly feel Lei Kunlun's murderous intent rising. "Leng Shui, what's going on?" Huang Quan demanded in her ear, but as he spoke he noticed that Lei Shui's demeanor exuded a completely different aura from any of her previous personalities. It was the youthful innocence and naivety of a young girl. Could this be the real Lei Shui? Under Lei Kunlun's murderous gaze, Huang Quan pushed her away. "Lei, what do you mean by my prince? We're not in that kind of relationship. But you are my prince. When I woke up yesterday, I was inside your body." Before Lei Shui could finish, Huang Quan clamped his hand over her mouth and turned to look. Lei Kunlun's murderous intent was now completely undisguised. Inside his body. What did that mean? Had they already? Lei Kunlun dared not think further, afraid he might lose control and go berserk. Lei Shui also noticed Lei Kunlun, her eyes lighting up as she tugged on Huang Quan's arm. Brother, look. I found my prince. He'll protect me forever, so you and Dad don't have to worry about me anymore." Seeing the anticipation and hope in Shui'er's eyes, Lei Kunlun swallowed his dissatisfaction, not daring to contradict her. He took a deep breath and said to Huang Quan, "Come with me. I need to talk to you." "Brother, can I listen?" Lei Shui pouted, clearly displeased. "Brother needs to have a man-to-man talk with him." "Be good and wait here," Lei Kunlun said, shooting Huang Quan a meaningful glance. Huang Quan forced a smile and said, "Wait here for me. He'll go talk with your brother." The two walked to a distance and Lei Kunlun got straight to the point. "Her change is so sudden. You must be surprised." Huang Quan shook his head, then quickly nodded. Seeing his reaction, Lei Kunlun seemed to understand. "You know about Shui'er's multiple personalities, don't you?" Huang Quan remained silent. "Since you know, I'll be honest with you." Lei Kunlun continued. "We found Shui'er 3 years ago, and she was already like this. We don't know what she went through, only that for the past decade or so, she was a test subject in the Vanguard Project." Huang Quan was momentarily stunned upon hearing about the Vanguard Project. "The Vanguard Project? You mean that inhumane plan that locks innocent children in secret rooms, subjects them to brutal training, and aims to create gods?" "Exactly." Lei Kunlun nodded, then suddenly realized something and frowned. "How do you know about it?" "Very few people know about the Vanguard Project. Given your background, it's impossible for you to know." I heard it from my master Ha." Huang Quan laughed dryly, unable to tell Lei Kunlun that he had discovered an abandoned base of the Vanguard Project while working as a tomb raider. Although Lei Kunlun found it strange, he didn't press further. "If you learned it from your master, then you should also know what the project entails." Huang Quan nodded. "I heard it gathered exceptionally gifted children together, like raising goo insects, forcing them to kill each other, creating the ultimate human weapons. Their strength is so immense that even Lord-level monsters in the abyss can be easily obliterated." Lei Kunlun shook his head. "Not entirely accurate. Besides combat, their training also included assassination, infiltration, disguise, and social skills. Only those who possessed all these qualities could be called vanguards. But I heard the Vanguard project ultimately failed and no one survived. No. Lei Kunlun shook his head. In a sense, the Vanguard project succeeded. The one who survived until the end was. His fists clenched tightly, his face filled with rage. Huang Quan suddenly understood, looking at Lei Aoshue. Is she the only one who survived the Vanguard project? Lei Kunlun's non-denial already confirmed it, and the regret in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Shuer must have been unable to endure that hellish life, so she evolved all these personalities to handle different tasks. Huang Quan glanced at Lei Aoshue and said, I see. Lung Shui represents strategy and wisdom, Shengnan embodies social skills, and Kuang Tian handles combat. Each takes charge in different fields with a distinct attitude. Truly troublesome. After staring at Lei Aoshue for a long while, he said, she is still a failure, isn't she? Though these personalities excel in their respective areas, they haven't yet reached the level of a vanguard in my eyes. Lei Kunlun shook his head. No, the experiment was a success. Where is the success? Lei Aoxue's main personality is still like a child, and the others don't have higher authority. If Kuang Tian can emerge during battle, she would be done for. Huang Quan was puzzled. Lei Kunlun shook his head again and smiled bitterly. It seems you've been fooled by her too. What do you mean? Huang Quan was confused. Lei Kunlun explained, this seemingly innocent personality is not the real main personality. It was created by the main personality to deceive others. The true main personality has never awakened. Neither Lung Shui Xingnan nor Kuang Tian know of its existence. To this day they all believe that the current Shuer is the real main personality. Huang Quan's pupils dilated. Wait, you mean the true main personality has never awakened, and even the other personalities don't know? How do you know? I saw it once. On the day we retrieved Shuer, an abyss rift suddenly appeared in the Vanguard laboratory, and a horde of monsters attacked. The laboratory that had survived for over a decade collapsed in an instant. I still can't forget that scene. When I arrived, the place was littered with corpses, human and monster alike. Their severed limbs intertwined the air thick with the stench of blood, and Shuer was standing in front of a level 6 monster. She killed a level 6 monster. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. Any monster that reaches level 6 awakens intelligence. They can speak human language, and their wisdom rivals that of humans. They are extremely troublesome. Lei Kunlun deeply agreed, but he sighed. Yet I saw despair in that monster's eyes. What kind of being could make a level 6 monster feel despair? A massacre, Huang Quan replied calmly. Compared to ordinary monsters that only know how to kill a monster with intelligence has its own thoughts. Making it despair isn't difficult. I thought of that possibility too, but no one knows what happened before we arrived. Lei Kunlun hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence, but it feels strange. We received news of the Abyss Rift only 2 hours after it appeared, and all the files about Shuer in the laboratory had vanished. The only information I got was her identity, and the researcher's evaluation of her as a monster. It seems she removed her own files. Huang Quan pondered, thinking that if it were him, he would do the same. Then he recalled something amusing and smirked. Master Lei, I just went through the events in my mind, and found something interesting. What? Lei Kunlun was slightly stunned. The nearest assault team to the Vanguard laboratory wasn't from your Lei family, but from another guild. Yet as far as I know, they received no news of the Abyss Rift. Neither did any other assault team. Only your Lei family got the message. Isn't that intriguing? Huang Quan's words instantly enlightened Lei Kunlun. You mean? Shuer already knew she was a child of our Lei family, so she deliberately notified us. After we arrived at the scene to ensure her safety, we would certainly seal off the information and bury her past. Huang Quan lightly clapped his hands. Brilliant. At that moment, Lei Kunlun recalled another incident, his expression instantly changing. He stared at his sister in disbelief. Could it be? Impossible. What did you think of? Lei Kunlun said solemnly. My subordinates reported that the Abyss Rift at the Vanguard laboratory was originally a level 2 rift far from reaching level 6. Moreover, it wasn't a permanent rift. It was a temporary one that would fade with time. It seems someone had deliberately locked it, causing the monsters inside to grow stronger until they broke free and erupted. He didn't continue, but Huang Quan already guessed who that person was. Looking at Lei Aoshue, this is what a real vanguard looks like. Lei Kunlun took a deep breath, unwilling to think further. In any case, now that you know, stay away from my sister. Keeping your distance isn't just protecting her, but also protecting fools like you. Huang Quan had already intended to stay away from Lei Aoshue, so it aligned with his thoughts. But he suddenly had a thought. Was the body swap incident orchestrated by Lei Aoshue? Lei Aoshue saw the two returning. With a face of breathtaking beauty, she pouted her lips, looking unhappy and adorable. In an excited childlike tone, she said, Brother Prince, what were you talking about? Nothing, just chatting about some man-to-man topics. Lei Kunlun brushed it off, but his gaze toward his sister was full of tenderness. Huang Quan also chuckled and echoed, Yes, we just talked about some manly topics. But inwardly he was filled with caution. Was this Lei Aoshue real or fake? He felt that this woman was a huge trouble, and it would be best to avoid contact. Lei Aoshue then directly hugged Huang Quan's arm, smiling innocently. Huang Quan, however, was on full alert, already preparing a golden body talisman in his palm. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Classmate Lei, our relationship isn't that close yet. We are a match made in heaven. We will definitely get married in the future." Huang Quan, Lei Kunlun. The two were completely bewildered by her inexplicable words. Lei Kunlun snatched his sister from Huang Quan's hands and said, "Shuier marriage must be carefully considered. If you pick the wrong man, you'll regret it for life." As he said this, he shot a warning glance at Huang Quan. Huang Quan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm not a good man. I have no money, no power, no strength. Following me will only bring you great loss." At this moment, Huang Quan even thought about whether he should change his identity and live elsewhere. If he did that, he would become a person without a registered residence. Not only would he lose student benefits, but he would also have to hide and evade, causing countless troubles. But Lei Aoshue didn't care about that, as she directly said, "Brother, I've never seen him before, but I've dreamed of him. Isn't this a match made in heaven? You are clearly classmates." Lei Kunlun stopped mid-sentence, swallowing his words. He then recalled that this personality of Lei Aoshue rarely appeared. Lei Aoshue looked at Huang Quan with stars in her eyes, so captivating that even Huang Quan dared not meet her gaze. At that moment, Si Lingfei also came out of the house and saw Lei Aoshue holding Huang Quan's arm. What was going on? It wasn't like this yesterday. Lei Aoshue looked at her with displeasure and said, "Prince, why was it this woman who slept with me yesterday, not you?" Huang Quan chuckled. "If I had slept with you, I probably wouldn't be alive now." Si Lingfei heard this and teased, "I never expected the young lady Lei to fancy such a man. Even if it's an act, this is too much." She had already realized that the white mist was the work of the Lei family. Now trying to push Huang Quan forward, isn't it too late? However, Huang Quan had no such intention. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Just as Lei Aoshue was about to retort, she suddenly felt dizzy and then leaned directly onto Huang Quan. Feeling her body pressing against him, Huang Quan's heart started pounding wildly. "Shuier, are you alright?" Lei Kunlun was full of worry and was about to help her, but Lei Aokshue's cold voice came, "I'm fine." Then she directly let go of Huang Quan's hands and placed them to the side. This familiar tone, it was Lung Shui. Finally, the one without brains, Lei Aoshue, was getting on his nerves. Seeing this, Lei Kunlun felt relieved. It seemed that only the simple Shuier had developed feelings for this kid, and the other personalities didn't. Huang Quan and Lung Shui exchanged a glance, both with helplessness in their eyes. "What's going on? Ji Yuan, where are the others?" Si Lingfei frowned when she saw Ji Yuan and the others hadn't come out. Hearing his name, Ji Yuan dragged his exhausted body out of the room and muttered, "What's the matter? What time is it? How can you still be sleeping? What's wrong with you?" Before Si Lingfei could finish her scolding, she saw that Ji Yuan had lost a lot of weight, with sunken eyes, as if exhausted. Nothing, just didn't sleep well last night." Ji Yuan was a bit guilty. Should he say that he had a wet dream all night? If word got out, where would his dignity as a great awakener be? Si Lingfei clearly didn't believe him. If it was just lack of sleep, at most he'd have dark circles, not look like this. At that moment, Huang Quan ran over to her and said with a sly grin, "Brother Ji, how did you sleep last night?" Good, my ass." Ji Yuan just wanted to be alone. Huang Quan, however, whispered a few words in his ear with a smile. After hearing it, Ji Yuan's face changed drastically. How did you know?" "Brother Ji, you now have a ghost wife. You snatched her from me, shouldn't you give me something?" Huang Quan smiled kindly. He had never made a losing deal in his life. Ji Yuan naturally refused to admit it, but Huang Quan sneered, "If you don't admit it, that's fine. Then I'll have to take the female ghost out of your body." As he said this, Huang Quan pulled out a talisman from his pocket, looking regretful. "Don't." Ji Yuan grabbed Huang Quan's hand and smiled bitterly. "Brother, can't we talk about this properly? He had promised Susu to spend his life with her. He couldn't break his word." Seeing his reaction, Huang Quan put away the golden talisman. "I don't have any other business. Brother Ji is a great awakener, so you can definitely help me in the future. Alright, if you ever run into trouble, just come to me. It'll definitely help." Ji Yuan patted his chest to guarantee. He was afraid that Huang Quan would ask for money. He was penniless now, and if he couldn't pay, Susu would be gone. And it was just help. If he couldn't help later, it wouldn't be his fault. "I've recorded and videoed our conversation just now to witness our friendship. Brother Ji won't mind, will he?" Huang Quan laughed heartily. Ji Yuan's face immediately darkened. "I don't mind." In his heart, he was cursing. Is this guy crazy? Last time he bumped into him and the president, and now he's recording again. Doesn't he have any other tricks? Huang Quan knew that in his heart he would definitely despise him, but useful methods are not about being cliché, or as long as they work. Watching the two acting strangely, Si Lingfei felt that the place was very odd. She looked toward the room where the remaining three were staying. Lu Ren was injured and couldn't get up, which was understandable. Du Hu was known as the laziest in the guild, which was also understandable. But Deshan Shiga was earlier than anyone else. Why hadn't he gotten up by now? Si Lingfei directly went to push the door open. Du Hu, Lu Ren, and Deshan, what on earth is wrong with you? Si Lingfei's face turned pale upon seeing the three men inside. She then turned her head, casting a cold glare at Lei Aoshua, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Even if this is your Lei family's territory, the Tianlan Guild is an official organization. To act so blatantly is going too far." Startled by the unexpected accusation, Long Shui frowned, her gaze shifting to Huang Quan. No doubt he was the one behind this. Seeing his sister being questioned, Lei Kunlun narrowed his eyes in displeasure. "Young lady of the Si family, you'd better watch your tone. If you want to question someone, it shouldn't be a member of the Lei family, but the host of this place." Si Lingfei glanced at Huang Quan, then at the current Lei Aoshua. A strange feeling crept over her, something off that she couldn't quite pinpoint. Overnight, why had their attitudes shifted so drastically? Both their expressions and auras seemed as if they had been replaced entirely. Huang Quan stepped forward to explain. "Speaking of them, I've got a bone to pick with your Tianlan Guild." "What a—" Si Lingfei was baffled. They were supposed to be the victims. How could this man turn the tables and accuse them? Huang Quan pulled out his phone and directly accessed the surveillance footage from the room, handing her the recording of what had happened the previous night. Si Lingfei watched the footage, a little speechless. Was this man crazy? Installing a camera in the bedroom, and in such a rundown shack that even a thief would shake his head at? Huang Quan caught her strange look, shrugged, and didn't mind. He believed in being prepared for any eventuality. Without the surveillance, this matter would have taken ages to explain. Si Lingfei frowned as she watched the footage Huang Quan had sent. The three men, Duhu, Lu Run, and Deshan, became intrigued by the talisman pasted on the wall and removed it. The moment the golden talisman was taken down, it crumbled to ashes, leaving the three stunned. Then they began to discuss the painting on the wall. Si Lingfei now understood the gist of it. But what she hadn't expected was that the three grown men suddenly started hugging and embracing the air, even the usually reserved Deshan. This went on all night until Huang Quan and Lei Kunlun burst in, calming things down. "Seen enough." Huang Quan spoke calmly. Si Lingfei's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm terribly sorry, I misunderstood you earlier." "Misunderstanding or not, it's fine. Just pay up." Huang Quan waved his hand dismissively. Si Lingfei felt a sense of déjà vu. Yesterday, Lei Aoshua had said the same thing to her. "Before we talk about money, will they be okay?" Money was a trifle, but the three were level 4 awakeners, the guild's elite. If something serious happened to them, she couldn't bear the responsibility. "Don't worry, they just had a bit of essence drained by a lecherous ghost. A couple of days rest, and they'll be fine." Hearing this, Si Lingfei breathed a sigh of relief. But her monthly allowance had already been drained by Lei Aoshua yesterday during the mine-clearing incident. If Huang Quan asked for another payment, she'd have to swallow her pride and ask her family for money. Seeing Si Lingfei's troubled expression, Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. "You don't have the money, do you? Yesterday they destroyed the spirit-suppressing talisman left by my master. That talisman wasn't cheap. You'll have to compensate me at market price." "Can I inform the guild leader about this?" Huang Quan shrugged. "Be my guest. There's a signal tower here. You can call anyone you want." Mentioning the signal tower, Si Lingfei was puzzled. "I thought this signal tower only allowed calls to you." Huang Quan rolled his eyes. "Of course it's a different tower. My master built one himself, so we could access the internet in the suburbs. It just piggybacks on the official network. Nothing technically impressive." Si Lingfei was left speechless. Huang Quan's master was truly eccentric, building 2 signal towers in a place like this. After all, outside the city, monsters roamed everywhere. Such towers would be destroyed by demonic beasts within a day. But she didn't ask further. She called the guild leader, who was furious upon hearing the whole story, feeling like strangling Ji Yuan. As for the cost of the talisman, what else could they do but pay? After receiving the money, Huang Quan beamed like a flower. He glanced at Si Lingfei. "You can take them away now. And remember, don't touch anything in other people's homes in the future." Still, Si Lingfei asked one more question. "Would you like to join the Tianlan Guild? The guild leader has heard that someone is after you. Joining the Tianlan Guild means aligning with the authorities. No matter how much those people hate you, they'll have to hold back." Huang Quan had a vague feeling that someone was out to get him. The last written exam had clearly been targeting him. But he didn't want to enter the Abyss Rift in person. It was too dangerous. Who knew when the sword hanging over his head would fall? Lei Aoshua had said his calamity would come from his family. After a brief chat with Lei Kunlun, he no longer trusted a single word from that woman. Who knew if it was a lie? Seeing Si Lingfei's invitation, Lei Kunlun frowned, growing restless. Leng Shui glanced at him. "What's wrong? Want to steal him away too? I may not like this guy, but I need his skills. The mere identity of a Taoist practitioner makes him worth inviting." Lei Kunlun said reluctantly. Taoist practitioners, formation masters. These were extremely rare among awakeners. Such special talents could awaken companion artifacts, but ordinary awakeners couldn't necessarily become these unique beings. But Leng Shui spoke with confidence. He won't agree. She knew all too well how much Huang Quan valued his life. However, this time Huang Quan replied, "Give me some time to think about it." Leng Shui's expression stiffened. Had her early meeting with Huang Quan changed something? Could it be that he said it just to spite her? Si Lingfei was pleased with this answer. "All right, well, wait for your response." As long as it wasn't a direct refusal, there was still hope. She then woke the 3 men inside. and prepared to return to the guild to report. Huang Quan saw them off. As they stepped into the white mist, Lei Kunlun suddenly remembered. He had come by car. When they found the driver, he was already scared out of his wits, muttering, "Zombie, zombie." Huang Quan didn't need to guess what he had encountered. He didn't explain, and no one else pressed the matter, assuming the driver had hallucinated in the mist. As Lei Aoshue was helped into the car, the two exchanged a look, a mutual dislike. Watching them drive away, Huang Quan disappeared into the white mist. He pulled out his phone and called Fatty Yi. "Bro, where are you? I need to discuss something with you. I need to discuss something with you." Yifu was somewhat surprised when he received a call from his brother. After hesitating a few times, he still answered. Hearing that familiar tone, his emotions immediately surged. Undoubtedly, the man on the other end of the line was his good buddy, Brother Huang. Yifu asked tentatively, "It's me. Why did it take so long to answer? You didn't delete my number, did you?" Hearing this tone, Yifu quickly replied, "I would delete my dad's number before I delete yours. By the way, what happened to you yesterday? You were a completely different person. Who impersonated you and came to school?" Huang Quan rubbed his brow, his tone helpless. "It's a bit complicated. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you come out today?" Yifu agreed without a second thought. Neither of them even mentioned a location because they both already knew their meeting spot by tacit understanding. In the Yes Internet Cafe in Tianlan City, Huang Quan arrived at the booth. As soon as he pushed open the door, Fatty Yi sighed in relief. "Looks like you're the real Brother Huang." He then looked him up and down. Although his appearance wasn't as frivolous as yesterday's, the well-groomed Huang Quan was still among the top contenders for campus heartthrob. "Brother Huang, what the hell was up with you yesterday? Flirting all over the place like a horny dog." Yifu had just finished speaking when Huang Quan kicked him right in the butt. "What are you talking about? The one chasing after women yesterday wasn't me at all." "Then who was it? Were you possessed by some ghost?" Yifu couldn't help asking. He knew Huang Quan well. If anyone in the class could be possessed, it would never be Huang Quan. Huang Quan didn't know how to explain. "The person inside my body yesterday wasn't me. It was Lei Aoshue." Huh. Yifu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Huang Quan as if he were an idiot. "Bro, even though I'm not the sharpest tool, you don't have to treat me like a fool." As Lei Aokshu's #1 fan, he knew her personality better than anyone, unsullied from the mud, aloof, and wholly a goddess fallen to earth, making him associate the goddess in his heart with yesterday's playboy. No matter how he thought about it, they were two different people. Huang Quan didn't know how to explain, so he just said, "Anyway, we've switched back. I don't want to have anything to do with her from now on." "So how about your curse yesterday?" Yifu asked. On previous Fridays, Huang Quan would have him prepare first aid measures to prevent danger. Huang Quan shook his head. "Do I look like something's wrong to you? Let's get down to business. I want to ask you for a favor today. I might be being watched." Huang Quan's tone was heavy. Besides Fatty Yi, he had no one else to trust at Tianlan Academy. Especially the extremely dangerous personality hidden inside Lei Aokshu's body. He had no idea what it wanted to do. Fatty Yi snorted upon hearing this. "You just realized? I happened to find out something about the last written exam." "The written exam?" Huang Quan was taken aback. His mind was currently full of how to deal with Lei Aokshu's dangerous personality, and he hadn't given much thought to the written exam. "Isn't that what you're talking about?" Yifu was confused. Huang Quan shook his head. "Forget it. Tell me about the written exam first. My matter can wait." "All right." Yifu took a deep breath and explained, "After the last written exam ended, I happened to overhear the principal's conversation. It said that the Baidu royal family has their eyes on you. Forcing you to drop out was their idea." "Royal family? How did I get on their bad side?" Huang Quan was puzzled when he heard that the royal family wanted him to drop out. The Baidu royal family was famous throughout Huaxia because of its 3 women. The eldest daughter, Huang Yajun, managed the largest guild in Baidu, the White King Guild, which was filled with countless formidable raiders. The second daughter, Huang Yanqing, was a renowned Chinese film queen. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also one of the few 7th-order Grand Awakeners in China, known as the youngest 7th-order Awakener, far from a mere pretty face. The third daughter, Huang Ziyue, was the captain of the Chinese Night Patrol Squad. Her strength had long placed her among the ranks of Grand Awakeners. She held great power, deciding the fate of many Awakeners. Yifu looked at Huang Quan, equally bewildered. "I don't know how you got on the royal family's bad side, but I heard it directly from the principal's mouth. There's absolutely no mistake." Hearing Yifu's affirmative answer, Huang Quan pondered for a moment and decided to thoroughly investigate the royal family. Although he had been to Baidu as a tomb raider, he had even dug up the royal family's ancestral graves. "Let's put aside the royal family for now. I need to figure out how to get through the day after tomorrow's martial arts exam. As long as I don't make any major mistakes, the school can't just expel me for no reason." Huang Quan thought about how to barely pass without raising suspicion. Speaking of the martial arts exam, Fatty Yi sighed deeply. "Brother Huang, last night, I just heard from a classmate that this time the exam won't use machines for testing. It's real person combat, and we can even use companion artifacts." Changed again. Huang Quan rubbed his brow. After swapping bodies with Lei Aoshue yesterday, he hadn't grasped a lot of information, a real mistake. This martial arts exam was undoubtedly targeting him. Everyone in Tianlan Academy knew that Huang Quan was the infamous bottom feeder, having not yet awakened his companion artifact, even though he was over 18. Awakeners and non-awakeners were on completely different levels. Before they had used machines to measure values, but now they were directly engaging in real combat. What's the format? Huang Quan asked. Yi Fu rolled his eyes. Bro, you're overestimating me. Just knowing it's a real fight is already impressive. Looks like I'll have to take it one step at a time. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. Tonight, he would have to go to the principal's office to steal something. Just then a female voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, first a 10-person free-for-all, then unknown duels. Huang Quan and Yi Fu both looked toward the door. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Fu's eyes sparkled. It's Lin Mu, Goddess Lin. I'd never forget this voice even if I were shot. Without a second thought, Yi Fu went to open the door. Sure enough, a girl with a pure face stood outside. She wore a simple long dress that couldn't hide her excellent figure with long hair cascading over her shoulders. There was no trace of makeup on her face, yet she was still stunningly beautiful. Her clear eyes clashed with the messy internet cafe. Goddess Lin, what brings you here? Please come in. Yi Fu had a lecherous expression. Huang Quan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He knew clearly that this Lin Mu was no ordinary person. Hearing Yi Fu call her Goddess Lin, Mu looked a bit embarrassed. Classmate Yi, please don't call me Goddess. It's embarrassing. Huang Quan clearly knew that this woman was putting on an act, but Fatty Yi fell for it completely, his eyes never leaving her face. At this moment Lin Mu looked at Huang Quan with a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence, classmate Huang Quan. A faint smile also curled at the corners of Huang Quan's mouth. As if he were a shy youth, he clasped his hands behind his back and said with a chuckle, I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you here to use the internet? Of course, my family is quite poor and doesn't have a computer, so I came to the internet cafe to look up some information. Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on Huang Quan, a flicker of doubt flashing in her eyes. A lie. An absolute lie. Huang Quan sneered inwardly. When he had discovered the murderer hidden in the class, he had investigated this woman. The place she lived was a considerable distance from here, and if she came to an internet cafe, it would never be this one. He could be sure he wasn't being followed, so she was most likely tailing Fatty Yi. Miss Lin, if you want to use the internet, feel free to use our computer. Yi Fu and I were just about to leave. Huang Quan now only wanted to drag Yi Fu away. But Yi Fu refused outright. Brother, if you have something to do, go ahead. I finally have a chance to get close to the Goddess Lin, you can't. Before he could finish, Huang Quan covered his mouth. Let's go, brother, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Yi Fu wanted to argue, but seeing Huang Quan's unprecedented seriousness, he could only nod in agreement. As soon as they stepped out, they were blocked by a thug-like figure holding a spiked club from which emanated a formidable spiritual energy. You two brats, what's your relationship with that girl who just went in? The spiked club guy kept glancing toward the booth, his impatient expression revealing exactly what was on his mind. Huang Quan smiled. I have nothing to do with her, but I advise you'd better not go near her. The spiked club guy thrust the club between them and said, none of your damn business. Get the hell out of here, and if you interfere with my plans, I'll deal with both of you. Fine, we're leaving right now. Huang Quan dragged Yi Fu and ran outside. Yi Fu struggled, and once outside the cafe shook off Huang Quan's hand, his face flushed with anger. Brother, what do you mean? Are you just going to watch that scumbag bully Lin Mu? Huang Quan rolled his eyes. It's still uncertain who will bully whom. Yi Fu didn't understand Huang Quan's meaning. He turned to go back into the cafe to save Lin Mu, but Huang Quan grabbed him firmly. Brother Huang, what's your deal? You don't have a companion spirit, and are afraid, I get that. But you can't stop me from saving someone. If you keep holding me back, I'll turn on you. Turn on me. Hey Fatty Yi, I'm doing this for your own good. That Lin Mu is not as simple as she seems. Huang Quan rubbed his temples. It was all Xingnan's fault. Why did she have to provoke Lin Mu such a big trouble? Not simple. What do you mean? Yi Fu was confused. I was planning to keep this to myself. Since he had already told Liao Xue, it wouldn't hurt to tell Yi Fu too. After hearing the whole story, Yi Fu found it hard to believe. Brother Huang, are you kidding me? How could he connect a psychotic murderer with the goddess of their class? Believe it or not, that's the truth. Come with me, I'll show you something good. Huang Quan led them to a hidden corner, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pulled out a golden talisman from his pocket, recited a silent incantation, and it immediately burst into flames. The smoke gradually condensed into an image in the air. Yi Fu's heart jolted when he saw the figure. Is that the guy with the spiked club from earlier? But as the image became clearer, he froze in place, dumbfounded. This. How? The spiked club guy's body was twisted into a pretzel shape, his eyes rolled back, and he was already dead. And the Lin Mu he had been worried about was now enveloped in black aura, her face completely obscured. The next second, as if sensing the spying Lin Mu's black aura, suddenly erupted, shattering the image. Yi Fu was startled, staring blankly at Huang Quan. This. Did we get discovered? Pretty much. Huang Quan squinted, pulled out a handful of golden talismans and a string of Buddhist beads, and handed them to Yi Fu. Take these there for self-defense. If you run into Lin Mu, contact me as soon as possible. She's after me, not you. Looking at the items before him, Yi Fu's eyes widened. Brother, why are you so generous today? Are you the real Huang Quan? The Huang Quan he knew was incredibly stingy, treating others to anything only existed in his dreams. Now he was willingly giving him things. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Do you want them or not? If Lin Mu kills you, don't come haunting me as a ghost. Huang Quan said irritably. This time it wasn't that he was generous. Yi Fu being targeted by Lin Mu was partly his fault. He hadn't expected that since Lin Mu couldn't track him, she would go after his good brother instead. They parted ways and went home. Huang Quan returned to his room and took out the Book of Destiny. Destiny Prophecy. Will my situation still involve swapping bodies with Lei Aoshua tomorrow? Destiny Prophecy. Tomorrow when Huang Quan wakes up, he will once again become Lei Aoshua, and the entire future will seem devoid of light. Seeing this prophecy, Huang Quan's mouth twitched. It seemed the body swap was not a one-time occurrence. Tomorrow he would need to make some preparations first. At that moment at the Lei family manor, Lei Kunlun knocked and entered Lei Aochu's room. Seeing her cold demeanor, he knew which personality was in control. Is it Leng Shui? Leng Shui lifted her eyes slightly. If you're here to tell me that you and father are going to the Azure Abyss, no. 107, I already know. Alas, Leng Shui, I know you oppose father and me going, but we have reasons we cannot refuse. Lei Kunlun took a deep breath, then left the room. Lei Aoshua rubbed her temples. She knew that no matter what reason she used to keep her father and brother, it would not change their decision. No matter how many cycles she went through, they always disappeared into that abyssal rift. As for the reason for their stubbornness, she only learned from some insiders. Lei Kunlun had heard somewhere that in the Azure Abyss, no. 107, there was a treasure that could cure her, and so he charged into the abyss without hesitation. Such unconditional kindness toward her was truly overwhelming. Leng Shui took a deep breath and dialed Huang Quan's number. Perhaps he would have a solution. But the call went straight to voicemail. Leng Shui was stunned for a long moment. Did he block me? What nerve? That night Huang Quan did not sleep in the villa, but came to his bungalow. He sat cross-legged surrounded by various traps fully prepared. He was determined to find out what force had caused him and Lei Aoshua to swap bodies. As time ticked by, Huang Quan watched the clock approach midnight, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. His eyelids grew heavier, as if they might fall shut at any moment. Drowsy. How could that be? His mental strength, if not the best in the world, was certainly formidable. How could this happen? Unconsciously he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the surroundings were strangely familiar, yet unfamiliar. Looking down at his chest, which now had 2 extra lumps, he immediately covered his face and exclaimed, again, what the hell? He hadn't sensed any anomaly, nor had he detected any curse or abyss artifact. How did he end up in Lei Aochu's body? Meanwhile, Leng Shui opened her eyes, and seeing her surroundings let out a soft chuckle. You blocked my number thinking I couldn't reach you. She had only suspected that such exchanges would happen more than once, and now it seemed to be true. Is this the bungalow where we rested yesterday? Leng Shui looked around, finding herself seated in the middle of some formation. On the ground were various symbols spreading outward like a spider web. The room was lit by candles on the floor, and the walls were covered with talismans of different styles. It seemed Huang Quan had also guessed that the body swaps were not a one-time event. Now she just had to wait for Huang Quan to contact her. Another personality, Xingnan, said, Leng Shui, let me take control of the body. Quick, I want to regain my masculine prowess. After the body swap yesterday, Shangnan was speechless because she still hadn't parted with her virginity. She could clearly pick up women, but hindered by that bastard Huang Quan, she had to resort to self-gratification. So infuriating. You really have no shame. Leng Shui said, somewhat speechless. Shangnan dismissed it. What's the big deal? I'm not a woman. Leng Shui was a bit exasperated. They were split from a woman's soul. No matter how stubborn, they were still women. But that was Shingnan's nature, so she didn't say much. We can't get out now? I can't break that white mist, so we can only wait here. Shangnan said, how about we find some videos? I need to get off. Leng Shui replied helplessly, clean up after yourself, don't let Huang Quan find out. However, as Shangnan was watching the videos, the hidden cameras all around the room were already revealing everything. At this moment, Huang Quan was lying on Lei Aochu's bed, unable to sleep. Not being in his own place made him uneasy. Without the white mist formation for concealment, no Lord-level monsters guarding the gate, and no landmine, zombies, goo insects, poison gas, or traps around, he felt as if someone might suddenly pop out and kill him. Forget it, let's see what Lei Aoshua is doing. Huang Quan found her computer and was slightly surprised at the boot password. This woman actually set a password on her computer. Why not on her phone? Just as he was about to crack it, he encountered numerous obstacles, leaving him stunned for a long while. Then he remembered that the operatives in the Vanguard project also underwent hacker training to infiltrate the Tian family network for information. Interesting, I underestimated her. Didn't think she had such skills. Huang Quan glanced at Lei Aochu's phone and formed a conjecture. If he guessed correctly, this phone had 2 systems, one hidden and one for show. No wonder there was nothing in it. Half an hour later, Huang Quan finally cracked Lei Aochu's computer. As he was about to connect to his own network to check the surveillance, he accidentally stumbled upon a set of chat logs. Is this Ming Xuanyuan's account? Lei Aoshua is still in touch with Ming Xianyuan. Huang Quan frowned. But as he continued reading, he found something off. The way Ming Xianyuan spoke to Liao Xue was strange. Most of the messages were, "Have you investigated? Who is approaching Liao Xue? Give me his identity information." And Liao Xue would directly tell Ming Xianyuan about anyone who stalked or secretly photographed her. The most recent one was when Yi Fu showed her a photo, and she caught him. The person who took the photo was dealt with by Ming Xianyuan that same day. He had thought Liao Xue had handled it herself, but it turned out she had indirectly made Ming Xianyuan do it. Everyone at school knew that Ming Xianyuan had his eyes on Liao Xue, and regarded her as his woman. If some shady man secretly photographed his woman, he would definitely teach him a lesson. This Leng Shui is really clever, making Ming Xianyuan do the dirty work, while she hides behind and watches the show. No matter how big the trouble, it won't touch her. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. As expected of a Vanguard operative. Truly interesting. Then Huang Quan directly connected to his estate's network. When he saw the situation in the bungalow, he was dumbfounded. Holy shit. Liao Xue, what the hell are you doing? He thought that mentally ill personality Shang Nan was just talking, but she actually dared to do it. At that moment, the servants outside heard Lei Aokshu shout in the middle of the night, and asked nervously, "Miss, are you alright?" "It's fine, I was just playing a game," Huang Quan said with an awkward smile. The servants exchanged glances. The young lady had never played games before. Lei Jinyuan heard the commotion and came to the door. He asked the servants, "What's going on?" "I heard the young lattice voice." The servants looked at each other, unsure how to explain. Lei Kunlun could only ask into the room, "Where are you? Are you okay?" "No, I just got a bit excited playing a game." "Dad, why are you still up so late?" Huang Quan replied casually. Lei Jinyuan answered without thinking, "Tomorrow we are going to assault the abyss. I will miss you, but don't worry, you'll be back soon. Good night, Schwer." Huang Quan was taken aback, then summoned the Book of Fate, and made a prophecy. Prophecy begins. Lei Jinyuan enters the Tianlan Abyss No. 107. And never comes out. Seeing this prophecy, Huang Quan's pupils contracted. Lei Jinyuan was a level 7 awakener. How could even he fail to return from the abyss? Or did they not make it back before the abyss rift closed? "Dad, can you not go?" Huang Quan asked tentatively. He was now convinced that Leng Shui had been reborn and had surely tried to stop them, but he wanted to try as well. "Sure enough," Lei Jinyuan replied with a smile. "Silly child, it's just a time-limited abyss. Nothing serious. They'll be back soon. I can't bear to leave you, my daughter." Huang Quan said nothing more. Lei Jinyuan reminded him, "Go to bed early," and returned to his own room. After calming down, Huang Quan looked at the woman who was using his body to do something shameless. He felt like killing her. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a girl be shy first? What the hell is this business of taking off your pants? But thinking that Liao Xue wasn't exactly normal either, Huang Quan helplessly rubbed his brow. After connecting to the network, he also used the speakerphone, gritting his teeth and saying, "Xingnan, you goddamn stop." This sudden shout directly startled Xingnan. Although she used her own voice, she could still tell it was Huang Quan's tone. Huang Quan, why are you here?" At this moment, Shangnan was a bit flustered, but only for a moment. Then her momentum instantly rose, and she said, "What's the big deal? You can also do some strange things to my body." Huang Quan's mouth twitched. Why? This was clearly something that put the girl at a disadvantage, but when it came to Liao Xue, it turned into him being the one at a loss. What kind of perverted training had the Vanguard experiment conducted? "As long as you don't cause me trouble, this matter is up to you." Huang Quan's tone turned serious, then he got down to business. "Today our bodies swapped again. Have you found anything? Like how to undo this situation?" Shengnan paused for a moment, then replied, "Leng Shui asked me to tell you that she hasn't found anything unusual. Oh, and she also said that if even you haven't noticed anything wrong, then there's even less need to mention him." Huang Quan's mouth twitched. Did Leng Shui trust her that much? "Stay here today? Don't go anywhere. I need to prepare for tomorrow." "Tomorrow? You mean the martial examination?" Shengnan thought of Huang Quan's endless means, and her expression turned strange. "With your strength, do you still need to worry? As long as you release your companion device, plenty of guilds will be scrambling to have you." Huang Quan rubbed his brow, then thought of something, and said, "I have my own plans for this. You know about my background, right? What kind of people are my family?" Shengnan was stunned, then said in a deep voice, "Maybe I should let Leng Shui talk to you directly." After saying that, her expression changed. Then Huang Quan adjusted his clothes and said calmly, "It seems you've already heard something. Well, I won't hide it from you. The Northern Capital royal family. You are their direct bloodline." "Huh?" Huang Quan was instantly stunned. "The Northern Capital royal family. Are you sure? If I am their legitimate son, then why would they go to great lengths to make me drop out of school? You must have investigated the background behind your expulsion and traced it back to the Northern Capital royal family, otherwise you wouldn't be so eager to ask me." Leng Shui's expression remained calm. She already understood in her heart. "Are you sure?" Huang Quan was somewhat incredulous, but more than that, he felt sad. He had never met them. He had been abandoned before he could remember. He had once naively thought that he had simply been kidnapped, and that his family was really worried about him, crying every day. "If you don't believe me, you can go to the Northern Capital royal family to get some hair for a paternity test," Leng Shui said calmly, her tone very composed. "There's no need. Lying would do you no good. Let's call it a day." Get some sleep. Then there was no sound. Lung Shue's eyes flickered with amusement. If we swap bodies every other day, I have a good plan. On the other side, to be safe, Huang Quan summoned the black notebook to predict his future. What will happen if I go to the northern capital to get hair for a test? Fate prediction. You will obtain a strand of hair. Do you wish to change it? If I do the paternity test, what will the result be? Fate prediction. There is a 99 probability that the two parties are biological relatives. After receiving this reply, Huang Quan was completely stunned. As early as when Lei Aoshua told him that she had 3 elder sisters, Huang Quan had a vague guess in his heart, but he never expected it to be true. Huang Quan wanted to make another prediction, but the Book of Fate remained silent. Looking at the dim Book of Fate, Huang Quan's consciousness once again arrived at the Hall of Eternal Life. When he first obtained this Hall of Eternal Life, it was practically useless. The only intact things in the hall were 8 stone doors and 5 long swords suspended in the hall pointing directly at him. After a year of Huang Quan's cultivation, the Hall of Eternal Life had been mostly restored, and the method of restoration was quite bizarre. Every bit of restoration of the Hall of Eternal Life brought him a growth in strength at a speed completely incomparable to that of the awakened. There were 2 methods to restore the Hall of Eternal Life. One was to provide items with the aura of the abyss, and the other was to do good deeds. Huang Quan had also done good deeds, but to no effect. He remembered the very first good deed. He found a wallet. Seeing the Chinese currency inside, quite a lot, he thought of using it to help the poor. After thinking it over, wasn't he himself poor? So he relieved himself. As a result, the Hall of Eternal Life didn't repair a single thing. Could he be blamed for that? Why can't I use the Book of Fate? The Hall of Eternal Life gave him no reply. Huang Quan looked at the 8 stone doors. One of them he could already open, but for safety reasons he had never done so. However, after placing the Book of Fate in the Hall of Eternal Life, it began to emit a faint fluorescent glow. What does this mean? Huang Quan took it out again, and the light disappeared. He put it back in, and it started glowing faintly again. Huang Quan thought for a long time before finally understanding. So you were charging all along. Can you even work? Is this second companion device so useless? In the morning, Huang Quan went downstairs. As expected, Lei Zhenyuan was not at the dining table. The butler, who had seen everything, smiled and said, "Miss, the master and the young master have gone to our family's preparation area. If you go now, you can still see them." Hearing the butler's words, Huang Quan couldn't help but think of the last time he saw Lei Zhenyuan. Looking at the place where he had sat, it was empty. Although they had only met once, he was truly a good father. For tomorrow's martial examination, Huang Quan spent a whole day preparing. Lei Aokshu's face was a focal point wherever she went, so he had to dress like a thief, wrapping himself up tightly. However, during his preparations, he happened to see Ming Xuanyuan, but at this moment Ming Xuanyuan was emitting an ominous aura. This aura was subtle, but it could not escape Huang Quan's eyes. Abyss infected. And although Ming Xuanyuan looked no different from usual, he was wandering around the school with a strong purpose. Their Tianlan Academy, being an academy for the awakened, had a very large campus. Although he didn't know what he was going to do to be safe, he decided to keep an eye on him. Then Huang Quan reached into the Hall of Eternal Life with one hand and took out a bamboo tube he had prepared earlier. He released a flying insect from it. "Follow him, don't expose yourself." The insect was as small as an ant, and the moment it flew out of the tube, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. That evening, Huang Quan returned to Lei Aokshu's home with a face full of exhaustion. The butler had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, but sitting alone at the large table, she felt a profound loneliness. Taking only a few bites, she asked the butler, "Has my brother and the others left?" The butler, a middle-aged man in his 40s clad in a black formal suit, replied with utmost respect, "Miss, the head of the family and the young master are set to depart tomorrow. They are currently preparing to enter the Abyss Rift." "Is that so?" Huang Quan took a deep breath. She did not wish for the Lei father and son to perish in the Abyss Rift. They had shown her the warmth of familial love, something she had always thought was the most unattainable thing in her life. "I'm full. I'll go to my room to prepare some things. Don't disturb me." With that, Huang Quan rose and headed straight for Lei Aokshu's room. Secretly dispatching a clone of her mysterious merchant identity to the Tianlan 107 Abyss Rift, she then sat quietly in the room awaiting the stroke of midnight. When the time came, she opened her eyes to find herself back in her original body. Before her lay a chaotic room. The entire flat looked as if a thief had ransacked it, with belongings strewn haphazardly across the floor. Some previously sealed, ghostly creatures now huddled together, trembling in fear. Is Lei Aoshua insane? These furnishings might be homemade, but they still cost money. Huang Quan grumbled. Then she noticed words scrawled on the wall. "Huang Quan, damn you, where's the food? Are you trying to starve us?" Huang Quan suddenly felt the emptiness in her stomach. She had forgotten to leave food for Lei Aoshua. Shaking his head at the mess, he thought at least that lunatic hadn't torn down the entire house. Back in her own body, Shengnan burst through the door, startling the 2 servants stationed outside. "Is there any food? I'm hungry." The servants exchanged glances. The young lady hadn't eaten anything at dinner, so why the sudden craving? Still they nodded and went to fetch her meal. Just then Lei Aokshu's expression shifted, and the boat's controller switched to Lingxua. Sister Linlon, please bring enough food for at least a day. I won't be going to school today. One of the maids Linlon frowned slightly. Miss, today is your school's martial arts examination. Are you sure you don't want to attend? The butler had specifically instructed her to take good care of the young lady. Lei Aokshu nodded. Going to play with those people is pointless. The maid Linlon was taken aback, but said nothing more. Since the young lady had made up her mind, what could she say? One maid went to fetch the food while the other and newcomer stayed behind. Lei Aokshu sized up the remaining maid and said flatly, "You and I have a similar figure." "What?" the new maid asked, confused. When Linlon returned with the cart of food, she was stopped by the other maid. The young lady said, "I should take it in." "Xiaozi, what's wrong with you?" Linlon frowned. The young lady is in a bad mood and doesn't want to see anyone else. "Don't worry, I didn't say anything bad about you," Xiaozi said, taking the card and pushing it into the room. She emerged just moments later. "I need to use the restroom," Xiaozi said, leaving without waiting for Linlon's reply. A bewildered Linlon muttered to herself, "What's gotten into her today?" Xiaozi walked straight out of the villa. On the dimly lit street, she tore off her disguise, revealing herself to be none other than Lei Aokshu. Good thing that maid isn't very observant. Transforming into someone else in such a short time really tests my disguise skills. Shengmin grumbled. Lingxua said, "Your skill is convincing enough. Now hurry to your brother's team." Shengmin asked, "Don't we need to inform Huang Quan? We'll be swapping bodies tomorrow." Lingxua snorted. "If we tell him now, do you think he'd agree? By the time we switch tomorrow, he'll already be in the abyss. The deed will be done, and he won't be able to stop it." Shengmin smirked. "Woman, if we weren't in the same body, I'd want to marry you. You'd definitely manage my harem well." Lingxua. Huang Quan arrived at the classroom. As soon as he entered, Yi Fu rushed up. "Brother, big trouble. The one who always carries us didn't come. We might get eliminated on the first day." "The one who carries us? You mean Lei Aokshu?" Huang Quan looked at her empty seat. Chu Xiaoming was anxiously making phone calls. The whole class was in low spirits. No matter how badly they lost, Lei Aokshu always kept the defeat from being too humiliating. Without her, they were doomed. Chu Xiaoming saw Huang Quan and confronted him loudly. "Huang Quan Schwerer didn't come today. Is it because of you?" Her shout drew the attention of the entire class, and all eyes fell on Huang Quan. Could it really be related to Huang Quan? What can a waste who hasn't even awakened his companion tool do? Who knows? Last week the school beauty, Lei, was walking with him. Besides Chu Xiaoming, he's the one who's been in contact with her the most. I heard from the teacher that Lei called in sick. It's probably just a coincidence. Our class is going to be at the bottom this time. Huang Quan looked down at Chu Xiaoming and said helplessly, "Her absence has nothing to do with me. We were walking together because we share a common interest." This sparked laughter in the class. Common interest? Did I hear that right? He says he shares a common interest with the school beauty Lei. What interest? Liking to cross-dress. You have to admit, if he wore a dress, he'd be good for selling his ass. Yi Fu was about to erupt in anger for his friend, but Huang Quan stopped him. "Calm down. They're just talking. If we start a fight, we'd be in the wrong. Let's go to the exam hall." When he was in Lei Aokshu's body, he wore women's clothes every day. A piece of clothing was no big deal. He started to pull Yi Fu away, but Chu Xiaoming blocked him again. "Schwer always tells me when she's taking a day off. Why didn't she say anything this time? Something must be wrong." Huang Quan didn't want to waste words with the woman before him. "Hey, if Lei Aokshu doesn't contact you, it just means your relationship has soured, not because mine with her has improved. I need to prepare for the martial exam. Move aside." Chu Xiaoming was left speechless, unable to retort, and stood there in a daze, her face full of disappointment. The other classmates in the same grade scoffed at his words. "We Awakeners haven't even started preparing yet, and he's talking about preparing. This time our class is bound to be at the bottom of the martial exam. Fighting in real combat. That's just asking for a beating. I heard the first day is a 10-man free-for-all. Anyway, I passed the written exam, so I don't need to worry about deductions." Huang Quan and Yi Fu left the classroom together and headed straight to the examination grounds, which were already packed with people. Facing direct combat, some were excited, others dejected. Yi Fu, upon arriving at the grounds, began to chicken out. "Bro, maybe we should just forfeit. At worst, it'll count as a fail. The consequences of a real fight are hard to predict." Huang Quan shot him a glare. "What are you afraid of? The first day is a 10-man melee. When we go and just play it safe, if we can stay among the last three, it's easy to win." "Brother Huang, easy for you to say." As Yi Fu spoke, he inadvertently caught sight of Ming Xuanyuan, whose chilling gaze made him shiver. Huang Quan also noticed Ming Xuanyuan, who gave them a contemptuous look. "Brother Yi." Yi Fu was startled. "What? If you draw Ming Xuanyuan in the first round, or any subsequent match, don't hesitate. Immediately surrender." Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. "Why, oi?" Yi Fu asked. "There's a high chance he's an abyss infected." Hearing the word infected, Yi Fu's eyes shot wide open, and he said incredulously, "Brother Huang, you must be joking." He had heard tales of infected lurking among humans, secretly killing and growing stronger, bringing catastrophic disasters, if not discovered by the night patrol. "When have I ever joked about serious matters?" Huang Quan said calmly. Yifu immediately pulled out his phone to report to the night patrol. It was better to let professionals handle this. What are you calling for? He's different. Not simply infected by the Abyss Rift's aura, but more like something has possessed him. Huang Quan grabbed Yifu's hand. If you recklessly call now and the night patrol fails to detect his abnormality, you'll be punished, and ITLL alert the enemy. Then what do we do? Yifu was already feeling cold feet. This was no longer a problem a level 1 awakener like him could solve. Huang Quan could still sense the connection between himself and the goo worm, and the worm hadn't detected anything unusual. Let's take it one step at a time. I've already prepared. The school will definitely bring in outside help for this real-person combat, at least a great awakener to keep things under control and prevent unnecessary casualties. Hearing this, Yifu felt somewhat reassured. The two headed straight to the registration desk. The teacher in charge glanced at them and asked, class name, awakening level. Summon your companion artifact for inspection. I'm from class D grade 3. Awakening level 1. Companion artifact. A kitchen knife. Yifu spoke first and summoned his kitchen knife. The teacher recorded it. Alright, go on in. Your name will appear on the big screen. Keep an eye on it. Next. Class D grade 3, Huang Quan awakening level 1, companion artifact notebook. Huang Quan then summoned a black notebook out of thin air. The teacher hesitated at the name, Huang Quan. Wasn't he the super useless one who hadn't awakened even as graduation neared? How did he suddenly awaken? Confused, he looked at Huang Quan and the black notebook in his hand. I didn't see it clearly. Summon it again. The black notebook vanished from Huang Quan's hand and then reappeared. The teacher was taken aback, then asked, so what's the ability of this notebook? Huang Quan thought for a moment. Isn't it just for writing things down? The teacher hesitated. That seemed reasonable, and waved him off. Alright, since you've awakened, go ahead and proceed. Soon after they entered, they spotted the principal walking side by side with a spirited young man, his tone and gestures almost ingratiating. Yifu exclaimed, hey, is that guy some big shot? The last time I saw the principal treat a student like that was in front of the school beauty lay. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes at the young man. He's the 4th prince of the royal family, Huang Tianxi. The royal family. The one from Baidu. Yifu was startled, then puzzled. The royal family has a son. They're famous for their 3 daughters. I've hardly heard of this son. At that moment, Huang Quan harbored little goodwill toward the royal family. If he had encountered them before meeting Lei Aoxue, he would have been ecstatic to learn of his royal heritage. But the last time he was targeted in the written exam, it was the royal family's doing. Shouldn't family help each other? Huang Quan murmured. Why did they want to harm him? What was his fault? He hadn't even met them. Was his very existence a mistake? What did you say? Yifu was bewildered. Anyone hearing that cryptic remark would be confused. Huang Quan took a deep breath and shook his head. They were about to find a seat when they ran into their homeroom teacher Su Ling. Su. Teacher Su. Yifu's face turned pale. Su Ling gave Huang Quan a cold glance, said nothing, and walked past them without a word. Once the teacher was gone, Yifu sighed in relief, patting his chest. That was close. I thought she was going to chew us out. She used to scold us at the drop of a hat, almost trampling us into the ground. Today she just glared. How strange. Indeed strange. Huang Quan agreed, glancing toward the direction Su Ling had disappeared. Soon the principal appeared on the stage. After half an hour of rambling, he explained the martial exam rules. The exam would last 3 days. The first day was a free-for-all, passing it meant a passing grade for the exam. The second day was unknown matches with winners receiving credit points that would be added to the final college entrance exam score. On the third day, the top 10 would be decided, and those ranked in the top 10 would be directly recommended to prestigious Awakener academies. The examination list was soon displayed on the big screen. Yifu was assigned to Group 9, while Huang Quan was placed in Group 11. Brother, you were not in the same group, Yifu remarked with slight surprise. It's randomized. More importantly, you should check your opponents first. Huang Quan also silently noted his opponents. These were fundamentally the prodigies of the 3rd year. Among the 9, 3 had already reached the rank of 2nd level Awakener, while the rest were at the peak of 1st level Awakening, merely a step away from 2nd level. Is Group 11 a clash of titans? Nanhu Fei Long and Lin Yunyan from Class A of the 3rd year. All 3 have already advanced to 2nd level Awakener. There's no suspense over who will triumph in this group. Hey, don't you see a familiar name up there? Huang Quan. Isn't he the bottom of the class at Tianlan Academy? How did he get selected? I bet he'll be eliminated first. At that moment, Yifu also noticed the situation in Group 11. Brother Yi, are you alright? If you're fine, I'll be fine too. After saying this, Yi Wuliang spotted Huang Tianxi approaching them. I believe this is our first meeting. Huang Tianxi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Huang Quan from head to toe with a hostile gaze. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Tianxi, the 4th son of the northern capital royal family. I have no connection with you. Huang Quan replied indifferently. Huang Tianxi stepped closer to him, his tone icy. Your very existence is a mistake. If I were you, I'd drop out quietly. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your imagination. I won't let you steal what's mine. What are you talking about? Huang Quan's face showed confusion, though his heart had already guessed something. There was a rumor in the northern capital that the fourth son Huang Tianxi was adopted by the royal family. He had thought it was just gossip, but now it seemed to be true. Huang Tianxi said no more, turning his gaze to the chubby young man beside Huang Quan. Are you his friend? Yes, Yifu nodded, still stunned inwardly. How had brother Huang gotten entangled with the royal family? Let me give you some advice. Starting today, you'd better distance yourself from him. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome in the upcoming exams, declared Huang Tianquan. Yifu was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Young Master Huang, is there some misunderstanding between you? I'm doing this for your own good. There's no misunderstanding. If you refuse, you'll bear the consequences. Huang Tianxi's gaze returned to Huang Quan, only to find the latter's expression unchanged, even with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing that look, an inexplicable rage surged within Huang Tianxi. How dare an 18-year-old waste who hadn't even awakened look at him with such contempt? For over a decade, he had lived as the fourth son of the northern capital royal family, cherished endlessly by his sisters and parents. This suddenly appeared interloper could never take that away from him, especially when his sisters learned that Huang Quan was merely a useless wretch. Without a companion artifact, they would understand the vast difference between them. Huang Quan, just try to survive this exam first. Huang Tianxi sneered, then turned and walked away without looking back. After he left, Yifu patted Huang Quan on the shoulder. Brother, rest assured. Once brothers, always brothers. Huang Quan let out a soft chuckle. Then be careful when you step into the arena. There are no strong opponents in your group. All are first-level awakeners, so the gap in power won't be too great. Bro, am this fat holding a kitchen knife. How am I supposed to fight against others' swords and blades? How can I even play this game? Yifu's face twisted into a bitter smile. Huang Quan patted his shoulder and said, don't worry. With me here, you'll pass the first day's exam with 100% certainty. You? We're not even in the same group. How can you protect me? Are you planning to cheat? Yifu's eyes suddenly widened. Do I look like that kind of person? I just made some preparations for you. Yifu's eyes lit up. What kind of equipment? Huang Quan simply revealed a mysterious smile. Huang Tianxi encountered the principal, who had just finished his speech. The principal smiled ingratiatingly. Young Master Huang, rest assured. Everything has been arranged. In the 11th match, even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely crippled. Excellent. After this is settled, the royal family will grant you a generous investment. Huang Tianxi was quite satisfied. If I were also a student at this school, I would have dealt with him myself. The principal also smiled, but remembering that this brash youth lacked real ability, he asked with some concern, then young Master Huang, with whom should I discuss the funding? My eldest sister is the president of the White King Guild and manages all the royal family's assets. Not only could she donate to Tianlan Academy, but she could even rebuild the entire institution if she wished. Huang Tianxi shot the principal a cold glance. He felt a flicker of resentment. This man still doubted his identity, even now taking himself far too seriously. Huang Tianxi scanned the crowd, thinking to himself his third sister had come to Tianlan City for work reasons. He wondered if she would witness this scene. Let her see how utterly useless her biological brother was, and let them all understand who truly deserved to be their brother. As the competition began, the school introduced the referee. Since this is the first time our academy has conducted a real-life combat exam, and to prevent unnecessary casualties, we have specially invited a great awakener from the Tianlan Guild. All eyes turned to the arena as a neatly dressed man entered. The crowd gasped in surprise. It's Ji Yuan, the Green Death. How did he end up as our referee? I heard he's not well known among the vanguard, and he never participates in such trivial matters. It seems our school paid a heavy price, even forcing him to wear proper clothes. Hearing these student remarks, Ji Yuan could only force a faint smile. He hadn't wanted to come, but he was no longer a lone man. The matches began, and soon it was time for Group 9. Yifu stepped onto the stage with a tense expression. Ji Yuan glanced at them boredly. For someone who had survived countless life and death battles in the Abyss Rift, these children's companion artifact contests were nothing but child's play. You've heard the rules. Well then, begin. With Ji Yuan's call, Yifu instantly brandished his kitchen knife. But in the next second, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, forming a visible shockwave that knocked the remaining 9 opponents unconscious. In an instant, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. Yifu himself was stunned. Who am I? What am I doing? Why did they all pass out? The entire venue fell into dead silence, everyone staring in disbelief at Yifu standing on the arena. What just happened? I saw him pull out a knife, and everyone passed out. Is this an act? It's too fake. Who would knock others unconscious just by drawing a knife, and with a kitchen knife at that? An act? This martial arts exam has bonus points. Who would fake it unless the reward was extremely generous? I saw a blast-like ripple emanate from that fatty. Could it be related to that? The entire exam hall instantly erupted into chaos. Unlike those layman students, Ji Yuan clearly sensed that the tremor just now couldn't even stun a mouse, and it didn't originate from the fatty himself, but from something he carried. Yifu stood on the arena, equally bewildered. Before going up, brother Huang had kept cheering him on. Don't worry, I've got your back. If you get hurt, I lose. Originally, Yi Fu thought Huang Quan would give him some indestructible talisman. Had seen brother Huang use one when they went ghost hunting, but instead Huang gave him nothing and simply let him go on stage. This, Yi Fu swallowed hard and looked at the referee. Brother, what should I do? Ji Yuan glanced at him coldly. What else? The result is naturally invalidated. Before he could finish the word invalidated, a voice he knew all too well rang in his mind. Captain, Ji, do me a favor. This is my brother. Oh, just pretend you saw nothing and let him pass. How about it? Ji Yuan was stunned. Why was Huang Quan's voice in his head? He scanned the audience and saw Huang Quan sitting in the stands staring at him with an amused expression. When Susu possessed you, she brought along a few things. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Just an insurance policy I set up for myself. I didn't expect to use it so soon. If you want to reply, just think your answer. Ji Yuan, hey, what are you doing? This is in broad daylight with everyone watching. If I cheat as a referee and get found out later, how will I survive? It's fine. Only you, the one closest to him, noticed anything unusual. But if you don't agree, your wife might run into some trouble. A threat. A blatant threat. Ji Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself, then gritted his teeth and said to Yi Fu Group, 9-1 qualifier. When Yi Fu heard he had qualified, he stood frozen in place, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Damn, he had passed this easily. Hearing Ji Yuan's verdict, the dissenting voices gradually died down. After all, if the referee said so, everything must be fine. After stepping off the stage, Yi Fu rushed to Huang Quan and asked, Brother Huang, what was that wave that burst out of me just now? Can you get me more of those? Oh, that. It's a wake-up talisman I used to trigger poison. Its power can't even stun a mouse. Huang Quan said calmly. No way. If those people passed out, and it wasn't caused by that talisman, then how did they faint? Yi Fu asked, puzzled. I poisoned them. Yi Fu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Huang Quan. Brother, are you joking? They all passed out at the same time. Even if you poisoned them, they'd collapse one by one. After all, everyone's physical resilience differs. Some get drunk after one sip, others can drink endlessly without effect. The same goes for poison. Huang Quan, however, was unperturbed. Isn't it simple? Just adjust the dosage properly, and making them all faint simultaneously is entirely possible. Yi Fu's mind was still swarming with 1,000 questions. How was it done? When was the poison administered? Before the exam, how did he know he would be up against these 9 people? Before he could voice his doubts, Huang Quan stood up. My turn is next. With that, he walked directly toward the arena. Stepping onto the stage with him were the 3 geniuses of Tianlan Academy's 3rd-year class, each a 2nd level awakened. Nan, who was burly and strong with a robust physique. His companion artifact was a steel gauntlet. His family came from a boxing lineage. His father, a world-renowned boxer before the Abyss Rift appeared, had passed down all his life's experience to his son. The other male awakened, Fei Long, though also a 2nd level, was gentle and refined in appearance, exuding no trace of killing intent. The remaining female, Lin Yunyun, though not as striking in figure or face as Lei Aoshue, was still quite attractive. She was curiously observing Huang Quan as he slowly walked toward the arena, wondering what he had done to make the principal want to discipline him so badly. Apart from these 3, the others were already rubbing their hands in eager anticipation. As long as they taught Huang Quan a lesson, even if they didn't qualify this time, they'd still pass the martial arts exam. Such a good deal, where else could they find it? However, unlike the excitement of these 9, Ji Yuan's expression turned strange when he saw Huang Quan about to compete, especially watching the students' eager faces. What are you all so excited about? Do you know what kind of monster you're up against? Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the image of Huang Quan pinning a Lord-level monster to the ground, still fresh in his memory. After stepping onto the arena, Huang Quan smiled faintly at Ji Yuan. Hello, referee. He then summoned his black notebook and picked up a pen with his other hand. I'm ready. Let's begin. Are you sure? Ji Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Who brings a book to a fight? Didn't he not awaken a companion artifact? What's that thing in his hand now? A book? A notebook? Could that be his companion artifact? What use is that? Who knows? He's even holding a pen. Is he trying to play the intellectual? Seeing this, the crowd outside the arena buzzed with discussion. The principal and Huang Tianxi, seated in the VIP section, both raised their eyebrows simultaneously. The principal worried about unexpected variables that could ruin his investment. Huang Tianxi, on the other hand, was secretly alarmed. This guy had awakened now of all times. Why now? If his 3rd sister found out, things would turn bad. On the arena, the opponent facing Huang Quan laughed at the sight of his companion artifact. You'd be better off not showing that thing. If I chop it to pieces, it'll hurt your very soul. Nan, who strode over to Huang Quan and looked down at him. You have a choice. Either get knocked down by me or roll off yourself. Huang Quan didn't even spare him a glance, instead turning directly to Ji Yuan and saying, shall we begin? Ji Yuan, uncertain of Huang Quan's intentions, simply stated, the exam starts now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Quan swiftly wrote down Nan Hu's name in his notebook, then stared at him with an indifferent expression and said, you've already lost. I lost. Nan Hu's face darkened. Kid, since you're asking for death, I won't hold back. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The principal, watching, chuckled and said, rest assured, young Master Huang. This Nin Hus fist force is far beyond ordinary. If that punch lands squarely, it's either death or crippling. Is that so? There's something to it after all. Huang Tian's face showed a hint of anticipation. Yet in the next second, Nan Hu collapsed straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Huang Quan remained in the posture of retracting his pen, and the entire arena fell into dead silence. What's going on? An act? No way. Nan Hu is the bully of Class 3A. Why would he act with someone else? I bet on Nan Hu to win, and now with this act my money is gone. The principal, seeing Nan Hu collapse without a fight, felt his face burning. He ground his teeth and muttered, "What is that fool Nan Hu doing? I even sent them a batch of soul power elixirs." Huang Tianzi was even more perplexed. On this arena, everyone except Huang Quan had been bought off, and a sudden betrayal was impossible. Huang Quan didn't have the means to bribe them either. But the one more astonished than them was undoubtedly the referee Ji Yuan. Standing closest to the arena, and possessing the perception of a great awakener, he clearly saw that as soon as Huang Quan wrote Nan Hu's name in the notebook, Nan Hu immediately collapsed. As the referee Ji Yuan stepped forward to examine Nan Hu. No external injuries, just unconscious, and without any symptoms. This was too strange. Could it really be that book? The remaining 8 people stared blankly at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan cleared his throat twice, then stood up and announced, "Nan Hu is unconscious and disqualified. The exam continues." Those who had been skeptical were shocked by Ji Yuan's confirmation. They couldn't believe that Nan Hu, on whom they had placed great hopes, had been eliminated without throwing a single punch. On the arena, Huang Quan gazed calmly at the 8 remaining opponents. Fei Long had already summoned his treasured sword, holding it before him, but made no move. His intuition told him that the man before him was far from simple. Lin Yunyan remained on the sidelines, contemplating what method Huang Quan had used to silently knock out Nan Hu. Was his strike too fast for her to see? The others, aside from these 2, were far less composed. One of them summoned his greatsword, leaped high into the air, and swung straight down at Huang Quan, shouting, "Kid, remember, the one who eliminates you is Wu Mingshan." Wu Mingshan, is it? Huang Quan's lips curled into a faint smile. He sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack, and wrote the name in his notebook, while sneering, "Wu Mingshan fall." Wu Mingshan landed, briefly stunned, then began to pursue. But as Huang Quan spoke his name, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground, his companion artifact fading into nothingness. Wu Mingshan eliminated. Even a fool could see that this elimination was identical to Nan Hu's. Well, what's going on? Another one collapsed for no reason. Idiot, looked closely. The man only collapsed when Huang Quan wrote his name down. Damn, what kind of companion artifact is that? A book of life and death, or a death note? Writing a name eliminates them. Where did this divine artifact come from? The remaining participants sensed something was wrong. One clever person shouted, "Don't tell him our names. Attack him quickly. As long as he doesn't know our names, he's not a threat." Everyone summoned their companion artifacts. Even Lin Yunyan, who had been watching, materialized a silver spear and regarded Huang Quan with caution. No matter how extraordinary his companion artifact was, it was only a first-tier artifact just awakened. Against a second-tier artifact, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Huang Quan looked directly at the large screen, and the others followed his gaze, exclaiming, "Damn! That has our names and photos. Why can we see it on the arena? Let's attack together and stop him." But it was already too late. Huang Quan sneered at them, "You're Zhang San, right?" Thud. Zhang San seemed to have his spirit drained instantly. He was charging forward, but his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a dead pig, sliding a few meters. "You're Li Si, right?" Thud. "You're Wang Wu, right?" Huang Quan wrote the name, lifted his pen, and the man fell. The entire motion was fluid and effortless. The last 2 in the charge, sensing the dire situation, realized they were outmatched. "Referee, I, sir." Before he could finish, he collapsed unconscious. The other turned to flee, but just as he twisted his head, he fell straight to the ground. In a matter of moments, only 3 people remained on the entire arena. Just then, Fei Long's eyes gleamed with cold light, his scholarly aura vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming murderous intent. He stomped the ground, his treasured sword cleaving through the air like a storm, and his figure shot toward Huang Quan like a beam of light. Swish, swish. Several sword flashes aimed directly at Huang Quan's vital points, but he dodged them with ease. Huang Quan looked at him expressionlessly. "Aren't you afraid of being eliminated?" "You can't eliminate me. Your newly awakened companion artifact is at most first tier." Nan Hu was careless and didn't summon his artifact to defend, so he fell into your trap. "I've seen through your trick." Fei Long wielded his sword, striking faster and faster, yet he couldn't so much as cut a strand of Huang Quan's hair. "Is that so?" Huang Quan snorted lightly, and showed Fei Long the name he had already written down. "Bye-bye. I told you it won't EFF." Fei Long's words were cut short as he collapsed to the ground. After a brief dead silence, the spectator stands erupted in thunderous uproar. Holy crap, even Fei Long fell. This companion artifact is too overpowered. Isn't a second-tier artifact supposed to suppress a first-tier one? Why isn't it working? I bet all my tuition this semester on Fei Long. How am I supposed to live now? Ji Yuan stood frozen in place watching the students fall one after another. This is too insane. At that moment Huang Quan's gaze turned to the only female student still standing on the arena. You're Lin Yunyan, right? Since you're a girl it wouldn't look good for you to faint in public. Let's end the assessment here. You're quite the gentleman. Lin Yunyan looked at Huang Quan, her mind wavering with uncertainty. She didn't know how to strike. She had taken both the money and the potion given by the principal. It would be hard to explain if she didn't fight. With that thought Lin Yunyan gripped her long spear with both hands and charged straight at Huang Quan, the spear tip shimmering with a red glow. Whoosh! The spear thrust forward, piercing the air with a sharp sound. Huang Quan let out a long sigh. I finally decided to be a gentleman, and you don't appreciate it. The spear howled as it came, but it stabbed into the ground instead, startling Lin Yunyan. She had already noticed from her observations that Huang Quan was by no means weak, but she hadn't expected him to be this fast, so fast that even she couldn't react. The spear missed its mark, and Lin Yunyan swung it in a sweeping arc behind her. Her companion device was a long spear which gave her a longer attack range than Nanhu's fists or Fei Long's sword. A blade of light swept out from the spear, but Huang Quan had already retreated several meters away, his pen raised. Lin Yunyan sensed trouble and abandoned any further struggle. Yet to her surprise, she didn't faint immediately. Instead she spat out a mouthful of blood with a pff sound. What was going on? She hadn't suffered any injury, so why was she bleeding? The pain in her abdomen indicated slight damage to her internal organs. Captain Ji Yu can announce the winners now. Ji Yuan was stunned for 2 seconds before snapping back to reality and shouting, the qualifiers for Group 11 are Huang Quan and Lin Yunyan. The rule of the competition was that if only 3 people remained, and they showed no intention of continuing to fight, or if time ran out the assessment would end. The principal's face was ashen as if he were suffering from constipation. To prevent any mishaps, he had specially sent 3 bottles of spiritual energy enhancement potions to the trio in Group 11. Yet Huang Quan had wiped them out completely. And wasn't Huang Quan notorious as the school's bottom-ranked student? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Huang Tian's face was 100 times darker than the principal's. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him even noticing. Was Huang Quan really trying to take his current position? He had been the 4th young master of the Huang family for over a decade. How could he bear to hand that title over to someone else? After Huang Quan stepped off the arena, Yi Fu hurried over and asked, Brother Huang, is your companion device this overpowered now? Write someone's name and they fall. Let's talk somewhere private. Huang Quan pulled him away from the arena. Both of their matches were over for the day, so there was no point in staying. Once they reached a secluded spot, Yi Fu couldn't hold back any longer. Brother, what was that just now? You wrote one, and they dropped. I was completely dumbfounded. How can you be so cheated? Looks like we'll be walking sideways around school from now on. No, I was just fooling you. You actually believed it. Huang Quan said with a dismissive tone. Fooling me? What do you mean? Yi Fu felt his mind couldn't keep up. Huang Quan explained, I just poisoned them. As long as they got close to me the poison would take effect. What? Yi Fu was stunned. Are you kidding me? The first day's matches are random, aren't they? Random? Huang Quan was almost amused by his naive friend. The 9 people on the arena were all out to get me. How bad would my luck have to be to get matched with all of them? Yi Fu, well, it was indeed too coincidental, almost unbelievable. Then Brother Huang, how did you poison them? Did you already know your opponents? Yi Fu couldn't help asking. Huang Quan shook his head. I didn't know, but the principal did. Yesterday, he went to the black market to buy spiritual energy enhancement potions. Although they were cheap junk that wouldn't boost much for awakened individuals, having something is better than nothing. He bought 3 low-grade spiritual energy potions and 6 inferior ones. People like him who offer low prices yet want good goods get ignored on the black market. At this a light bulb went off in Yi Fu's head. So you snuck into his room and poisoned the potions after he bought them. Brother, you're too wicked. How could you do something so immoral? No, I sold him those potions, Huang Quan replied calmly. Yi Fu was flooded with question marks. Brother, are you joking? You can make spiritual energy potions. Spiritual energy was directly linked to companion devices. The higher the spiritual energy, the longer one could summon a companion device. Such potions, even low-grade ones, were exorbitantly priced. He had countless times stared at spiritual energy potions online, drooling, and dreamed of finding one on the street. Yet his brother of nearly 3 years could actually make them. Is it that hard? As long as you find the right herbs and precisely regulate the process, there's no difficulty in making them, Huang Quan said with an easygoing expression. Yi Fu thought of a relative who studied pharmacology, had heard the man was almost bald, and had only learned the basics. How could it be as simple as making instant noodles for Brother Huang? Brother, you've got to give me one. Huang Quan rubbed his fingers together. You know the drill. Brother, can we not talk about money? My family is decently off, but spiritual energy potions on the market start at 100,000. Even if I sold my kidney, I couldn't afford it. Even close brothers settle accounts clearly. Huang Quan changed his tone. But I've been testing some potions recently, and can't find a suitable test subject. If someone is willing to help me test them, I might just give them a few bottles. Yi Fu's mouth twitched. So this is what you've been leading up to. Fine, I'll test them for you. Then it's settled. But I have to warn you. Testing potions is risky. I've prepared a lot, but accidents can still happen. Huang Quan cautioned. Suddenly Yi Fu recalled something. Brother, let me ask you something. Why did you let Lin Yunyan off? Don't tell me it's about gentlemanly conduct. You don't have any. He had known Huang Quan for years. Although they occasionally watched some things men watch together, he knew it was all for show. The real Huang Quan had no chivalrous heart. Even if she were a woman, if she crossed him, he would get his revenge. Huang Quan sighed helplessly. I wanted to knock her out directly, but who knows if the principal's medicine was never taken by her, or if she simply refused the principal's request. Not taken. Yi Fu's face showed sudden comprehension, then he felt something was off. Brother Huang, that's not right. If she didn't drink the spiritual potion you concocted, why did she suddenly spit blood? The goo I planted in her before came in handy now. I just slightly damaged her internal organs to make her spit a little blood, Huang Quan said nonchalantly. Yi Fu was dumbfounded. Goo. Holy crap. Are you joking? I heard these goo worms are extremely hard to cultivate. Some goo masters implant them into their own bodies to massively boost their power, stronger than taking drugs. Such goo do exist, but the power increase comes at a cost, and most goo are used to harm others, Huang Quan replied. Yi Fu then looked at his longtime friend with new eyes. Brother Huang, honestly, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Huang Quan just rolled his eyes. How could he reveal all his cards? Yi Fu pouted. Fine, keep your secrets. But Brother Huang, didn't you say you didn't know who your opponent would be? How did you plant the goo in Lin Yunyan in advance? Did you get some inside information? No inside info, just some guesses, Huang Quan explained. Yesterday, I planted a bug in the principal's office and overheard parts of the plan, but I didn't learn their identities. As for Lin Yunyan's goo, I planted it last year. Last year? Yi Fu was baffled. I remember you had no interaction with Lin Yunyan. Why would you plant a goo in her? And wouldn't it be wasted on her? Not wasted. I have plenty of these disposable goo costing about a few dozen yuan each, Huang Quan said casually. I planted it just in case. Without it today would have been troublesome. Yi Fu was still stunned, his mind struggling to catch up. Brother Huang, you planted it last year. Did you know back then you'd be facing her? Just in case, just in case. Can't you understand plain language? Huang Quan said irritably. What about the others? If they hadn't taken the principal's medicine, either your plan to take them down one by one today wouldn't have worked, Yi Fu asked. To be safe, everyone in the school who has eaten at the cafeteria has been dosed with goo and stealth poisons, Huang Quan replied, flatly unaware of the storm his words stirred in Yi Fu's mind. Yi Fu was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, are you even human? Even a villain in a novel wouldn't stir up this much trouble. Then Yi Fu suddenly remembered once when he was about to eat at the cafeteria, Huang Quan had strongly discouraged him. He hadn't listened. Brother Huang, I ate at the cafeteria too. Am I also infected with goo? Don't worry, I already cured you. You're perfectly healthy now. Phew, that's a relief. Yi Fu sighed. When did you cure me? I didn't know. Remember when you had an upset stomach? I swapped the deworming medicine you brought back, Huang Quan said cheerfully. Yi Fu was horrified. He had wondered why a grown man would get roundworms. So what I passed out was goo worms. Don't mind the details. Just know that your brother won't harm you, Huang Quan said, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Yi Fu's eyes twitched. I don't believe you sly brother. But one thing bothered Yi Fu. Brother Huang, I remember you used to keep a low profile. Isn't being so flashy today asking for trouble? Huang Quan paused, then explained, I did this to reduce trouble. If you don't show your skills, others might walk all over you. More importantly, if I stayed low-key, Huang Tianxi would target you for hanging out with me. That's not what I want. Yi Fu was moved to tears. Brother Huang, we're truly brothers from different parents. Enough, let's head back to class and rest. You have the competition tomorrow, don't you? Huang Quan said with a hint of disgust. Yi Fu was one of the few friends he had made, someone who didn't shun him for being a waste without a awakened companion. A friend isn't about quantity, one is enough. As they returned to the classroom, all eyes fell on them. Look, our class bottom feeders are back. Not a scratch. Probably just went through the motions. I bet they just went to watch the excitement. Without Liao Xue, we'd just be handing out points. If they just watched, fine. But if they actually competed and surrendered immediately, we'd lose face big time. Hearing this, Yi Fu couldn't sit still. You cowards didn't even dare to compete, yet you dare to mock us. Let me tell you, we both advanced. The class fell silent for a second, then burst into laughter. Ha, did I hear that right? Those two advanced on the first day of trials. Fat Yi, if you want to brag, fine, but dragging Huang Quan into it. Everyone knows you're lying. You're a first-level awakener with a kitchen knife as your companion, built like a pig. You'd just be a punching bag in the ring. And Huang Quan doesn't even have a companion. Say he advanced, and even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Yi Fu frowned about to retort, but Huang Quan stopped him. Why waste words on them? Winning an argument won't do you any good. Just then a man annoyed by Huang Quan's indifferent attitude stood up. Students from other classes had been mocking Class D, and he was itching for a fight. Huang Quan, right. I've had it with you. Today Master Su will teach you a lesson. Su Liang cracked his knuckles, a cold smirk on his face. Yi Fu felt a pang of fear. Su Liang wasn't a top fighter, but he was more than enough to handle them. Su Liang, what are you doing? This is school. Have you thought about the consequences of fighting? Su Liang snorted. Consequences? You two have offended young Master Ming, and you are the class bottom feeders. You'll be expelled sooner or later. What's a beating matter? Yi Fu felt a surge of cowardice, instinctively shrinking behind Huang Quan. Su Liang sneered at this, finding it utterly disgraceful that an awakened individual would cower behind an ordinary person. Yet Huang Quan remained as calm as still water, his expression unchanged. Just then several classmates burst through the door, each panting heavily, clearly having rushed back in a hurry. Su Liang was slightly taken aback to see them. Didn't you go to cheer for Chu Xiaoming? Why are you back? Su. Brother Su, quick. Check the forum. Our class is trending, a boy gasped out. Su Liang was puzzled. If it's about Chu Xiaoming advancing, that's no surprise. She has a beast-type companion artifact. The boy waved his hands frantically. No, it's Yi Fatty and Huang Quan in our class. They actually advanced. And they did it in first place. As he spoke, he noticed Huang Quan and Yi Fatty standing nearby and nearly jumped out of his skin. Su Liang was stunned by the news, then demanded, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could those two possibly advance? A fat guy over 200 gene and another who hasn't even awakened a companion artifact. If guys like that can advance, were their opponents brainless?" The boy glanced at Su Liang, then at Huang Quan, and Yi Fu, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. The girl who had returned with him stared at Huang Quan with sparkling eyes. The way he had raised his pen to vanquish foes had truly captivated them, and with his recent grooming his looks were rivaling the school heartthrob. A handsome and talented guy like that. Who wouldn't adore him? One of the girls, hearing Su Liang's words, bristled with defiance. If you don't believe it, just check the school forums video. Their battles were clearly recorded. At that, the whole class snapped to attention, pulling out their phones to open the forum. They had been too afraid to look before due to taunts from other classes. But when they saw the screens, it was all about Huang Quan raising his pen to dispatch foes in one fluid motion, so seamless, so natural, that throughout the entire assessment, not even his clothes had been touched. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is that Huang Quan? Is this book his companion artifact? This is too powerful. So cool, right? I wonder if Huang Quan has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. Don't forget he's been awfully close with Lei Aoshua lately. At this, the girl's excitement dimmed. Lei Aoshua with her stunning beauty overshadowed every girl in the school, leaving them all feeling inferior. No matter how they dressed or what luxurious clothes they wore, the moment Lei Aoshua appeared, all eyes, male and female, turned to her. She seemed like the natural-born protagonist, someone everyone aspired to. As for the boys in the class, seeing how formidable Huang Quan's awakened companion artifact was, their eyes held only shock and boundless envy. What's the big deal? He probably just got lucky, matched against some trash had just awakened their companion artifacts, Su Liang said dismissively, though his tone carried a hint of bitterness. The girls protested again. Who said they were trash? 3 of his opponents were from Class A second-level awakened ones. That's impossible. Su Liang refused to believe it. The gap between a first-level and a second-level awakener was no small matter. The boost in power, speed, and every other aspect from leveling up a companion artifact was immense. 10 first-level awakeners combined couldn't match a second-level one. Huang Quan had only just awakened at best. No matter how overpowered his artifact was, facing a second-level awakener should have made him a pushover. How could he have defeated them so easily? Yet the video was right before him. The first fighter shown, Nan, who was notorious in their third-year class. This can't be. Su Liang shouted in disbelief, pointing at Huang Quan. He must have cheated. How could a second-level awakener lose to a first-level? It makes no sense. Huang Quan, who had been reluctant to speak, chuckled at his accusation. Sense or not, why don't you try it yourself? As his words fell, the black notebook materialized in Huang Quan's hand. Yi Fu, seeing this, couldn't help but worry. He knew Huang Quan didn't actually possess such abilities, so he leaned in and whispered, "Bro, is this going to work?" Huang Quan nodded with a smile. Su Liang sensed something was wrong and bolted for the door, thinking that such a freakish artifact must have a range limit. He'd be safe once out of its reach. Huang Quan made no move to chase him. Only after Su Liang had run out of the teaching building did Huang Quan leisurely begin to write. The moment he did, Su Liang, who had just exited, seemed to trip over something and crashed headlong to the ground with a thud. Several classmates rushed to the window to see Su Liang lying there unconscious. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Yi Fu stared at the fallen Su Liang, utterly stunned, his gaze darting between Huang Quan and Su Liang downstairs. Hadn't they agreed it was poison, and the fainting was caused by the poison not being activated yet? Now he was starting to doubt everything. The other classmates looked at Yi Fu with strange expressions. If they were surprised, why was he so shocked? Aren't you and Huang Quan best buddies? Shouldn't you know his abilities inside out? What's with that look? Know him inside out? Yi Fu felt like questioning life itself. He didn't know a damn thing. Was this ability real or fake? He was still baffled. Just then Chu Xiaoming burst through the door. Though she looked exhausted and somewhat disheveled, her face kept lighting up with joy as she announced, "Great news. I advanced with the second-place score in Group 19. After saying this, Chu Xiaoming waited proudly for her classmates' praise. But instead of the cheers she imagined, only a few sycophants came over to compliment her. Annoyed, she scanned the room only to find everyone's attention fixed on Huang Quan and Yi Fu. Why are you staring at them? Chu Xiaoming asked in confusion. A sycophant replied, those two advanced as first-place winners, but they're still far behind you, Xiaoming. Chu Xiaoming was shocked. First place? Are you kidding me? If it had been anyone else she might have believed it, but Huang Quan and Yi Fu. Those two were the class notorious dead last. How could they advance? She immediately pulled out her phone to check the assessment recordings. Since she had been focused on her own opponents, she hadn't paid much attention to the other groups. Chu Xiaoming opened the school forum, and the first thing that caught her eye was Huang Quan's figure as he knocked down a person with a single stroke of his pen. However, what shocked her even more were Huang Quan's opponents Nanhu Feilong and Lin Yunyan, all of whom were the top students of Class A in the 3rd grade. Is this Huang Quan? Chu Xiaoming exclaimed in disbelief. A sycophant beside her replied, we were a bit skeptical at first too, but just now he wrote down Su Liang right in front of us, so we had to believe it. At that moment, Chu Xiaoming, watching the video, suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Ao Shui was getting close to Huang Quan because of his ability? She had thought, given Shui's nature, how could she possibly fancy Huang Quan? When she came to her senses and intended to ask Huang Quan for an explanation, he had already left with Yi Fu. After leaving the classroom, Yi Fu still wore a dejected expression. What's wrong with you? Huang Quan couldn't help asking. Aight. Yi Fu sighed, deeply pulling out his phone and saying, I'm clearly handsome too, why don't those girls compliment me? Huang Quan rolled his eyes at him and said, your standards are too high. Be more realistic. Yi Fu was unconvinced after hearing that. Bro, what do you mean? Am I not worthy? Although it was actually Huang Quan's doing the moment, he drew his cleaver and instantly killed 9 people. Could it be described with any word other than cool? First, take a look at your own appearance. If you want girls to call you handsome, you need to lose at least 100 pounds first. Huang Quan replied calmly. Yi Fu fell silent. Getting him to lose weight. He might as well kill him. Brother Huang, do you have any spiritual energy potions on you? What do you want to do? Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. I was thinking if I drink one, could I directly advance to a 2nd level awakener? I've seen many people online who advance to level 2 by drinking spiritual energy potions. But Huang Quan immediately poured cold water on his hopes. You're overthinking it. Spiritual energy potions only enhance the duration of your accompanying artifact. Moreover, these potions have a limit. After consuming too many, they become ineffective. If everyone could level up by taking pills, wouldn't this world be filled with experts everywhere? Yi Fu thought about it and found it somewhat reasonable, but then felt something was off. Brother Huang, if that's the case, if spiritual energy potions aren't that effective, why are they sold so expensively? Huang Quan explained, for people like you, drinking more spiritual energy potions is useless. Your strength is already at that level. But for the experts, the stronger their spiritual energy, the longer the duration of their accompanying artifact, giving them a greater chance of victory. Yi Fu listened with a puzzled look, but still nodded, and said, Bro, should we prepare for tomorrow's competition? Do you have any way to help me get a good rank? Huang Quan had never thought about tomorrow's match. He had originally planned to pass the first day's assessment and then withdraw directly on the 2nd day. But now the situation is completely different. A certain Huang Tianxi suddenly appeared. If I chickens out tomorrow, he'll probably come looking for trouble again. However, the biggest problem now is that tomorrow I won't even be controlling my own body. Yi Fu saw that Huang Quan had been silent for a long time, so he asked, Brother Huang, why are you looking so worried? Do you want to win tomorrow's match? Huang Quan asked. Of course I do. If my parents knew I could make it to the finals, they'd probably laugh in their dreams, Yi Fu replied. Alright, come with me to my place. I happen to have a potion to test on you. If it succeeds, advancing to 2nd level awakener won't be a dream for you. Hearing the words 2nd level awakener, Yi Fu's eyes instantly widened. Brother Huang, are you serious? Letting a waste like me advance to level 2? Isn't that overkill? You really underestimate yourself. Huang Quan looked him up and down, and then said, I recall that your family has been butchers for generations. Half of the meat in the entire Tianlan city is supplied by your family. At this, Yi Fu felt a bit embarrassed. You flatter me, Brother Huang. Why are you asking about this? Go home and get a butcher knife. One that has been used for at least 10 years of continuous slaughter. There are plenty of those at home. My dad even broke one recently. Brother Huang, do you like it? He'll give it to you. It's not for me, but it's for you. But if you have extras, he'll take them all. Huang Quan hadn't expected the chubby guy to have so many butcher knives at home. Yi Fu nodded. Although he didn't know what Brother Huang needed them for, it must be useful. Then Huang Quan hesitated and said, well, you should leave a couple for your family. Why? Yi Fu was puzzled. They were just half-waste items anyway. Your family slaughters every day, so the resentment must be very strong. Keep a butcher knife to intimidate those vengeful spirits. Is it really that supernatural? Since I was born, I've hardly seen any ghosts or monsters. I've seen quite a few online though. Huang Quan explained. That's because your family has a strong, baleful aura that the ghosts and monsters fear. This isn't 20 years ago. Since the appearance of the Abyss Rift, the mountain spirits, goblins, ghosts, and zombies that only existed in movies have truly appeared in our lives. Yi Fu agreed with this wholeheartedly. Just recently, a streamer saw a real ghost during a live broadcast, and was killed on the spot. He had heard from his elders that such incidents were rare when the Abyss Rift first appeared, but over time the ghosts and monsters grew in number and also became stronger. After leaving school, Huang Quan snapped his fingers, and a truck materialized out of thin air before Yifu's eyes. Yifu was stunned for 2 seconds, then blurted out, "Holy crap." Pointing at the truck, he stuttered, "Huang. Brother Huang, what? What is this?" "An accompanying artifact," Huang Quan replied calmly. "An accompanying artifact? Whose? Mine. Yours?" Oi. Yifu looked back and forth between Huang Quan and the truck in disbelief, his eyes unable to conceal his shock. "We agreed to be useless together, but you've become so awesome. That's just too much. And you're a dual awakener." Huang Quan just smiled without saying much. In his eternal palace there were 8 doors. Although he had never opened them, and didn't know what lay inside, each door corresponded to an accompanying artifact. "Want to get into the accompanying artifact and give it a try, eh? This is my first time riding in a truck." As soon as he got in, Yifu felt the entire vehicle exuding a dangerous aura. "This is the first time I've seen a truck as an accompanying artifact. If we enter the Abyss Rift, it's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Imagine those guys wielding cold weapons while I drive a big truck straight into them. Just thinking about it is thrilling." Yi Fatty took the knives from home and dumped them all into Huang Quan's truck. "By the way, Brother Huang, I don't think I know." Huang Quan floored the accelerator, speeding directly out of the city. Yifu instantly felt a foreboding sensation. Brother Huang, you don't live outside the city, do you?" "Yeah." Huang Quan replied with a grunt. Yifu was instantly devastated. "Brother Huang, are you kidding me? Outside the city, forget about living. Even walking on a guild-maintained highway could cost you your life. And you actually live out here. How fearless are you?" Huang Quan wore a helpless expression. "No choice. Inside the city, land is as precious as gold. I can't afford it. Out here the land is spacious, perfect for growing vegetables and raising some livestock." Yifu, however, was utterly unconvinced. He knew Huang Quan had been driving cargo trucks for years. These truck drivers charged high fees for going out of the city, and a few highway trips could practically buy a house. Huang Quan had been at it for years. How could he not afford a house? Moreover, he could concoct potions and brew poisons. All these things combined could easily buy a sky villa. Soon Huang Quan drove into a thick fog. Yifu's heart leaped into his throat. "Holy crap, are we about to run into some abyssal monster? Did it create this white fog to suddenly pop out and swallow us whole? This is the entrance to my home. I created this fog," Huang Quan said irritably. "Your home entrance?" Yifu looked bewildered. "Who sets up such a creepy entrance like something out of a horror movie?" Roar! Roar! At that moment a roar shook the entire forest, and a giant ape descended from the sky, its landing forcing back the surrounding mist. The sudden appearance startled Yifu, especially during those few seconds when the white mist receded, revealing the ape's face. A perfect embodiment of a green-faced fanged monster. An abyssal monster. Yifu was so scared he nearly cried. He knew the outskirts were dangerous, but not this dangerous. They'd barely stepped out and encountered such a creature. At this moment Huang Quan stuck his head out the window and said, "What are you yelling about? You scared my classmate. He'll twist your head off if you keep it up. Go cool off somewhere else." The ghost-faced ape looked utterly aggrieved. It had only howled twice out of excitement at seeing its master. Yifu was completely dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He couldn't gauge the monster's level, but it was certainly formidable, stronger than any creature he had ever seen. Compared to it, those ghosts and live streams were mere amateurs. "Brother Huang. He's my guard dog. Don't worry, he's usually easygoing and won't hurt anyone," Huang Quan explained with a chuckle. Yifu couldn't help but swallow hard. Brother Huang had hidden his true capabilities too well, even taming such a monster. Trusting Yifu completely, Huang Quan led him directly to his villa. After passing through the white fog, sunlight spilled onto the ground ahead, revealing a world like a paradise before his eyes. Yifu stared blankly at everything before him. The flora here showed no trace of abyssal contamination, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh. Such greenery and blossoms he had only seen in history textbooks. Though it was history, it was a world that hadn't existed since the abyssal rifts appeared 20 years ago. "Brother Huang, am I dreaming?" "You're not dreaming. And I don't have much time to give you a tour. Take out the butcher's knife. He'll give you some medicine to drink, then you enter a meditative state. Try to transfer the killing aura from the knife into your companion vessel." Yifu was stunned. "Holy crap, you can do that. That's what we're testing, isn't it? I told you it's an experiment." "An experiment?" Huang Quan said, tossing Yifu a bottle of unknown liquid. "Yifu, Brother Huang, this medicine looks kind of nasty." Huang Quan, "As long as it works, you don't have to spend your life with it." "Yifu, is it bitter?" Huang Quan shot him a glare. "If I said it's bitter, would you not drink it?" Yifu took a deep breath for the sake of the mental energy potion. Bottoms up. Huang Quan watched him drink, his eyes narrowing. He had prepared all sorts of contingencies, talismans, poisons, and life-saving medicines, plenty of them. Meanwhile, Liao Xue had disguised herself as a man and successfully infiltrated the assault team for Abyssal Rift No. 107 in Tianmon City. The entire team had already entered the rift. Though they hadn't encountered a monster attack, yet the space's nauseating aura was overwhelmingly strong. At the moment, Xingnan's face was full of irritation. With such a big assault team, why aren't there any beautiful women? A fully armed guy beside her laughed at her words. Is this your first assault? Our team does have female members, but their abilities are mostly support or assassination, not suited for open appearance. Xingnan's lips curled slightly. She had thought her brother and father were leading a monk team. She didn't expect there to be women after all. Speaking of which, brother, I haven't seen you before. Are you also part of this assault team? The man asked involuntarily. Xingnan hesitated briefly before replying. My name is Nan Shun. I'm in the second squad, a newly joined assaulter peak, 3rd level awakening. Nan Shun. I remember there was such a figure in the team. He hasn't reported in for a long time, who I thought had deserted. You are. I'm the second squad leader, Xiaohai, a 5th level Great Awakener. Xiaohai patted Xingnan on the shoulder with a chuckle. Lucky kid. This abyss isn't large scale. This time we've deployed 3 assault teams, each with the standard 12 members plus some replacements like you. Xingnan just laughed, dryly thinking to herself experience. Leng Shui said that in her past life all 3 assault teams along with her foolish brother and father died in this abyss. After that the Lei family suffered a heavy blow, and then an abyssal rift appeared in the city center, turning all of Tianlan City into a living hell. Leng Shui, are you confident? Can I save my father and the others? Xingnan couldn't help asking. Leng Shui, no. Xingnan, then why did we come in? Leng Shui, but Huang Quan can. Huang Quan. Why bring up that annoying guy all of a sudden? Just mentioning Huang Quan made her angry. Locking her in that flat, starving her for an entire day, and scaring the hell out of her when he caught her in an embarrassing moment. Leng Shui ignored her peak. Tomorrow is the day for the body swap. He'll find a way to bring them out alive. You're that confident in him. I bet we'll be on the run as soon as we get back. Xingnan thought that was more likely. Leng Shui said meaningfully, that's where you don't understand. Huang Quan will save our brother and father. He will for sure. Achu. Huang Quan, who was in the manor, suddenly sneezed. Why do I have a bad feeling? Could something be happening to Fatty Yi? His gaze immediately focused on Yifu. At this moment Huang Quan had placed a dozen or so butcher knives around Yifu. Surrounding the Fatty Yifu's entire body was now enveloped by the murderous aura emanating from the blades. His eyes were tightly shut, and he sat cross-legged. Huang Quan watched him sweat profusely, his face contorted in pain, and frowned slightly. Was it too much of a stretch for a first-rank awakened to forcibly absorb the murderous aura from these knives and merge it with his companion artifact? They had agreed beforehand that if Yifu couldn't hold on during the process, Huang Quan would stop immediately. But now Yifu was enduring the pain with no intention of giving up. This guy. He pretended to be indifferent and nonchalant on the surface, but deep down he truly cared. Although Yifu's father started as a butcher in this world overrun with monsters, one needed at least grand awakened strength to secure such a family fortune. No one craved his father's approval more than he did. When Huang Quan hung around Yifu, he often heard, yes, father scolding him, the frustration and disappointment in his voice palpable even from a distance. As time passed, Huang Quan saw Yifu's expression calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. After Yifu had completely absorbed the murderous aura from the butcher knives, he followed Huang Quan's instructions and channeled it into his own companion artifact. When the murderous aura reached its peak, the once ordinary kitchen knife became covered in vivid crimson patterns, and alongside it Yifu's spiritual power level also ascended. Yifu's eyes snapped open, and a surge of murderous aura burst forth from him like a shockwave. So this is a second rank awakened. I feel like I could kill a bull with one punch, ha. Yifu stood with his hands on his hips, laughing uproariously, his smug expression making one want to kick his plump backside. You're this cocky just because you reached rank 2. Anyone would think you're invincible under heaven. Huang Quan poured cold water on him again. Brother Huang, can't you let me savor this for a few more minutes? Yifu said weakly, his face drooping. Huang Quan glanced at the time. It was already evening. His brow furrowed, then he turned to Yifu and asked, in this breakthrough has your companion artifact's grade also risen? At least to crank. Crank. That much of an improvement? Yifu was somewhat surprised. His original companion artifact was Drank, and now it had jumped to Crank, making him one of the top few in their entire class. Companion artifacts were graded by quality or aptitude, ranging from Shrank as the highest to a Rank as the lowest. Did you awaken any skills? You absorbed all those butcher knives. Surely you gained something. Huang Quan, there is one, but I haven't used it much. As Yifu's words fell, the bloodstained butcher knife appeared in his hand, and his body instantly radiated a terrifying murderous aura. Even his eyes turned bloodshot as if he were a demon from hell. The murderous aura swirling around him formed a visible natural barrier. A defensive type awakened skill? That's unexpected. Huang Quan was momentarily stunned. Although Yifu's companion artifact was a kitchen knife, it was still an offensive weapon. Yet his awakened skill turned out to be defensive. Yifu held the murderous aura shield for less than 10 seconds before collapsing. Brother Huang, I can't go on. This is my limit. If I keep it up, I'll probably pass out here. With your spiritual power, holding out for 10 seconds is already not bad. Huang Quan replied flatly. Mentioning spiritual power suddenly made Yifu's eyes light up. Brother Huang, what about that spiritual power potion you promised me? Give me a bottle. Huang Quan was momentarily taken aback. You really are taking advantage and still asking for more. Even as he said that, he generously tossed him a bottle of spiritual power potion. Yi Fu was also stunned. Brother Huang, why are you so generous today? Usually you'd make excuses when I treat you, but now you just give it away. Is this still my stingy, tight-fisted brother? There's nothing suspicious in the potion, is there? Yi Fu shook the bottle up and down. Even if there were, you wouldn't be able to tell. Huang Quan said with a sly grin, Brother Yi, I promised you the spiritual potion, but shouldn't you cover the cost of this experiment? So this is what you've been leading up to. Yi Fu said irritably, just name your price. Money is no problem. My dad said that if I can advance to a second rank awakened, he'll give me $1 million allowance right away. At the same time, he felt relieved. Better that Brother Huang asks for money than not. Huang Quan laughed too. Brother, you're straightforward. It's not much, just 99,000. Deal? Wait, what did you say just now? 99,000. Yi Fu was dumbfounded. Brother Huang, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Huang Quan said seriously, as your brother I helped you out big time. You wouldn't let me take a loss, would you? No, wait, something's off. I feel like you're scamming me. I didn't spend anything coming here. How did it suddenly cost $1 million? Yi Fu felt something was wrong. He had just blurted out that his dad would give him $1 million, and Huang Quan immediately asked for 99,000. Huang Quan sighed, put his arm around Yi Fu's shoulder, and said, Brother, let me lay it out for you. I gave you the method to absorb murderous aura, right? And I gave you the potion to drink before you sat down, right? Calculate it yourself. Does all that add up to $1 million? If I go outside and find a random passerby, tell him I can help him advance to second rank awaken, but he has to pay me $1 million, do you think he'd do it? Yi Fu thought about it, and found it made some sense. So many people were stuck at the bottleneck of advancement. He only spent $1 million and advanced to second rank awakened. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a loss. At this moment, Huang Quan's face was full of melancholy. The potion I gave you was originally going to sell for $2 million. But since you're my brother, I sold it to you for 99,000. You know I never do business at a loss, and I hate haggling. But, Yi Fu, you're my good brother. I'm giving you a friendship price half off. Yi Fu, hearing Huang Quan's sincere tone, was somewhat moved. Brother Huang, don't say that. I know you're short on cash. That 99,000 is useless to me anyway. He'll just give you the full $1 million, no questions between brothers. Seeing Yi Fu's sincerity, Huang Quan felt a bit embarrassed. The cost of that meditation pill was only 9,800, but he had swindled him out of $1 million. That was a bit unethical. Then Huang Quan remembered something, his expression turning serious. Brother, Yi, I might be in some trouble tomorrow. What's wrong? Are you worried about that, Huang Tianxi? Yi Fu asked. Huang Quan, however, didn't know how to explain. How could he tell Yi Fu that tomorrow the soul in this body would not be himself, but Lei Aoshue? Who would believe that? Not to mention Yi Fu, the entire academy regarded Lei Aoshue as a goddess. But who knew that their perfect deity had a few screws loose? I can't explain it to you clearly. Anyway, when I wake up tomorrow, just tell her that regarding the unknown match, she should just surrender when it seems appropriate. Huang Quan didn't want to be too ostentatious. Yi Fu nodded with a hint of understanding. Brother Huang, are you going to be possessed by a ghost again? Ghost possession. If you put it that way, I guess it's not wrong. Then is there anything I can do to help, eh? Just pass on my words, Huang Quan said, and then took Yi Fu away from the manor. Originally, Yi Fu had wanted to spend the night in this scenic area, but Huang Quan knew that if he overslept, Yi Fu would not be able to leave. He himself didn't mind. Tomorrow's match was optional. But Yi Fu was someone who wanted to bring honor to his ancestors. On the other side, inside Tianlan Academy, Ji Yuan, who had come as a referee, was assigned a dormitory. As soon as he lay down, a pleasant female voice rang out, "Go wash up before sleeping." A woman in white, elegantly dressed with a silver belt cinching her slender waist, showcasing a delicate figure like a celestial maiden. Seeing Ji Yuan lying on the bed like a dead pig, she frowned and said displeasedly, "Why are you still lying there?" Her figure was slightly transparent, and no shadow was cast by the light. Hearing her voice, Ji Yuan smirked slightly and said wearily, "Susu, my dear Susu, can I skip the bath? I've been exhausted all day. Earning money is really hard. No, look at you all sweaty and smelly. They'll go run the bathwater. You rest for a bit." Susu gave him a disdainful glare, then floated off the ground towards the bathroom. Just then Ji Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He turned into a raging beast, his entire body exuding a killing intent, and shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as he spoke, Susu floated back, "What's wrong?" At that moment, a graceful figure emerged silently from the darkness, and with that figure a badge in his hand also came into view. "Night Patrol." Ji Yuan was startled. "You know it." The Shadow's voice was somewhat lazy, coming from under a black mask. A cloak and night suit of the same color obscured most of her figure, but her well-proportioned body was visible through the tight-fitting outfit. "What do you want from me?" "This is trespassing," Ji Yuan said displeasedly. "I am the captain of the 67th Night Patrol Team. Ji Yuan, captain of the Tianlan Guild's assault squad. You should know what our duties are." Ji Yuan knew well that once targeted by the Night Patrol, he wouldn't be able to leave without explaining. "Just ask what you want to ask." Moreover, the night patrol was different from the assault squad. Its members specialized in stealth and assassination. If he guessed correctly, since the captain appeared, he had been surrounded by a whole squad hidden in the shadows like poisonous snakes in the night. Where were you last Friday night? Captain 67 got straight to the point. Ji Yuan explained truthfully, even revealing Huang Quan's name. He didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he need to, because he knew that before coming to him, they must have already interrogated Si Lingfei and the others who were with him. After hearing Ji Yuan's answer, Captain 67 raised his head. Your answers are somewhat inconsistent. Although we've ruled out collusion, the surveillance on you will not cease. Hearing the word surveillance, Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Can I ask what exactly happened? I'm already a great awakener, how could I be infected? Although you can't be infected, you can be possessed. The captain then looked at Su Su beside Ji Yuan and said, actually you were my prime suspect at first, because you've been acting strangely lately. You're obviously alone, yet there were sounds of intimacy. Hearing this, Su Su was stunned. If she weren't a ghost, her face would be red to the ears. She wished she could find a crack to hide in and instantly dissipated. I didn't expect the night patrol to have a hobby of eavesdropping. Ji Yuan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. You didn't lie, that's your greatest luck, Captain 67 said, then turned to leave. Ji Yuan pressed on, after interrogating me like this, at least tell me what happened. Captain 67 paused, hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, last Friday, a small abyss rift appeared outside the suburbs of Tianlan City. But it vanished in less than a few seconds. What does that have to do with us? Isn't the disappearance of the abyss rift a good thing? Ji Yuan was puzzled. Captain 67 replied, the problem is that along with the abyss rift, there was also the aura of an abyss monster. It appeared for only a short time, and by the time our night patrol arrived, it had vanished without a trace. From this we concluded that it must have attached itself to a human body to escape our detection. Hearing this, Ji Yuan understood. So have you found any clues? Are you asking that to fish for information? Captain 67's tone was mocking. Ji Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Fine, don't tell me. But have you interrogated everyone who left and entered the city that day, eh? Not only Tianlan City, but several nearby cities are also under strict investigation. Captain 67 then disappeared from Ji Yuan's sight. Ji Yuan covered his face in dismay. It's getting more and more troublesome. Under the night sky, several dark figures darted through the darkness and finally gathered together. Captain 67 stood on the rooftop and said coldly, how is the investigation? Any trace of the parasitic entity? None. Team member A reported. But that Huang Quan kid is interesting. Si Lingfei said that fellow is probably from the Lei family and has recently become quite close with Miss Liao Xue. Captain 67 ignored him and looked at the others. What about you? Team member D replied, I checked Ming Xinyuan. He is not the parasitic entity. No issues. Captain No. 67 furrowed his brows slightly. He's not a problem either. Are you certain? Certain, replied team member D. I checked him. There's no trace of abyssal aura on him. If he truly were an attached being, the monster affixed to him would have to be beyond our level, reaching level 6 or even level 7. Team member C analyzed. In my view, that's unlikely. If he were a level 7 abyssal monster, he'd have the power to launch a devastating strike against Tianlan City. Not necessarily. Thunder Tiger of Tianlan City is no joke. Even if a level 7 abyssal monster appeared, he could handle it with ease. Team member B's tone was playful with a hint of seductiveness. Oh, by the way, I discovered something amusing here. Luna, if you're going to gossip, keep it to yourself. Team member C snorted. How many times have I said it? During missions, use code, name's not my real name. Do you want to die? Team member B's voice carried displeasure. The captain cast her a warning look. The night patrol team differed from the assault team. They primarily dealt with wrongdoers who abused their abilities. If their true identities were exposed, the situation would become quite dire. Team member C gave an awkward chuckle and fell silent. Captain No. 67 then asked, what's this interesting thing? Spill it. Captain, I found a talent in Tianlan City. Luna's voice brimmed with excitement. The captain smiled with interest. Oh, if you've taken a liking to him, his abilities must be decent. Are you thinking of recruiting him into the night patrol team? But while our team wields great power, the dangers are no small matter. Even if we want to recruit someone, we need their consent followed by layers of assessments. Only after passing can they join the night patrol team. Unable to contain her excitement, Luna said, his name is Huang Quan. According to my investigation, he's an orphan and a student with no background. It should be easy to pull him into our team. Upon hearing the name Huang Quan again, the captain's brow furrowed involuntarily. Why him again? Team member A spoke up. This Huang Quan isn't as simple as you think. He has many tricks up his sleeve, and I suspect he's a dual awakened. Upon hearing dual awakened, team members B, C, and D were all startled. A dual awakened was someone who had awakened 2 companion artifacts. Those who awakened 2 companion artifacts were exceedingly rare, for having an extra artifact meant possessing an additional ability. As their level increased, their strength would far surpass that of ordinary awakened individuals of the same grade. Team member A analyzed calmly. Moreover, his companion artifact is peculiar. According to my investigation not long ago, the president of Tianlong Guild and Ji Yuan were involved in an accident. Their car was pushed off a cliff by a truck. I confirmed with the president the one who hit them was Huang Quan. That brat again, team member C frowned. His name keeps popping up too frequently. Was this accident deliberately orchestrated by him? Team member A immediately refuted this notion, impossible. According to my investigation, the accident was caused by Ji Yuan's reckless lane change. Huang Quan was driving normally. What truly shocked me was that the truck was actually his companion artifact. At these words, everyone fell silent. A truck as a companion artifact. What kind of joke was that? They'd heard that awakening a flintlock was already considered freakish, but now mobile equipment appeared. After all, when human vehicles were driven into abyssal rifts, their precision components deteriorated rapidly, rendering them useless within minutes. A companion artifact that was a truck. Wasn't that incredibly overpowered? Lu Na's voice trembled with shock. Does that mean he can load supplies into the truck and then store the companion artifact in his spiritual space? If placed in the assault team, that would be as good as a logistics squad. As she spoke, Lu Na pulled out a video she had stumbled upon during her investigation. Look at this. This should be his second companion artifact. The effect is utterly insane. The group gathered around her phone. Lu Na continued, this is the Tianlong Academy assessment. This video has gone viral across the entire campus network. What is this? He writes someone's name in a notebook and they pass out. I've never seen such a companion artifact. It's like defeating enemies from 1,000 miles away. Team member A glanced at the video and then said, his ability must have some limitations such as distance. Look, each person who faints is relatively close to Huang Quan. Team member C, however, disagreed. Why do you all assume this is the power of his companion artifact? In my opinion, he must have poisoned or drugged these people beforehand. Hearing this, Lu Na burst out laughing. That's the least likely idea. First of all, the assessment participants are randomly assigned. How could he poison them? Unless he poisoned every single student in the entire academy. If he could secretly dose all the students, I'd rather believe his ability is to knock people out by writing their names. Team member C fell silent. Meanwhile, team member A looked at the captain, who had been quiet all along. Captain, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? The captain said in a deep voice. I feel like I've heard the name Huang Quan somewhere before. Of course you have. I've mentioned him many times in my recent reports. Before team member A could finish, the captain interrupted. No, it was before I came to Tianlong City. I think I heard his name somewhere. Captain, are you joking? Before coming to Tianlong City, you were in the northern capital. Until recently, this kid was an obscure nobody. How could you have heard of him? The captain shook his head. I don't know. I have heard it, but I can't recall where. Jiafeng, do you have his detailed information? Captain, during missions, please use my code name. Team member A said with a light laugh. Sorry, I was in a hurry and forgot. No problem. I've already prepared his file for you. With that, he handed his phone to the captain. After glancing through it, the captain's brow gradually furrowed. What's this? He tamed a Lord-level ghost-faced ape. Is he really a student? At these words, the entire team was astonished. Even the usually silent team member D showed a hint of surprise. Captain, are you joking? A student taming a ghost-faced ape, and a Lord-level 1 at that. Lu Na couldn't believe it. It is well known that abyssal monsters are extremely difficult to tame. Most have to be eliminated on the spot. The ghost-faced ape, due to its relatively high intelligence, does not actively attack humans, and its formidable combat prowess has stirred humans' desire to tame it. Yet it is precisely because of the ghost-faced ape's intelligence that it becomes even harder to tame, let alone a Lord level 1. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiafeng's face. Jiafeng shook his head and said, Captain, I'm not clear about that. However, according to Si Lingfei, this Lord-level ghost-faced ape was secretly raised by the Lei family. The Lei family? Why do you think so? The captain thought of that father and son from the Lei family. Would they have the patience to raise an abyssal beast? Jiafeng then explained, according to Si Lingfei, when they first encountered this ghost-faced ape, it obeyed Lei Aoxu's commands, and all the traps in that suburban area were disarmed by Lei Aoxue, who is a member of the Lei family. Who is this Lei Aoxue? Lu Na asked, suspiciously, wondering why she had never heard of such a person in the Lei family. The captain said in a deep voice, it's not your fault. That father and son of the Lei family, after finding her 3 years ago, hid her very well and never let her show her face. Some reckless people once sneaked into the Lei family to take photos, and they simply disappeared. This Huang Quan is probably a shield the Lei family found for their daughter. That ghost-faced ape in the suburbs is also likely the Lei family's doing. Since it involves the Lei family and has nothing to do with the infected, let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Lu Na's tone turned dejected. So that means Huang Quan is backed by the Lei family, and our attempt to recruit him is hopeless. The captain, however, was not too concerned. Even if he had no backing from the Lei family, he wouldn't join us. The various guilds in the Huaxiao region are like snatching a coveted treat. They won't let go easily. Jiafeng suddenly thought of something and reminded the captain, Captain, it seems your younger brother Huang Tianxi has also come to Tianlong City. My younger brother. The captain was startled, then rubbed his forehead. Why did he suddenly come here? This place is lurking with abyssal infected. If they go berserk, it's no joke. The few teammates exchanged glances and wisely kept silent. The captain quickened his pace. At that moment a scene flashed through his mind. The name Huang Quan seemed to have come up accidentally when he heard it from Tianxi. Strange. Why would Tianxi seek out Huang Quan? At this moment after sending Yifu home, Huang Quan was driving his large truck alone through the night, and from the bug came the conversation of the group just now. It's going quite smoothly. Huang Quan smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. But these night owls are still a bit disappointing. They hadn't connected the suddenly returned Lei Aoshue to the Vanguard project. If they were to investigate, they might be able to draw out the inner personality hidden within Lei Aoshue. Originally Huang Quan had wanted to keep a low profile through this martial examination, but who would have thought he suddenly discovered that there were abyssal infected in the academy. He had also noticed the abyssal rift that appeared near his home last time. It only appeared for an instant, but something indeed came out of it. The appearance of the abyssal rift would certainly attract the attention of the night patrol. Moreover, because of Lei Aoshue, he had been forced to stand before others, and he was living near the abyssal rift. It was only a matter of time before they came to investigate him. So Huang Quan came up with this trick, pinning everything on the Lei family. The ghost-faced ape was raised by the Lei family, and Huang Quan himself was secretly trained by them. Everything was going according to plan, but what made Huang Quan feel uneasy was that Lei Aoshue had been unreachable for a day. Where the hell had she gone? Huang Quan checked the entire surveillance of the Lei family and found that Lei Aoshue had completely vanished. In the room, the hidden camera he had installed only showed a maid whose clothes had been stripped off. This was a mini camera he had temporarily installed capable of real-time monitoring, only not recording. That was the most regrettable part. That woman, she couldn't have gone there, could she? As soon as this thought emerged, Huang Quan felt his head was about to split. She was not alone now. Tomorrow the two of them would swap bodies. Now Huang Quan was in a dilemma. Originally, he had not planned to return to his manor. Tomorrow he had to take the examination. If Lei Aoshue couldn't come out, who knew what reason the school would use to expel him? In the eyes of others, he had now awakened a companion artifact, but the real problem was that the principal had reached an agreement with Huang Tianxi to expel him by any means necessary. If he didn't go to tomorrow's examination, they would have 1,000 reasons to expel him. Then if he wanted to survive in Tianlan City, he would have to join a guild. If he didn't go back, he would contact his mysterious merchant No. 3 outside to see what was happening with Lei Aoshue in the Abyssal Rift. Because the communication was across the Abyssal Rift, he couldn't operate directly with his consciousness. He had to use props to set up an array. During this process, his perception of the surroundings would be greatly reduced. What if he was ambushed? Not in his own home. It wasn't safe. After thinking for a while, Huang Quan decided to prepare for the worst. He turned around and headed straight for Tianlan City. After entering the city, he quickly found the dilapidated house he had prepared earlier. Although the house's setup was not as luxurious as the one near the manor, it lacked fog and zombies, but it was well stocked with goo insects and bombs. After confirming that no one was following him, he sat cross-legged in the room, placing his intentions and plans in front of him in the form of talismans. Lei Aoshue, I hope you see the situation clearly. The lower profile you keep, tomorrow the better. If you encounter a strong opponent, just surrender. Then as midnight arrived, after a wave of dizziness, Huang Quan opened his eyes again and saw the dilapidated surroundings. What made him most uncomfortable was that Lei Aoshue had actually bound her chest with bandages, and they were damn tight. Didn't she know how big her chest was? Wrapping them so tight was a minor issue affecting development, but the real worry was suffocation. However, he looked at the abyssal alloy light armor he was wearing and the luggage on his back. This was the standard outfit of an assault operator. The supplies on his back were sealed with abyssal alloy to prevent abyssal gas from seeping in. Due to the sealing, the weight was nearly doubled or more. Huang Quan glanced around. The entire assault team, including the Lei father and son, numbered at most 50, with levels generally above level 3, but below level 4. Besides the Lei father and son, there were 2 peak level 4 awakeners and 1 level 5 grand awakener. This lineup is quite impressive. Huang Quan sighed. Huang Quan sighed knowing that in the entire Tianlan Guild there were no more than 10 level 4 awakeners. Yet the Lei family had mobilized 2 level 4s and 1 level 5, indicating they wanted a quick victory. If it followed the original script of Lei Aoshue and the Book of Fate, these people should have died in this abyss. Seeing his team member suddenly stand up, Captain Xia Hai couldn't help but scold sternly, "Kid, what are you doing? Sit down and rest properly." Huang Quan followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a reliable demeanor. Who is this guy? An acquaintance of Lei Aoshue. At this moment, Xia Hai noticed him still standing there, so he ran over, pressed his shoulder, and said, "Sit down now. If you don't rest well, you won't have another chance later." Huang Quan did not argue, and simply sat down, his gaze sweeping around. The terrain of this abyss was mainly desert. He wondered how Lei Yuan had died in his previous life. The most important things in the desert were water and food. It was possible he starved to death or died of thirst. Moreover, the desert might harbor abyssal monsters underground which had to be guarded against. "Kid, what are you looking at? Are you worried?" Xia Hai chuckled lightly, assuming the kid was just scared after entering the abyss for the first time. Huang Quan nodded, his eyes sweeping over the resting people, most of whom were conserving their strength. Lei Jinyuan, Lei Kunlun, and another effeminate man stood on a sand dune deep in discussion. Weren't these three standing too high? Weren't they afraid of being sniped? Although human firearms were ineffective in the abyss unless made from pure abyssal materials, many abyssal monsters possessed long-range attack capabilities. Taking advantage of the break, Huang Quan pulled out a notebook from the Eternal Hall. He had compiled a list of all the Lei family's vanguard members during his free time yesterday. From it, he found the information of the man who had just spoken to him. Xiahai, age 40, had recently advanced to level 5 Awakener. He was the only Great Awakener in the Lei family besides Lei Kunlun. Captain Xia, who is that person talking to Patriarch Lei and young Master Lei? I haven't seen him before. Huang Quan had just flipped through the records. This effeminate man was not a member of the Lei family vanguard team. Xiahai glanced toward the Patriarch and said, "He's our guide for this trip, named Jiang Lin, a level 4 Awakener. He's quite famous among the vanguard in Tianlan City. He has entered this No. 107 abyss before and told Patriarch Lei that there are spiritual herbs for mental ailments inside." Huang Quan narrowed his eyes. He had frequented the abyss many times, but had never encountered any herb that could heal mental trauma. Lei Aokshu's split personality was largely psychological, not caused by external damage. If the Lei father and son truly wanted to cure her, they should guide her, not seek strange herbs. Huang Quan secretly used his mental energy to contact mysterious Merchant No. 3, who had sneaked into the abyss rift. Merchant No. 3 had barely moved since entering and was still near the entrance. However, the distance between them made Huang Quan frown. Over 200 li. How could they be so far apart? Captain Xia, how long have we been inside the abyss rift? Huang Quan asked. Xiahai scratched his head and thought, about 2 or 3 hours. Why? 2 or 3 hours. Over 200 li. Were they traveling at highway speed? In human society, an awakener running at this speed wouldn't surprise him, but this was the abyss. Before encountering any monsters, the priority was to conserve physical and mental energy. Who would sprint at 100 kilometers per hour? Even the most foolish person could grasp this basic logic, let alone a veteran like Lei Jinyuan. Could it be that the entrance of this abyss rift was not fixed, but moved over time? Captain, did we set up a teleportation array at the exit? Huang Quan asked with a serious expression. The teleportation array was a formation drawn with special talisman stones near the entrance or exit of the abyss rift, allowing the stone holder to teleport back to the starting point. It was invented during the early days of humanity's assault on the abyss, when vanguard teams often got lost inside, leading to many unnecessary sacrifices. After the teleportation array was introduced, human casualties decreased significantly. Whenever they encountered an abyssal monster they couldn't defeat, they would activate the talisman stone and leave immediately. Xiahai snorted. Kid, are you treating us like rookies? In this type of timed abyss, the first thing to do after entering the rift is to set up a teleportation array. A seasoned vanguard nearby couldn't take it anymore. He had red hair, a very non-mainstream look, and a silver nose ring. He sneered coldly at Huang Quan. Kid, with all your questions, are you planning to find a chance to run back? Let me tell you, if you dare to run, it'll be the first to kill you. I hate rookies like you the most. No skills at all, and when you meet an abyssal monster you turn into a weakling. Hearing this, Huang Quan merely chuckled and didn't pay much attention to the red-haired man. Just as he was about to ask Xiahai something else, Lei Kunlun called everyone to gather. Xiahai patted his shoulder. Ask me later if you have questions. Let's hear what the Patriarch has to say first. Standing before the crowd, Lei Jinyuan got straight to the point without any pleasantries. This abyss assault plan is largely due to my selfish desire to find a flower that can heal mental trauma. He'll call it the desert flower for now. According to Guide Jiang, he has seen this flower before. Moreover, near the flower there is a very powerful abyssal beast guarding it with strength, at least at the Lord level. My only goal this time is that flower. As for the other spoils, you can all share them equally. As his voice fell, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Long live. Long live Patriarch Lei. Their excitement was understandable. Entering the Abyss Rift was not a casual affair. One had to report to the Abyss Association of Huaxia and pay a certain amount to obtain an entry permit. The higher the level of the Abyss, the more money required, and the stricter the review. Therefore, each time the person who paid took the lion's share, such as abyssal artifacts, while the rest went to the followers. After his speech, Lei Jinyuan wasted no time and set off immediately. Everyone's eyes now glowed with barely concealed excitement and greed, all hoping to make a fortune from this Abyss expedition. Among them, however, Huang Quan remained grim-faced. Using his mental energy, he controlled Merchant No. 3 to search near the entrance. 3 fully armed guards were stationed beside a pile of rocks. One sat resting on the ground, while the other 2 scanned the surroundings. Huang Quan covertly observed the trio. It was a standard guard duty pattern, with the 3 taking turns to rest, ensuring that at least one was always alert. This might be quite useful, but for me it's entirely dispensable. Under Huang Quan's control, Merchant No. 3 placed his hand into the sandy soil. A bug smaller than an ant burrowed out from the skin on the back of his hand and crawled toward the position of the 3 guards. The goo insect stealthily bypassed them and entered the teleportation array. Through this goo insect, Huang Quan could clearly sense that no teleportation array existed there. This must be an illusion set up by Lei Yuan. After all 3 guards standing inexplicably at the entrance to the abyss, how could it not seem like a case of protesting one's innocence too much? Subsequently, Huang Quan released dozens of goo insects scouring the entrance area thoroughly, yet found no trace of any teleportation array. Now his greatest fear had materialized. The most peculiar aspect of this abyssal rift was that the sand on the ground shifted on its own. The 3 fools before him were still unaware that the teleportation array they were guarding had long since moved elsewhere. Sigh, what a hassle. Huang Quan let out a long sigh. Hassle. Xiaohai frowned upon hearing this. Kid, there's nothing troublesome about descending into the abyss. Once you find something valuable and sell it at a high price, you'll be laughing all the way. Huang Quan secretly rolled his eyes. Laugh my head off. These fools had no idea that disaster was looming. Now the teleportation talisman stone in Lei Xinyuan's hand was nothing more than a decoration. Heaven knew where it would teleport them. Only if you lived to spend it. Huang Quan forced a faint smile. In the past he would have fled without a second thought, but things were different now. If he ran, Liao Xue would likely fight him to the death. Moreover, he didn't want anything to happen to Lei Xinyuan and his son. Over the past decade or so, they were the only ones who had made him feel familial affection, brief as it was. But at this moment, he was like a child tasting candy for the first time, forever craving another bite. Hong Mao, seeing Huang Quan's cowardly demeanor, was filled with contempt. If you're so spineless, just go back to the city and work an honest job. A pioneer is meant to conquer every abyss and shatter every obstacle. Huang Quan ignored him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said in a low voice, a monster is approaching us. Monster? Hong Mao's expression shifted. He immediately extended his spiritual sense to probe, but found nothing. Kid, are you messing with me? Looking for death, are you? Hong Mao stepped forward, ready to teach the insolent brat a lesson. Restrain yourself. Xiaohai shot him a glare and said sternly, everyone was once a newcomer. If you want trouble, I don't mind sparring with you. Hong Mao let out a cold snort, but dared not retort. He simply shouted at Huang Quan, kid, you'd better watch your step. He can't protect you forever. One day you'll fall into my hands. After blocking Hong Mao, Xiaohai turned to Huang Quan, his expression grave. Southern God, this is no time for jokes, especially regarding an enemy attack. Before he could finish, the scout at the forefront bellowed, enemy attack. It's desert scorpions. The moment the words fell, everyone readied for battle, summoning their respective companion artifacts. Boom. The next second, the one scum sand dune erupted. 3 gigantic black scorpions, several times larger than a man, burst forth from the ground. Sand swirled into the sky, raining down upon the group. Defense-type awakeners stood at the forefront wielding shields of various shapes, some of wood, a few of iron. Yet the desert scorpion's massive pincers came crashing down instantly. The frontline awakeners let out a roar, barely withstanding the blow. Then warriors advanced while archers provided cover. All coordination was executed in an instant, a testament to the seasoned teamwork of the pioneering team. The 3 scorpions were only at the early 3rd level with average combat prowess. However, desert scorpions were all highly venomous. Cautious of their tails, the warriors dared not be too aggressive. The squad worked in seamless coordination, and the 3 scorpions were soon eliminated. As for Lei Xinyuan and his son, they remained spectators throughout. If they had to intervene for such riffraff, the pioneering team might as well disband. Huang Quan guessed their intention. Before finding the desert flower, they wanted to conserve as much energy as possible given their limited resources. Xiaohai, however, cast a suspicious glance at Huang Quan. The boy's warning had come even faster than the scouts. How had he detected it? Could his spiritual sense be stronger than Lei Xinyuan's? Impossible. If his strength were on par with the Lei family head, why would he join this abyss expedition as a newcomer? Or perhaps his companion artifact had some special property. Just then Hong Mao returned to the group after the battle, still feeling the sting from a tail swipe, head taken while attacking the scorpions. Spotting Huang Quan, he cursed, you jinx. Always running your mouth. Huang Quan smiled helplessly. How was warning them being a jinx? Xiaohai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, little brother, don't overthink it. That's just how he is. Many pioneers are the same. Don't take it to heart. But Huang Quan remained vigilant. I know. If they don't live arrogantly now, they might not get another chance. After all, you can't be arrogant when you're dead. Xiaohai was momentarily at a loss for words. He asked, little brother, you mentioned an enemy attack earlier. Did you detect them long ago? How could I have that ability? Even the Lei family head didn't notice. How could a newcomer like me? Huang Quan replied. True, but then how? Do you believe in a man's 6th sense? Should I? Xiaohai was speechless. Huang Quan gave an awkward smile and said no more, silently lamenting that these giant scorpions didn't hunt alone, meaning many more scorpions were likely hidden nearby in the sand. What are you going to do with these 3 scorpions? Huang Quan asked. The bodies of abyssal monsters were treasure troves. Their shells and flesh could fetch a good price. We'll have to ask the ones who killed them. It's not my call. Xiaohai shook his head. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. Even a great awakener like you has no say. So what if I'm a great awakener? I can't just steal someone else's kill. Xiaohai replied, completely unbothered. Just then Lei Kunlun gathered them together. These 3 giant scorpions were slain by the 1st and 3rd pioneering squads. We'll begin the distribution now. Huang Quan was also gathered among the crowd when Lei Kunlun addressed everyone again. As for the bodies of these 3 giant scorpions aside from the team members who participated in the kill and can pick for free, anyone else who wants them must pay. However, these 3 giant scorpions were enormous, and the most valuable essence within them had already been taken by the 2 teams. As for the remaining flesh and blood, only the shell armor had any buyers. Everyone exchanged glances, and basically no one stepped forward. Captain, although these 3 giant scorpions aren't high level, their flesh and blood are good stuff. Why isn't anyone buying? Huang Quan asked in confusion. Xiaohai explained the materials are good, but we can't take them away. They take up too much space. At most we can take some of the shell armor that's portable, and after refining it into defensive gear, it's quite sought after among 3rd-tier awakened. What about the flesh? Huang Quan couldn't help asking. Xiaohai glanced at him, and was about to explain when Red Hair spoke. First, you newbies really don't understand anything. This scorpion's flesh can strengthen blood and chi, but its venom sacs are all over the body. One careless move, and you'll get poisoned. If you want to go ahead and buy it. After saying this, Red Hair shot him a contemptuous look, thinking only an idiot would buy this scorpion. Xiaohai also gave a wry smile, clearly agreeing with Red Hair's words. By now the salvageable parts of the 3 scorpions had been taken. Seeing no takers, Lei Kunlun turned his gaze to his father. Lei Zhenyuan gave him a hand signal, and Lei Kunlun immediately announced, everyone prepare in place for 1 hour. Then he went to Lei Zhenyuan's side to discuss the next route. Huang Quan, seeing that no one wanted the scorpions, felt the time was ripe. He raised his hand and said loudly, 60,000 yuan. I'll take all the remaining flesh of these 3 scorpions. Lei Kunlun paused at the sound, then looked toward Huang Quan, frowning. This unfamiliar face gave him a very familiar feeling. Standing beside him was a man in blood-red armor, Luo Xingyan, captain of the 3rd Assault Squad. Hearing this, he couldn't help but snicker. The flesh of a 3rd-tier abyssal monster sells for at least 60,000 yuan per catty on the market. You want to buy 3 complete demonic beasts with 60,000 yuan. That's a bit of a fantasy, isn't it? The remaining flesh of these 3 giant scorpions weighed at least several hundred catties. This wasn't bargain hunting, it was outright robbery. Young Master Lei, this is a newcomer. He doesn't know the rules. He's just talking nonsense. Xiaohai quickly stepped forward to mediate, then whispered to Huang Quan, kid, did you hear what Red Hair said just now? It went in one ear and out the other, didn't it? Now these 3 abyssal monsters are worthless. 60,000 yuan is no small sum. I know. Since no one wants them, leaving their flesh here would just be a waste for other monsters. Huang Quan seemed determined to buy the flesh of these 3 abyssal monsters. Hearing this, Red Hair shouted to the 3rd Assault Squad captain, Luo Xingyan, captain, this guy is a rookie. Since he wants it so badly, let's sell him these 3 giant scorpions for 60,000 yuan. He emphasized the word rookie, clearly hinting at something. Luo Xingyan, however, looked at the 1st Assault Squad captain, In Yue, what do you say? Your squad also contributed to these 3 giant scorpions. It wouldn't be fair to you if I agreed directly. In Yu's name came from her appearance. She was a woman with short silver-white hair, as dazzling as the moon in the darkness. A black tight-fitting suit outlined her perfect figure, and a finely crafted long sword hung at her waist. The heroic aura she exuded was as formidable as any man's. Inu frowned slightly upon hearing this, then simply shook her head to indicate she had no objection. Newcomers always had to learn from their mistakes to grow. Seeing both captains agree, Lei Kunlun tossed out a final remark, handle it yourselves. Then he walked toward Lei Zhenyuan. The other experienced veterans couldn't hide their mockery. Many rookies before had thought they'd struck gold in such situations, only to end up with nothing but a hard lesson. Do you think this kid will break down crying when he realizes he spent 60,000 yuan on a pile of junk? Hard to say. Maybe he's some rich young master slumming it. Rich young master. His gear is all 1st tier, the lowest possible tier. The value doesn't even match the spare change of my equipment. If he's a rich young master, his wallet is probably emptier than mine. Xiaohai could only shake his head helplessly. Since both captains had agreed, he couldn't say much. Red Hair swaggered over to Huang Quan and said, kid, follow me to pay up. If you can't come up with 60,000 yuan, you'll be in for it. 60,000 yuan. I have it. But you won't back out later, will you? Huang Quan said with an innocent expression. Everyone burst out laughing at his words. Listen to him. He thinks we're going to rob him. I wouldn't take this stuff even if you gave it to me. The shell armor can't be taken, and the flesh is poisonous. What's there to regret? Kid, don't come crying later. Huang Quan paid the 2 captains respectively, then walked over to the 3 scorpions. The reason the giant scorpion's meat was poisonous was that when the flesh was cut, the venom from the barbs flowed back into it. As long as one was careful during cutting, there would be no problem. Huang Quan approached the 3 giant scorpions, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Some restless veterans gathered around him, expecting to see a good show. But Huang Quan pulled a knife out of thin air and walked toward the scorpion carcasses. The other veterans were baffled by his attitude. What was this kid up to? He's not going to eat the meat of these giant scorpions, is he? Is he looking for death? This scorpion meat is like pufferfish. Eat it and you're dead for sure, not even the gods can save you. I've heard of people who can strip the flesh from poisonous creatures without getting poisoned, but that requires a master-level butcher. In all of Tianlan City, probably only Yi Tufu has that skill. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Quan began cutting the giant scorpion's flesh with practiced technique. His knife moved so fast it was a blur, and even the veterans couldn't follow it. Many were stunned speechless by his speed. This is a rookie. Rookie my ass. Does your rookie dismember abyssal monsters like it's child's play? If the flesh is really toxin-free, then selling it would more than recoup the 60,000 yuan. With a swift stroke of his blade, Huang Quan successfully separated over 100 pounds of flesh and blood. The remaining entrails tainted by scorpion venom during the earlier battle were no longer edible. The other assaulters eyed the pile of meat with intense greed, thinking how much their blood and chi would grow if they could have a bite. Many assaulters, due to their poor innate artifact aptitude, had turned to cultivating blood and chi. The stronger their blood and chi, the more they relied on consuming flesh and blood, and the more formidable their physical bodies became. At the peak of this practice, they could even rival the toughness of abyssal monsters. At that moment, many Blooddanki cultivators among the assaulters could no longer contain their excitement at the sight of the heaping pile of third-level abyssal monster flesh. But a few more rational individuals immediately doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. This flesh is probably poisonous. Our Tianlan City doesn't have such a skilled blade master. It might just look good, but eating it would lead to poisoning and death. Indeed, blade masters capable of dismembering abyssal monsters rarely went to the front lines. They stayed at the guild handling the dissection of abyssal monsters, and their income was far from poor. Blade masters were not uncommon in human society, but those who could dissect third-level abyssal monsters were quite rare. As abyssal monsters grew in rank, their bones and tendons became denser. For venomous abyssal monsters, a single wrong cut could contaminate the entire flesh, rendering it inedible. Do you think meat dissected by someone with no reputation like him is really safe to eat? By the way, what's his name? I think it's something like Nanshan. Nanshan. Never heard of him. Let's wait and see. In no time, Huang Quan had finished dismembering the 3 giant scorpions, and a large pile of meat lay before him. His actions had already drawn the attention of many. Among them were the 3 assault team leaders. Yin Yu merely glanced at him before turning her gaze toward Lei Kunlun. Of the remaining 2 leaders, the most shocked was Xia Hai. Had he misjudged? This newcomer in his team was actually a master. Luo Xingyan frowned and secretly glared at Red Hair. Didn't you say he was a rookie? His speed at dissection was anything but that of a newcomer. At this moment, after cutting the meat, Huang Quan secretly activated his mysterious merchant No. 4. Originally, he had planned to send No. 3 into the Abyssal Rift disguised as a mysterious merchant to join the Lei family assault team and secretly protect the Lei father and son. Who would have thought Lei Aoxue was so bold as to infiltrate the team in person? What surprised Huang Quan the most was that Lei Aoxue's disguise skills were so superb that she had completely changed her appearance. Merchant No. 4 was his backup. If Merchant No. 3 encountered any trouble after entering the Abyssal Rift, he could immediately step in. Merchant No. 3 was now watching the entrance while Merchant No. 4 was racing toward their location at full speed. 10 minutes. Huang Quan checked the time, dissatisfied with his speed in dissecting the 3 giant scorpions. It seemed the chest binding was still affecting his performance. Seeing that Huang Quan had finished cutting the meat, many people dispersed to conserve their energy for the long journey ahead. Meanwhile, Lei Yuan faced a major dilemma. He looked at Jiang Lin with a grave expression and asked, "Are you sure we're heading in that direction?" Jiang Lin nodded firmly. "Patriarch Lei, there's no mistake. Although it's impossible to navigate in this desert, the desert flower lies in that direction. Last time I entered, I also encountered giant abyssal scorpions. If we keep going forward, we'll reach an oasis with clean water for replenishment." "How long is the journey?" asked Lei Kunlun. "If everything goes smoothly, at least 3 hours, replied Jiang Lin. "Too slow. We don't have much time left. The Abyssal Association surveyed the area last time, and Abyssal Rift No. 107 only has 5 days left. We must find the desert flower as soon as possible." Lei Kunlun turned to leave, but Lei Yuan stopped him. "Come back. Let them rest. They've just been through a skirmish and lost considerable mental energy. An hour won't cost us much. Let's use this time to study the route more carefully. As the saying goes, a father knows his son." The moment Lei Kunlun turned, his father knew exactly what he intended to do. Just then the aroma of grilled meat filled the rest area. Lei Kunlun frowned. "What's that smell? Where is it coming from?" The resting crowd was also enticed by the savory scent. They had brought only quick-dried rations to save time inside the Abyssal Rift. "Barbecue. How can there be a barbecue smell here? It's that newcomer who dissected the giant scorpion. He's grilling meat over there. Where did he get firewood in this desert? He couldn't have brought it himself, could he? No one could be that foolish." Huang Quan saw the assaulters crowding around him and protectively shielded his food. "What do you want?" "Him not sharing." Everyone was speechless. They weren't bandits after all. Then they noticed what he was using for fuel. Isn't that the giant scorpion's shell? He's using it to make fire. What a waste. Waste is an understatement. It's sheer extravagance. Those shells would fetch at least 3 million in the city, and that's just raw material. Once crafted into equipment, the price would multiply several times over. Third-level abyssal equipment made from these shells was in high demand since most awakened in Tianlan City were at the third level. Huang Quan chuckled at their remarks. These materials might be good, but they had been contaminated by the poison during the battle. If used to make abyssal equipment, they would not only fail to protect the wearer, but could even harm them. These shells were essentially worthless. The only useful part was the flesh, which had remained untouched by the venom. The sizzling aroma of the grilled meat stirred the appetites of all the assaulters. Chili powder mixed with sesame oil and cumin. Just thinking about it made mouths water. Why would this bastard bring chili powder and cumin into an abyss? Was he here for a barbecue? Huang Quan boldly tore off a piece of meat and chewed it with relish. Not bad. Seeing him eat so happily, some assaulters couldn't hold back. Look, he's eating it himself. How could it be poisonous? Wait a bit longer. Maybe the poison just hasn't taken effect yet. They stood there dumbfounded watching Huang Quan eat for a full 10 minutes without any ill effects. Little brother, how much for this meat? Well, buy it. Hearing there was business, Huang Quan immediately broke into a grin. 6,000 per caddy discount for bulk purchases, Huang Quan said with a faint smile. The faces of the crowd instantly darkened. When they had bought these hundreds of caddies of flesh and blood, the total cost was only 6,000, and now he was selling at market price. The profit margin was through the roof. Young friend, you're already selling at market price. We're all going down into the abyss. Can't you give us a discount? Someone started and others chimed in. Besides, we were the ones who killed the scorpions. A little discount won't cost you a pound of flesh. Brother, you hit the nail on the head. A discount would actually cost me a pound of flesh. 6,000. Take it or leave it. Huang Quan shrugged, looking utterly indifferent. By now some of the hot-tempered attackers were seething. They had killed these prey, and this guy dared to mark up the price and sell it back to them. Are you asking for a beating? How dare you raise the price in front of us? Just as he was cracking his knuckles ready to teach Huang Quan a lesson, Luo Xingyan, the captain of the 3rd Assault Squad, stopped him with a hand on his shoulder and chuckled in Huang Quan's direction. Newcomer, time is running out for you. We'll be heading out in about 10 minutes, and you can't take those hundreds of caddies of meat with you. We won't bully you. You handled that hand knife dissection technique quite well, so you've earned some credit. How about this? We'll buy it back from you at 6,000 per caddy. What do you say? At Luo Xingyan's words, many eyes lit up. At 6,000 per caddy, they could definitely afford it. And with just 10 caddies of this meat, their blood energy and physical condition would reach a new level. I think Captain Luo's proposal is fair. After all, we killed those scorpions, you just got lucky. Newcomer, this is the best deal you'll get. Take it. You'll have made a tenfold profit in one transaction. Even Huang Quan's own squad captain Xia Hai came to persuade him. Ninshin, just agree for now. Otherwise you won't be able to carry all this meat. But Huang Quan replied flatly, 6,000. Not a penny less. And remember, there are two kinds of people I hate most in this world, those who haggle with me, and those who won't let me haggle. The crowd found the words vaguely familiar. Someone had said the same thing before when entering the abyss. A few realized and pointed at Huang Quan, cursing, "Kid, are you out of your mind?" Copying the mysterious merchant's lines. The rest snapped back to reality. That line, so familiar it could not be more so. Wasn't it exactly what the mysterious merchant said? Those of them who regularly descended into the abyss had been fleeced by the mysterious merchant every time, leaving them utterly exasperated. Huang Quan continued, "When I bought those 3 giant scorpions earlier, you all said you wouldn't compete with me. Now listen to yourselves. What's the difference between you and a bunch of bandits?" The crowd fell silent. They had been waiting to see him make a fool of himself, but who would have guessed that this guy could actually dissect the 3 giant scorpions without letting any of the venom touch the meat? But now they didn't care about that. This was tier 3 abyss monster flesh. If it weren't poisonous, they would have devoured it long ago. Why wait until now? Hong Mao stepped forward, pointed at Huang Quan's nose and cursed, "Kid, don't be so ungrateful. Our captain already gave you a fair price out of goodwill and respect for you as a newcomer. If it were anyone else, they'd have offered this as tribute by now." Hong Mao had long been annoyed by Huang Quan. A newcomer just entering the abyss, instead of keeping a low profile, dared to be so flashy. Huang Quan had originally been Loki, but now he wasn't using his own body. He was using Lei Aoxu's, and Lei Aoxue had even done some makeup. With so many layers of cover, why should he stay low-key? Besides, he had already prepared. Even if Hong Mao tried something, now he had protection. But I bought this meat, so it's mine. Whether I sell it and how much I sell it for is up to me. Huang Quan took a bite of the meat and looked at the crowd with a cold gaze. Before he obtained the Yongsheng Hall back when he was still unawakened, he knew this was an era of the survival of the fittest. If the weak wanted to defeat the strong, they had to be more prepared. People like Hong Mao. He had seen too many of them back then, but none had ever managed to take anything from him. The crowd, seeing Huang Quan's unyielding attitude, looked displeased. How could this newcomer be as stubborn as a mule? Captain Luo had already given him an out, yet he still acted superior. "Kid, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. Once you enter the abyss rift without our protection, you might not even know how you died." Luo Xingyan tried to reason with him, hoping to avoid resorting to force. But Huang Quan turned to Captain Xia from his own second assault squad. Captain Xia. What is it? Xia Hai had barely finished speaking when Huang Quan grabbed a piece of meat and tossed it into his hands. Xia Hai waited, about 3 or 4 caddies, and was confused. Kid, what do you mean by this? They'll trouble you to protect me on the road ahead. Then Huang Quan looked disdainfully at the crowd. I'm not some princess. Why would I need so many people to protect me? Isn't a single tier 5 Great Awakener enough? The crowd's mouths twitched, and Xia Hai could only smile, bitterly feeling the strange glances cast his way. For the first time he found that holding tier 3 abyss monster meat in his hand was unbearably hot. Luo Xinjian's expression soured. He never expected this kid to pull such a trick. Previously, any newcomer would have panicked by now. Just as Luo Xinyan was about to try persuading him again, a graceful figure appeared before Huang Quan without anyone noticing. Her silver-white short hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her identity. Huang Quan frowned at the newcomer. It's Captain Inu. She must have stepped in because she couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the Inu squad had a share in those 3 giant scorpions. Now even Captain Xia can't say much. But to their utter surprise, Captain Inu merely glanced coldly at Huang Quan before saying, "They'll take the cooked meat on your grill. And from now on, I'll keep an eye on you." The crowd was stunned. How could Captain Inu side with this newcomer? Huang Quan was slightly taken aback, then directly shook his head and refused. Captain Xia Hai is enough for me. Hiring another person wouldn't be worth it. Silver Moon was caught off guard by the newcomer's outright refusal, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Nearby, Xia Hai let out a bitter chuckle. This rookie had no idea that among the 3 assault squad leaders, although he was a level 5 Grand Awakener, Silver Moon, with her peak level 4 strength, would likely prove even more formidable in a real fight. With Silver Moon's protection, his journey ahead would be far easier. You don't want me to watch over you? Silver Moon frowned. I know you're an exceptional blade dissector, but the road ahead won't be that simple. I know. Huang Quan nodded, meeting Silver Moon's gaze with earnestness. But I truly don't need you. If you want these grilled meats, I'll sell them to you at cost price, 60,000 per caddy. I'll even throw in the cumin for free. Everyone was left speechless by his shameless words. Cost price. 60,000 for hundreds of caddies of meat, and he called it cost price. The audacity of the lie. The most infuriating part was the waived cumin fee. How much could cumin possibly cost? How could he utter such words? Sensing the oddity of his own statement, Huang Quan cleared his throat twice. Captain Silver Moon, are you buying or not? If not, you're blocking my business. 60,000, he'll take it. He'll buy all the grilled meat you have. Silver Moon tossed out an anonymous bank card with a balance marked at 100,000. These cards were designed for convenience during transactions, as mobile signals were non-existent in the abyss, making digital transfers impossible. Thus such primitive trade methods emerged. There's 100,000 on this card. Don't you have any with smaller denominations like 10,000? Huang Quan frowned. Pack the rest with more meat, Silver Moon said indifferently. Huang Quan handed over the grilled meat. After receiving it, Silver Moon reminded him, Rookie, you'd better offload all this meat within the next few minutes. Carrying it all on you will take up space and drain your stamina. We'll likely be moving at a rapid pace soon. Your best bet is to get rid of this meat. Thanks for the reminder, Captain Silver Moon. I've already found a buyer. Huang Quan chuckled. Silver Moon studied the newcomer with a scrutinizing gaze, finding him somewhat inscrutable. Silver Moon headed straight for Lei Kunlun with the grilled meat. She handed it to him, her tone flat. You haven't eaten much since you got here. The rookie grilled this. Try it. Lei Kunlun paused for a moment, then pushed it back. You bought it. You should have it. Lei Jinyuan, watching the two, shook his head. Foolish boy, you're even worse than I was back in my day. Ignoring Silver Moon, Lei Kunlun turned to the guide Jiang Lin. Is the route set? Jiang Lin nodded. Of course. Then I'll tell them to depart immediately. With that, Lei Kunlun walked toward the group. After Silver Moon left, everyone's eyes fixed on Huang Quan. Who else could his buyer be besides them? Now the Awakeners, who specialized in blood and chi, could barely contain their excitement. Eating level 3 abyssal beast meat would be immensely beneficial to them. Don't get worked up. The hour's rest is almost over. By the time we set off, this meat will be dirt cheap, basically free. They exchanged glances, waiting for Huang Quan to cave. But Huang Quan, without even looking up, knew exactly what they were thinking. A faint, leisurely smile curled at the corners of his lips. Smile? How could he still smile at a time like this? Everyone began to wonder if the rookie had lost his mind. What are you all crowding around for? We're about to move out. Get ready. Lei Kunlun's voice came from behind. At the sound, their gazes locked onto Huang Quan. Red Hair strode up to him and said bluntly, Kid, you were pretty cocky just now, weren't you? Let's see how you carry all this meat. If I can't carry it, can I just sell it? Huang Quan said with a grin. The crowd burst into laughter. Go ahead, sell it. But the price won't be 6,000 a caddy anymore. 1,000 a caddy, take it or leave it. We gave you face before and you didn't take it. Now you want to sell? No way. Playing the mysterious merchant, think you're something special, eh? Lei Kunlun frowned at the commotion and was about to call them to order when a jingling sound reached them from afar. The crowd instantly tensed, watching the source of the noise. A massive black horse trotted toward them, bells hanging from its body, and a man in a black cloak sat on its back. At the sight of the approaching figure, they were momentarily stunned. The mysterious merchant. They had actually encountered the mysterious merchant. The horse beneath him was enormous, its muscles taut, standing over twice as tall as a man. This was a level 3 beast horse mutated after being infected by the abyss energy. The creature was colossal, swift as lightning, and could travel 1,000 miles in a single night, a rare and valuable mount. However, taming a beast horse was incredibly difficult, requiring immense time and effort. So few people ever used them. Lei Jinyuan, who had been conversing with Jiang Lin, sensed the sudden presence and turned to look. He too saw the mysterious merchant. Though he had heard of such figures, this was his first time encountering one inside the abyss rift. Moreover, the aura emanating from the merchant was so profound that even he could not fathom it. Lei Kunlun saw the mysterious merchant and walked straight toward him, asking coldly, "What do you want?" "I'm here to do business, of course." The merchant's voice reached everyone's ears, though his lips never moved. Lei Kunlun studied the mysterious merchant before him, sensing something amiss. The black cloak concealed most of the merchant's figure, and his hood cast a shadow over half his face. "What do you have to sell? Let's see it." As Lei Kunlun spoke, everyone stared intently at the mysterious merchant. They had long heard that such merchants sold various items, even top-tier abyssal equipment. Among them were items meant for Grand Awakeners. Huang Quan's secretly controlling merchant now. Furo reached into the void and produced a finely crafted piece of armor. Lei Kunlun was taken aback by the grade of the abyssal equipment. Level 5 gear, and its quality surpassed anything he had ever seen. "What do you think of this piece? If it's not to your liking, I have more." "Merchant, no," Furo said, reaching again into the void. Under the gaze of the crowd, the mysterious merchant pulled out a bone sword from the void. Its blade was slender, yet it radiated an overwhelming chill. "This is made from the fang of a 4th-level abyssal monster, the direwolf beast. It is extremely sharp and is named the Wolfbone Blade." "Merchant, no," Furo introduced. Lei Kunlun looked at the Wolfbone Blade, but shook his head. "This bone blade is acceptable for a 4th-level awakener, but it's of little use to me. What I'm more interested in is your armor." "How much?" "This is an A-grade dragon armor bracer priced at 40 million, the merchant said calmly. 40 million. The crowd was greatly surprised upon hearing this number. In Tianlan City, equipment for Grand Awakeners started at least 30 million, yet what one could buy was only grade quality. Equipment of a grade quality like this was basically 80 million, or even over 100 million, simply astronomical, and even then it was rarely available on the market. And this A-grade dragon armor bracer was actually only 40 million. Lei Kunlun, without a word, directly threw out 4 bank cards. "I'll take it." The two exchanged money and goods. As Lei Kunlun received the equipment, he felt it was excellent. After putting it on, he connected with it through his spiritual power. "Inyu!" Lei Kunlun shouted. Inyu instantly understood. Like an arrow from a bowstring, she charged at Lei Kunlun. Her sword was drawn almost instantly, and in the span of a single breath she appeared before him and struck the newly bought bracer with a solid blow. Clang! The collision caused the air to explode instantly. A visible shockwave spread out, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. The vanguard members of the team all showed expressions of surprise. Captain Inyu's strike, though casual, was undeniably formidable. Yet it left not even a scratch on Lei Kunlun's bracer. Huang Quan felt a pang of bitterness. He was selling the equipment almost at cost. Couldn't they treat it with more care? His mood was like that of a barista who had meticulously crafted a coffee with latte art only to have the customer simply crush it without a second thought. "Indeed a good item," Lei Kunlun said, glancing at Inyu. "Why didn't you go all out just now?" Inyu turned her head away. How could she go all out? Seeing Lei Kunlun obtain such a good item, the other team members grew restless. Luo Shengyan also set his eyes on the wolf-bone blade in the merchant's hand and asked, "How much is this bone blade?" The merchant raised one finger. 10 million. Luo Shengyan's eyes lit up. Although he was not skilled with the sword, this 4th-level wolf-bone blade was clearly of high quality, at least grade or above. He could resell it and make at least 10 million. "No, it's 100 million, merchant, no," Furo replied calmly. Luo Shengyan was stunned and the others couldn't believe their ears. 100 million. Even a 4th-level abyssal equipment of grade quality would be at most 40 million. "Are you crazy?" Luo Shengyan exclaimed. The mysterious merchant said indifferently, "This wolf-bone blade has been enhanced. Even enhanced, it can't be this expensive. Unless this blade has been enhanced to mystic grade perfection." Luo Shengyan showed surprise. Abyssal equipment can be enhanced in 3 tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Mystic. Each tier has 3 grades: Fine, Supreme, and Perfect. Others also discussed if this 4th-level bone blade has been enhanced to Mystic grade Perfect, it can still be used even after advancing to a Grand Awakener. I once saw a 4th-level abyssal equipment enhanced to Mystic grade Perfect sold for a full 100 million at an auction, but buying it wouldn't be profitable. Yes, at most you could resell it for 100 million, and you'd have to pay a commission to the auction house. Not worth it. But then merchant, no. Furo shook his head. "This wolf bone blade is not Mystic grade enhanced, it's Earth grade supreme." The crowd was stunned, not quite comprehending at first, then all showed expressions of shock. Even Lei Kunlun and Inoue, usually expressionless, had surprise in their eyes. Earthgrade Supreme. Are you kidding me? Being able to enhance equipment to Mystic Grade Perfect is already impressive, enhancing it further would risk breaking it. And this is enhanced to Earthgrade Supreme. How bold was the enhancer? Is this Wolfbone Blade really Earthgrade Supreme? Lei Kunlun was still a bit incredulous. A 4th level equipment enhanced to Earthgrade Supreme, if placed in Tianlan City, even 100 million would be just the starting bid, and it could eventually sell for 1 billion. And now it was being sold for only 100 million. Merchant no. For directly handed over the Wolfbone Blade. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lei Kunlun was about to take it when a deep voice suddenly came from behind him. Let me test your Earthgrade Supreme. The crowd turned to look. Lei Jinyuan was walking slowly toward them, his tall figure standing before the mysterious merchant. He then took the Wolfbone Blade from their hands. He injected a trace of spiritual power into it, narrowed his eyes, and swung the blade toward the sand dune ahead. As the sword fell the next moment, an indescribably fierce blast of air like a meteor falling from the sky struck the sand dune. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth, while yellow sand like waves was blasted dozens of zhang into the air, then rained down like droplets. The crowd stared in awe. Was this the power of an Earthgrade Supreme enhanced weapon? It was terrifying. Even Lei Jinyuan, a 7th level awakener, was astonished. He had barely exerted any force, just now merely injecting a tiny bit of spiritual power. Unexpectedly, with the boost of this sword, he could unleash such a fearsome attack. Without a doubt, this sword is Earthgrade Supreme, Lei Jinyuan said, tossing a card to the mysterious merchant. There's 100 million in this card. He'll buy this sword. Huang Quan controlled the puppet to collect the cash, then looked at the crowd. At this moment, the entire Vanguard team's gaze was fixed on the mysterious merchant, hoping he would bring out some good items. Then Huang Quan saw an opportunity and dragged several hundred gene of meat to the merchant. Do you buy meat? 3rd level abyssal scorpion meat. Yes. How much? 50,000 per gene. Deal. Then Huang Quan directly threw the meat in front of him, and merchant no. For symbolically tossed a bank card to him. The whole process was fluid and happened in just a few seconds, leaving everyone stunned. When they came to their senses, their expressions changed instantly. They deeply understood what it meant to have the meat snatched from right before their mouths. Kid, how could you sell the meat? The crowd found it hard to accept. This was the flesh of a tier 3 abyssal monster which they could have eaten for free, and now it was gone. Why did this mysterious merchant have to appear at this very moment, neither earlier nor later? Among them, only Xia Hai's expression turned solemn. He sensed that this young man had something to him. He had known about the giant scorpion attack in advance last time, and now he knew about the mysterious merchant's arrival. Could he possess the power of foresight? At this moment, Huang Quan toyed with the bank card, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. This meat is mine, and I'll sell it however I please. Then before their eyes, he handed the meat into the void. Spatial equipment was exceedingly rare. Obtaining one was purely a matter of luck. The crowd stared at Huang Quan's smug face, itching to slap him to death. By the way, do you buy tier 3 scorpion shells? Huang Quan asked again. I do, the merchant nodded. Huang Quan then pointed to the pile of scorpion shells. Give me a price. The mysterious merchant nodded slightly, then in the blink of an eye he flashed to the remains and examined them closely. His speed startled the crowd. Such swiftness. It was at least that of a great awakener. The mysterious merchant studied the scorpion carcasses and said, the valuable essence is gone and the shells are damaged to varying degrees. I can only offer you 3 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes turned red. 3 million. They would have to toil in the abyss for 6 whole years without rest to earn that much. And this newcomer had sold just the shells for 3 million in a single day. Yet to everyone's surprise, Huang Quan refused. Your price is too low. With these 3 scorpion shells, you can make at least 10 pieces of tier 3 armor, each selling for tens of millions. 3 million is just brushing me off. At his words, everyone thought the boy had no idea of his place. The mysterious merchant's earlier display of skill made it clear he was not someone they could provoke. How dared he challenge him? It was sheer suicide. Little did they know this mysterious merchant was merely one of Huang Quan's zombie puppets. The two had been playing a one-man show all along. Oh, that's not quite fair. How about this? I have some jars here. What's inside depends on luck. They sell for at least 100,000 each. They'll give you 5 for free. Huang Quan put on a reluctant face, but sighed deeply. Fine, let's play. But if I get something good, don't ask for it back. My reputation is beyond doubt. With a snap of his fingers, the merchant summoned a dozen jars of varying sizes from the void. Some were taller than a man, while others were no bigger than a palm. Each jar was sealed tight. Someone tried to sense the contents with their spiritual power, but saw nothing. These jars blocked spiritual sense. So it's all down to luck. Huang Quan quickly stepped forward and picked 5 jars. Smashing the first, he revealed a tier 3 white snake leather coat, shimmering silver white, with python scales. Being leather armor, it wouldn't hinder movement when worn. He got a tier 3 item. The quality is at least grade or higher. In the market, that's worth 2 or 3 million. And he got it from 100,000 jar. Is this for real? Could this be a setup? Is this kid the merchant's shill? As soon as he said it, the crowd shot him disdainful looks. A shill? If he wanted to put on a show, would he have brought out those good items earlier? The sword the family head bought alone is worth billions on the market. He wouldn't scam us for pocket change. Let's wait and see. If I'm lucky, he'll buy a jar to try too. Huang Quan smashed the remaining 4 jars in front of them. 3 yielded a helmet, a necklace, and boots. All Tier 3 equipment with the highest quality reaching a grade. Fortunately, the last jar produced a fruit for restoring spiritual power, or they'd have been furious. They risked life and limb in the abyss for decent gear, yet a few jars had given him what they couldn't earn in half a lifetime. How was that fair? Seeing the desired effect, Huang Quan went aside to equip himself. This gear was prepared for Lei Shua tomorrow. Though all Tier 3, he had reinforced them to mystic-grade perfection, rivaling Tier 5 equipment. In this perilous abyss rift, wearing such items brought some peace of mind. As Huang Quan revealed his prizes, others went on a jar-smashing spree. Damn it, I got a Tier 1 item. Yours at least breaks even. I got a Kyre storing fruit worth 1,000 on the market. You're better off than me. Look, I got a pack of instant noodles, expired too. It's only $4. One man slumped in despair. Your noodles are edible. I got a pack of sanitary pads. I'm a man, what use are they? As the prizes grew increasingly absurd, the crowd's buying frenzy waned. Then someone shouted, a bank card. I got a bank card worth 5 million. What? You can get bank cards from these jars. Everyone turned to the mysterious merchant, who said calmly, I told you anything can come out. Another wave of jar smashing erupted the desert, echoing with the sound of shattering pottery. Elsewhere, after swapping bodies with Huang Quan, Lei Shua opened her eyes to a strange room. Where is this? It's neither a manor nor a bungalow. Shengnan looked around in bewilderment. Does Huang Quan have too many houses? A wily hare has 3 burrows, haven't you heard? Leng Shui remained composed, as if expecting this. If they woke in the same place every time, Huang Quan wouldn't be himself. Shengnan pulled open the door and froze. Where is this? Should be the slums of Tianlan City. But Huang Quan's place is so shabby even thieves wouldn't bother. Where do we go now? Leng Shui noticed the words Huang Quan had written on the wall. Go to the martial exam, adapt on the fly. It's unknown today, surrender if it's tough. Since he said so, let's have some fun at the exam. Shengnan couldn't help but worry. Leng Shui, now that Huang Quan and I have swapped, the moment he opens his eyes, he'll find himself in the abyss. This thought felt somewhat unscrupulous. Leng Shui replied, don't worry, don't underestimate him. After we disappeared for an entire day yesterday, he must have already guessed I entered the abyss. The disguise I made isn't as sturdy as you think. If he gets into a fight and the disguise on his face gets damaged, he'll be exposed immediately, Shengnan responded. You've had some contact with Huang Quan lately. Do you think he's the type to rush into things head first? Shengnan. He would be lucky if he didn't shrink back. If nothing unexpected happens when we swap back tomorrow, everything will be as it was, Leng Shui replied calmly. Hearing this, Shengnan breathed a sigh of relief and said, but this is a good thing. Without Huang Quan, I can openly flirt with girls. Shengnan eagerly pushed open the door, but before she could take 2 steps, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was Yi Fatsi calling. After a brief hesitation, she answered, Little fatty, what do you want? Huang. Yi Fu was startled by the tone, sensing it had changed again. But recalling Huang Quan's instructions from yesterday, he said directly, Brother Huang, today's martial exam has a new rule. We're not allowed to use our companion artifacts. He knew the person on the other end wasn't the real Huang Quan, but regardless, he decided to pass on the message. Shengnan was unimpressed. Oh, is that all? As if she could wield Huang Quan's companion artifact today anyway. Yi Fu wanted to say more, but then remembered this wasn't Brother Huang, so he decided to improvise and hung up, without even a goodbye. This little fatty, is he usually this arrogant? Daring to hang up on me? Shengnan frowned. Leng Shui said he already knows you're not Huang Quan, so he doesn't want to talk much with you. Shengnan was surprised, exposed. Just because I dressed up a bit, he suspected I'm not the real Huang Quan. Then why didn't Chu Xiaoming and the others notice anything when Huang Quan was in my body? Maybe because Huang Quan acted too convincingly. Leng Shui replied, enough, hurry to school. When Shengnan arrived at school, students she passed along the way stared at her with strange looks. What's going on? Since when did Huang Quan get this much attention? Shengnan was baffled. Even the girls were fine, but why were the boys staring at her? Leng Shui was also confused. Had Huang Quan done something major during yesterday's martial exam? Forget it, I'll just go flirt with a girl first, Shengnan said, scanning the area for a target. Then a figure caught her eye. A young girl in a school uniform, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her slender legs were clad in white knee-high stockings, and her delicate feet were adorned with soft-soled black leather shoes. She looked pure and adorable. Leng Shui, look at those legs. They're not inferior to ours at all. Shengnan's eyes lit up. Leng Shui. She felt Shengnan's comment was a bit odd. But Shengnan didn't care and was about to approach when the girl spoke first. Isn't this Huang Quan? Shengnan looked up at her face and froze on the spot. Linmu. Why did she have to run into Linmu? This was the person Huang Quan had specifically warned her to be wary of. Even Leng Shui reminded her, be careful, this woman is not simple. Find an excuse to shake her off. Linmu tilted her head when she saw Shengnan wasn't speaking. I didn't expect to run into Huang Quan so soon after arriving at school. What luck. And it seems. You're back. She flashed Shengnan a charming smile. It sent a chill down Shengnan's spine, and those last words were unsettling. Something was off about this woman. Good morning, Linmu. I have something to attend to. Something to attend to again? You said the same thing yesterday. Linmu pouted, slightly looking adorable. Shengnan's mouth twitched. What was Huang Quan thinking coming up with such a lame excuse? By the way, yesterday's Huang Quan was so impressive, defeating 9 people without a scratch, including 3 second-level awakened from Class A. Huh. Shengnan was stunned. Huang Quan defeated 9 people, including 3 second-level awakened. Was she joking? Leng Shui, what's going on? Would Huang Quan do something like that? Leng Shui was also baffled. Huang Quan was usually one to keep a low profile. Why had he suddenly become so flashy? Calm down. She might be testing you. Shake her off first, and we'll find a quiet place to check the school forum. Shengnan quickly composed herself and waved at Linmu. Linmu, I really have things to do. He'll be going now. But Linmu didn't intend to let her leave. Huang Quan, aren't you going to the exam venue to report? You and Yi Fu are the last hope of our Class D. Shengnan was taken aback. The last hope. She could understand herself, but what about Yi Fu? Let's go together. I'd like to chat with you about something. Shengnan was about to refuse, but Leng Shui warned agree for now. Huang Quan turned her down yesterday, and if you do it again today, it'll only backfire. Alright Linmu, let's walk together. Shengnan forced a smile, not wanting to stay on the defensive, so she asked, by the way Linmu, with how cute you are, you must have a lot of suitors, right? There are many, but not a single one at school. Linmu's lips curled into a sweet smile, as she said, speaking of which, what does Huang Quan like? Of course beauties like Linmu. As soon as she said it, Shengnan regretted it. She couldn't help flirting out of habit. Linmu covered her mouth with a smile, just as I thought. But Huang Quan, do you know what I like? What? I like scarecrows. Scarecrows? Shengnan was bewildered. Why would such a cute girl like that? Linmu explained, because scarecrows protect the rice from birds. Many people said they'd protect me before, but they all broke their promises. So I have to be a scarecrow to protect myself. Actually, I'd like to make a scarecrow that looks exactly like Huang Quan. Shengnan felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, wondering what on earth this woman was talking about. Leng Shui, damn it, I shouldn't have provoked such a woman. And you, why did you have to strike up a conversation with her? Shengnan, lust is the nature of every woman, no every man. Leng Shui, find a way to brush it off first. Linmu, if you like scarecrows, I'll give you one another day, Shengnan said with a calm expression and a smile. Then I'll thank you in advance, Huang Quan. Linmu replied, casually patting Huang Quan on the shoulder. Yet that pat felt as if it had landed on a thorn bush. Linmu's smile froze instantly, but only for a moment before it recovered. He withdrew his hand and placed it behind his back. I have things to do, so I won't keep you company, Huang Quan. With that, he walked around Shengnan and left directly. Shengnan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Should I have Kuang Tian kill her? First, feel yourself. That woman's expression was off when she patted your shoulder, Leng Shui replied. Frowning, Shengnan quickly reached inside her clothes and pulled out a golden talisman, which instantly vanished upon leaving her body. What? What is this? Leng Shui, it seems this golden talisman saved you from a hidden strike. Linmu made a move without a sound, and even I didn't notice. She's indeed a problem. Then we should get rid of such a problem early. Why keep her alive? Shengnan felt as if a venomous snake was watching her from the shadows, extremely uncomfortable. Leng Shui explained, Huang Quan must have thought about it too. The fact that she hasn't died yet means only 2 possibilities. Either Huang Quan doesn't want her dead, or he doesn't have absolute confidence to kill her completely. Kuang Tian, what are you two arguing about? She's just a 3rd-level peak awakener. Why are you so nervous? 3rd-level peak. Leng Shui and Shengnan were stunned. But why did Linmu feel more dangerous than a high-level awakener? Kuang Tian, but her companion artifact is somewhat special. I can't determine exactly what it is, but it's definitely not some common trash. Since Huang Quan didn't eliminate her immediately, we shouldn't act rashly either. Shengnan felt displeased. Leng Shui, since when did you trust Huang Quan so much? A 3rd-level peak awakener. 1 punch from Kuang Tian would be enough. I have memories from my past life, Leng Shui replied. This Linmu did not appear in future battles. She must have died when Tianlan City fell. Shengnan said nothing, her gaze sweeping around, wondering how such a place could become a hell. At that moment, a chubby hand waved in front of him. Brother Huang, what's wrong? Why are you standing dumbfounded at the school gate? Yi Fatty. Shengnan sized up Yi Fatty, then paused slightly. You've advanced to a 2nd-level awakener. Yi Fu shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Huang, you personally helped me advance yesterday, don't you remember? Shengnan was momentarily speechless. Forget it, come with me. We have a match today. Random unknown winners stay for tomorrow's ranking battle. Yi Fu added helplessly, they say it's random, but I'm pretty sure it's rigged. You'll definitely be matched with a strong opponent. That Huang Tianxi will surely cause trouble for you. Shengnan was taken aback. Who is this Huang Tianxi? Baidu royal family's adopted son. Leng Shui added, he's not worth mentioning. Just a clown who usurped another's nest. More importantly, find a way to get a phone. I want to see what happened in yesterday's martial exam. Sheng Nan turned to Yi Fu and said with a smile, "Yi fatty, lend me your phone." Yi Fu instantly became wary. "What do you want my phone for?" If it were the real Huang Quan, he would have lent it without a second thought, but the person in front of him was an unknown entity occupying Huang Quan's body. "Just to watch a video. With such great friendship between us, you wouldn't refuse to lend me your phone, would you?" Yi Fu sneered inwardly. Who had any friendship with her? He and brother Huang Quan were brothers. She meant nothing to him. We may be sworn brothers with different parents, but... Before he could finish, Sheng Nan smirked and moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she had snatched the phone from Yi Fu's pocket. Yi Fu stared blankly at the phone that had suddenly appeared in Huang Quan's hand. What just happened? His phone had instantly teleported into the other's hand. Sheng Nan opened the phone and found that Yi Fu had even set a password. Yi Fu said smugly, "Who doesn't set a password on their phone these days?" But before he could finish, he felt the brother Huang in front of him suddenly change his aura, his eyes turning icy cold. This feeling of falling into an ice cave seemed oddly familiar. Before he could recover, his phone was already unlocked. Yi Fu stood dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's my password? Compared to Huang Quan's. Compared to my password, it's far inferior, Leng Shui said calmly. She had tried many times to crack Huang Quan's phone, but failed. At that moment, the cold aura around Huang Quan suddenly vanished, and he returned to his playboy demeanor. Sheng Nan opened the forum. She didn't even need to search. The video of Huang Quan eliminating people with a pen was already pinned. She clicked on it, and was instantly stunned. Her heart was screaming in shock. Holy crap. Holy crap. Leng Shui, what is this? Is Huang Quan this insane? Writing a name and dropping a person. This is beyond heaven-defying, it's heaven-raping. Leng Shui was also shocked by the Huang Quan in the video. The Huang Quan from her past life never had such an ability. After Sheng Nan watched it several times, Leng Shui also noticed something amiss. This isn't Huang Quan's companion artifact ability. He prepared in advance, spreading some special gas on himself. When those people got close, it triggered the poison already planted inside them. If Huang Quan really had the ability to knock people out just by knowing their names, he would have taken everyone down before they even got close. Brother Huang, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic watching your own video. Yi Fu said with a teasing smile. I am indeed more handsome than you. Sheng Nan threw the phone back to him, then stretched lazily and headed toward the examination hall. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw many people staring at him. Look, that's Huang Quan. I never thought that the famous bottom feeder of Tianlan City would awaken at such a critical moment, and with such a heaven-defying companion artifact. But he's doomed today. The use of companion artifacts is forbidden. No matter how powerful his artifact is, what can he do? It's all about hand-to-hand combat. Sheng Nan frowned slightly upon hearing these gossips, sighing inwardly, are these people out of their minds? They usually can't praise us enough to the sky. Leng Shui said that's normal. Our strength and background are what they are. Even if we were just pretty faces, they would still flatter us. However, Huang Quan was different. He had always been known as the bottom of the class at the Heavenly Academy, yet he suddenly became famous overnight, and also awakened an enviable accompanying spirit. Now those who cursed him were mostly driven by jealousy. Huang Quan, I can't believe you still dare to come. Hearing the voice, Sheng Nan looked over and saw a well-dressed young man staring at him. Who is this guy? Is he even in our school? Leng Shui was also slightly surprised when she saw the newcomer. He is Huang Tianxi. I didn't expect he had already contacted Huang Quan. Now things had deviated from the course of her previous life. She couldn't predict what would happen, but she knew that if her father died in the Abyss Rift, then Tianlan City, without a level 7 powerhouse, would soon be trampled by abyssal monsters. So it's him. Sheng Nan nodded thoughtfully, while Huang Tianxi said, with a full smile, Huang Quan, I have to admit, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you were hiding such strength. As he said this, Huang Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and the murderous intent in his gaze was almost written on his face. Huang Tian suddenly awakened. There's killing intent. Should we deal with him? Sheng Nan, fight him. After all, he's not from our school. Leng Shui, use your brains, you too. Stay calm for now. Since Huang Tianxi has already met Huang Quan at this time, well, leave the rest to Huang Quan. Let's go to the exam hall first. Huang Tianxi, is it? You've just narrowly escaped death. Sheng Nan said with a mocking smile, then strode away. Huang Tianxi's face darkened. How dare he threaten him? He had spent over a decade of hard work in the royal family to reach where he was today. How could he let some unknown brat steal his position? As long as Huang Quan was expelled from the academy. Even if the royal family later found him, so what? A person who had been expelled, what right did he have to sit on the position of the royal heir? At that moment, a bald, shirtless, burly man approached him and respectfully called out, young Master Huang. Huang Tianxi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and asked, you are Sun Yuan? Sun Yuan nodded yes. You didn't even use your accompanying spirit during the 10th group match and finished the fight in just 10 seconds. Peak of level 2 awakening, probably focusing on blood energy, right? Huang Tianxi sized him up. My accompanying spirit's quality is not high, so I chose the path of blood energy. Before Sun Yuan could finish, Huang Tianxi said impatiently, I don't want to hear about your affairs. I only ask you one thing, are you confident to take care of that guy just now? Sun Yuan glanced at Huang Quan's back, his eyes full of contempt. A piece of cake. Huang Tianxi nodded with satisfaction. Good. In today's match you will be matched against Huang Quan. As long as he doesn't surrender you beat him to death. Whether he dies or is crippled, he'll take full responsibility. After it's done, it'll give you the essence blood of a level 3 monster to break through. Sun Yuan was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Huang. If that kid Huang Quan walks out of the ring upright today, he'll cut off my own dick. He had been waiting for the essence blood of a level 3 monster for too long. The essence blood that could help him break through was too expensive in the market, and he simply couldn't afford it. Go prepare. Huang Tianxi waved his hand. After Sun Yuan left, he was still a bit uneasy and secretly called another person. The man wore a black leather jacket and black sunglasses, apparently not a student of the school. He had a well-proportioned figure, but his movements were firm and powerful, and his strength had reached level 3. Huang Quan, if Sun Yuan fails, then you go on stage. He'll forge a fake identity for you. This is the explosive blood pill, which can temporarily grant you the strength of a level 4 awakener. I want you to kill him on the spot. Understood. Huang Quan took the explosive blood pill, said nothing, and left directly. Huang Tianxi also left. Within a few breaths of his departure, a figure emerged from the shadows, looking somewhat stunned in the direction Huang Tianxi had gone. Several other figures appeared with her, and one of them exclaimed in surprise, Captain, your little brother is really scheming. Did Huang Quan offend him somewhere that he would go to such extremes? Shut up. Jia Feng glared at him angrily. Team member C shrugged and said nothing. Meanwhile, Captain Huang Ziyue was still in shock. The person who had just said those words was her own brother, completely different from the one she remembered. Liu Na also said thoughtfully, I was a bit confused at first. Why would the captain's brother leave the northern capital and come to Tianlan City? It turns out it's for this Huang Quan. But why? According to my investigation, they have no connection or conflict whatsoever. It's unreasonable to target someone for no reason. Captain, do you know something? Huang Ziyue was still in shock. Seeing the captain lost in thought, Liu Na called her a few more times. What did you say? Huang Ziyue snapped back. Liu Na rolled her eyes and repeated what she had just said. Huang Ziyue fell silent after hearing this. For Huang Tianxi to act regardless of consequences, the other party must have something that threatened his life or status. The former was almost impossible. Who would dare to threaten the life of a royal heir? As for the latter, this Huang Quan had no power or influence. A person who grew up in the slums, how could he threaten him? Unless... A thought suddenly popped into Huang Ziyu's mind, but then she shook her head with a bitter smile. How could it be? How could he still be alive? I'm overthinking. Captain, what's wrong? Liu Na was puzzled. Nothing. Huang Ziyue shook her head, then took a deep breath to briefly calm herself. She looked at Jia Feng and asked, have you contacted the Lei family? Jia Feng shook his head helplessly. Captain, there's a problem. The head of the Lei family and the eldest young master of the Lei family have both gone to the Tianlan City. No. 107 Abyss. What? Huang Ziyue was startled. Why now of all times? There are possessors appearing in Tianlan City. They are several times, even dozens of times more troublesome than infected. The most troublesome thing is that their strength might be at level 7. If Lei Yuan is not in the city, how can we resist? However, the situation was far worse than Huang Ziyue had imagined, for Jia Feng brought even more dire news. That abyss known as Tianlan No. 107 is also a time-limited abyss. It will close within the next few days, at the latest by this Sunday. You mean if Lei Yuan doesn't emerge from the abyss rift by this Sunday? Huang Ziyue clenched her fists as she spoke. Over the past 20 years, countless people had entered time-limited abysses and never returned, for once the rift closed, it was a separation of life and death. Captain, should we invite other 7th-rank powerhouses to oversee this? Luna also sensed something amiss. Our China has only 5 7th-rank powerhouses in total, including my detestable second sister. They are all occupied with their own affairs and simply cannot break away. Huang Ziyue massaged her brow. Find a way to enter Abyss 107 and bring Lei Yuan back. At this, Jia Feng shook his head again. Captain, I tried. I can't get in. That abyss rift has been locked. Now it only allows exit, not entry. What? Huang Ziyue was startled, and the expression beneath her mask instantly turned grave. She seemed to scent the aroma of conspiracy. Something was wrong. After Lei Yuan entered the abyss rift, a possessor had infiltrated the city center. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Could it be the work of that monster possessing a human form? Knowing Lei Yuan was formidable, it had devised a scheme to trick him into the abyss rift. If he were truly trapped and died there, what awaited Tianlan City would be a catastrophic disaster. Have you found out why Lei Yuan entered the abyss rift? Huang Ziyu's gaze swept over the 4 team members, Jia, Yibing, and Ding. Team member Bing pondered for a moment before replying. Rumor has it that a pioneer found a herb capable of healing mental trauma. To ensure success, Lei Yuan decided to go himself, even bringing his own son. Huang Ziyue frowned. Who told him that? Bing thought again and answered. It seems to be someone named Jiang Lin, a 4th-rank awakener with some reputation in Tianlan City, though not a good one. That Jiang Lin must be problematic. The possessor incident is definitely tied to him. Even if not, he surely holds clues about the possessor. Let's go. Head to his home immediately. Now, Luna glanced toward the examination ground and said, I wanted to see how Huang Quan would handle the next match without his companion artifact. No sooner had she spoken than Jia Feng tapped the back of her head. No time for that. Let's move. The real matter takes priority. Lu Na pouted silently, expressing her displeasure. Meanwhile, within the examination ground, Shengnan looked toward the arena and also checked her own match schedule. It's still several rounds before my turn. Sun Yuan, is this our opponent? Lung Shui. This Sun Yuan is considered a capable hand in our third year. His companion artifact is of a very low grade. I recall it's C. No seems like great. So he focuses on refining blood and qi, making his physical strength far beyond ordinary. At the same level, without using a companion artifact, he's hard to deal with. That's only at the same level, Shengnan said dismissively. With Kuang Tian around, there's no surprise. Huang Quan, I finally found you. Hearing a familiar voice, Shengnan turned around to see Chu Xiaoming standing with hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily, her puffed cheeks utterly adorable. Xiaoming. Shengnan's eyes lit up. In the past, she had often been intimately open with Chu Xiaoming, and seeing her again made her gaze turn playful. But Chu Xiaoming, clearly unaware of anything, simply demanded, Huang Quan, what did you do to Shuer? Why can't I get through on her phone? Shengnan. She was deep in the abyss right now, of course you couldn't reach her. Can't get through. Maybe the phone is broken or she's sick. Shengnan set her gaze boldly roving over Chu Xiaoming. This girl was about to graduate from high school, but still looked like an elementary school student. A textbook legal loli. Even Lung Shui found it hard to watch. You wouldn't even spare Xiaoming, would you? She's just a little girl. Can you really get it? But Shengnan explained, before, I never understood why so many people like lolis. Later I realized most are drawn to their innocence and cuteness. As for those who like little girls, they just want to bully the weak to satisfy their twisted desires. Lung Shui was a bit confused. So what are you trying to say? Shengnan, I feel like I'm a pervert. At this moment, Chu Xiaoming also sensed Huang Quan's malicious gaze and stepped back in fright. Why are you looking at me like that? Shengnan flashed a very sunny smile. Nothing, I just think Xiaoming is getting cuter and cuter. Just then, Yi Fu stepped onto the arena, drawing Shengnan's attention. Little fatty, you're up on stage. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoming also looked over. Yi Fu's opponent was already waiting for him on the arena. Yet Yi Fu was still climbing the steps with heavy, slow strides. Isn't that the guy who, when his companion artifact came out yesterday, scared 9 people unconscious? Really? Isn't he Yi Fu from Class D? He and Huang Quan are known as the deadweight duo. How could he have that kind of power? Could it be an act? It's possible. This little fatty isn't like Huang Quan. His family is wealthy. Bribing the other 9 would be no problem for him. And this time, his opponent is second-rank Awakener Zheng Long. But I heard last time on the rooftop Huang Quan beat him half to death. Zheng Long, still bearing the marks of his injuries, looked at Yi Fu with a sneer in his heart. He couldn't beat Huang Quan, but could he not handle this fat bastard? Today he would avenge his humiliation. Yet the moment Yi Fu set foot on the step, Zheng Long felt as if his heart were being squeezed, making it hard even to breathe. What is this? Cold sweat poured from Zheng Long's forehead. What kind of terrifying aura was this? Was it killing intent? Had this fat bastard actually killed someone? At this thought, Zheng Long swallowed hard, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Yi Fu step by step climbed toward the arena, his face stern, his whole demeanor imposing, a stark contrast to his former self. The students of third-year Class D were even more puzzled. Was this murderous figure radiating killing intent like a butcher who had slaughtered for over a decade really the fat Yi Fu? Had they underestimated him all along? Little did they know Yi Fu was actually trembling with nervousness. With every step upward, his heart pounded uncontrollably. In the last melee, he had Brother Huang to cover for him. Now that Brother Huang was gone, what was he supposed to do? Yi Fu ascended the steps with heavy, deliberate footsteps, his mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. How was he supposed to fight? With his physique, stepping onto the stage was simply asking to be beaten. He stole a glance at Zheng Long, recalling how both he and Huang Quan had been virtually invisible in their class. Zheng Long had never missed an opportunity to bully him and Brother Huang. But each time Brother Huang chose to settle the matter peacefully, paying off Zheng Long with protection money only to later steal it back. He had once heard that after collecting protection fees at school, Zheng Long planned to treat his gang to a lavish meal at a bar. Yet when it came time to pay, the money was gone. The bar owner, no pushover, summoned the underworld, and they beat Zheng Long so badly, he ended up in the hospital. Even now, Yi Fu felt a chill at the sight of Zheng Long. Having finally made it onto the ring, his heart pounded with anxiety. How should he strike? Throw a punch first, or a kick? He had no idea. His only skill was a meager knowledge of knife techniques passed down from his father. He knew nothing else. Zheng Long, on the other hand, was utterly terrified by Yi Fu's overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and a string of curses echoed in his mind. How could that fat kid, who was usually so easy to push around, become this terrifying in just a few days? Could he have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, just like Huang Quan? Ji Yuan, acting as the referee, was also stunned when he saw the fat kid. How had he reached the second level overnight? Just yesterday his strength was that of a complete novice. How did he become so formidable in the blink of an eye? And what was with the intense murderous aura emanating from his entire body? Such an aura could only form if one was either born a villain or had committed countless killings. The latter was not only seen in murderers, even a butcher who slaughtered pigs could develop it. But once formed, it was difficult to hide. When he saw him yesterday, he clearly wasn't like this. Could it be that this murderous aura could be induced by some drug? Yifu stood on the stage for a while, and seeing Zheng Long remain motionless, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to attack?" Yet his plain words, amplified by his murderous aura, appeared to Zheng Long as if a bloodthirsty demon was beckoning him. This was definitely not something he could handle. Could it be that this little fatso really had obtained some lucky chance? Yesterday, he didn't have this terrifying aura, just brandishing his cleaver had scared 9 people unconscious. Now in an unknown fight, wasn't he just asking for death? Especially since he had extorted protection money from Yifu before. Now that he had power, wouldn't he beat him to a pulp? That provocative remark earlier, it was clearly meant for revenge. "Referee, I surrender." Zheng Long raised both hands high. Ji Yuan was taken aback. This fat kid was only intimidating because of that murderous aura, other than that he had no real skill. One poke and head collapse. What was there to surrender about? But it was the contestant's decision, and as the referee, he couldn't interfere. This match, the winner is Yifu from Class D 3rd year. Hearing that his opponent had surrendered, Yifu was dumbfounded for a moment. Why did he suddenly give up? Zheng Long slinked off the stage like a beaten dog. Ever since Huang Quan had taught him a lesson on the rooftop, his standing with young Master Ming had plummeted. If he were to be publicly retaliated against by Fatty Yi in front of so many people, all the face he had accumulated at school would be lost. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoming was slightly surprised. This Fatty Yi is really lucky. Zheng Long surrendered without even fighting. But what amazed her more was the murderous aura swirling around Yifu. How had it appeared overnight? It wasn't there yesterday. Xingnan, however, asked Cold Snow with a puzzled expression, was this also Huang Quan's arrangement? Probably not. It's just that the opponent was too stupid, Cold Snow replied. After winning, Yifu immediately sought out Huang Quan. When he saw Chu Xiaoming, his expression stiffened. "Xiaoming, you're here too." Chu Xiaoming confronted Yifu directly. "Fatty Yi, what's with that murderous aura? Have you been messing with something you shouldn't?" She had heard some inside information at home about possessed individuals appearing in Tianlan City. Could this little fatso be one of them? "I just comprehended my family's inherited technique and obtained this murderous aura," Yifu said smugly. But Chu Xiaoming clearly didn't believe him. Didn't she know what kind of person Yifu was? Before she could question him further, it was her turn to step onto the stage. No time for idle chat. Since Ao Xue is gone, I must shoulder the glory of Class D. Then she was carried into the medical room. Without her companion beast, her combat power was virtually zero. Soon it was Huang Quan's turn. The entire examination hall instantly buzzed with excitement. Last night, the name Huang Quan had exploded across their social media feeds and forums. They had never seen such a freakish ability as Huang Quan's. But soon someone pointed out a flaw: writing someone's name in your notebook would cause them to faint right. But the monsters from the abyss had no names, so what use was this notebook? At most, it would be more useful if he joined the night patrol team. Shengnan leisurely walked onto the stage while his opponent Sun Yuan leaped directly from the spectator stands, landing heavily on the ring. The impact was so powerful that it cracked the platform. What is he doing? Shengnan asked, utterly confused. Wasn't jumping from up there a waste of energy? Cold Snow, I don't understand. Huang Tian showing off, but only the winner deserves to show off. Sun Yuan glanced at Huang Quan and said bluntly, "Huang Quan, I know your companion weapon is strong, but that's all it is. Against a mutant awakener like me, your chances of winning are virtually zero." Huang Quan didn't reply, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Sun Yuan continued, "If you want to avoid unnecessary pain, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise I won't go easy on you." At these words, the entire hall buzzed with discussion. Someone like Sun Yuan, who specialized in blood and chi, had combat prowess far beyond the ordinary. But Ji Yuan on the stage looked at him as if he were an idiot. What was this guy talking about? Make Huang Quan surrender. He was the one who could beat a lord-level abyssal monster into the ground. Make him surrender. Where did you get the confidence and courage? Shengnan looked at the referee and asked, "When can we start?" "Listen for my whistle." 5-4. Hearing Huang Quan ask this, Sun Yuan sneered inwardly, assuming a combat-ready stance. As soon as the referee's signal sounded, he would pin Huang Quan to the ground. 2, 1, begin. Just as Sun Yuan's veins bulged on his legs, and he was about to charge at Huang Quan with lightning speed, the latter had already flashed before him. How fast? Sun Yuan's expression changed instantly, but Huang Tian gave him no chance to counter, directly smashing a fist into his face. Bang! Sun Yuan flew like a cannonball, embedded into the ground, and fell unconscious in an instant. In that moment, the entire examination hall fell into dead silence, leaving only faces with jaws dropped. Was he defeated in one blow? Defeated in one blow. Just now you were acting as if you were the greatest, and we were all expecting a brilliant match, yet you were taken down in a single move. Especially those who were waiting to see Huang Quan make a fool of himself couldn't accept this outcome. During the first day's melee, Huang Quan only advanced because of his overpowered companion artifact, so his physical skills must be poor. But why was Sun Yuan, whose body strength rivaled a second-level abyssal monster, defeated in a single move? They couldn't accept it, but Huang Tianxi was on the verge of madness. Seeing Sun Yuan instantly eliminated, he ground his back teeth in hatred. What kind of skill is this? How could this damned Huang Quan have hidden such terrifying abilities? Why didn't he die? Why did he have to survive obstructing his path and blocking his future? Now he had made up his mind Huang Quan must die. On the arena, Ji Yuan was also startled by Huang Quan's speed. Even as a great awakener, he couldn't clearly see it. Truly an unfathomable man. He then snapped out of it, rushed to Sun Yuan, checked his pulse, and only relaxed after confirming he was still alive. He called for medical staff to carry him off. I thought he was so impressive, but that's all. Huang Tian stretched his limbs, then suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Frowning, he looked in the direction it came from, and saw Huang Tianxi staring at her with a dark expression. Can I kill that guy named Huang Tianxi? How dare he harbor murderous intent toward her? Seeking death. Leng Shui, this is Huang Quan's matter, let him handle it himself. Shengnan, Leng Shui, isn't it too high profile for us today? Is there anything we've done using Huang Quan's body that has been low profile? Leng Shui retorted. Shengnan was momentarily speechless. Lately she had been using Huang Quan's identity to flirt with girls, but to this day not a single one had approached him. It was completely against common sense. After finishing the fight, Huang Tian found it boring and handed control of the body back to Shengnan. At that moment, after a brief silence, the entire examination hall erupted with thunderous noise. That's too strong. That Sun Yuan was taken down in one move. Could this Huang Quan be an anomalous awakener? But I've never seen him train his muscles. Without a companion artifact, how can he still fight so well? And I've only seen this kind of skill in one person. You mean School Beauty Lei? Speaking of which, everyone couldn't help but feel regret. If School Beauty Lei were to face Huang Quan in this competition, it would be a spectacular match. After sending Sun Yuan off, Ji Yuan turned back and noticed the change in Huang Quan's demeanor. Just moments ago he was filled with fierce energy like a god of slaughter, but now he suddenly became like a playboy winking at the audience. Su was Huang Quan always like this? Ji Yuan couldn't help asking his ghost wife. Su's voice echoed in his mind. I'm not sure. After he sealed me, he rarely came to that room. I only know he is a very powerful Taoist, at least a master level. Ji Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He had suspected that this Huang Quan might be the possessed person the night patrol mentioned, but now he thought even if everyone in the world were possessed, Huang Quan could never be possessed. Moreover, Huang Quan's attack just now was swift and employed spiritual power, yet it lacked the unpleasant aura of the abyss. At this moment, Shengnan walked off the arena, and Fatty Yi stood at the entrance staring at him in a daze. What? Staring like an idiot? Shengnan asked in annoyance. Fatty Yi shook his head, his gaze darting between Huang Quan and the arena. It was too fast. He hadn't even blinked, and it was already over. Brother Huang, your strength. Shengnan patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, Little Fatty, don't be discouraged. My strength is beyond your reach. I should have no more matches today, so we'll go ahead and pick up some girls. But just as he turned, Yi Fu grabbed him. Brother Huang, don't rush off. You still have one more match today. Huh, I have another one. Shengnan was confused. Wasn't it supposed to be one match per person? Yi Fu gave a bitter smile and glanced toward the principal's seat. The principal is targeting you. What can you do? Shengnan's expression immediately darkened. What if I go kill the principal right now? Would I be exempt from the next match? Yi Fu was taken aback. Brother Huang, are you joking? Killing the principal would bring the night patrol down on you. But before that, you should watch the next match. It's Ming Xuanyuan's assessment. Ming Xianyuan. Mentioning him, Shengnan frowned. Why bring him up? What's so interesting about his match? Still, she had to stay. Soon Ming Xianyuan took the stage. Shengnan watched him nonchalantly. No, this Ming Xianyuan is off. Leng Shui spoke. What's wrong? Leng Shui explained, he's not the same Ming Xianyuan as before. His eyes have become much wilder, and his spiritual power has directly increased by a level. She was very familiar with Ming Xuanyuan, a useful tool. But this Ming Xianyuan was clearly different. As soon as the match began, he charged at his opponent like a wild beast, giving no chance to react, and punched him in the chest. The latter flew backward, landed, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then fell unconscious. Ji Yuan sensed something was wrong, rushed to the student, and felt his pulse. But there was no heartbeat. He's dead. Ji Yuan's face turned grim after checking. What are you doing? He was only at the peak of first-level awakening. Punching him in the chest like that. Were you trying to kill him? Oh, dead. Ming Xianyuan heard the news and shrugged nonchalantly. It's a match, casualties are inevitable. Why is referee Ji making such a fuss? Ji Yuan was furious. You just killed a man. Your strength far exceeds his. You could have hit anywhere else without endangering his life, but you deliberately struck the heart. Wasn't that intent to kill? It's not my fault. Blame him. If he was that easy to kill, he should have surrendered earlier. Ming Xianyuan shrugged. Ji Yuan's face darkened. Classmate, you just killed someone, and you intend to leave just like that. Killing. Ming Xianyuan retorted nonchalantly, Referee G, this is actual combat. Where there is life, there is death. If there were no casualties, what kind of competition would it be? Don't you agree, Principal? Ming Xuanyuan's gaze turned to the principal on the stage. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the principal. What will the principal do? Who would have thought a test could actually lead to a death? Most likely they'll just pay some compensation, and that'll be it. What else can you expect them to do? Are they going to keep Ming Xianyuan in the school? They didn't want to stay in the same school with such a dangerous person. The principal stood up, picked up the microphone, and cleared his throat twice before explaining, since we have decided to conduct real-person combat, casualties are to be expected. Today I ban the use of companion devices for the safety of all students. As for this unfortunate student, the school and student Ming Xianyuan will provide appropriate compensation. At this point the principal couldn't help but glance at Huang Quan's position, grinding his teeth with hatred. He never imagined that Huang Quan had hidden his strength so deeply. A second-level awakened being was killed in one move by him. What level of strength could he have reached? Third level? Or fourth level? What infuriated the principal even more was, if you have this strength, why didn't you show it earlier? The students were also dissatisfied with the principal's words. Just a compensation, and that's it. Ming Xianyuan killed someone. He can kill an innocent person now. Does that mean he might kill them later? However, upon hearing the principal's words, everyone was angry, but dared not speak. No one could guarantee that Ming Xianyuan would not come after them. Ji Yuan gave the principal a deep look. He was about to say more, but was stopped by Su. Since ancient times the common people do not fight against officials. They are powerful and influential. Although your strength is considerable, and you have a good reputation in the guild, if you curse them now you won't gain any benefit. It might even cause you trouble later. It's not worth it. What bad luck to be a referee. Ji Yuan could only curse. After finishing his speech the principal came to Huang Zuoya's side. Young Master Huang, can you really handle this, Huang Quan? If you can't, then let's pretend our transaction never happened. Huang Tianxi narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He will die today? Even if he survives the arena, he will die tonight without a doubt. The principal took a deep breath. I hope so. Soon the unknown assessments ended one after another. Just as everyone was about to leave, an announcement was made that there would be an additional match. This left the students bewildered. What was this extra match about? When they saw the participants they were stunned. Class 3D Huang Quan versus external challenger Huang Quan. Hasn't Huang Quan already fought today? Why does he have to fight again? And his opponent is an outsider. What is going on? From the start of this assessment, everything has been strange. Suddenly the machine test changed to real-person combat. On the first day those who didn't pass and hadn't awakened a companion device would be expelled. On the second day the rules became even more absurd, directly banning the use of companion devices. And now an extra match. What is the school trying to do? You fool, haven't you noticed? These rules are completely targeting Huang Quan. Yesterday if Huang Quan hadn't won the arena, he would have been expelled directly. He is the only one in the entire school who hasn't awakened a companion device. And because Huang Quan's performance yesterday was too outstanding, they banned the use of companion devices. Today, seeing him defeat his opponent, they start an extra match. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Overtime again. Damn it. Shengnan also walked onto the stage with a displeased expression. At this moment his opponent emerged from the shadows wearing a black leather jacket and black sunglasses with a cold demeanor. When Huang Quan appeared, Kuang Tian sensed the killing intent emanating from him. This opponent is very strong, not like the previous ones. This guy has truly been on the battlefield. Lung Shui. It seems Huang Tianxi wants to completely eradicate Huang Quan. But this is good too. Huang Quan is already under his control in every move we make. By doing this, Huang Tianxi will not only fail to kill Huang Quan, but will push him even further away. The two walked onto the stage. At this point the personality inside Huang Quan's body had switched to Kuang Tian. After stepping onto the platform, Huang Quan directly took a bottle of pills from his bosom, swallowed them without hesitation, and immediately his aura changed. His spiritual energy and blood vitality surged dramatically, and he became frenzied. Huang Quan's black sunglasses were instantly shattered by the burst of aura. Such terrifying spiritual energy. This level of spiritual energy must be at least level 4. He must have taken some drug just now. His intention to kill Huang Quan is too obvious. What about the school? What are they doing? Why aren't they stopping this? Stop what? It seems the principal has been bribed long ago. Now we can only hope that the referee will step in, or Huang Quan might end up dead here today. Ji Yuan frowned, deeply looking toward the principal in confusion. What did the principal mean? Did he intend to kill Huang Quan? With the strength Huang Quan had just displayed, he was clearly a talent 1 in a million. Why would he still want to deal with him now? Ji Yuan was not worried about Huang Quan, he was just puzzled by the principal's attitude. At this moment Kuang Tian saw Huang Quan's suddenly erupted aura, and his eyes burned with battle intent. Taking drugs. If your real strength is insufficient, no amount of drugs will help. This should be the bloodburst pill, which can temporarily boost blood vitality and spiritual energy, but the side effects are severe, even possibly fatal, Lung Shui explained. I don't care about that. As long as I can fight. Huang Tian stretched his limbs, not paying much attention. After taking the bloodburst pill, Hong Quan was like a mad beast. Without waiting for Ji Yuan to call the start, he charged straight at Huang Tian. Welcome. Huang Tian was about to counterattack. Bang. When Hong Quan's fist was less than half a step away from Huang Tian, his entire body exploded like a bomb, turning into a mist of blood. The entire arena was instantly splattered with blood and flesh. Fortunately, a protective shield suddenly appeared around Huang Tian, blocking the blood mist from the explosion. But Ji Yuan was not so lucky. He looked like he had walked out of a bloodbath covered from head to toe. The audience was dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? We all thought you were going to unleash your power, but you only had the explosion, not the power. So what was the point of taking the drug just now? If you wanted to commit suicide, this is not the way. What happened? Huang Tian looked bewildered. Everything was fine. Why did he explode all of a sudden? Leng Shui paused for a moment, then explained, it should be Huang Quan's doing. Huang Tian and Sheng Nan were taken aback by this explanation, their minds struggling to keep up. Huang Quan tampered with the pills. Isn't he in the abyss right now? How could he still be pulling strings? Sheng Nan was completely dumbfounded. Leng Shui, you don't know Huang Quan. The bloodburst pill that man just took was likely refined by Huang Quan. He's the type of person who always takes precautions, terrified of something going wrong. If my guess is correct, there's something else added to the bloodburst pill, and it will automatically explode when near Huang Quan. Sheng Nan was speechless. Even the pills others take are all his handiwork. What exactly is he up to behind the scenes? Leng Shui, I'm not sure either, but there are plenty of them. In her past life, before she could uncover all of Huang Quan's trump cards, he had already died. Huang Tian, however, was extremely displeased. That bastard, I don't care what he does, but if he interferes with my fights, that's a personal offense. I haven't finished my fight today, and he'll definitely find him to settle the score later. Leng Shui, feeling that there was no fight to be had, Huang Tian simply relinquished control of the body, and Sheng Nan took the opportunity to take over. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, somehow producing a handkerchief, was wiping the stains off his face. The winner is Huang Quan. At that moment, after a brief silence, the entire examination hall instantly erupted into an uproar. Holy crap, I thought Huang Quan was done for, but that guy actually exploded and died. Judging by the looks of it, could it be he bought fake medicine? Huang Quan managed to survive by a fluke today, but who knows if the school will still target him in the future. At this moment, the principal, witnessing the scene, found his face unable to keep up appearances. Young Master Huang, is this your arrangement? Now he had completely lost face. Arranging this extra match was already a blow to his dignity, and what was most unacceptable was that the person Huang Tianxi arranged had not only lost, but hadn't even touched a single hair of his opponent. That was the most absurd part. Huang Tianxi stood up directly and dropped the sentence, he won't survive tonight, I guarantee it. Then he left the examination hall with a gloomy face. Meanwhile, after stepping off the arena, Sheng Nan scanned the surroundings, ready to seek out tonight's prey. After being a woman for over a decade, today, she would finally become a man. Brother Huang Yifu approached with a cheerful smile. Fatty, go away, and don't bother me while I'm checking out the beauties. Sheng Nan said crossly. But Yifu, as if he hadn't heard, continued, we've had a great victory today, how about we celebrate? Are there any girls? Yifu was slightly stunned. No. Sheng Nan, then I'm not going. Yifu, the place we're going to is really nice. My dad just found out I made it to the third day's ranking matches and gave me an extra 1 yuan allowance, so I booked a private room at Tianlan restaurant over 1 yuan per table. Sheng Nan asked again, are there any girls? Yifu's mouth twitched, just the two of us. Sheng Nan shook her head, then I'm not going. Brother Huang, how have you changed? Before, when I treated you, you tried to eat me into poverty in one night. Now you're asking for girls. Yifu felt a bit helpless. Just what kind of creature had taken over Brother Huang's body? Was this tone that of someone who hadn't seen a woman in 8 lifetimes? Sheng Nan also realized she had spoken out of turn, so she replied, alright, I'll go, but aren't you a rich second generation? Can you call some girls? Yifu, there are hardly any women on my WeChat, see for yourself. With that, Yifu grumpily showed his phone to Huang Quan. Sheng Nan took a look. Indeed, there were few women, but one WeChat ID surprised her. You have Chu Xiaoming's WeChat. Although their class had a group chat, classmates didn't usually add each other's WeChat, unless they were as close as Huang Quan and Yifu. Mentioning Chu Xiaoming, Yifu couldn't help but sigh and rub the back of his head sheepishly. Actually, we were childhood sweethearts, we've known each other since we were kids. What? Sheng Nan was dumbfounded. I've never heard Chu Xiaoming mention this. Yifu explained, that's normal. The things we did as kids are too embarrassing to tell anyone. The woman's gossipy nature instantly kicked in, and Sheng Nan patted Yifu's shoulder, saying with a serious face, tell me in detail. I want to know what secret you two have. Yifu, however, became a bit embarrassed. When we were kids, there was no barrier between boys and girls. I was curious why boys and girls were different, and Chu Xiaoming said that male and female bodies had different structures. Xiaoming couldn't explain clearly either, so I suggested that we take off our clothes and compare. She agreed. Hearing this, Sheng Nan couldn't hold back, so you two were already open and honest with each other in kindergarten. Yifu gave a bitter smile, sort of. After that, we still talked and laughed, and did many shameful things. But as we grew older, Xiaoming became more and more mature, and stopped playing with me. After we came to Tianlan Academy, we miraculously ended up in the same class. At first I tried to talk to her, but she completely ignored me, so I stopped bothering her. The rest you know, I became friends with you, and she became friends with the school beauty Lei. We both got along well on our own. I never imagined Xiaoming had such a past. Shengnan nodded. Alright, I've told you a lot. Let's go eat. This meal was supposed to be hosted by my dad to invite you, but he had to go dissect an abyssal monster on short notice, so he couldn't make it. Yifu then pulled Huang Quan out of the school gate. He had initially wanted Huang Quan to summon his big truck, but suddenly remembered that the person before him was not the real brother Huang, so he could only go get his own car. Once in the car, Yifu suddenly spotted Su Liang acting suspiciously, and his eyes turned sharp. Brother Huang, there's something I need to tell you first. What is it? Shengnan asked. Right before you went on stage, I went to the restroom, and during that time I saw Su Liang coming out of old witch Su's office. Su Liang. It seems like there's someone in our class with that name. Shengnan looked at Yifu with a blank expression. So, what's the problem? Yifu replied, you forgot. Yesterday Su Liang provoked us, and you knocked him out with that notebook of yours. He's probably still holding a grudge against us. Shengnan was slightly surprised, but unconcerned. So what? Yifu, rubbing his forehead, said, lately, I feel something's off with our homeroom teacher. She didn't even belittle me when she saw me. That's really unreasonable. Shengnan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. If someone doesn't scold you a couple of times, you feel uncomfortable, don't you? She wouldn't dare say much anyway. She's inherently a bully who fears the strong. With our recent brilliant performance in the examination hall, she must have heard about it. There's no point in her spewing garbage talk at us anymore. Yifu found this reasonable. Was I overthinking? They got into the car and had just left the school when Shengnan's gaze swept across the street. Suddenly Leng Shui warned, be careful, someone is following us. Shengnan instantly snapped to attention, glanced at the rearview mirror, and gave Yifu a brief instruction. Yifu was bewildered. Someone following us? Are you kidding? We're not important figures. What's the point of following us? Have you forgotten Huang Tianxi? My performance in the arena today is enough to make him want to kill me. Leng Shui, who was controlling the body, explained to him. Yifu felt that brother Huang beside him seemed to have changed into another person again, and his aura gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But upon hearing the name Huang Tianxi, his face turned pale. What do we do now? With his wealth, if he hires some powerful killer, we're doomed, aren't we? Everyone in China knows the royal family of Baidu. If they wanted to kill 2 students, it would be a piece of cake. What's there to fear? Huang Tianxi is just an adopted son, not very capable himself. At best, he's a 4th-level awakener. Leng Shui was completely unconcerned. But Yifu was still worried. If he hires a Grand Awakener, the 2 of us wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Leng Shui explained, you don't need to worry about that. Grand Awakeners are mostly found in the various guilds, and the royal family's Grand Awakeners are still in Baidu. I'm afraid Huang Tianxi didn't expect that dealing with a piece of trash would require the power of a Grand Awakener. Yifu's expression relaxed somewhat. Leng Shui didn't want to directly confront Huang Tianxi either, and Huang Quan hadn't given her any signal about whether to kill Huang Tianxi. But she knew Huang Quan must have a plan. Huang Quan had recently started to act conspicuously, probably to attract Huang Tianxi's attention and divert it from Yifu. In her previous life, Yifu seemed to have died around this time. Because of her rebirth after swapping bodies with Huang Quan, was the future also changing? Fatty Yi, did you bring money? I did, brother Huang. But we haven't dealt with the tail behind us yet. How about we postpone the meal? He'll take you to deal with it. First, let's go to the shopping mall. Shopping mall? What for? Yifu was utterly puzzled. Leng Shui didn't explain much, and simply told him to drive there. After they arrived at the shopping mall, they quickly got out of the car, and the vehicle following them also entered the mall. Through the reflective glass of the shopping mall, Leng Shui clearly saw Huang Tianxi getting out of that car. Yifu looked at the bustling shopping mall, and suddenly thought of something. Brother Huang, are you thinking that if we go to a crowded place they won't dare to act? Huang Quan's expression changed again, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. No, you come with us. Today I'm determined to have this meal. Then Shengnan directly pulled Huang Quan to the women's clothing section. Huang Tianxi followed closely behind them along with several bodyguards he had brought from the royal family. Huang Tianxi watched the 2 disappear into the crowd, then waved to his bodyguards. Find them. Do they think they can escape my grasp? Half an hour later, the bodyguards returned one by one. Young Master Huang, we've searched everywhere, but haven't found them. Huang Tianxi was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing. These 2 rats are quite good at hiding. One of you go watch their car, the rest continue searching. This mall is big, but there's only one exit. Just then a woman dressed in gaudy clothes, her face powdered white like a corpse adorned with gold and silver, and most notably her obese body resembled a pig standing up. Beside this fat woman, a man was holding her hand as they passed by Huang Tianxi. The man said cheerfully, honey, I've set my eyes on a Ferrari. Buy it for me. The obese woman kept a cold face and said nothing, but the man continued, he'll make it up to you tonight. Huang Tianxi was utterly disgusted. How could there be such a nauseating man in this world? He didn't dare look a second time, afraid he might throw up. This obese woman was actually Yifu, and the man was none other than the disguised Shengnan. After they arrived at the garage, Yi Fu was nearly sick from disgust. Brother Huang, why did you make me dress up like this? Shengnan glanced at him and said, your physique. As a man you'd be too easily spotted. Then shall we go eat now? As Yi Fu was about to get into his own car, Shengnan stopped him. Don't take your car. Huang Tianxi has likely installed a tracker on it. Driving now would be walking into a trap. Yi Fu found this reasonable. But Brother Huang, it's still several miles away. Are we supposed to walk? We can't drive ours, but we can drive someone else's. Shengnan's lips curled with amusement as she looked at Huang Tianxi's car. His car is much better than yours. Yi Fu's eyes lit up and Shengnan walked straight to Huang Tianxi's sports car, unlocking it in a few moves. Brother Huang, how come you're so skilled at this? Yi Fu suddenly wondered if Brother Huang often stole cars. Shengnan, I learned lockpicking before, it's all in my head. Very simple. Yi Fu. Brother Huang, you drive. I'm not comfortable driving in this outfit. Yi Fu then sat in the passenger seat. Shengnan's eyes lit up and she directly took the driver's seat. As soon as the car started, an accident occurred without surprise. Yi Fu, who was about to relax, suddenly felt a strong pushback. He looked back. Had they crashed? Brother Huang was supposed to be an experienced driver. How could he crash? Oh, Brother Huang, you did it on purpose, didn't you? To get back at Huang Tianxi. Yi Fu could only think of that possibility. Shengnan gave an awkward laugh. Then Yi Fu experienced unprecedented thrill as Huang Qian drove recklessly through the city, instantly becoming the enemy of traffic authorities. Brother Huang, there's a red light ahead and a traffic cop. Please stop. Why aren't you stopping? Shengnan looked innocent. I meant to step on the brake, but I stepped on the accelerator. At that moment, Yi Fu suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly grabbed the door handle, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Shortly after the two had left, Huang Tianxi was about to retrieve something from his car when he returned to find his sports car missing. He stood frozen in disbelief. Where was the car? Where had it gone? Then a sudden realization struck him. His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, and fury blazed in his eyes. Those two bastards dared to steal my car. Before Huang Tianxi could recover from his rage, his phone began to ring incessantly. Your vehicle has been penalized for speeding, 6 points deducted. Running a red light, 6 points deducted. This bastard. Huang Tianxi scowled. Before he could even report the theft, a warrant arrived. You are now suspected of dangerous driving. Surrender yourself at the police station within 24 hours. Meanwhile, the perpetrator had already totaled the car. Shengnan somewhat reluctantly remarked, this sports car can't take a hit. Yi Fatty, however, was leaning by the roadside, vomiting uncontrollably. The two watched from afar as the police surrounded the vehicle. After recovering, Yi Fatty took Brother Huang for a hearty meal. But as soon as they entered the private room, they saw someone who should not have been there. Dad, what are you doing here? Yi Tufu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and froze. What in the world are you wearing? Yi Fu suddenly remembered his current appearance. Hideous enough in itself, and with the vomiting and diarrhea, his makeup was smeared like a nightmare. Even ghosts would take a detour to avoid him. Shengnan, however, directly shed her disguise and stepped forward with a smile. You must be Uncle Yi, Huang Quan, Yi Fu's classmate. Yi Tufu cast a disdainful glance at his own son, then turned to Huang Quan with a hint of a smile. My son has been under your care at school, Huang. Shengnan's greatest skill was conversation. He could handle anyone regardless of age or gender. In no time, he had struck up a rapport with Yi Tufu. The two chatted and laughed, leaving Yi Fu bewildered. What in the world had possessed Brother Huang? He could even win over his own father. Originally, Shengnan didn't want to talk much with Yi Tufu, but Leng Shui suggested he get closer to him. After all, they would need Huang Quan's help for many things later. They couldn't just leave him with nothing to do. At the very least, they should build a good relationship with Yi Tufu. After all, Yi Tufu was one of the few great awakeners in Tianlan City. It was better to make friends than enemies. That night, the 67th Night Patrol arrived at Jiang Lin's residence. As soon as they arrived, Huang Ziyue sensed a faint trace of abyssal aura. Everyone be careful. There might be an infected inside. Prepare for battle. As Huang Ziyu's voice fell, the 4 team members, Jia, Yibing, and Ding, silently summoned their companion artifacts, and with perfect coordination surrounded the entire room. Huang Ziyue stealthily entered the house, carefully scanning every corner with her spiritual power before breathing a sigh of relief. There's no one inside, but there's an abyssal aura. This Jiang Lin must have had contact with an abyssal infected. You all know what to do. Don't leave any corner unchecked. Understood. The team entered the room, but no one let their guard down. Then Bing, who had gone to the master bedroom, saw a corpse shriveled to a layer of skin. His face changed instantly. Captain, I've got something here. At his words, the others reached his room in a single breath. This is... Huang Ziyue frowned. Jia Feng examined the body, and his expression turned grim. He is Jiang Lin. At that, the entire team's expressions shifted instantly. Jiang Lin. Are you kidding me? Didn't he go to Abyss 107 as a guide with Lei Kunlun? Jia, that's not a funny joke. Jia Feng glanced at them. If you don't believe me, you can take his fingerprints or DNA to the guild for comparison. This body, though drained to a mummy, hasn't been dead long. Just a few days. Huang Ziyue frowned, deeply staring at Jia Feng. If the real Zhang Lin died here, then who is leading the Lei family's assault team? Captain, you should be asking. Is the one leading the Lei family even human? Huang Ziyu's face turned ashen. Quick, head to Abyss 107 immediately. We must get to Lei Yuan before something happens to him. China cannot afford to lose a level 7 awakener. At that moment inside Abyss 107, the entire assault team looked grim, as if they had swallowed a mouthful of filth. The mysterious merchant glanced at his watch and looked at the crowd again. Anyone else want to open a jar? Abyssal equipment and bank cards. Both can come out. Some team members gazed at the jars with longing, but with empty pockets they could no longer afford to open them. If no one's opening, you'll be off, said the mysterious merchant before hopping onto a third-tier giant beast horse. The sound of bells faded as he disappeared into the distance. After seeing off the merchant, Lei Kunlun rallied the team to continue their journey. Huang Quan was secretly preparing something, but an unexpected situation arose. He had planned to plant goo poison on everyone. However, the goo insect he had placed on Zhang Lin lost contact the moment it entered his body. Huang Quan narrowed his eyes, grateful he had been cautious. This Zhang Lin is problematic. Throughout the journey, Huang Quan stayed behind Captain Xia Hai, his gaze occasionally sweeping toward Zhang Lin. After several tests, he was certain that Zhang Lin was not human. Infected, or possessor. Huang Quan leaned toward the latter. This infected spoke and acted like a normal person, even fooling a level 7 awakener. His disguise skills were truly exceptional. The further they went, the deeper Huang Quan's frown became. We're just going in circles. Was this Zhang Lin trying to exhaust their stamina? As they continued, they encountered many abyssal monsters. Unlike the giant scorpion they first met this time, they faced a peak third-tier spider-tailed snake. Named for the spider growing on its tail, its scales were impenetrable. The first and third assault teams had exhausted their strength, but failed to defeat it. Didn't they say the abyss only has monsters at most at peak third tier? How did we run into a boss so quickly? Boss, my foot. It's at best an elite monster. A real boss would be at least 4th tier. Just as Xia Hai was about to act, Huang Quan grabbed him. Where are you going? To support them, of course. If you go, what am I supposed to do? Xia Hai. Meanwhile, Lei Kunlun wanted to test his new equipment, but his father stopped him. They can handle it themselves. What are you going up for? If 2 peak 4th tier awakeners can't take down a peak 3rd tier monster, they might as well go back to farming. Fortunately, the captain of the 3rd assault team, Luo Xingyan, intervened in time and managed to slay the spider-tailed serpent. However, as soon as the serpent died, Luo Xingyan quickly extracted its essence. Yet upon inspection, the serpent's flesh was also found to be highly toxic. Damn, it's poisonous again. The members of the 3rd assault team were furious. These toxic flesh were completely inedible. What can we do? These monsters are all polluted by the chi of the abyss. Without a bladed dissector, this flesh would essentially be wasted. Bladed dissector. Before he could finish, he suddenly thought of something and turned his gaze toward Huang Quan of the 2nd assault team. Seeing their stares, Huang Quan chuckled lightly and said, 2 million. 2 million. This is only a peak 3rd tier abyssal monster. Isn't your price too high? In Tianlan City, the maximum blade dissection fee is 150,000. How can you ask for 2 million? Huang Quan, however, was unimpressed. The flesh of a peak 3rd tier monster starts at 100,000. The flesh alone of this spider-tailed serpent is worth over 10 million, not to mention its scales. Sold entirely, the value starts at several million, and with the snake bones, it's at least 20 million. What Huang Quan didn't mention was the essence within the monster. The essence of a peak 3rd tier monster also starts at 10 million on the market, which is why Luo Xingyan had taken it immediately after killing the creature. The group was rendered speechless by Huang Quan's words, inwardly cursing his ancestors. How could a newcomer know the market so well? He knew the market even better than the veterans. Are you paying or not? If not, I won't use my blade. You deal with the monster's corpse yourselves. Hearing this, the assault team members' faces immediately darkened. Money. How could they have any money now? They had spent it all on the mysterious merchant's jars. Luo Xingyan, hearing this brat keep talking about money, wished he could slap him to death. What do you want? We don't have extra money now. We'll pay you when we return to Tianlan City. You want the spider-tailed serpent's meat, but you have no money. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of mockery, and a strange curve formed on his lips. Everyone instantly had a bad feeling. Then they heard Huang Quan say, how about this, I have some money now. Why don't you sell me the serpent meat as payment for the blade dissection? This remark woke everyone up. Luo Xingyan also thought it feasible. At market price, they'll give you 20 gene of meat. Huang Quan shook his head. Captain Luo, that's not how business is done. I want 40 gene, not a single gene less. 40 gene. Do you think this peak 3rd tier serpent meat is cabbage? Luo Xingyan refused outright. If you don't agree, then find someone else for the blade dissection. I can't do it. Huang Quan spread his hands, looking as if to say, what can you do about it? Luo Xingyan was so angry that sparks seemed to fly from his eyes. This brat was clearly taking advantage of the situation. He strode furiously toward Huang Quan. Kid, be a decent person. Don't push your luck. Seeing him like this, Huang Quan didn't say a word and immediately hid behind Xia Hai. Captain, attack. Xia Hai. Luo Xingyan. Why did their assault team have such a character? Seeing that the rest time was running out, Luo Shangyin had to compromise. Eating the serpent meat here would save their supplies, and also boost the team's chi and blood. Although this newcomer named Nanshan was indeed somewhat greedy, his blade dissection skills were top-notch. After the deal was made, Huang Quan demonstrated his lightning-fast blade work. It took him only 10 minutes to dissect the spider-tailed serpent. Then he directly took his share of the serpent meat. 40 gene of meat on his person wasn't too bulky. After distributing several hundred gene of meat, each assault team member got only a few gene, but this was a monster they had risked their lives to kill. Yet that guy took 40 gene just by bladder dissection, causing envy among many. Although many were discontent, some sensible people reasoned, without his bladder dissection these meats would be completely wasted. Moreover, skilled blade dissectors don't descend into the abyss, the monsters outside the abyss are enough for them. Then Lei Kunlun called everyone to prepare to continue their journey. The assault team members looked at the spider-tailed serpent's corpse with some regret. Although the meat was taken, the serpent's bones were too large, and they needed to march quickly, so they couldn't carry them. After the group left, Huang Quan controlled the mysterious merchant No. for to take away the serpent's bones. He was not a wasteful person. Then the assault team experienced several skirmishes with abyssal monsters. As time passed, everyone's physical strength and spirit began to wane. Many had already started consuming supplies. Yet the desert flower they were searching for was nowhere to be seen. Taking advantage of the rest, Huang Quan took out the black note. How can I leave the abyss safely? Fate Prophecy Predictor Huang Quan event safely leaving abyss no. 107. Result: Huang Quan only needs to go to Lei Kunlun and give him a big hug. Then everyone can safely leave the abyss rift. Huang Quan was stunned. What the hell was this? Give Lei Kunlun a big hug. Although this was Lei Aokshu's body with Lei Aokshu's disguise, it appeared to be a man's identity. If he went up and hugged Lei Kunlun, wouldn't he get himself killed? What if I don't do it? The black note replied. Huang Quan was speechless. If you can live, say live. If you can't, just say die. What's with the ellipsis? Are you omitting 1,000 words here? Looks like I can't rely on you. Huang Quan hesitated for a while, but as time passed, the temperature in the desert began to plummet. Huang Quan sighed inwardly. Hug it as then. After all, it's Lei Aokshu's body. Having made up his mind, he walked toward Lei Kunlun. Meanwhile, the Lei father and son were still discussing whether to march quickly under the cover of night or play it safe by lighting a fire and resting on the spot. Although they had anticipated it, the night desert in the abyss rift was far colder than what they were used to. Lei Kunlun advocated continuing. We've encountered many monsters today and wasted a lot of time. Shuer is still waiting for us at home. It's better to move forward as quickly as possible. But Lei Jinyuan opposed. Although the desert flower is important, the current situation does not allow us to proceed. The assault team's mental energy is heavily depleted, and it's easy to get lost in the dark. It's better to wait until the sun comes out tomorrow and then move on. The Lei father and son debated for a long time without reaching any conclusion. Guy Jiang, what is your opinion? Lei Jinyuan asked. Jiang Lin replied indifferently. I leave everything to your decision. I am merely responsible for guiding the way. Old man, you're a level 7 awakener. Entering a level 4 abyss shouldn't make you so hesitant, Lei Kunlun said with a hint of displeasure, believing they should act decisively. Lei Jinyuan knew his son's temperament all too well. Kunlun, I understand you're worried about Shuer, but finding the desert flower is not urgent. We'll continue tomorrow. That's my decision. Spread the word immediately. There's a sandstone outcrop nearby where we can shelter from the cold tonight. Lei Kunlun frowned, but didn't object. As he prepared to notify the group, he chanced upon the team's newcomer. You're Nanshan. That name must be fake. Without warning, Lei Kunlun used his spiritual power to probe Huang Quan. The result was startling. A woman. Before Lei Kunlun could recover from his shock, Huang Quan, having steeled himself, stepped forward and embraced him. Lei Kunlun froze in bewilderment. Just as he was about to flare up in anger, he caught a familiar scent from this cross-dressing person. The face was that of Shengnan's birth-given artifact, the Mirage Mirror. This birth-given artifact could completely alter one's appearance and voice. Even a level 7 powerhouse like his father would not detect it without careful scrutiny. Yet Huang Quan had no idea what to do. How long was he supposed to hold on? Come to think of it, wasn't Lei Kunlun angry about being held like this? Even if he didn't object, he could at least push the man away. Just then Inyu came to check on Lei Kunlun and bring him some food. To her shock, she saw Lei Kunlun tightly embracing a man. What stunned her most was that Lei Kunlun, who usually disliked physical contact, actually allowed a stranger to hold him like this. Could it be that Lei Kunlun had always preferred men? Oh heavens! Little did Inyu know that Lei Kunlun's mind was a tangled mess. Shuer. The one holding him was Shuer. Why was she here? As Lei Kunlun stood dumbfounded, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. Young Master Lei Nanshan, what are you two doing? Xia Hai's voice broke the moment. Inyu, who had been watching from a distance, quickly turned away. Huang Quan snapped back to reality and quickly released Lei Kunlun. He muttered to himself, is this really going to work? Just hugging Lei Kunlun to return safely from the abyss rift. How absurd is that? But the black notebook had stated that if he followed its instructions, the prophecy would come true. Now how was he supposed to explain suddenly hugging Lei Kunlun? Why had he been so foolish to believe the Black Notebook's prophecy? Xiahai go inform all members of the assault team to set up camp rest and maintain vigilance against monster attacks. After issuing the order, Lei Kunlun grabbed Huang Quan and led him aside. Huang Quan was momentarily stunned, but followed instinctively. Inoue, who had been watching them, was dumbfounded. Lei Kunlun had voluntarily taken someone's hand, and that someone was a man. If a stunning beauty had stolen Lei Kunlun's heart, she could accept it. But a man. Lei Kunlun pulled Huang Quan to a secluded spot and spoke anxiously. Swear, what are you doing here? Who let you sneak in? Don't you know how dangerous the abyss is? If anything happened to you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Exposed. Huang Quan was taken aback. His disguise was quite good. Lei Aoshue had altered her voice and appearance in advance, and since he was a man himself, he lacked the natural coyness of a girl. How had he been discovered so suddenly? The spiritual scan earlier. Huang Quan had been so focused on concealing his own strength that he forgot the scan could also reveal his form. Although Lei Aoshue had bound her chest, a close-range scan by a high-level awakener would still expose her secret. Huang Quan cursed inwardly. Couldn't Lei Aoshue have prepared better disguises? He stumbled over his words, unsure how to explain. How was he supposed to know why Lei Aoshue had infiltrated the assault team? He forced an awkward smile. I was just worried about your safety. Lei Kunlun had been furious, but Schwer's light-hearted words doused his anger like a bucket of water. From now on, don't leave my side for even a moment. Come with me to see father. He sighed helplessly. How could he bring himself to scold his own sister? Although the face was different, the eyes were unmistakable. At that moment, Lei Jinyuan had just sat down to rest and plan the next day's journey when he saw Lei Kunlun approaching with a newcomer. Have you spread the word? Lei Kunlun nodded. Lei Jinyuan glanced at the newcomer beside him. So this is the rookie, Nan Shun. He's probably gained the most from this abyss expedition. Why have you brought him to me? Lei Kunlun rubbed his temples. Old man, are you going blind? Can't you recognize your own daughter? My daughter? What nonsense are you? Lei Jinyuan stopped mid-sentence, stunned. His spiritual probe confirmed that the cross-dressing tomboy before him was indeed his daughter. Schwer, how did you get here? Huang Quan remained silent. I also want to know how Lei Aoshue snuck in. This family is so unreliable. Is the assault team's personnel management that lax? Seeing Huang Quan silence, Lei Jinyuan coughed dryly and shot a meaningful look at Lei Kunlun as if to say, boy, what's going on? Give me a hint. Lei Kunlun shook his head helplessly. Don't ask me. I have no idea either. Well, Huang Quan looked at the two, unsure what to say. He simply stood aside calmly. Lei Aoshue was the one exposed. What does it have to do with me, Huang Quan? Just then Lei Kunlun recalled Schwer's sudden embrace earlier. Schwer, were you scared just now? Huang Quan remained silent. Lei Kunlun didn't press further, not wanting to add to Schwer's stress. By the way, which personality is controlling your body now? A new one. Lei Jinyuan recalled that Schwer's behavior throughout the journey didn't match any of her previous personalities. Huang Quan nodded, then said somewhat sheepishly, Can I go back to the team now? If I'm late, they'll get suspicious. Lei Jinyuan and Lei Kunlun exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intent. You should go back first, and don't get too close to those men, Lei Jinyuan instructed. Huang Quan had no idea what the latter half of Lei Jinyuan's words meant, but assumed it was for his own good, so he nodded and let out a long breath as he turned away. At least they hadn't suspected anything. Lei Kunlun and Lei Jinyuan looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. If we don't find the desert flower after a full day of forced march tomorrow, well, turn back, Lei Kunlun said, placing his sister's safety above all else. Lei Jinyuan didn't argue this time, only rubbing his temples and saying, this was my oversight. At least one of us should have stayed home with her. Lei Kunlun suddenly let out a chuckle. Compared to you, her father Schwer seems to like me more. After all, she came to me first. Her brother. Not to you, her father. You? Lei Jinyuan's eyes widened, ready to assert his paternal authority. But Lei Kunlun added, we'll go keep an eye on Schwer in case anything unexpected happens. You can figure out tomorrow's route on your own. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. You? Lei Jinyuan could only cover his face, knowing he'd have to pick up the pace tomorrow. As Huang Quan returned to the team, Xiahai looked at him in astonishment. You actually came back safe and sound. Just lucky. Huang Quan didn't want to discuss it further, his eyes darting around searching for Jiang Lin. Though he didn't know Jiang Lin's background, one thing was certain, he was no ordinary human. His parasitic insects could slip into anyone's body undetected, and now across the entire assault team. He had planted his bugs in almost everyone except the Great Awakeners. But Jiang Lin was different. The moment a bug entered his body, all connection was lost. Huang Quan glanced at his watch. It was almost midnight again, time to switch back with Lei Aoshue. He wondered how the day's assessment had gone. Even if Lei Aoshue performed brilliantly, it was within his expectations, enough to deter Huang Tianxi from making a rash move. But the thought of the Northern Imperial family made Huang Quan's expression darken. Lei Kunlun caught her displeased face and frowned slightly. Could she be upset because he had seen through her disguise so quickly? Schwer must have missed him terribly to come and hug him, yet he had bluntly exposed her identity. That was indeed a bit harsh. Tomorrow he would pretend. Since Schwer wanted to play in the assault team, her brother would indulge her. Thinking back to the moment she had suddenly hugged him, Lei Kunlun couldn't help but smile. Having a little sister felt wonderful. Ingwe was about to ask Lei Kunlun about something, but seeing the smile on his lips, she was taken aback. Young Master Lei, you smiled. Lei Kunlun glanced at her without denying it, instead asking, aren't you going to rest? Tomorrow will be a forced march. Ingwe shook her head. Sleep was impossible now. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, what is your relationship with that newcomer? Don't ask about things you shouldn't, Lei Kunlun said flatly, turning away. Ingwe could only manage a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Huang Quan left a note for Lei Aoshue and waited quietly for the body swap. As expected, at the stroke of midnight, dizziness swept over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting at a dining table, facing a robust man who downed a glass of liquor in one gulp. It took Huang Quan a moment to recognize him. It was Yi Fuss, father Yi Butcher. Huang Quan, if you had been born a dozen years earlier, I'd have sworn brotherhood with you. Yi Butcher said, his face flushed, exhaling a breath heavy with alcohol. Huang Quan was still dazed. How had Lei Aoshue ended up drinking with Yi Butcher? Yi Butcher, now thoroughly drunk, slung an arm around Huang Quan's shoulder and pointed at Yi Fu, who lay sprawled on the floor like a dead pig. Huang Quan, take care of this kid for me. He may be slow-witted, but he has no ill intentions. I know that better than anyone. Uncle Yi, of course. Yi Fu has helped me a lot at school too, Huang Quan replied humbly. Hearing this, Yi Butcher beamed with joy. It's Fuss' great fortune to have a friend like you. I used to worry that this silly boy would get bullied out there. With your words, I can rest easy. Come, let's drink. It's my treat tonight. Drink to your heart's content. Soon Yi Butcher could no longer hold on and slumped over the table snoring. Huang Quan took out 2 completely soaked golden talismans from his waist. He had prepared them in advance to prevent losing consciousness if drugged, but tonight had already rendered 2 useless. Looking at the unconscious father and son, Huang Quan felt a pang of envy. Why couldn't he have a family like this? He wondered whether the attempt on his life by Huang Tianxi represented the will of the entire imperial family or just his personal vendetta. I need to make some preparations in advance. Meanwhile, Lei Aoshue, upon returning to her own body, immediately felt something extra. Shengnan was the most bewildered. She examined the silver serpent scale armor she was wearing along with the helmet, necklace, and boots that had appeared out of nowhere. Lei Aoshue was also surprised. All these pieces are tier 3 equipment with none below grade, and the best is even a grade. Shengnan checked her gear. Where did this come from? Has our identity been exposed? Did father and brother give them? Probably not. If our identity had been exposed, we'd be under father and brother's protection by now, not still mingling with these assaulters. Leng Shue's analysis made sense. Shengnan looked at her equipment. How did this stuff get here? This lot must be worth over 10 million. Where did it come from? Leng Shue 10 to 1, it's Huang Quan's doing. Shengnan was stunned. Huang Quan, that cheapskate. Why would he give us such good stuff? Leng Shue probably afraid we'd die, and then he'd kick the bucket too. Being bound to him is the luckiest thing that ever happened to us. Xingnan, if only we didn't have to swap back. I spent the whole day drinking with that old man. Didn't even get to hold a girl's hand. Leng Shue, forget your own business for now. Check if Huang Quan left any message on the body. Shengnan fumbled around on herself for a moment, then found the note Huang Quan had left behind. It bore only a single sentence. Beware Jiang Lin, he is not human. This simple line left her in silence. Her gaze swept through the crowd only to spot Jiang Lin standing at the edge like a statue amidst the sand dunes. After reading it, Shengnan couldn't help but remark, this guy Jiang is quite interesting. The desert is freezing cold. Snot freezes instantly, and he stands so high up, not afraid of freezing to death. Leng Shue thought, could the deaths of my father and brother in my past life have been his doing? If it was truly his doing, why had she found nothing in her investigations? She had always believed her father and brother had perished in the Abyss Rift due to terrifying monsters or depleted supplies. After all, a 7th-level powerhouse was already the pinnacle of strength in this era. Even an ambusher would have to think twice. Are you talking about Guy Jiang? Xia Hai thought Shengnan was speaking to him, glanced at Jiang Lin, and said, he's a 4th-level awakener with strong mental energy. This temperature is nothing but a drizzle to him. But since entering the Abyss, everyone has been conserving mental energy. Could he be specialized in blood and qi? Shengnan scrutinized Jiang Lin. He was scrawny, hardly the type for blood refinement. Xia Hai had no answer and replied with an awkward smile, well, I wouldn't know. Maybe he has some cold-resistant Abyss artifact on him. Shengnan didn't press further, but she noticed many eyes fixed on her with jealousy and hatred, leaving her puzzled. Leng Shue, Huang Quan must have done something, or why would they look at me like that? Leng Shue frowned, as well that shouldn't be. Huang Quan is usually low-key and doesn't stir up trouble. Shengnan glanced at her own gear. You call this low-key? Just wearing this outfit is enough to provoke envy. Speaking of which, where did that guy get it? If you ask me, who do I ask? Go find out. Shengnan shrugged helplessly and turned to Xia Hai. Captain Xiao, why are they staring at me so hostilely? Like they want to tear me apart. Xia Hai rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you'd done one decent thing, they wouldn't hate you so much. Shengnan was baffled. How had she not done anything decent? Seeing her dazed look, Xia Hai explained impatiently, think about it yourself. You spent 60,000 to buy the flesh of 3 giant scorpions totaling a few hundred gene, then sold it all to the mysterious merchant for 50,000 per gene. If I were the one who sold you those scorpions, I'd want to kill you too. Though Shengnan's face remained calm, her mind was in turmoil. Leng Shui, is this what you meant by him being low-key and never causing trouble? He's offended everyone. Leng Shui, if she had an expression, would surely be dark. That mysterious merchant is him. He staged the whole thing. Shengnan was stunned. The mysterious merchant is Huang Quan. Holy shit. Really? Where did he get all those goods? He couldn't have made them himself. You guessed right, he did make them. He buys materials at rock-bottom prices in the abyss, then crafts abyss gear or various potions to sell at high prices. Just then Xia Hai sighed in admiration. We came to the abyss fearing we'd return empty-handed, but we've gained quite a lot. Patriarch Lei even got a 4th-level bone sword enhanced to Earth-grade Supreme from the mysterious merchant for just 100 million. Even young Master Lei got a 5th-level bracer rated A at half the market price. Xia Hai clicked his tongue in wonder. No wonder, they say encountering the mysterious merchant can make you rich overnight. It's no lie. Lei Aoshua, however, remained silent. Leng Shui, would Huang Quan be so kind? Leng Shui explained Huang Quan may not be a good person, but he has real skill. After this incident, we'll owe him a huge favor. Xingnan, can we not repay it? No. It was us who dragged him into this. The reason he gave those items to my brother and father is largely because he experienced familial love through our bodies. Leng Shui's words stirred some sympathy in Shangnan. For Huang Quan, compared to him, we're pretty lucky. At least we were found by my brother 3 years ago, and we have a loving brother and father. But Huang Quan has nothing. The royal family in the northern capital has been trying to trample him. In that vast estate with the world's most beautiful scenery, there's no one to share it with him. Shingnan. Just then Xia Hai patted her shoulder, looking at her with envy. You're pretty lucky too, kid, drawing this set of abyss gear worth over 10 million from the mysterious merchant's jars. Shengnan's lips twitched. Leng Shui, that Huang Quan is a real trickster. Using the mysterious merchant's identity, he gave us gear without raising suspicion and got rid of those hundreds of gene of scorpion meat. Leng Shui, that's just standard procedure. Huang Quan never fights an unprepared battle. Alas, Xia Hai let out a long sigh. But others weren't so lucky. Some drew instant noodles from the jars, some got toilet paper. Now almost all the assault team members' money has been gambled on those jars. Shengnan. Leng Shui, I think Huang Quan is really unscrupulous. He's turned the mysterious merchant identity into an art form, but I have to admit the guy has brains. Leng Shui sighed, helplessly. No wonder they're glaring at us like that. But just as they thought it was over, Xia Hai added, little brother, those few gene of flesh you gave me were the hottest potatoes I've ever held. Later Captain Luo asked you to butcher the prey, and you demanded 2 million on the spot. The assault team, having lost all their money to the mysterious merchant, had nothing to give you. So you insisted on taking the monster's flesh as payment, and you even had the nerve to demand 40 gene worth 5 million. If you hadn't been hiding behind me, they'd have hacked you to pieces. Upon hearing Xia Hai's response and catching the look in his eyes, Lei Aoksha's expression grew equally complex. That bastard. Shengnan covered her face. No wonder so many people wish they could bite her to death. Who would be happy being treated like a pig to be slaughtered? Leng Shui also sighed helplessly. At least they don't know that the mysterious merchant is just one of Huang Quan's avatars. Otherwise they'd look at us like we were their mortal enemies. By the way, Xingnan, use your break to gather some intelligence. Shengnan frowned, slightly reluctant, but still rose and walked toward Jianglin. Guide Jiang, how much longer until we reach our destination? I'm already starting to miss my wife. Jianglin looked Shengnan up and down as she approached, a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he replied, soon we'll definitely find it before the abyss entrance closes. Are you that sure? Shengnan's brow furrowed deeper with distrust. Is there really a desert flower? Do you truly know where it is? Faced with such skepticism, Jianglin remained remarkably composed. I can guarantee it. If it didn't exist, I wouldn't have brought you here. Then what does this flower look like? Shengnan secretly asked Leng Shui. You're reborn. Have you heard of the desert flower? I can assure you there is absolutely no such thing, Leng Shui replied. Neither in her past life nor the one before had she ever heard of any desert flower. Jianglin, however, wore a deeply yearning expression as he said, the beauty of the desert flower is far beyond your imagination. It is the most exquisite blossom in this world, exuding the purest aura. Just approaching it would refresh your mind and invigorate your spirit. Even consuming a single petal could heal all mental trauma. Seeing his expression, Shengnan frowned. Leng Shui, there's not a trace of deception in his face. If he fabricated all this, then his control over his expressions surpasses even mine. Leng Shui, asked him more questions. I didn't realize the desert flower was so extraordinary. Shengnan changed the topic. Then why didn't you take it yourself? Why inform the Lei family? The desert flower is guarded by an extremely ferocious monster. I barely escaped with my life. Spreading this news was already difficult enough. Jianglin then glanced at the newcomer before him. The Nanshan team member has made quite a name for himself in this abyss expedition. Just luck. If I hadn't run into the mysterious merchant, those hundreds of pounds of meat would probably have rotted in my hands, Shengnan replied casually, then continued chatting with Jiang Lin. Lei Kunlun watched this scene, and his mood soured instantly. Why was Schwer chatting so animatedly with that bastard? No. But seeing the occasional smile tugging at her lips as she spoke, he halted his steps. Is the personality controlling the body right now, Shengnan? Shengnan's personality only emerged when Schwer had to face unavoidable social situations, and usually only in the presence of women. If she was talking so enthusiastically with a man, something must be wrong. Or she was pursuing some objective. At that moment, Shengnan laughed heartily. I never expected Gai Jiang to be so remarkably broad-minded. After this event, I'm sure the Lei family will reward you handsomely. Jiang Lin replied with a chuckle. That's nothing compared to you, a newcomer earning more in one night than the veterans. I heard you used to work for the Tianlan Guild, Gai Jiang. You must have frequented the bar there. What's your drink? I bet it's Bloody Mary, perfect for a striker who lives on the edge. As she spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in Shengnan's eyes like a sly old fox. Jiang Lin just smiled. No, I prefer rattlesnake. Just a sip, and the fiery sensation feels like being bitten by a snake. Shengnan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I never expected your taste to be so strong, Gai Jiang. After we return from this abyss, I must treat you to a drink. She shivered. It's really cold here. My spiritual energy isn't as strong as yours, so we'll stop chatting. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Leng Shui, did you hear that? This Jiang Lin is full of holes. Leng Shui sneered. Those strikers don't even know the names of drinks. They just ask for the strongest liquor. And his answer was too polite. That's not the tone of a seasoned striker. Faced with my questions, he was watertight. Is that how a striker should behave? Shengnan shrugged helplessly. The most perfect answer was the biggest flaw. What do you plan to do now? He must have won father's trust to become the guide. Without solid evidence, even his own daughter can't act recklessly. Shengnan tossed the problem to Leng Shui. Thinking of a solution was her job, gathering intelligence was Shengnan's. But Leng Shui couldn't come up with a good idea immediately. Keep an eye on him. The moment he slips up, even if we have to expose our identities, we'll subdue him. Xiaohai was also watching Shengnan's every move. What's up with this Nanshin? He looks like he's talking to someone else. Is he keeping a ghost? He then swept his spiritual sense over her. Shengnan immediately sensed the probing and activated her own spiritual energy to shield herself. Xiaohai, finding nothing, frowned. He couldn't see through her. This rookie of the third rank was beyond his perception. Was he hiding his true strength? No, it must be the effect of his equipment. If he were truly stronger than Xiaohai, he wouldn't need protection. Shengnan also realized it was Xiaohai probing her with his spiritual sense. She frowned. Leng Shui, he didn't see anything, did he? You were too focused on talking to me. You should have controlled your body language better. Shengnan shrugged helplessly, then greeted the captain. Captain Xiao, why are you staring at me? Do I have a flower on my face? Xiaohai waved his hand. Nothing. I just didn't expect you to get along so well with Jiang Lin. He's notoriously hard to get along with. He sighed inwardly. He was overthinking it. His spiritual sense had found nothing. How could her strength possibly surpass his? Shengnan quickly integrated into the second squad, though her words were laced with subtle probing. Meanwhile, Huang Quan, after both father and son, Yi had fallen asleep, took out the golden talisman and activated it with his spiritual energy. He wanted to see what Lei Aoshue had been up to all day. Taking advantage of the time before dawn, Huang Quan quickly reviewed the events. Lei Aosh's actions were still within his expectations. As soon as day broke, Huang Quan kicked Yi Fu awake, who was lying on the ground. Seeing that he was still wearing women's clothes and makeup, he couldn't help but laugh. Is it dawn? Yi Fu rubbed his eyes groggily. When he opened them, he saw Huang Quan looking at him with a mocking grin. Brother Yi, this outfit suits you quite well. Does it, eh? Yi Fu replied absent-mindedly, then realized he was still in women's clothes. His face darkened instantly. Brother Huang, that's going too far. Huang Quan smiled without speaking, then tossed a set of clothes in front of him. Uncle Yi left this for you. He wants you to perform well in the competition today and aim for a good ranking. Yi Fu's face immediately fell. A good ranking? They'll be lucky if I'm not dead last. You'll definitely get a good ranking. Huang Quan laughed and pulled him up from the ground. After Yi Fu changed his clothes, Huang Quan was already waiting outside the door. Just as he summoned the truck, Yi Fu saw him about to drive and felt a surge of fear. Brother Huang, how about we take the bus? Huang Quan paused for a moment, then understood. I wasn't the one driving yesterday. You can rest assured and take the ride. The two soon arrived near the school. After getting out of the car, Huang Quan glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then stored the truck into the Yongxing Hall. Yi Fu wore a gloomy expression the whole way. Sai, my dad is definitely going to watch my assessment today. What do? If I get beaten like a dog on stage, he'll end up coming home with a face like a pig's head. Huang Quan patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. With your current look, you already have a pig's head without being beaten. Uncle Yi won't give you a facelift. Brother Huang, is that how you comfort someone? Did you prepare any backup plans for me today? Yi Fu asked. Huang Quan thought for a moment. Backup plans? Maybe, but not many. Don't expect too much from me. Upon hearing this, Yi Fu's face fell like a miser's. Sai, my future is utterly dark. As the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the exam hall, a person in a baseball cap in student uniform suddenly rushed out from a corner bumping into Huang Quan's shoulder. After muttering a quick sorry, he hurried away. Yifu glared at the student and said crossly, "This kid has no eyes. If he bumped into someone with a bad temper, he'd get his guts beaten out." Huang Quan, however, paid no attention. Instead, he took out earbuds from his bag and put them on. Yifu was surprised. "Brother Huang, since when did you start listening to music?" "Just now." Huang Quan's smile was meaningful. An insignificant shoulder bump turned into a momentary clash between two experts. Meanwhile, the man in the baseball cap, after walking away, placed 2 strands of hair into a plastic bag. He arrived at a hotel and handed it to Huang Ziyue. "Captain, this is what you requested. Bing, you've worked hard. Jiafeng, take this for DNA testing. I want the results before tonight." Just then, LV Na brought Ding in through the window and landed in the room. Huang Ziyue quickly asked, "How is it?" LV Na shook her head. "Captain, you were right. Abyss no. 107 is indeed malfunctioning. It's now one way. Only exit, no entry. The people Lei Yuan stationed outside noticed the situation, but they can't get in to inform him." Huang Ziyu's face darkened. Her worst fears had come true. "Have you tried a forced breach?" Jiafeng asked. LV Na smiled bitterly. Lei Yuan's people tried every method, but none worked. Unless a level 7 awakener uses their companion artifact to forcibly blast open the Abyss entrance, it's impossible. Huang Ziyue let out a long sigh. "Notify the Abyss Association. Prepare for the worst." "Captain, what do you mean by the worst?" "Abandon the city." Huang Quan overheard all this, touching his ear. Meanwhile, Yifu excitedly ran over to him. "Brother Huang, good news. In the final ranking match, you and I are opponents." "You're so happy to be my opponent." Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Since you're my opponent, you wouldn't go all out on me, right? He'll just surrender." Problem solved," Yifu said cheerfully. Huang Quan smiled without a word. He had too many things on his plate to bother with the assessment. At that moment, he was controlling a clone to find Jiang Lin's residence. Being cautious, he first circled the area outside. He noticed a familiar footprint. "Isn't this the footprint of the person who stole my hair earlier? Could it be that the night patrol has already searched here?" Then, using a zombie, he performed a mental sweep of the entire room. After confirming no one else was there, Huang Quan was still uneasy. To be safe, he set up a few simple traps around the area. Even if a fight broke out, he'd have the upper hand. He then casually began installing bombs. This wasn't an abyss rift, so ordinary bombs could still explode, and he happened to have plenty of them. The zombie's body is still too large. If they've set traps inside, barging in will only cause trouble. Better send a goo insect in. Having made up his mind, a goo insect dropped from the clone and slipped through the door crack into the room. It quickly found a withered corpse. "This is Jiang Lin." So the one in the abyss rift was indeed a fake disguised by some unknown abyss monster. Huang Quan then recalled the clone. As for the traps, he left them for now. They might come in handy later. As the assessment continued, Yifu was full of excitement, but Huang Quan seemed distracted, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the principal. Today the principal was accompanied by a few school leaders, but Huang Tianxi was nowhere to be seen. He probably had his hands full with the trouble Lei Aoshue caused yesterday when she drove his sports car recklessly, so he couldn't make it to the venue today. Soon it was their turn to take the stage. Yifu grinned. "Brother Huang, don't make a move. He'll just surrender directly." Huang Quan responded with a polite smile. The students were baffled to see the two walking onto the stage arm in arm. "What's going on? This is the first time I've seen such a friendly entrance. Don't you know? Those two are inseparable. It's only natural for them to be like this. So who do you think will win?" "I'm betting on Huang Quan. His performance yesterday was flawless and his strength was terrifying. I've put all my money on him." Yifu is decent, but he's still a step behind Huang Quan. "I saw someone put $1 million on the fat guy to win at the betting booth outside." $1 million? Is he out of his mind? Huang Quan is the hot favorite to win the championship, and he actually bet on Fatty Yi. Isn't that just throwing money away? It's probably that Fatty Yi himself who placed the bet. Only he has the money to squander like this. At this moment, a woman in a white dress, as ethereal as a celestial being and strikingly beautiful, approached the principal. The principal's face lit up with surprise. "Miss Nangong, I never expected you to grace us with your presence." Nangong Changqing wore a veil that partially concealed her face, leaving ample room for imagination, and her graceful figure constantly drew the attention of others. "So you are the principal of Tianlan Academy. I heard you have a prodigy here." Nangong Changqing's tone was indifferent. The principal smiled and replied, "He's the one on the arena now named Huang Quan. He suddenly revealed his strength in the past few days. Even I, as the principal, never expected such a genius to be hidden in our school." "Is that so?" Nangong Changqing's gaze fell upon Huang Quan on the stage, and her brow slightly furrowed. She couldn't see through him. Seeing Nangong Changqing silent, the principal began to initiate conversation. "I heard that Miss Nangong is betrothed to the royal family and coincidentally the young master." Before he could finish, he felt a spiritual pressure emanate from Nangong Changqing, suffocating him. "You are the principal. Mind your own affairs, and don't pry into matters you shouldn't." Cold sweat broke out on the principal's forehead. "Yes. I spoke too much." Nangong Changqing was not concerned about whether Huang Quan was a genius. She was merely curious because she had heard that Huang Tianxi had come to Tianlan City intending to target a nobody. Could it be that this nobody holds something that Huang Tianxi fears, making him so attentive? If she could obtain it, she would gain an extra bargaining chip in breaking off the engagement. Returning her gaze to the arena, Ji Yuan looked at the two opponents with a complicated expression. Is it just the two of you fighting? How could this fight proceed? The two must have already colluded. Yi Fu, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, looked as if the word joy was written all over his face. The assessment begins. As soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, Yi Fu raised his hand to signal, "Referee, I surrender." Before Yi Fu could finish his sentence, Huang Quan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward off the stage at lightning speed, collapsing to the ground. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. Yi Fu was especially dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Brother Huang, don't mess with me. I bet on you to win outside. Not only Yi Fu, but the audience in the stands was also stunned. What's going on? Why did Huang Quan suddenly spit blood and fly backward? Could that little fatty have used some dirty trick? But aren't they brothers? Why would he resort to foul play? I heard Huang Quan is short on money. Maybe the little fatty paid him to put on an act. Highly possible. The principal was also bewildered. Looking at the fallen Huang Quan, he felt a headache coming on. He had just boasted to Nangang Chongqing, and now this guy had collapsed right after. Even if he couldn't win or had been bribed, he should at least put up a fight before losing. It seems the assessment at Tianlan Academy isn't exactly clean. Nangang Chongqing cast a glance at Huang Quan and then turned away directly. On the stage, Ji Yuan snapped out of his shock. As the referee and a great awakener, he was 100% certain that Huang Quan had not been attacked at all. He had flown backward entirely on his own. Ji Yuan couldn't figure out what was going on with him, but he still announced, "The winner of this assessment is Yi Fu." Upon hearing that he had won, Yi Fu showed no excitement whatsoever. Instead, his face fell. This time he had not only lost his money, but also had to continue getting beaten. Who could endure that? After Huang Quan was carried away, Yi Fu also left the arena. But as soon as he stepped out of the examination hall, he saw Huang Quan walking out of the infirmary as if nothing had happened. "Brother Huang, what the hell are you playing at?" Yi Fu couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was on the verge of crying. How was he supposed to fight in the next assessments? Huang Quan, however, smiled and said, "Don't worry. In the upcoming matches you could even win the championship." Yi Fu, upon hearing this, reached out to feel Huang Quan's forehead. "Brother Huang, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Me winning first place? Are you kidding me? With my lousy skills, how could I possibly win the championship?" He was well aware of his own abilities. But Huang Quan looked completely unconcerned. "If you don't believe me, just keep competing. If you don't take first place, he'll treat you to dinner tonight." Yi Fu was still skeptical, but since he had 3 more assessments to go, he remained at the examination hall. After parting ways with him, Huang Quan took out a black robe and draped it over himself. Then he went to the betting booth and said, "I bet 1 million earlier. How much have I earned now?" The betting clerk was taken aback, but then came to his senses. In that last match, almost everyone had lost money except for one person who had bet 1 million on Yi Fu to win. When that bet was placed, the clerk had thought the person was insane for betting on that fat loser. Unexpectedly, Yi Fu actually won, and the whole process was incredibly suspicious. 1 of 5 odds. Hey, race your 5 million. The clerk handed Huang Quan several anonymous bank cards and then asked, "Brother, since you dared to place such a bet, do you have any inside information?" "No, Yi Fu's good brother. I believed he would win." Huang Quan took the cards and turned away. Watching his retreating figure, the clerk sighed to himself. "I never thought that fat loser would have such a brother. How enviable." After collecting the money, Huang Quan went to the library, found a secluded spot, and touched his ear. He wanted to listen in on the movements of the night patrol squad. Meanwhile, Yi Fu, with a heavy heart, faced his next opponent. Ji Yuan simply shook his head. "You win this match. Your opponent is too injured to show up." Yi Fu was stunned, then stepped down from the stage, silently thanking his luck. He had somehow made it to the top 4. But just as he was about to leave, Ji Yuan called him back. "Little fatty, don't rush off. Your next match is coming up soon." "My turn again." Yi Fu was completely baffled. "Didn't I remember there was another match in between?" Those two suffered quite a few injuries and exhausted their spiritual energy. "They can't fight," Ji Yuan explained. Now Yi Fu finally understood why Brother Huang was so confident he would take first place. Today's final matches were all clashes between the strong, with no time to rest in between. Someone like him who breezed through without any injuries was truly an anomaly. When he stood on the stage, Ji Yuan couldn't help but remind him, "Little fatty, be careful in your next match. Your opponent is Ming Xianyuan." Upon learning that his opponent was Ming Xianyuan, Yi Fu's heart immediately clenched. He had witnessed Ming Xianyuan kill someone on the spot during yesterday's assessment, and the memory of that ruthless method was still vivid. He resolved to surrender the moment Ming Xianyuan stepped onto the stage, refusing to give him any chance to strike. Though it might be somewhat humiliating, it was still better than losing his life. Moreover, with Brother Huang nowhere to be found, he felt even more uncertain. Yet as time ticked by, Yifu scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Ming Xianyuan. What's going on? Where is Ming Xianyuan? He's been clearing the recent assessments without a scratch. Perhaps something delayed him, but time is almost up. If he doesn't show, he'll forfeit. No way. Could Yifu actually win again? Then time expired and Ji Yuan declared Yifu the victor. Yifu was still dazed. Made it to the finals, just like that. Ji Yuan immediately announced the start of the final match. Next match, Yifu versus Gong Sun Yang from Class A 3rd year. Upon hearing the name Gong Sun Yang, Yifu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the universally acknowledged second-ranked student of Tianlan Academy? Gong Sun Yang cultivated both spirit and blood chi, both reaching the 3rd level. His strength and talent could only be described as terrifying, and his mastery of the sword control art was nothing short of miraculous. Throughout the entire Tianlan Academy, aside from Lei Aoshue, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. Sigh. Yifu let out a long sigh. Though he had anticipated this, he hadn't expected to face Gong Sun Yang so soon. If Huang Quan were up against him, perhaps there would be a chance. As for himself, just not losing too disgracefully would be decent. Strangely, Gong Sun Yang still hadn't arrived. Ji Yuan found it odd as well. He had high hopes for Gong Sun Yang. After all, he was the grandson of the Tianlan Guild's president. He could understand Ming Xuanyuan's absence, but Gong Sun Yang's failure to show was peculiar. With each passing second, the principal grew anxious. What's going on? Where's Gong Sun Yang? If a second-level awakened took the crown in this competition, not only would his face be utterly lost, but it would be trampled underfoot. The principal desperately called Gong Sun Yang, but the phone was switched off, infuriating him. This Gong Sun Yang. Why turn it off at a critical moment? At that moment, the principal deeply regretted his hasty planning. He had only thought about how to quickly eliminate Huang Quan, so the entire assessment was not well thought out. He had anticipated that by the 3rd day many would be unable to compete due to injuries, but as long as Huang Quan was dealt with, he had 1,000 ways to silence the rest. For instance, after descending into the abyss, will your enemies give you time to recover? The assessment tests not only your strength, but also your wits. Such phrases came easily to him. Since the championship would only be contested between Lei Aoshue and Gong Sun Yang, he hadn't paid much attention. But what he never anticipated was Lei Aoshue requesting leave and not participating, while Gong Sun Yang failed at the crucial moment. Seeing that time had passed with no sign of Gong Sun Yang, Ji Yuan cleared his throat. The winner of this assessment is Yifu from Class D 3rd year. Yifu's mind went blank. He had won the championship. What the hell? A few days ago he was just thinking about how to survive the first day's melee, and now he had directly taken the crown. I don't accept this. Neither Gong Sun Yang nor Goddess Lei participated. How can you be the top of Tianlan Academy? Exactly. He's only a 2nd level awakened. The first place should have been fought over by Goddess Lei and Gong Sun Yang. He clearly just lucked his way to the top. Hearing the clamor, Yifu flipped them off. Luck is also a kind of strength. I earned this through pure luck. If you don't like it, choke it down. His smug expression and words enraged the crowd. Some couldn't resist and threw things at him. Yifu snatched the medal and prize from Ji Yuan and fled the arena as if his life depended on it. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Chu Xiaoming had just woken up and saw on the academy forum that Yifu had won the championship. She was utterly dumbfounded. Champion? Yifu? Am I still asleep? Chu Xiaoming held her forehead, feeling the world had turned surreal. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Yang, the hot favorite for the championship, was in the slums. A mouthful of old blood spewed from his lips, his appearance disheveled. His companion artifact, the Rui flying sword, floated beside him, its blade cracked and wobbling precariously. Didn't expect you to have some skill. You're quite tenacious. A sardonic voice echoed. Gong Sun Yang narrowed his eyes following the sound. From the darkness emerged a figure. It was Ming Xianyuan. Ming Xianyuan, do you realize what you're doing? Killing a fellow student is a capital offense. Gong Sun Yang demanded coldly. Ming Xianyuan shrugged, utterly indifferent. I planned to kill you all one by one during the assessment, but you were so useless you ended up in the medical room. Gong Sun Yang's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Ming Xianyuan. Something's wrong, very wrong. The power in you doesn't belong to you. Who gave it to you? And who gave you the audacity to assassinate students? Gong Sun Yang inwardly cursed his bad luck. I just sneaked into the medical room to slack off, and I had to witness Ming Xianyuan killing a severely injured student. Ming Xuanyuan's mental state is extremely abnormal, infected, or possessed. This is troublesome. I must notify the night patrol team, but my phone was destroyed in the fight. Ming Xianyuan didn't answer. Instead, he appraised Gong Sun Yang like a mere object, young life brimming with vitality, perfect material for immortality. I intended to finish you on the arena, but you saw something you shouldn't have, so I'll have to take your life here. As his words fell, his entire demeanor shifted. An eerie aura erupted from within him, and he lunged at Gong Sun Yang like a demon. Gong Sun Yang dodged hastily. Ming Xianyuan, aren't you afraid of the night patrol team? The night patrol team? By the time they arrive, you'll already be a corpse. Ming Xuanyuan's attacks were aimed at vital points, showing no mercy. Knowing he was outmatched, Gong Sun Yang fled toward the Tianlan Guild. Meanwhile, at the night patrol team headquarters, Jia Feng handed a file to Huang Ziyue. The DNA results are out. Would you like to see? So soon. Huang Ziyue took the file surprised. When the night patrol team handles something, everything takes priority. Huang Ziyue glanced at the report and let out a long sigh, just as I suspected. He then tossed the report aside, and his team members, driven by curiosity, gathered around. Captain, what's the situation? LV Na's gaze had already drifted to the report on the table. After identification, the two are 100% blood relatives. Captain, so that Huang Quan really is your biological younger brother. Huang Ziyue nodded, but her expression was complex, devoid of any excitement. Seeing this, LV Na couldn't help but ask, Captain, but you don't look very happy. Logically, finding a long-lost younger brother should be a cause for joy. The matters of our royal family are quite complicated, hard to explain in a few words. Huang Ziyue rubbed her temples and explained, 20 years ago our royal family's prophet left 3 prophecies and then passed away. Prophecies? The team members exchanged bewildered glances. They had never heard of this. LV Na, curious, asked, what kind of prophecies were they? The first prophecy was that our northern capital royal family would rise amidst the cataclysm and become the overlord of the northern capital. LV Na was somewhat astonished. Really? And the second prophecy? The 4 of them were generally dismissive of such prophecies, having seen too many charlatans who used the guise of prophecy to swindle people. The second prophecy was that the 3 women of the royal family would inevitably become exceptional talents, the pillars of the royal household. Upon hearing this, the 4 were all shocked. Indeed, the current royal family was unquestionably the overlord of the northern capital. Could it be that the prophet in their captain's family truly possessed some ability? But what does this have to do with your biological younger brother? Jia Feng asked. The problem lies in the third prophecy. He pointed at Huang Quan, who was still in my mother's womb, and said, if this child is a daughter, your royal family's power will remain stable. But if it is a son, you must be extremely cautious. His birth will bring unprecedented calamity to the royal family. The power you have painstakingly built will crumble. Your father will be angered to death. The 3 rising phoenixes will be cast down from the cliff, and the ruin of your family will only be a matter of time. Huang Ziyue finished speaking and stood up, saying helplessly, now do you understand? His existence is a disaster for our entire family. If he weren't my own brother, he would have been a corpse long ago. After hearing this, the 4 had complex expressions. LV Na shook her head. Captain, I find it hard to understand your actions. After all, he is your own brother. LV Na was about to say more, but Jia Feng interrupted her. Captain, I want to know how you dealt with your biological younger brother. I abandoned him. I put him in a basket, set it on the river, and let the current carry him away. As Huang Ziyue's words fell, the faces of the others instantly turned strange. Captain, even a beast knows not to eat its own young. How could you do this to him? Back then the abyss rifts had already appeared. Putting him in the river was no different from killing him outright. LV Na found it hard to accept. Didn't your entire family feel any heartache? Huang Ziyue replied, I don't know how they felt, but it pained me deeply. Yet our whole family didn't dare to gamble. My mother even suffered from depression during that time. To soothe her heart, our family had to adopt a child. Jia Feng shook his head after listening. Captain, I disagree with what you did. Didn't you ever doubt the prophet's words? We did doubt him, but the first 2 prophecies he made came true, forcing us to believe. My father also didn't want to raise a rebellious son, so the matter was settled. Huang Ziyue waved her hand at this point. All right, let's stop talking about the royal family's affairs. Let's focus on the urgent matter first. I will try to contact my second sister, hoping she can find time to break the barrier of Abyss No. 107. Until then, we will spare no effort in hunting down the possessor. Once found, it's a fight to the death. Yes. The 4 responded, then transformed into several afterimages and vanished from the room. Huang Ziyue stared at the now empty room, feeling as though something was amiss, as if someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation. But then she dismissed the thought as impossible. Her team members were all experts in counter-surveillance, and she had personally checked the room. There was nothing wrong. Am I being paranoid? Huang Ziyue shook her head and then disappeared from the room. Huang Quan, who had heard everything through his headphones, took them off with limp hands, feeling utterly dejected like a stray dog. He had imagined 1,000 possibilities for his abandonment. Perhaps he was stolen or lost amidst the chaos of an abyss rift. But he had never once considered that he was forsaken by his family because of a prophecy. Ha ha ha. Huang Quan found himself utterly ridiculous. The past decade of his life had been nothing but a joke. Huang Quan, you fool, what a damn fool you are. Stop daydreaming. You are just an idiot, the biggest fool under heaven. Meanwhile, Yi Fu, who was fleeing, ran into the library and saw Huang Quan sitting on the floor laughing hysterically. His brow furrowed. Brother Huang, what's wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong. Brother Yi, I feel terrible right now. I've never felt this miserable in my entire life. As he spoke, Huang Quan felt tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, no matter how hard he tried to wipe them away. What's happening to me? Why are so many tears pouring from my eyes? Have I been cursed? Yi Fu also sensed something amiss. At that moment, the people chasing him were still in hot pursuit. Yi Fu immediately roared at them. All of you get out. If anyone dares to step inside, I'll kill you. As his words fell, a murderous aura sharp as blades swept across their faces, and a chilling pressure instantly weighed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Such a terrifying killing intent. Although he was only a second-level awakener, the aura he exuded made it seem as if he could slaughter them with a wave of his hand. The group, seeing Yi Fu's sudden fury, exchanged glances, and then wisely retreated. Only then did Yi Fu lean down and ask, "Brother Huang, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" In his memory, Huang Quan, though carefree, greedy, and selfish, had a heart stronger than anyone else. Yet today he was crying. "Am I crying?" "Ah, I am crying, Brother Yi. I feel so pathetic. Do you know what I used to dream about all the time?" Yi Fu remained silent, just listening. Huang Quan continued, "Countless times I dreamed that my family found me. They were overjoyed, hugging me, crying, telling me how they had searched for me all these years, what they had lost. But today I woke up from that dream." "Brother Huang, what exactly happened?" Yi Fu asked, his face full of concern. It was the first time he had seen Brother Huang in such a state. Huang Quan gave a bitter smile. "Brother Yi, how about a drink with me?" Again. Yi Fu initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Huang Quan like this, he somehow agreed. "What bar?" "No need to go to a bar, there's one right here in this library." Huang Quan shook his head. Yi Fu was still puzzled when he saw Huang Quan go to a corner, fiddle with the bookshelf, and a hidden door slowly opened. Yi Fu was stunned. "Be Brother Huang. How is there a secret room here?" "I built it, of course," Huang Quan said, and walked straight into the hidden door. Yi Fu quietly followed. As soon as they entered, the door closed behind them. Yi Fu felt total darkness, and was startled. "Be Brother Huang, it's so dark." Click. Before he finished, the entire passage lit up. Yi Fu said in astonishment, "So bright." After a few steps, Yi Fu suddenly thought of something, and turned sharply to Huang Quan. "Brother Huang, tell me honestly, is the ghost rumored in the library you?" "Ghost?" Huang Quan was taken aback. Yi Fu continued, "Rumor has it that a student saw a figure entering the library at midnight, but never saw him come out. Someone waited outside all night after seeing the figure go in, but when they entered the next day, it was empty. That person couldn't be you, could it?" "It was me," Huang Quan shrugged. "I was organizing the secret room, and left through the back door." "This library has a back door?" Yi Fu was bewildered. Huang Quan explained, "It didn't originally, I made an exit." Yi Fu couldn't help but give Huang Quan a thumbs up. Huang Quan twisted and turned, and arrived at a room. When he opened it, Yi Fu was amazed by the space inside. A room of about 100 square meters, neatly stocked with supplies, enough for one person to live on for a year. Huang Quan went to the counter, grabbed 2 bottles of liquor, tossed one to Yi Fu, and directly poured the other into his own mouth. Yi Fu caught it, and exclaimed, "Good heavens, 60-proof vodka. Is this drinking alcohol, or drinking pure alcohol?" While Yi Fu was stunned, Huang Quan had already downed the entire bottle of vodka, then laughed loudly. Huang Quan fought with wild dogs for food at 6 years old. I saw other children snuggle in their father's arms and complain, but I didn't cry because I knew I would have that too. At 9, I was hunted for having a strange object fell off a cliff, luckily, into a river. Although I broke a few bones, I didn't cry because I knew crying would only attract beasts, not family. I held steady. At 11, Huang Quan poured out all the bitterness he had held back for over a decade. I found 10,000 reasons for them, but what I never expected was that they would abandon me because of some broken prophecy. By now, Yi Fu had understood some things, but didn't know how to comfort Huang Quan. "Brother, you know, I prepared many gifts for them. Good things from the Abyss Rift, equipment, spirit fruits, potions. I prepared everything, but now none of them can be used. Sometimes, the truth always makes one feel despair. Brother Huang, don't talk about those sad things. Let's keep drinking. Right, drink." Huang Quan raised his glass to the ceiling. "Goodbye, family." On the other side, Huang Ziyue led Squad 67 in a thorough search of Tianlan City. Fortunately, Lu Na was lucky enough to directly encounter Gong Sun Yang, who was being chased by Ming Xianyuan. Lu Na sensed the ominous aura on Ming Xuanyuan, immediately took out her walkie-talkie and cursed. "Who said Ming Xianyuan wasn't infected? Get the hell out here. His strength is already at Lord level. How the hell did you check him?" Team member Ding was also bewildered, completely confused. "How is that possible? I checked him carefully. He really had no trace of Abyss aura. You come over yourself. Lu Na, report your location. Well, head to your position immediately." Huang Ziyue frowned. Just as Lu Na finished reporting her location, she suddenly cursed, "Damn, he seems to have spotted me." As soon as she spoke, a loud bang was heard, and everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. "Captain, hurry. I can't hold out much longer. The awakened he was chasing is already down." At this moment, Lu Na held a short knife horizontally in front of her chest, staring at Ming Xianyuan with a grave expression. "You came at a really bad time," Ming Xianyuan said mockingly. Their eyes met, and in an instant they clashed. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths, Lu Na was at a disadvantage. Her clothes were torn apart by Ming Xuanyuan's beast-like claws, revealing her fair skin. "It seems you'll lose your life here today," Ming Xianyuan said smugly. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, a figure descended from above and kicked him flying. Huang Ziyue stood amidst the ruins, her expression cold and murderous. "It seems you'll be the one losing your life, Ming Xianyuan." I don't care why you became an infected, but today, only death awaits you. The other team members also surrounded Ming Xianyuan. Team member Ding glared at him, with hatred cursing under his breath that he had misjudged. Ming Xianyuan seemed to have anticipated the encirclement. Night patrol coming after me is your biggest mistake. With that he charged at Huang Ziyue like a cannonball. Jia Feng's face changed drastically. No, he's going to self-destruct. Huang Ziyu's face changed, but it was too late. She was instantly engulfed by the explosion. On the other side, after drinking Yifu under the table, Huang Quan narrowed his eyes and entered the Eternal Life Hall with his consciousness. Speaking of prophecies, he seemed to have that ability too. Just as he was about to take out the black notebook, he noticed a sword suspended above his head. It instantly cracked and then shattered into pieces, falling down. Seeing this, Huang Quan was stunned. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and couldn't help but laugh loudly. I've tried many methods before. No matter how much I prepared, these swords always pointed at me. I never expected that by abandoning my family, I could transcend the tribulation. Ha ha, how ironic. At this moment, Huang Ziyue was also dug out from the ruins by her teammates. Jia Feng checked her pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a shock to the spirit. She'll wake up soon. Let's take the captain to a safe place first. Along the way, cold sweat poured down Huang Ziyu's face. Luna noticed something wrong and quickly called out, "Brother Jia, check the captain quickly. She's sweating so much." Just as Jia Feng stepped forward to examine her, Huang Ziyue suddenly burst up and pinned him to the ground. The sudden change startled Jia Feng. Coming to her senses, Huang Ziyue looked at him in shock. "Jia Feng, you're still alive?" Jia Feng was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. "Captain, if I die, wouldn't our no 67 Night Patrol Squad be finished?" "Captain, what are you saying? The explosion only affected you, we all dodged it." Luna was a bit exasperated. "Brother Jia, look, is the captain's mind broken?" Huang Ziyu's eyes flickered with surprise as she looked at Liu Na. "Liu Na, which year is it since the abyss appeared?" Liu Na was also stunned. "It's been 20 years. Brother Jia, the captain has truly lost it. She can't even remember what year it is." 20 years. Huang Ziyu's eyes were filled with shock, which gradually turned into joy. She leaped onto the high platform and gazed around the city. "This is Tianlan City, the Tianlan City of 10 years ago before it was destroyed." Then Huang Ziyue covered her face and laughed hysterically. "Ha! This is not a dream. This is not a dream." If there was such a thing as a miracle in the world, it had now descended upon her. "Captain, what's wrong with you? You haven't really lost your memory, have you?" "Brother Jia, it seems the captain has gone mad. Can you cure her?" Jia Feng shook his head. Huang Ziyu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she asked, "Why did I faint?" The others exchanged glances, and Jia Feng recounted the entire sequence of events to Huang Ziyue. After listening, Huang Ziyue frowned deeply. Ming Xianyuan was infected. No, that couldn't be right. He was killed by an abyssal monster, wasn't he? How could he be infected? Jia Feng, when we came to Tianlan City, we killed a monster that emerged from the abyss rift. It had horns on its head and could speak human language. Jia Feng was bewildered by the question. "Captain, what are you talking about? When we arrived here, the possessor had already infiltrated Tianlan City. We never killed any such monster." Never killed one. Huang Ziyue furrowed her brow. Had her rebirth changed something? In her memory of the previous life, when they reached the outskirts of Tianlan City, they encountered a mysterious monster from the abyss. It not only spoke human language, but seemed to possess a charm that could lure people into the abyss of hell. Unswayed, she had paid a considerable price to kill that monster outside Tianlan City. Logically, it should have been that way. Why had it changed in this life? How strange. "Let's go. We're heading to the academy. I want to find my younger brother." A faint smile curled at the corner of Huang Ziyu's mouth. "Captain, your younger brother Huang Tianxi just sent a message saying he's waiting for you at the hotel." Before Liu Na could finish, she felt the captain's gaze turning icy as it fixed on her. Terrified, Liu Na's legs trembled. "Captain, did I say something wrong? Don't mention that piece of trash's name. He's not worthy of being my brother. From now on, if any of you call him my brother, I'll break off relations with you." Huang Ziyu's gaze swept over the four of them like a sword. They were all stunned. What had gotten into the captain? Previously, she was always happy to receive messages from Huang Tianxi, but now she acted as if he were a mortal enemy. "Captain, is it because of what happened yesterday that you've changed your attitude toward him?" Jia Feng asked. He couldn't think of any other reason. "Yesterday? What happened yesterday?" Huang Ziyue looked completely bewildered. Jia Feng was slightly taken aback. How could she not even remember yesterday? Still, he explained it to her. After listening, Huang Ziyue narrowed her eyes. Strange. Why would Huang Tianxi strike at Huang Quan at this time? Whatever the priority now was to find Huang Quan. "I'm going to Tianlan Academy to find my younger brother. You all search for the possessor's whereabouts." "Captain, are you going to Tianlan Academy to find that brother? Could it be Huang Quan?" Jia Feng's expression turned odd. "Of course. Do I have any other brother?" Huang Ziyue said calmly. Hearing this, the four were left speechless. They exchanged glances. Hadn't the captain just said that not killing Huang Quan was already a mercy? How in the blink of an eye was she now calling him her brother? Noticing their strange looks, Huang Ziyue seemed to realize something, and said, "Do you know about the affairs of our Huang family and the third prophecy?" The four nodded. Huang Ziyu sighed helplessly. "The prophecy is not wrong." "Then Captain, you still acknowledge." Before Liu Na could finish, Huang Ziyu raised a hand to stop her. "The prophecy is not wrong, but our entire family misinterpreted it. Perhaps the prophet himself misunderstood it as well. The fourth son will indeed bring disaster upon our Huang family, and we three sisters will be destroyed by him. But the prophet never said that this child was born of the family's blood." Everyone was utterly confused. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiafeng seemed to grasp the meaning. So the prophet foresaw that the fourth son of the Huang family would destroy the family, but he didn't know whether this so-called fourth son was a biological child. "Coincidentally, your mother was pregnant at the time, so he pointed to the fetus in her womb, and said that if this child were a boy, he would bring catastrophe upon the Huang family." Huang Ziyu nodded and smiled bitterly. "It is precisely because we believed in the prophecy that it became reality." Liu Na exclaimed, "So the one who will destroy the Huang family in the future is the current adopted son of your family, Huang Tianxi?" "Yes, it's him." Huang Ziyu shook her head and looked at the others. "Go find the possessor hiding in Tianlong City. Notify me immediately if you discover anything." "Wait, Captain, what about the Lei family? Are you going to ask the second miss for help?" Jiafeng asked. The Lei family. Huang Ziyu suddenly remembered that Tianlong City was destroyed because Lei Zhenyuan had vanished forever into the Abyss Rift. Have they already entered the Abyss? Yes, they have. Upon hearing those three words, Huang Ziyu sighed helplessly. Then there's no hope. They will be lost forever in the 107th Abyss. Jiafeng was baffled. "Captain, how can you be so sure? Didn't they say that as long as we can blast open the Abyss Rift, we can rescue Lei Zhenyuan? That abyss is extremely peculiar. Even if we blast open a rift and manage to get in, Lei Zhenyuan won't come back." Huang Ziyu shook her head, unsure how to explain this to them. She couldn't just tell them that she had been reborn, that in her previous life she had summoned her second sister to blast open the Abyss Rift, but not even a trace of Lei Zhenyuan was found inside, and even the teleportation array had disappeared. The four exchanged glances, feeling that their captain had become somewhat unfathomable. Even Jiafeng found it odd. How could Lei Zhenyuan, a level 7 awakener, die in a level 4 abyss? But Huang Ziyu had no desire to discuss it further. "I'm leaving. Stay safe and call for help if anything happens." With that, she eagerly rushed off toward Tianlong Academy. At that moment, Huang Quan was half asleep, yet felt an unprecedented lightness. Calculating the time, he knew it was nearly the moment to swap bodies with Lei Aoshua. "It's time to rescue Father Lei and Brother Lei from the Abyss Rift," Huang Quan murmured as he glanced around. He noticed Yi Fu was already dead drunk. Huang Quan pulled out a golden talisman and pressed it against Yi Fu's forehead. In an instant, the talisman activated. Sweat quickly seeped from Yi Fu's body, carrying a strong scent of alcohol. "My." Yi Fu slowly opened his eyes, muttering, "Damn, how did drinking feel like a sauna? This is so comfortable." "A sauna? You're quite pleased with yourself. Sober now. Let's head out," Huang Quan said as he opened the secret door to the back. Yi Fu was still yawning, but Huang Quan suddenly recalled the possessor lurking in Tianlong City. His expression turned grave. "Brother Yi, if anything happens at the school, make a run for the library. That secret chamber is definitely safer than the outside." "Huh." Yi Fu was bewildered, but nodded nonetheless. Seeing Huang Quan in such high spirits, he couldn't help but worry. "Brother Huang, are you alright? Do you think I'd be crushed by family matters and sink into depravity for life?" Huang Quan shot him an exasperated glare. "Haha, Brother Huang, you have a point. Speaking of which, the assessment is over. Where are we headed?" Yi Fu asked. "Back to the classroom for regular lessons." Yi Fu rolled his eyes. "Brother Huang, can we really just go back to routine classes? I took first place this time. Won't the principal be furious? Could he kick us out in a fit of rage? If he dares to expel you, hell become the biggest joke in Chinese education," Huang Quan replied with a hint of amusement. Yi Fu followed Huang Quan out of the secret passage. When they emerged, they found themselves at the school's back gate. "Brother Huang, when did you dig a tunnel to the back gate?" "I never noticed. Around the 3rd month after I enrolled," Huang Quan replied after a moment's thought. Yi Fu was so stunned he opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. He simply gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. I plan to go back first and make some preparations. I have some trouble to deal with tonight," Huang Quan said, still uneasy about the events in Abyss No. 107 and wanting to prepare thoroughly. Hearing that Huang Quan was leaving, Yi Fu immediately grabbed his leg. "Brother Huang, you can't go. If you leave, those guys at school will tear me apart." "Then come with me," Huang Quan said with some resignation. On the way, Yi Fu suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Brother Huang, how did you know I'd get first place?" Both Ming Xianyuan and Gong Sun Yang could easily crush him, yet neither showed up. It was utterly baffling. In this ranking battle, only 3 people came out unscathed: Ming Xianyuan and Gong Sun Yang. The rest were either severely injured or unconscious. "If you didn't get first, who would?" Huang Quan replied calmly, having foreseen this outcome. Yi Fu still couldn't wrap his head around it. "Brother Huang, why didn't Ming Xianyuan and Gong Sun Yang show up? Was there traffic?" Hearing this, Huang Quan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's in that head of yours? Gong Sun Yang was being hunted by Ming Xinyuan. What? Yi Fu was even more confused. Ming Xinyuan hunting Gong Sun Yang. Are you sure? No matter how strong Ming Xinyuan is, he can't be a match for Gong Sun Yang. He's the top student after the school beauty Lei. Huang Quan explained, Ming Xinyuan is already an abyss infected. His strength has skyrocketed, so it's no surprise he's chasing Gong Sun Yang. Yi Fu swallowed hard. What happened next, Brother Huang? Did Gong Sun Yang die? Huang Quan produced a golden talisman, held it between 2 fingers, and closed his eyes. The talisman ignited and burned to ashes. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. Gong Sun Yang is alive, but severely injured. It'll take 10 days to half a month to recover. As for Ming Xinyuan, his expression turned somber. He detonated himself in front of the incoming night patrol, but it didn't harm his true body. He lost some spiritual energy, but he's still alive. Hearing this, Yi Fu became tense. He's still alive? Even the night patrol couldn't finish him. He made such a high-profile move deliberately to attract the night patrol, then self-destructed to throw them off track, probably to achieve some hidden goal. What goal, eh? Huang Quan shook his head. How would I know? He's no longer human now. I couldn't place a curse on him, and the listening device was destroyed in the explosion. Yi Fu was at a loss for what to be more shocked about. Why Ming Xinyuan was no longer human, or when Huang Quan had cursed him and planted the bug. No sooner had Huang Quan and Yi Fu left than Huang Ziyue arrived at the academy's front gate. She ran into someone she shouldn't have seen. Ji Yuan, what are you doing here? And dressed so sharply. Ji Yuan was startled to see Huang Ziyue, then frowned at her outfit. You're with the night patrol? Why are you looking for me again? Haven't you asked enough questions? Huang Ziyue paused, glanced down at her clothes. She had rushed over and forgotten to change, still wearing the night patrol uniform and mask. Ahem. Huang Ziyue coughed dryly, then noticed the ghostly aura emanating from Ji Yuan. Why are you keeping a ghost? Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. Didn't I explain this last time? You're asking again. Even if you're with the night patrol, you can't toy with me. Huang Ziyue realized her experiences after rebirth seemed different. Why are you here? You're usually so lazy. And dressed so formally. I'm here to be a referee. I can't show up looking like a beggar, Ji Yuan retorted, annoyed. What kind of people were in the night patrol? You a referee? Really? Huang Ziyue found it hard to believe. In her past life, after Tianlan City's destruction, Ji Yuan had transferred to their northern capital and joined her elder sister's guild. She knew him well as a slacker awakened. There was no way he'd take on a referee role. If you don't believe me, check Tianlan Academy's recent assessment. I was the referee, Ji Yuan said helplessly. Though frustrated, he dared not stir up trouble with the night patrol and had to suppress his anger. Huang Ziyue waved her hand. Fine, it's nothing. You can go, Ji Yuan. What kind of person was this? Huang Ziyue then pulled up the Tianlan Academy forum. Clicking on it, she saw a familiar face from her memories. Long time no see, Huang Quan. Seeing you alive is my fortune. Huang Ziyu's heart raced with excitement at the sight of Huang Quan once more, yet her brow furrowed at the headline, Class Bottom Dweller acquires heaven-defying companion artifact, instantly slays 9. The image was undoubtedly Huang Quan, but how could he ever engage in such a blatant act? Upon clicking it open, she witnessed Huang Quan wielding his brush to fell opponents in the first day's melee. Did Huang Quan do this? Huang Ziyue found it hard to believe. What was happening? Her past lives' experiences seemed entirely different. Had she been reborn into a parallel world? Why would Huang Quan adopt such a flamboyant nature? By his character, he should have preferred to coast through each day unnoticed. And what was that black notebook? She had never seen him use it in her previous life. After replaying the video, Huang Ziyue noticed a peculiar detail. These people collapsed only when they approached Huang Quan. This realization struck her. Could he have set a poison in advance, triggering its lethal effect as they drew near? It was utterly preposterous, yet if anyone could pull it off, it was Huang Quan. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. Still as meticulously prepared as ever. This feels oddly nostalgic. Beyond the viral videos sweeping the campus network, Huang Ziyue also unearthed all of Huang Quan's matches. But when she saw the second day's competition rules, a surge of nameless fury rose within her. Banning companion artifacts. What bastard made that rule? This is targeting. Before she could finish, a sudden realization struck her. Targeting. This match was entirely aimed at her brother. How dare that principal of Tianlan Academy be so audacious? Just as Huang Ziyue was puzzling over it, she spotted Huang Tianxi seated beside the principal, and her face instantly darkened. So it's you pulling the strings behind the scenes, isn't it? Were it not for the fear that killing Huang Tianxi would bring trouble from their parents, she would have gladly twisted his head off. But my little Quan looks so handsome. Even his appearance is completely different from how I saw him in the past life. Why would he care about his looks? Has he found a girlfriend? Huang Ziyue frowned, then sighed helplessly. Still, this is good. However, when she scrolled to the second day's match video, her brow instantly knitted. This speed and movement. Something's off. This isn't little Quan's fighting style. If it were him, he would have subdued his opponents in a far more unexpected manner, taking them down without their notice. Yet the attacking method of this Huang Quan was definitely not his own. Could it be a substitute fighter? Such an attack style, simple, direct, and lethal. Every blow could pierce a skull with just a bit more force. This was the technique of a killing machine. In her mind, the image of Lei Aoshua flashed, and she looked back at the Huang Quan in the video. This attack style is exactly like that woman Lei Aoshua's. How could it be Lei Aoshua? That troublesome and dangerous woman. Has she seized little Quan's body? The thought barely surfaced before she dismissed it. If Huang Quan had possessed Lei Aoshua, she might have believed it, but for Lei Aoshua to possess Huang Quan, not in 100 years. But those eyes and that fluid motion, they're identical to Lei Aoshua's. What's going on? Did something happen before my rebirth? Huang Ziyue shook her head. Let's watch the third day's finals. When she pulled up the third day's final video, she paused in surprise. Yi Fu, is he little Quan's friend? He often mentioned him. Too bad he died so young, otherwise little Quan wouldn't have been so lonely in his later years. A shadow of sorrow crossed her face. She as his sister bore some responsibility for his solitude. After finishing the job in Tianlan City, should I take some time off to go play with him? Yes, I must. Lost in thought, Huang Ziyue clicked open the video without realizing it. The very first scene showed Huang Quan flying backwards, spitting a mouthful of blood on the ground, startling her for a moment. Then she came to her senses and burst into laughter. This is exactly what he would do. Scrolling to the comments section, she found a torrent of curses as expected. Damn Huang Quan, if you're going to lose, at least don't make it so ridiculous. That was my money. Brothers, how much did you bet? I put down a full 10,000. My whole semester's allowance. That's nothing. Why, I wagered my brand new Abyss gear worth over 100,000. I don't even have a place to cry. Seeing this, Huang Ziyue wore a resigned smile. Still never missing a chance for profit, little Quan. With that, her form dissolved into the shadows. When she reappeared, she had changed into a different outfit. Though not flashy, it exuded an undeniable allure, and her tall figure naturally drew many eyes as she walked through the academy. Third year Class D, this is it. Huang Ziyue took a deep breath, scanning the classroom, but Huang Quan was nowhere to be seen, dampening her spirits. Where has that kid run off to? Just then a sweet voice came from behind her. Miss, are you a parent of one of my classmates? Huang Ziyue turned to see a pure-faced girl in a school uniform standing there. You are. Hello, I'm Lin Mu, a student in third year Class D. I saw you standing at our door. Are you looking for a classmate, but too shy to go in? Lin Mu clasped her hands behind her back and gave Huang Ziyue a sweet smile. Huang Ziyue nodded slightly. I'm Huang Quan's sister. I need to see him, but it seems he's not in the classroom. From the first glance at this sweet-faced girl, her intuition told her that Lin Mu was far from the simple person she appeared to be. Yet she couldn't pinpoint what felt off. As for Huang Quan, he usually keeps to himself, and I haven't interacted much with him. If you don't mind, you could try looking for him in the library. You might find him there. Thank you, Lin Mu. I'll take my leave then. Huang Ziyue turned and walked away. The girl gave her an unsettling feeling. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Mu's eyes grew inscrutable. Big sister, meanwhile, after Huang Quan left the academy, Yi Fu resumed his role as driver. But they hadn't gone far before a luxury off-road vehicle blocked their path. Yi Fu, seeing someone block his car, cursed angrily. What do you think you're doing? Looking for death? Yet when Yi Fu saw the stunning woman stepping out of the car, he couldn't help but pause. Though her face was veiled, she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Miss, you shouldn't cut people off on the road. If I hadn't hit the brakes, you'd be done for, Yi Fu said with a light chuckle. The woman's gaze, however, fell on Huang Quan. Are you Huang Quan? Do you have time now? Looking for Huang Quan. Yi Fu's expression instantly darkened. Was it because he was fat that he had no luck with women? Huang Quan furrowed his brow slightly, then directly shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I'm busy. Let's talk another day. Why was she here? The woman hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. In the past, no man had ever denied her anything. Even without seeing her true face, they would have fallen at her feet. My name is Nangong Chongqing. You should have heard of me. Yi Fu's eyes widened. Nangong Chongqing, one of the 10 rising stars of Huaxiao alongside Lei Kunlun. Huang Quan frowned slightly. Why are you so excited? She's a Huaxiao rising star, not you. Brother Huang, you don't get it. This woman has already reached the rank of Great Awakener at just 18. Gifted and backed by the Nangong family, she was admitted to Huanan College without even taking the entrance exam. She's a genius among geniuses. Yi Fu's eyes were filled with excitement, like a fan seeing their idol in real life. Seeing the fat man's reaction, Nangong Chongqing felt it was only normal. But Huang Quan simply responded with a tepid, "Oh, what does that have to do with us? Let's go." Huang Quan, I can see you're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. You've been having a lot of trouble lately, haven't you? I can solve those problems, Nangong Chongqing said, frowning at his indifferent attitude. Huang Quan, however, was unimpressed. Go on, tell me. What troubles do I have that would warrant you, Miss Nangong, personally resolving them? His tone and attitude made Nangong Chongqing feel she had lost control of the conversation. Dealing with him felt like bargaining with an old fox. Wasn't this kid an orphan? Where did he get so many schemes? But since she had her own agenda, she spoke directly. Recently, you must have sensed that the school has been targeting you. Behind it all is the Baidu royal family. Yet after she said this, she saw no trace of surprise on Huang Quan's face. If you came just to tell me that you can go back now, brother, you drive. Huang Quan patted Yi Fu's shoulder. Yi Fu reluctantly looked at Nangong Chongqing. Brother Huang, are we really leaving? I haven't had my fill of looking. I mean, isn't it a bit rude to refuse her like this? Huang Quan rolled his eyes. Fine, then you go. You stay and have a heart-to-heart with your goddess. I don't have time to play games with you. Seeing he was about to leave, Nangong Chongqing quickly said, Huang Quan, you need to understand that the Baidu royal family's power is beyond your imagination. If they want you dead, 100 heads wouldn't be enough. Her tone shifted. But if you choose to cooperate with me, I can protect you from the royal family. Huang Quan raised an eyebrow. And what do you want from me? I want to know why Huang Tianxi is so determined to kill you. Tell me that, and he'll keep you safe. Nangong Chongqing's tone was cold, yet it carried an air that brooked no refusal. Huang Quan countered. And how will you protect me? The Baidu royal family has a 7th-level awakener backing them. Does your Nangong family have one? A 7th-level awakener can't act recklessly. I'm a student at Huanan University. If they really try to kill you, I can take you to Huanan College. I can't get you in as a student, but as a servant it's possible. Once inside Huanan University, even Huang Yanqing, a 7th-level awakener, would have to think twice. Huang Quan chuckled. Generous terms. So you agree. But I refuse. Huang Quan shook his head without a second thought. I'm too used to being free. Living under someone else's roof isn't for me. Nangong Chongqing hadn't expected such a blunt refusal and lost her patience. You're a stubborn mule, impervious to reason. Without a powerful backer, how can you fight them? Huang Quan shrugged nonchalantly. Pity I've already found one. A backer? What backer? Who in all of Huaxiao would dare oppose the Baidu royal family? Nangong Chongqing was perplexed. Huang Quan smiled. Nangong Chongqing, you're truly out of touch. There is one. Why not? Tianlan City has one. You mean the Lei family? Nangong Chongqing rubbed her temples. Better not joke like that. Their entire clan is infamous for brutality. Cooperating with them is like throwing meat into a tiger's mouth. Suicide. Huang Quan shook his head. Not cooperation. I'm marrying into the family. Marrying in. Nangong Chongqing was momentarily stunned, then recalled that the Lei family had recently gained a daughter. She rarely appeared in public, but the one thing people remembered was that when someone with ill intent tried to harm Lei Aoshua, Lei Yuan tore them to shreds. Beside them, Yi Fu was so shocked his mouth hung open. Marrying in. How could Brother Huang say such a thing with such confidence, and even a hint of pride? He was becoming a Livian son-in-law, and he was proud of it. No, wait. If it were him, he'd be proud too. But now wasn't the time for that. Why was Brother Huang marrying into the Lei family? Was it his own decision, or had the goddess Lei already agreed? Nangong Chongqing sighed with regret. You're going to marry into the Lei family. Lei Yuan treats that daughter like the apple of his eye. Marrying into her family would be worse than being killed by the royal family. Huang Quan shrugged. That's not your concern. Oh, and Miss Nangong, you should stop using these little bugs. As he spoke, he pulled out a tiny insect the size of a fingernail, barely visible, and crushed it in front of her. Nangong Chongqing's face was filled with shock. That goo worm was her backup plan. If Huang Quan remained stubborn, she would activate it to extract his memories directly. She never imagined her goo technique would be broken so easily, and without even knowing when he had caught the worm. Huang Quan patted the still gaping Yi Fu. What are you standing there for? Drive. I don't have all day. Yi Fu started the car in a daze, and only came to his senses after a long moment. Brother Huang, what's going on? You and the school beauty Lei. It's my own decision, for now, Huang Quan said with a mysterious smile. After tomorrow things might change. He wasn't one to be taken advantage of. Lei Aoshua had set him up so he would turn the tables on her too. Yi Fu breathed a sigh of relief at these words. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Huang, did you fabricate this reason just to reject Nangong Chongqing? Huang Quan merely smiled without offering much explanation, nor did he rush back to his hideout this time. Brother Huang, are you sure you want to go to the slums? What for? Just drop me off there, we'll handle the rest myself. Huang Quan gave no further explanation. A fierce battle awaited tomorrow, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. Yi Fu drove away while Huang Quan swiftly vanished into the chaotic slums, making his way to his concealed hut. Meanwhile, Lei Aoshua grew suspicious. After swapping bodies back with Huang Quan, she kept a close watch on Jiang Lin's every move. Simultaneously, they encountered waves of monster attacks. Unlike before, the deeper they ventured, the stronger the monsters grew, and the assault team began to suffer casualties. In the later waves, even Xia Hai, captain of the second assault team, had to intervene. Xingnan, controlling the body, continued to play it safe, covertly observing Jiang Lin's every action, but finding nothing amiss. This is too unusual, Leng Shui remarked. Shengnan sensed no anomaly, but I don't see anything wrong with him. He's been a proper guide the whole way. Leng Shui, that's precisely the problem. He's too by the book. Don't forget he's an assaulter. How could he not be tempted by those piles of prey? Xingnan, he's already suspicious. The key is to find evidence. The more ordinary he seems, the greater the conspiracy behind it. Suddenly Shengnan considered a possibility. Could he be trying to wear us down? No matter how strong an assaulter is without supplies, when his mental energy runs out, that's his end. Leng Shui replied, that's unlikely. With me a blade dissector in the team, the spoils from killing monsters can sustain us for a long time. If he truly intended to exhaust us, he would have grown anxious by now. So what do we do now? Shengnan asked. Watch and wait, Leng Shui replied. Just then Xia Hai returned after dealing with an abyssal monster, patting Shengnan on the shoulder and saying, the rest is up to you. Shengnan shrugged helplessly. Your turn, Leng Shui. In an instant, control of the body passed to Leng Shui. Xia Hai sensed the shift in the newcomer's aura, muttering to himself, this kid seems so odd. Leng Shui approached the monster. Having learned blade dissection during the Vanguard experiment, her usual calm demeanor made her exceptionally adept at such meticulous work. As the others watched this newcomer, they felt his dissection technique was peculiar. Yesterday his movements had been fluid as if crafting a work of art, but today his hands were aggressive, ruthless, precise, and swift, with no expression on his face, like a butcher who had slaughtered livestock for 20 years. Lei Kunlun also sensed something amiss. Old man Schwer. I don't know either. Maybe she's in a bad mood after being discovered by us, Lei Zhenyuan said, shooting Lei Kunlun a glare. And you, once you found out, couldn't you have been more discreet? Why did you have to call her out directly? Lei Kunlun felt utterly innocent. He hadn't noticed anything until Schwer suddenly hugged him, throwing his heart into disarray, and the word Schwer slipped out instinctively. Just then a sudden change occurred. An abyssal monster previously slain snapped open its eyes and lunged fiercely at Lei Aoshua. Not good. Beast, you seek death. Lei Zhenyuan and Lei Kunlun erupted with a terrifying aura while Leng Shui cast a sidelong glance at it. Her short blade flashed like a phantom, grazing the monster's head. In the blink of an eye, the fierce fourth-tier abyssal monster collapsed, its skull and flesh instantly separated. The onlookers, who hadn't even had time to act, were stunned, speechless, gaping for a long while. What just happened? A single blade instantly killed a fourth-tier monster. And what was with that speed of attack? None of them had seen it clearly. Is he really just an ordinary blade dissector? That dissection just now, no newcomer could possess such skill. And he even cut through a fourth-tier monster's hide. Could he be a fourth-tier awakened? No, look closely. She systematically separated the flesh from the bone. That's the most terrifying part. To maintain such precise thinking under sudden attack. Only the word monstrous can describe it. Meanwhile, the three assault team captains fixed their gazes on the Lei father and son. The two who had remained still until now had both unleashed a terrifying aura almost simultaneously. Though it lasted only a moment, the trio detected it. Inyue was utterly bewildered, wondering if something was wrong with her. If Lei Kunlun had feelings for this kid, his explosive aura was understandable. But what about Uncle Lei? The Lei father and son, seeing the matter resolved, exchanged glances. Though they knew of Schwerer's formidable skills, worry still lingered. As Leng Shui dissected the monster, she calculated the time, almost time to swap bodies. With one monster left to dissect, she yawned, feigning exhaustion, and sat down to rest. This gesture seemed natural to the others. Dissecting so many monsters would tire anyone. Yet when she opened her eyes again, her demeanor and movements had changed noticeably. Xia Hai, who had been watching her closely, frowned. It's changed again. Does this kid have multiple personalities? Before Xia Hai could inquire, the newcomer, after opening her eyes, surveyed her surroundings. Gazing at the monster corpses, she remarked, this dissection is so clean and precise. Truly befitting the sole survivor of the Vanguard experiment. An assaulter nearby rolled his eyes at this comment. This guy was quite narcissistic. So what if he could dissect? Nothing to brag about. Huang Quan stretched and suddenly announced to the group, everyone, I've discovered something astonishing. The crowd was drawn by his shout. What trick was he up to now? Lei Zhenyuan and Lei Kunlun exchanged glances. What was Schwerer doing now? Huang Quan, seeing everyone gather, picked up a monster's finger bone, tossed it on the ground, and said, watch closely. This is truly amazing. The group exchanged puzzled looks. What was he playing at? What did throwing a bone in the sand mean? You called us over just to see this? The non-mainstream red-haired man, who clearly disliked Huang Quan, was filled with fury. Are you messing with us at a time like this? The red-haired man had sustained considerable injuries in the last battle, his body wrapped in bandages, his spirits low. It was evident that even his symbiotic weapon had been damaged in the fight. He had been counting on this batch of flesh and blood to recover some of his spiritual energy, yet this newcomer was still pulling such stunts. Huang Quan did not wish to argue with him, and said directly, if everyone observes carefully, you will notice that he is moving slowly. The crowd rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Damn, I thought it was something major, but it's just this, eh? Anyone with half a brain knows that sand in the desert is naturally shifting. Don't call us over for such trivial matters. I was just about to get some good rest. Huang Quan cast a cold glance at them and said, I'm afraid you won't have time to rest. The sand you speak of moves to a certain distance and then stops. But the desert beneath our feet is different. The entire terrain is shifting, including the rocks and the sparse vegetation, all moving at an imperceptibly slow pace. Some of the assault team members remained unimpressed. I noticed this long ago. During the last 1 hour rest, the monster corpse that was only 10 steps away from me ended up a few steps farther when I left. But since it was the desert, I didn't think much of it. Is there a problem? It's a huge problem. Huang Quan sneered, Perhaps you haven't realized that the spot we are standing on does not move. This creates an issue. Any inanimate object placed on the ground will drift from its original position over time. Does that mean our teleportation array will also shift? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed instantly. They had entered a time-limited abyss this time. Once the time was up, the entrance and exit would vanish, and they didn't have enough time to search for a new rift exit. Lei Xinyuan's face changed dramatically. He hadn't seen a trace of the desert flower all day. Now he dared not care about the desert flower. He only wanted to safely send his daughter back. He immediately summoned everyone. All of you gather here. We're heading back. The crowd quickly assembled, and Huang Quan stepped into the teleportation array, his gaze fixed on Jianglin. Lei Xinyuan activated the teleportation rune stone, and a formation materialized beneath their feet, emitting a blinding white light. As the white light faded, the surroundings changed instantly. The assault team members looked around at the unfamiliar environment, a bitterly cold desert night. Everything was there except for the conspicuous spatial rift. A wave of despair washed over them. No, where is the entrance? Where is the exit? And where are the people who were guarding this place? Hey, damn it, how are we supposed to get out? This is a time-limited abyss surrounded by an endless desert with no landmarks. How are we supposed to find it? Are we going to die in this abyss rift? Seeing the team's morale crumbling, Lei Xinyuan roared, "What are you panicking for? I'm not dead yet. A mere level 4 abyss scares you this much. You're a disgrace to the Lei family." This roar seemed to calm everyone down, and the previously frantic crowd steadied themselves. With a levels even great awakener among them, what did they have to fear? Meanwhile, Lei Kunlun, after carefully observing the desert sand, warned, "The direction of the sand flow is consistent. The abyss entrance is like a boat being carried by the current. If we follow the direction of the sand flow, we should find the exit." Hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted considerably. As expected of one of the top 10 rising stars, you found a clue in no time. It's an honor to follow a leader like young Master Lei. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's find that exit. I won't rest until I do. Just then Huang Quan stepped forward, walking slowly toward the Lei father and son, and said, "Brother, before we set out, there's something you need to handle." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jianglin. Lei Kunlun also seemed to realize something, turning an unfriendly look toward Jianglin. Lei Xinyuan narrowed his eyes like a beast poised to strike. Many of the assault team members were still in the dark. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at Guy Jiang? Is there something wrong with him? Something is very wrong. Some of the sharper individuals already had cold glints in their eyes, staring intently at Jianglin. The 3 assault team captains summoned their symbiotic weapons in unison. Jianglin looked at them with an innocent expression. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Stop pretending. It's not amusing anymore." Huang Quan sneered and explained to those who were slower on the uptake. If the terrain in Abyss Rift 107 shifts over time, then the first assault team that entered would undoubtedly have been wiped out. Yet you survived. Isn't that strange? If you had discovered this situation as soon as you entered, you should have retreated quickly. But from what I know, the last time you entered Abyss 107, over half of you were killed or injured. And all the survivors told the same story, that you were ambushed by a terrifying monster. You kept silent about the shifting terrain as if you had agreed to it. And you've been spreading rumors that Abyss 107 contains a treasure that can heal mental trauma, which caught our attention. What are you plotting? Monster from the Abyss, shed your human skin. Wearing a human face only makes you disgusting. At that moment, Jianglin grinned, his mouth stretching to his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. His skin began to crack, black scales emerging from beneath his pupils, sharpening like a monster's, and a long slender tail sprouted from behind him. Such interesting humans, the humanoid monster said, appearing before the crowd with a smug smile. "It took you long enough to figure it out. I was hoping to see the look of despair on your faces when you activated the teleportation at the end of the Abyss Rift and found the entrance had vanished. What are you?" Lei Xinyuan was surrounded by crackling lightning, the faint silhouette of a giant tiger flickering behind him. "If you're a monster, it'll grant you a quick death. If you're a human, it'll make your life a living hell." How terrifying. The humanoid monster shrugged, then grinned at the crowd. "I am Har, Vice Chief of the Earth Demon." Haer's indifferent attitude instantly ignited Lei Xinyuan's fury, his murderous intent raging as thunder and lightning roared behind him, a colossal tiger raising its head to the sky with a deafening howl that shook one's heart. Haer also sensed the killing intent emanating from Lei Xinyuan and said calmly, "Patriarch Lei, even if you kill me, you won't be able to get out." But Lei Xinyuan paid no heed, his eyes gleaming with a white light as he snarled, "I'll kill you first. Thunder, war tiger, tear him apart. Roar." The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura burst forth from the thunder war tiger, lightning shooting straight into the sky. Haer let out a few eerie chuckles. "It seems reasoning is futile, so I'll have to show the Patriarch my trump card." With a snap of his fingers, the second assault squad leader Xia Hai and the third squad leader Luo Xingyan, along with over half the members, instantly contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground with pained cries. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Captain Xia Hai, don't scare me. What sorcery has this monster used?" Panic swept through the crowd. Lei Kunlun almost the moment his father acted moved to Huang Quan's side and whispered, "Shredder, stay close to me." Huang Quanchang felt both helpless and touched. This was what family meant. Yet here he also sensed a malevolent gaze. Tracing its source, he saw the silver-haired woman staring at them with a dark expression. Isn't she Lei Kunlun's adopted daughter? Why is she staring at me like that? What did you do to them? Lei Xinyuan's eyes locked on Ha-Er, his face terrifyingly grim. Haha. Ha-Er let out a triumphant laugh. What could I have done? Naturally, I assimilated them into my own. By assimilation, do you mean planting something like a parasitic worm inside them? Huang Quan asked, coldly staring at him. Ha-Er paused, looking at Huang Quan with newfound wariness. Among all these people, this brat was the only one he couldn't fathom. Seeing no reply, Huang Quan snapped his fingers. You can proceed now. As his words faded, the assault squad members who had been writhing in pain rolled their eyes back and collapsed unconscious. This. Ha-Er's tone turned shocked. How is this possible? I've lost connection with the parasites all at once. What did you do? Each of those parasites had been stealthily planted inside these people with utmost caution. How could anyone have? I came better prepared than you. Huang Quan said, only this, offering no further explanation. To prevent these assault squad members from being infected or controlled after encountering unknown creatures, he had decided to preemptively take control of them. First, he placed parasitic worms inside them as a precaution and also added neurotoxins for control. While implanting the worms, he discovered strange entities already dormant within these bodies not yet awakened. Thus, Huang Quan devised a plan used the parasitic worms to inhabit these life forms. The moment they were awakened, the worms would burst out, leading to the current situation. You? What exactly did you do? Ha-Er's hideous face twisted with malice. Ever since we entered the abyss, your eyes have been glued to me like a slug on my face. Not biting, but disgusting. Huang Quan. It was Lei Aoshue who had been staring at him the whole time. When he controlled her body, he used other methods to observe. Hearing this, Lei Xinyuan and his son's foreheads bulged with veins. How dare he call their precious gem a slug? Their fury maxed out instantly. Daring to ruin my plan, die you vermin. With that, he struck out a gust of wind carrying terrifying force toward Huang Quan. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky, striking the gust. The collision unleashed a violent shockwave, whipping up sand waves like a tsunami. Hey, ugly thing, daring to touch her in front of me. How many lives did the king of hell give you? Lei Xinyuan was already in a rage, but then he retracted the Thunder War Tiger and pulled out the newly acquired Wolf Bone Blade from the void. A peak level 6 lord monster like you facing a levels even great awakened like me. Killing you with a birthbound weapon would be too merciful. Come on, ugly thing. Let your flesh test the power of this bone sword. Ha-Er naturally knew the power of the Wolfbone Blade. Though only a level 4 weapon, it had been enhanced to the Earth-grade supreme tier, greatly amplifying the release of spiritual power. Bang! The two clashed instantly, the air exploding as a visible shockwave erupted, sending sand and dust skyward. Meanwhile, Huang Quan narrowed his eyes, pulled a slender blade from his back, and without hesitation swung it at the unconscious Captain Xia Hai. Lei Kunlun was stunned by this sudden turn of events, unable even to react in time to stop it. Yet what astonished him more was that the supposedly unconscious Xia Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Though he reacted swiftly, half his throat was still slashed open. As he hit the ground, blood spilled everywhere. No, this newcomer is infected too, and he killed Captain Xia Hai. Young Master Lei, kill him quickly, or there will be endless trouble. Damn it, if he's infected, who will dissect monsters for us in the future? Lei Kunlun naturally wouldn't harm his own sister, staring blankly at her. Swear, what are you? But before he could finish, his expression changed as he looked towards Xia Hai. This aura. Something's wrong. How intriguing. How did you discover me? I hid so perfectly, revealing nothing. Xia Hai stood up, wiping his neck, and the bloodstain vanished instantly. Lei Kunlun was shocked by the terrifying recovery speed. Meanwhile, Huang Quan didn't stop, instead throwing several flying blades straight at Luo Shenyan. The previously unconscious Luo Shenyan waved his hand, deflecting the blades aimed at his vitals. Then he rose unhurriedly, his aura shifting entirely like a different person. The crowd was caught off guard by this sudden change. What's going on? Captain Xia and Captain Luo, what's with this aura? It's just like the infected. Seeing their stunned expressions, Xia Hai sneered. Don't lump us together with those low-level puppets. More than that, I want to know, kid, how exactly did you figure out something was wrong with me? Huang Quan glanced at the time and explained, you think you have no issues and are closest to me, so you seem like a good captain. Why would I suddenly draw my sword against you? Xia Hai said nothing, but stared at him calmly. Meanwhile, Lei Kunlun also looked at him, utterly puzzled why his sister thought this guy was suspicious. Moreover, in this assault team, Xia Hai had stood in front of her more than once. How could anyone suspect him? Actually, I've looked into your background. Captain Xia Hai recently advanced to Great Awakener. If I'm not mistaken, the time of his advancement was when you possessed him. Hearing this, Xia Hai narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Huang Quan continued, you made him advance to Great Awakener intending for him to gain notice, but your act of advancement told me that you were the problem. After hearing this, Xia Hai found it quite amusing. Oh, that's interesting. Improving strength is a problem. Xiaohai has been stuck at the peak of level 4 for 10 years now. Don't you humans often say that thick accumulation leads to natural eruption? Can't 10 years of accumulation trigger an advancement? Huang Quan let out a long sigh. I don't know whether to call you clever or foolish. 10 years may have accumulated a lot, but that's precisely the problem. During those 10 years his spiritual power suffered considerable damage to the point that Xiaohai could never advance to Great Awakener in this lifetime. Xiaohai suddenly understood and burst into laughter somewhat maniacal. What a detestable brat. I never expected that my perfect disguise would be exposed because of my sudden advancement. I didn't even notice such minor details. Details determine success or failure, Huang Quan replied calmly. Lei Kunlun looked at his sister, a trace of bitterness on his face. What about him? Xiaohai pointed at Luo Xingyan. He may have had a verbal dispute with you, but that's exactly what Luo Xingyan would do. Aside from that, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Yet you killed him without hesitation. Not only Xiaohai, but also the other Awake Assault team members racked their brains, but couldn't find anything wrong with Luo Xingyan. Whether it was his personality, habitual actions, or strength, everything was exactly the same as before. Huang Quan said a bit sheepishly, I just tried it randomly, and it turned out to be true. Everyone was speechless, their faces full of black lines. They never expected such an outcome. Xiaohai narrowed his eyes. You humans are truly heartless. Huang Quan then explained, actually it's not heartless. You three have been communicating secretly these past few days using the Earth Demon Clan's secret language. Xiaohai's expression changed upon hearing this. Had this guy been watching the entire time while the three of them communicated? Wasn't that like chatting in a public channel? I know you and Zhang Lin were having a secret dialogue, but the third person never replied to either of you, as if he were a bystander like me. However, his position must be at least captain level. At this point Xiaohai pointed at the first assault team captain Inyu. Then why didn't you suspect her? She speaks the least in the entire team. According to your reasoning, she should be the first suspect. When the two were exposed, Inyu's hand was already on the sword at her waist, her whole being like a beast ready to pounce, staring fixedly at the two. Inyu suddenly called out, frowned slightly, and glanced at Huang Quan out of the corner of her eye, a hint of curiosity in her heart. Huang Quan didn't know how to explain to them. A woman unskilled in socializing always hides her love, but the way she looked at Lei Kunlun was something that could not be imitated. She is my father's adopted daughter. You have no chance to possess her, Huang Quan replied perfunctorily. Inyu was stunned. Father? Did he mean Lei Kunlun? But when did Uncle Lei have such a grown son? Had he done something to wrong Annie back then? At that moment, a black shadow flew out from the sandstorm, crackling with electricity, landing in a disheveled state, its mouth full of sharp teeth, spitting out a mouthful of dark green liquid. Xiaohai's expression also changed. Deputy Chief, are you all right? Hare glared at him. What do you think? You and I will join forces, hold on as long as we can. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across, and Lei Xinyuan's figure appeared in front of Hare. Ugly thing, you're quite tenacious. Xiaohai directly joined the battle. Lei Xinyuan also noticed the commotion and said directly, Brat, the remaining trouble is yours. If Schwer suffers even a scratch, he'll make you pay. Got it. Take them and get lost quickly. Lei Kunlun waved his hand and glared at Lei Xinyuan in annoyance. Lei Xinyuan was furious, glaring back. How dare you talk to your father like that? Hare and Xiaohai attacked Lei Xinyuan from left and right. Lei Xinyuan's expression remained calm. With the blessing of the wolfbone blade in his hand, he handled it with ease. On Kunlun's side, things were not so fortunate. He was only at the peak of level 5 awakening, while the fake Luo Shengyan before him was a solid level 6 monster. Inyu, I entrust my sister to you. Protect her, please, Lei Kunlun said as he stepped forward. Black armor materialized on his body, instantly transforming him into an ancient knight. The black lightning swirling around him seemed like a divine punishment. At the same time, countless sharp-toothed phantoms grew out of the desert, and the entire world seemed to become a giant beast's mouth. Inyu was stunned. Lei Kunlun had said please to her for the first time. This trust. She could not let it down. But what did you mean by Uncle Lei's words? Sister. She's a girl. At this moment Luo Shengyan looked at Lei Kunlun, who had an overwhelming aura, narrowed his eyes slightly, and beckoned to him casually. A level 6 fighting a peak level 5 was as simple as Lei Xinyuan fighting Hare just now. The two clashed instantly. The moment they engaged, Luo Shengyan frowned. This strength and speed had already exceeded the limits of a level 5 awakener. Seeing this, Huang Quan scanned the stunned crowd. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and wake up these unconscious guys. We shouldn't get involved in a fight of this level. The crowd came to their senses and started pulling up those on the ground. Some pressed the philtrum, some slapped faces, and some even gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to the men. Huang Quan was also taken aback. Your methods of waking people up are really unique. The assault team members who had been unconscious gradually woke up. After learning the situation, they stood frozen, their eyes filled with confusion. They couldn't accept that their captain was actually a possessed one. Inyu walked over to Huang Quan, looking her up and down. Are you Ao Shui?